Chapter 601. Gaining the God and Devil World's 18th Novice Village. Translator, Editor. Yu Zhong was also helpless, and could only take out a set of clothing from his storage ring and helped the little lowly dress. He had just helped her to put on the clothes, when she lightly pulled at them and ripped them apart. Yu Zhong's face grimaced in helplessness under the sea mask, and tried to coax her as though he was speaking to a kid. "Wear your clothes! Wear your clothes! I'll be nice! Wear! CLO! Thes! Nice! Nice!" The little silver-haired lowly immediately picked up on that little bit of Chinese and allowed Yu Zhong to dress her again. Once she put them on, she pounced into his embrace again, giggling adorably. Yu Zhong ruffled her hair and said, "Since you have a head of pretty silver hair, I'll call you Yin Shuang, Silver Frost." Yin Shuang seemed to understand, as she repeated her name slowly, "Yin Shuang." Yu Zhong had chanced upon this strange biological life form from the corpse of the mutant-infected womb, and he carried Yin Shuang as they got on Greeny's back, before shooting for the skies. The 8 Thunder fighters in the sky had landed at the forefront of the battle. While their rockets and guided missiles had been spent, they had more back at base. As the battle drew to a close, the ground was strewn with corpses everywhere. Hu Yi's 1st Regiment had fought hard to slaughter the zombies. After an intense battle that lasted for 2 days, over 1 million zombies had been obliterated by Yu Zhong's army. An army that had the support of enough ammunition and logistics was truly powerful, and not something ordinary zombies could hope to withstand. The Z-Type within Ningxi City saw that the situation could not be salvaged and hurried to bring the remaining 800,000 as they fled. That was when the armored troops of Yu Zhong burst out. They had been waiting patiently to catch those fleeing zombies. They chased after the horde in a frenzy, slaughtering as many as they could, which reached a total of over 300,000 zombies. By then, only the higher-level evolved zombies had managed to flee together with the Z-Type. Congratulations on conquering Ningxi City and gaining the title Ningxi City Conqueror. The title grants +2 in all attributes, and the title cannot be earned again. Effects of titles can stack. You have brought troops to conquer Ningxi City, and have gained 3 levels, gaining 6 points of attributes to be allocated. You have brought troops to conquer Ningxi City. You have gained 10,000 survivor coins. You have brought troops to conquer Ningxi City. You have gained a level 4 defense vest. You have brought troops to conquer Ningxi City. You have gained an additional skill point to be allocated. When Yu Zhong's troops had chased out the rest of the zombies, or killed the scattered remaining ones, the notifications rang out in his mind one after another. Yu Zhong utilized 2 skill points to enhance his 2nd Order Devil Flame, as the points turned into a bright light in his sea of consciousness, transforming the runes of the Devil Flame. An additional character appeared, and it propelled the might of his Devil Flame yet again. After conquering Ningxi City, Yu Zhong entered the Novice Village on his own. Congratulations on conquering the Novice Village. You have gained the title of Controller of God and Devil World's 18th Village. Having gained this 18th village, you have obtained the following information. First, about 2 years, 10 months and 13 days from now, the 2nd round will begin. Second, the experience portal will open in 1 year and 10 months from now. You will have to gain control over the whole of China to obtain a ticket for the portal. Third, every city's novice village possesses a unique power. Please work hard to obtain the rest of the villages. A number of notifications sounded out in his mind, causing his mood to sink. Yu Zhong frowned deeply as he felt a rising pressure within his heart. The 2nd round? What is it? Damned bastard. It definitely isn't something good. It was apparent that the current mutant beasts, evolved zombies, the Sea Clan, and all the strange intelligent beings were just the beginning. Yu Zhong could barely handle a 1,000,000-strong zombie horde, and each time he launched an assault, he would expend a great amount of resources and suffer some casualties. If there were more strange monsters that were even more difficult to handle, he was afraid to imagine what the consequences would be. The experience portal will open in 1 year and 10 months. Which means I need to conquer the capital of China by then. How is that possible? The capital was one of the densest populated place in China, considering China's population. It had over dozens of million people. That was to say, if Yu Zhong wanted to conquer the capital, he had to face dozens of million zombies. Right now, even 2 million zombies were enough to cause him to be exhausted, as well as cost him his reserves. There was simply no way he could take on a dozen million zombies right now. Yu Zhong shook his head, putting the stress to the back of his mind as he walked into the 18th village of the God and Devil world. He immediately walked up to the temple of the occupation of the Dark Knight. Within the temple, a Dark Knight stood there quietly, emitting a quiet but powerful pressure. Yu Zhong could feel the suppressing aura and knew he was far from being a match for this Dark Knight. Your Excellency, I'm Dark Knight Yu Zhong. I hope to purchase some class-related skill books. The Dark Knight pointed with his finger, and a number of projections appeared in mid-air, displaying different skills. Yu Zhong took a look and noticed that the prices had risen to more than 10 times compared to the time he entered the other village. A single level 2 skill required 10,000 survivor coins, while a level 3 skill required 100,000 survivor coins. Here, there were also level 4 skills that were for sale, each of them going for at least 1 million survivor coins. Level 5 skills needed 10 million, and level 6 skills went for 100 million. As the leader of 1 million people, Yu Zhong had collected a large amount of survivor coins, and yet he only had 14 million survivor coins. It would at most be enough to purchase a level 5 skill and 4 level 4 skills. He glanced through them. The level 5 and 6 skills were enough to cause him to salivate with longing, but after some hesitation, he decided to only buy 1 level 4 skill. Level 4 skill, Low-Level Dark Do Qi, allows user to store Dark Do Qi within the body, using it to enhance combat strength. This skill is necessary to evolve it to a mid-level Dark Do Qi by enhancing the low-level Dark Do Qi 3 times. User can enhance the skill through training or by using skill points. Each enhancement requires 2 skill points. The moment Yu Zhong purchased the skill, he immediately learned it, as a dark light shone around him, and the runes of the Dark Do Qi skill condensed in his sea of consciousness. When the runes formed, a bunch of information filled his mind, allowing him to gain the cultivation technique of the Dark Do Qi and how to use the Qi itself. His pupils constricting, he activated the Dark Do Qi, and his energy surged, as wisps of dark energy flowed out of his body, strengthening him, boosting his combat power by a huge margin for a short period of time. With a flash of his body, he immediately transformed into a shadow and disappeared. Without the use of his shadow steps, his speed had already reached 27 times that of a person. If he coupled it with the shadow steps, then his speed would truly reach the sound barrier. He came to a stop and admired the strength flowing through his body, nodding in satisfaction. Great, great, this Dark Do Qi is truly marvelous. With this skill, my strength and survivability have increased another notch. After purchasing this low-level Dark Do Qi skill, he did not continue his purchase of other skills. Instead, he went over to the equipment enhancing shop and handed 4 evolution stones, 10,000 survivor coins, as well as his level 4 Falcon sniper rifle over to the merchant. To upgrade a level 3 equipment to a level 4 one, it required 1 evolution stone. Level 4 to level 5 required 4 stones, level 5 to level 6 required 16 stones, and it stacked on that way. At the same time, by upgrading an equipment from its level 5 to level 6 state, there was a chance of failure. With a bright flash of light, the level 4 Falcon sniper was upgraded to a sleek, black 25mm sniper cannon with many runes all over it. Level 5 treasure, Falcon 2 type sniper cannon. Its effective range is 4 kilometers, and its rounds include armor-piercing, explosive, incendiary, and sonic boom. Every day, it will automatically generate 1 bullet. The benefits of being a leader of a large faction had finally revealed themselves. He had over 200 of those amazing evolution stones, and he decided to upgrade all the equipment he used constantly to their level 5 stage. Level 5 Black Tooth Blade, extremely sharp blade. It can slice apart system equipment of level 4 and below. Level 5 Treasure, Stinger 3, 25mm hand cannon. Automatically generates 6 bullets every day. Level 5 Treasure, Crocodile Tooth Saw Blade. After upgrading these equipment to their level 5 stage, he didn't take on risks and instead went over to the medicine shop. Inside the shop, Yu Zhong bought 2 level 6 Formula Gs. Currently, a single vial of Formula G was selling for 500,000 survivor coins, 10 times more expensive than when Yu Zhong had initially came across the novice village. By purchasing 2, he had spent 1,000,000 survivor coins at one go. However, it was worth it, as other than the Formula G, there was no other medicine that could heal a wound from a zombie. Even an evolver would turn into a zombie if scratched by one, and there was no other known cure. 2 Formula Gs were equivalent to 2 lives. Yu Zhong had no choice but to get them. After leaving the medicine shop, Yu Zhong came to the enhancing temple. In front of it, one could use a 1,000 survivor coins to enhance an attribute. However, each person could at most enhance their attributes 20 times maximum. As for Yu Zhong, who controlled the 18th village, he could enhance a maximum of 40 times. He swiftly enhanced his agility 39 times, reaching 256 in total. Many agility-based evolvers would not even close to such a terrifying figure. Chapter 602. Evolving Temple. Translator, Editor. After enhancing his attributes, Yu Zhong then came to the temple he was unable to enter the previous time. Inside the temple, there was a diamond-shaped crystal floating in mid-air, with countless runes covering it. Congratulations on gaining the 18th village. As the controller, you have authority over the following. First, change the name of the 18th village. Second, allow the village to appear in the world, giving others a clear sight of it. Third, establish the defense mechanism of the village, with you providing the energy for the defense. Fourth, send the village into the dimension gap, allowing it to shuttle through dimensions, requirement of a single Type 5 nuclei. Fifth, expand the 18th village, requirement of a single Type 5 nuclei. Please take note, should the central temple be taken over by any enemy, then the control over the 18th village will change hands. The method of assault will be transmitted to you, and the enemy would have to occupy the central temple for at least 24 hours. A beam of light shot from the crystal in between Yu Zhong's brows, as he was filled with a mass of information. Yu Zhong considered for a moment, before saying, change the name to Evolving Temple. Allow the temple to materialize in this world. Yes. Within Ningxi City, a bright light radiated, as a number of structures appear out of thin air. The entire grounds that had been leveled due to the multiple bombardment began to reform under a mysterious light. Soon the village materialized. Yu Zhong gained control over the central temple, before moving towards the Bloodline Temple. Within the Bloodline Temple, there were various carvings of werewolves, vampires, mermaids, forest rangers, wereleopards, giants, mutants, golems, lionheads, as well as other strange existences. A number of metal cocoon-like compartments stood inside the temple, as a diamond-shaped crystal floated in the middle of the temple. This temple is the Bloodline Temple. Any blood essence that you collect can be stored here and inserted into the temple. By spending some survivor coins, a person can be enhanced to have a bloodline. Every person can only possess one bloodline, as having 2 bloodlines at the same time might cause some unexpected effects. There's a 90% chance of a mutation to occur, turning user into a freak. There are currently 0 bloodlines in the storage. When Yu Zhong came to this Bloodline Temple and heard the flurry of notifications, he immediately whisked out a number of mutant beasts' blood essences. As he inserted them in, the crystal absorbed them all and presented new information. You can now enhance the following bloodlines: Flamebird, Sea Jellyfish, Sea Snake. Enhancing the Flamebird bloodline will require 1,000,000 survivor coins, while the Sea Jellyfish bloodline requires 850,000 survivor coins. Yu Zhong observed carefully and realized that the Type 4 mutant beasts bloodlines were more expensive, whereas the normal with no type were cheapest. The cheapest bloodline was the mutant sandworm, which only required 200 survivor coins. After checking them, Yu Zhong chose to leave the temple. The results of the bloodline enhancement were still unknown, and he didn't want to dive into it too fast. Even if he had to consider, he would want to acquire a Type 5 mutant beast blood essence before trying. After he left the Bloodline Temple, he came to the consumable goods store and purchased wholesale. Within the store, there was rice, fuel, bullets, and all sorts of consumables. He did not buy these, instead, choosing to purchase in bulk different ammunitions manufacturing lines and other forms of military equipment production lines. Currently, Yu Zhong was relying on Yenzhou and its factories to produce his ammunition, but it was not enough. This time, the operation in Ningxi City was smooth because of his large expenditure of his military reserves. He had not held back on the bombardment, and this helped to kill almost 2 million zombies of Ningxi City. However, with such a battle, he had already consumed 2/3 of the total ammunition available in Guangxi. He was unable to launch another attack on another horde if he had to. Compared to the valuable skill books, these production lines of ammunitions were not technologically advanced, and hence they were cheap. A rifle bullet production line would cost at most 100,000 survivor coins, while a 122mm cannon production line would require 500,000 survivor coins. Yu Zhong spent all of what he had left on the consumable store, purchasing a large amount of bullets, cannons, optical instruments, energy converter parts, as well as other equipment. The production lines came out in cards. As long as the user willed it, he or she could turn the card into an entire production line and set it to a location. After mass purchasing a large number of production lines, his military logistics and support had increased tremendously. After he had done what he needed, he deployed some troops to stand guard over the area. At the same time, he arranged for a huge number of enhancers to head to the evolving temple to change their classes into soldiers, scientists, doctors, priests, blacksmiths, magicians, as well as other professions. The moment this was done, the entire strength and might of Yu Zhong's forces increased by leaps and bounds. It was especially so for the soldiers. Yu Zhong arranged for Masako to bring Hai Lan to go summon a large number of mutant beasts into Port Fangcheng, allowing the soldiers to kill them and increase their levels, before changing their class into soldiers. At the same time, with the scientists from Japan joining Yu Zhong's research team, adding on to the enhancers that switched classes to scientists, the research into the laser gun as well as energy converter went underway. Xian Yuming was conferred as the captain of the Navy, and he led the Blue Ridge ships to scour the coastal lines for resources and survivors. After making arrangements, Yu Zhong then sat in a Thunder Fighter and made for Longhai City. Salute! The moment Yu Zhong came out from the Thunder Fighter, 2 rows of soldiers greeted him with a military salute. The upper echelons of Longhai City, including Qiyang, De Gouzi, Chun Yao, Guiyu, Su Zhenggang, Lu Wan, and others welcomed him. Ever since Yu Zhong set off for Guangxi, he had expanded largely and gained the support of over 1 million people, his expansion surpassing even that of Hunan. However, Hunan was still his home base. Yu Zhong came up to Qiyang and patted his shoulders. "It's been hard on you. Since Yu Zhong disappeared, there have been plenty of minor uprisings from the countless factions he suppressed. Without Qiyang's stable but firm grip, Yu Zhong might have lost this base long ago." Qiyang smiled warmly. "It's what I should do." Beside Qiyang, his guards were shocked when they saw him smile. In their eyes, Qiyang had been an extremely steady but resolute leader, with a fierce stance on the city. They had never seen him smile before. Yu Zhong chuckled. "I've seen Hu Yi. That rascal is still alive and kicking, and has become a regiment commander of the Guangxi's 1st Regiment. Hu Yi had obtained plenty of merits in his efforts to take down Ningxi City, hence Yu Zhong had promoted him directly. After all, generals were forged through countless battles. Hu Yi had experienced plenty, and had gained the prestige and respect. Qiyang spoke. "What about my mum and dad?" Yu Zhong became silent, before replying slowly, "I did not manage to find them." Qiyang's body trembled, and a look of pain flashed in his eyes. He became silent as well. In the first place, he was a man of few words. Regardless of how sad he was, he would bear it all himself. Seeing this, Lu Wan, who had wanted to pounce straight into Yu Zhong's arms, also stood quietly, grabbing Yu Zhong's arms. "This is the report on everything that has happened all this time." After returning to the villa that he had left for so long, Guiyu came up to him, dressed in a neat military uniform, her full bosom threatening to burst out of her shirt, as she handed him a thick file. Yu Zhong received it and began to read it. During the time when Yu Zhong was gone, Qiyang had slowly but steadily expanded their scope of power, annihilating zombies, saving survivors, and even obliterating 2 bases that had over 10,000 people each. They had absorbed their survivors. After all, it was tough for ordinary factions to contend with the military advanced faction of Yuzhong. After constant expansion and growth, their Hunan base had reached over 420,000 survivors, and society had stabilized and began to prosper once more. After reading through it, Yuzhong handed it back to Guiyu and said warmly, "You've worked hard." Hearing his gentle words, Guiyu's eyes turned red. Her heart filled with warmth. Her nose turned sour and her tears started to flow. She had been a spoilt brat at home before the apocalypse, and did not know how to do anything. But since then, she had experienced so much, landing in the hands of Wang Guang who, almost being tortured to death. In the end, she had landed with Yuzhong, who gave her the chance to live a life with dignity. However, he was often out fighting, and would disappear from time to time with no news whatsoever. This would often cause Guiyu to be afraid. She was afraid that she would end up in the hands of others, and be toyed with till her death. She had held out for so long, and was exhausted. With this single sentence from him, she was filled with a sense of comfort and strength. Seeing her sobbing in relief, his emotions welled up as well, reaching out to pull her into his embrace. He then kissed her lightly on her lips. She responded fiercely, before wrapping around him like a female snake, giving him her warmth, passion, and all. Chapter 603. Reaching the Central Plains. Translator, Editor. After an intense bout of passion, a blood-colored rose bloomed on the snow-white sheets. Guiyu curled up like a satisfied kitten, before lying on Yuzhong's chest as she used her voluptuous breasts to massage him and said, "Master, now that you're back, are you going to stay here for long?" Guiyu looked at him with an expectant look, hoping that he would stay at Longhai City. As long as he stayed, she would feel so much more secure. Yuzhong planted a kiss on her lips, before hugging her tightly. "No! Soon. I'll have to make another trip." Guiyu's eyes flashed with disappointment, as she hugged him back, feeling his warmth. "Where are you heading to this time? Can't you just command the troops from here?" Yuzhong rebuked gently. "No can do. I have to head north and conquer that area." Guangxi had just experienced a huge battle, and their ammunition and supplies were largely expended. In the short-term future, there was no way to organize another battle. They could only embark on minor expeditions to clear the zombies. Longhai City had also gone out on such minor expeditions plenty of times, and the total number of zombies they have annihilated was over 600,000. The troops needed rest as well. If Yuzhong waited slowly for the laser gun and energy converter to be produced, he could take his time to slowly wipe the zombies out before conquering the entire county. In fact, he had planned for it to be like this. However, after obtaining the 18th village, now known as the Evolving Temple, he had received the shocking news of what's to come. He had to find a way to conquer the capital as soon as he could. In order to conquer the capital, he had to start advancing towards the north, and make use of the strength of the survivors there to subjugate the capital. Otherwise, the moment the second round of the God and Devil system started, Yuzhong knew that his faction would be too ill-equipped to deal with it. The death toll then might number in the millions. Guiyu asked softly, "This time, can you bring me along?" She had watched as Chun Yao, Ji Qingwu, and a few of his women join him in battles. There was a strong sense of envy, and she wanted to fight by his side as well. Yuzhong directly refused. "No, this time. It is a major operation to take down the north. It's too dangerous. I can't risk having you there." She sighed lightly, and did not press the issue further. Instead, she raised her head and kissed his lips, and her eyes shined brightly as she said, "Master, let's do it again. Give me more. I want to bear your children." Guiyu was a beauty capable of stirring the hearts of many. With such a tone, Yuzhong was instantly aroused again, and they tousled for the rest of the morning. Since returning to Longhai City, Yuzhong would go around in the day to make his presence known to his subordinates and the survivors under him. During the nights, he would then head to find Guiyu, Lu Wan, Zhui Yatong, and Tong Xiaoyun to placate and pacify them. As for Yin Shuang, the life form that had appeared out of the corpse of the mutant-infected womb, she was a lovable existence to everybody. However, She was practically stuck to Yu Zhong and was not willing to leave his side for long periods of time. After 10 days, Yu Zhong boarded one of the Thunder Fighters as he led over 100 elites towards the north. It was spring now, yet there was a chill in the air, and it would snow almost every 2 or 3 days. The entire Central Plains was covered in a layer of snow. Across the snow-white field, there were 100 survivors in tattered clothes running. Behind them, over 20 men in thick cotton clothes were chasing them as they rode horses. They wielded guns and they were laughing loudly while firing their guns from time to time, killing a number of the survivors. The men in pursuit had the ability to wipe out the entire group of survivors, except that right now, they were treating the chase as a hunt. They laughed as they chased and fired their guns, and the survivors would drop dead one after another. As the survivors ran, some fell, breathing heavily as they kneeled, hugging their heads while begging to surrender. However, in response, the men behind just came up and whipped out their blades and slashed at the survivors. Seeing this, the rest of the survivors became frantic and began to flee again. At this time, a number of soldiers dressed in military uniforms appeared in the distance. One of the survivors saw this group of gun-wielding soldiers and immediately screamed out, "Save us! Sir, please save us. As long as you save us, we will do anything. Please, save us. Save us. Please, please, please. I'm willing to toll my entire life for you." Seeing this new group of militants, the pitiful survivors who had been forced to such a state began to scream and shout. It didn't matter who these people were, since it seemed like they were their only hope. This group of soldiers were precisely Yu Zhong and his men. The way towards the capital was filled with dense population. There were zombies everywhere, and no place was suitable to expand their scope of power. Yu Zhong had thus chose the route through Mongolia, where the plains were vast and population scarce. Not long after arriving here, just as he was prepared to launch an assault on a city, they discovered this situation. Seeing this new group that appeared, the men in pursuit of the survivors immediately became wary. Each of them were riding level 15 mutant black stallions, and they immediately turned their aim on Yu Zhong's group. One of the militants came shouting in a strange language. Yu Zhong frowned when he heard him, not understanding the language. Foreign language? These are foreigners? Capture 5. Kill the rest. Got it, boss. Bai Xiaoshang, who had been following beside Yu Zhong, had a savage glint in his eyes as he flashed forwards, charging towards the ordinary militants like a gust of wind. The elites who were following beside Yu Zhong immediately spread out, before charging towards the militants as well. These were all evolvers of at least level 40 and above. They had all changed their classes to be soldiers, knights, etc., and they were capable of killing these militants without their guns at all. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged past Yu Zhong, charging for the militants like a specter, with its speed breaking the sound barrier. A pale fist would appear once in a while, and each time a militant's head would explode. In a second, almost all 20 were wiped out, save for 5. Clearing over 20 militants in just 1 second, Yin Shuang appeared in their midst, among the bloodied corpses, without a shred of dirt or blood on her. Looking like an angel, she smiled at Yu Zhong. "Father! Father! I've killed them all. Father's enemies have been killed. Praise me." The stark contrast between her angelic demeanor and the hellish scene of the corpses gave her an innocent yet cruel aura. It was truly strange. Yin Shuang's talent for comprehension and learning was terrifying, picking up Chinese in such a short time. She had then started to call Yu Zhong as her father. Strong. Too overpowered. Bai Xiaoshang and the rest of the elites watched the scene, as their eyes filled with shock. Her speed had exceeded even the Type 3 lightning, and her fists contained an earth-shaking might that could cause a person's head to explode. Not a single one of them dared to take on her blows head-on. Strong. A chill came over Yu Zhong's heart as well when he witnessed how fast this little girl had killed those militants. Just comparing speed, hers had exceeded lightning and reached the level of the Type 4 white-scaled tiger. It was the first time he had seen her unleash such a frightening combat strength. "Well done, Yin Shuang. This is your reward." Yu Zhong chuckled gently as he pulled out a lollipop for her. From any angle, Yu Zhong was truly lacking as a parent. A gust of wind blew, and Yin Shuang had already appeared in Yu Zhong's arms, before grabbing the lollipop and she sucking on it before smiling brightly. Hee hee! I was praised by father. Lulakan. However, this lowly truly is something else. By Xiao Sheng eyed Yin Shuang, and his countenance paled as he muttered inwardly. When the 5 remaining militants saw their comrades wiped out, their legs gave way from the fright, and were easily subdued by Yu Zhong's soldiers. Yu Zhong frowned as he asked them, "Who are you people?" One of them had savage look as he barked out, "We are soldiers that possess the noble Huangjin blood, from the Mongol Empire's king Huarran's palace. If you know what's good for you, release us this instant. Otherwise, when the army of King Huarran arrives, you will all be skinned and torn apart." Huangjin clan? Another ambitious warlord. Yu Zhong knew he came across another faction. The apocalypse had already lasted for a year so far, and many warlords had tried to stake their own claims to various lands. Yu Zhong had seen it all. After all, he was one himself. Too much bullshit. Take him away for execution. Yu Zhong eyed him coldly and barked. That militant was dragged to one side, and a blade came flashing down, as his head was thus separated from his body. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Seeing that soldier decapitated, the rest of the warriors started trembling. Yu Zhong then pointed at another militant and said, "All right, come over, and tell me all about the Mongol king Huarran." The warrior immediately revealed everything in fear when he was dragged. Yes, the Mongol king Huarran was a Mongolian of the Huangjin descent. After the apocalypse happened, he had relied on his claim to his bloodline to influence the people around him to join him as they carved out a faction for themselves. Chapter 604. Yin Shuang's Terrifying Strength. Translator, Editor. The Mongol king Huarran had warred all over the region, exterminating numerous factions, while taking absorbing power. He had now control over 120,000 households under him. As for the Huangjin clan that he was from, there were 4 main households, and they were in charge of the 40,000 troops of the Huangjin clan. These armed warriors were the soldiers trained under Boer Zi of the Huangjin clan. They had just launched an assault on a middle-sized faction, and were in the midst of hunting down these remnant survivors. Since the apocalypse, the weather had turned even harsher and colder. It was now already early spring, yet it was still snowing every day. Vegetation could not grow. To the Mongols who raised livestock, it was truly tough. Many of their livestock had already succumbed to the weather. Their rations hence dwindled day after day. Under such circumstances, Boer Zi had therefore ordered a massacre of anybody not of Mongol descent. Corpses were to be brought back, becoming food for the slaves as well as the mutant black stallions. The mid-sized faction had been forced under these circumstances to flee, while being pursued by those Mongol soldiers. Damn! What a bunch of beasts! Yu Zhong heard the words and his expression turned ugly. After the apocalypse happened, many people started doing what they liked. It didn't matter which country they were from. Everyone sought to control and dominate others. Yu Zhong was appalled that such things were happening right across the border. The middle-aged survivors ran up to Yu Zhong and knelt down as they sobbed, "Sir! Thank you. Thank you so much for saving us. Thank you, sir. Many thanks for saving us." Those survivors that had managed to escape that ordeal began to kneel and express their gratitude and relief. If it wasn't for Yu Zhong stepping out to act, they would all have died. Yu Zhong glanced at one of them and asked indifferently, "What's your name?" He replied carefully, responding to "Sir, my name is Shaoli." Yu Zhong then gave Shaoli an order. "Go and tell the rest, those who are willing to come with me, we will ensure your safety and provide food. However, you will have to obey every single command of mine. Those who aren't willing, I won't stop. They're free to go. Go. Let me make myself clear first. Those who come with me, yet are not willing to obey, will face death." Shaoli was shocked in his heart, and he replied carefully, "Yes, sir," before turning back to the rest of the survivors. Not long after, Shaoli returned. Majority of the survivors were willing to follow Yu Zhong. After all, it was hard to find food out here in the plains. They wanted to live, and knew how hard it was. Yu Zhong allowed them to follow him, and it was a sort of blessing to them. Of course, there were those who were unwilling, and the 6 of them expressed their thanks before leaving. Set off. Yu Zhong did not mind as he ordered. This group of over 200 people hence made their way towards the middle-sized faction. The mid-sized faction was set out in the wilderness, surrounded by only a layer of wooden fence. It was set up to guard against the occasional low-level mutant beast and zombies. At one particular area, there were a number of sharp spikes erected, with some corpses stuck on them. Currently, the base had turned a scene from hell, with corpses strewn everywhere. Numerous Mongols were atop women, laughing maniacally as they sought their heart's content. War could allow even the most civilized person to turn into the most savage of beasts. Yu Zhong ordered, "I will charge through the front door. By Xiao Shang, lead 20 men to attack from the north. Tenpi Osaka, you take 20 and attack from the sides. Zhuo Yitong, you shall lead some men to stay and guard here. Await further orders." This time, Yu Zhong had taken Bai Xiaoshang, Tenpi Osaka, and Zhuo Yitong together with him. Both Bai Xiaoshang and Zhuo Yitong had swallowed the pink snake birth fruits and became dual attribute evolvers, their powers heightened further. Tenpi Osaka was also one of the top evolvers from Japan and possessed terrifying combat ability. As for Yu Zhong himself, he was akin to an entire army. Because of his overwhelming strength, he dared to cross the plains to expand. Yu Zhong gave the order and brought Yin Shuang as he went towards the base. Within the base, everything was in a mess, and there were many naked women in the grasps of the Mongol soldiers. The prettier the women, the more Mongol soldiers there were around them. There were corpses everywhere as well, belonged to both men and women, and the corpses of children were the most. It was truly hell, and the thick stench of blood wafted throughout the place. When Yu Zhong stepped into the base, he became like a death god, reaping lives with the flash of his blade. The heads of the soldiers fell swiftly, incapable of reacting in any way at their moment of death. As blood splattered all over the women, they screamed out loud. The screams attracted the attention of some of the Mongol soldiers, and 7 of them charged towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong shot forwards, his crocodile tooth saw blades slashing out multiple blade beams, tearing through the 7 Mongol soldiers like they were paper. The copious amount of blood and organs that spilled everywhere was horrifying. Yin Shuang was like a cat that curled up in Yu Zhong's chest, absorbing the surroundings with a savory glance. While the gruesome sight might cause some to be horrified and fearful, she felt it to be exciting and fun. Against these ordinary soldiers, Yu Zhong didn't even need to employ any skills. He just swung his blade and took them out easily. On the other side, Bai Xiaoshang, Tenpi Osaka were both evolver experts, and the ordinary soldiers were not their match at all. At the same time, the soldiers brought by Yu Zhong were elites that had received special training, and they killed swiftly and silently, not arousing too much suspicions. Pong! Pong! After killing over 100 soldiers, some form of an army finally appeared. They were some of the Mongol soldiers under the lead of Boer Zi that did not waste their energy on women. The moment they discovered Yu Zhong, they began to launch attacks on him. The soldiers were all wielding guns, and numerous bullets rained upon Yu Zhong. "Father, I'll go kill them. Gimme some candy later." Yin Shuang chuckled at Yu Zhong, before pecking him on the side of his face. At the next instant, she had transformed into a gust of wind that charged right into the midst of the Mongol soldiers. Yin Shuang charged through the troops of Boer Zi, and their brains exploded one by one in a horrible fashion. It was as though a grim reaper had sliced through their midst, collecting their lives. The Mongol soldiers shouted out in fear as they readied their guns and began firing. However, they missed every single shot. Within 5 minutes, Boer Zi's soldiers had all been slaughtered cleanly, their headless corpses strewn all over the ground. After killing those hundreds of soldiers, Yin Shuang was still clean, without a speck of dust nor drop of blood on her. She looked just like a little angel. However, this little angel had just slaughtered over hundreds of soldiers in a span of 5 minutes, with her little pale fists. Scary. Terrifying. By the time Bai Xiaoshang and Tenpi Osaka reached the battlefield, it was already over. They looked at the hundreds of headless corpses, astonished. They eyed Yin Shuang, who was nestled in Yu Zhong's embrace, their faces full of fear. The soldiers had followed Yu Zhong through numerous battles and knew Yu Zhong's attack methods. The headless corpses were obviously the work of the little lowly in Yu Zhong's arms. If such a terrifying existence had been their enemy, they would be basically defenseless. However, as a comrade, she was truly reliable. Yin Shuang laughed brightly. "Father, did I do well?" Yu Zhong pulled out a lollipop and ruffled her little head. "Well done! This is your reward." Yin Shuang giggled and leapt around in Yu Zhong's arms, her face full of satisfaction as she enjoyed her lollipop. Without the Yin Shuang, Yu Zhong could have wiped out the entire base as well, just that it wouldn't have been easy. Xiao Li and the rest of the survivors had returned to the base. When they saw the headless corpses of the Boerzi forces, they were filled with shock. Strong! They're truly too strong. Especially the headless corpses. Xiao Li and the rest immediately thought of the innocent-looking but deadly lowly that followed Yu Zhong around. Their hearts instantly turned cold. With the death of the Mongol soldiers, the entire base fell into Yu Zhong's hands. Currently, the mid-sized faction that used to house 3,000 over survivors were only left with a little over 800 after the massacre by the Boerzi's forces. The number of females outnumbered the males, with over 700 of them, and the men numbering 100. As to why there were so many women left, it was precisely because the soldiers had intended to make use of them. The Boerzi's forces that came to attack were about 1,000 or so, and with them there were over 100 black stallions. These black stallions were stronger than the long-distanced horses of the past by umpteen times, and their acceleration at the start could rival that of powerful sports car. When comparing long distances, they could even drag along a car with their powerful limbs. Every single one of these horses was a treasure, and could exchange for a ton of rations. After all, there was lack of fuel. There might be many cars, but fuel was scarce. With such a powerful black stallion that could replace a car as a form of transport, and could even be used to transport stuff, they were precious to any faction. Other than the 100 black stallions, there were over 100 lambs, 200 cows, 50 tons of rice, 50 tons of corn, 50 tons of wheat. The total number of vehicles were about 300, and they had 20 tons of fuel allocated. By eliminating the forces of Boerzi, Yu Zhong had also obtained an additional 1,000 rifles, 30,000 rounds of ammunitions, allowing for every single person in his group to wield a gun each. When they were done clearing the place up, Yu Zhong immediately gave the order for everyone to continue moving. The news of the 1,000-strong force being wiped out would not escape the Huangjin clan for long. Yu Zhong had to escape as quickly as possible. Right now, his strength was enough to wipe out a force of 1,000 with no problems. But if the Huangjin clan sent all of their forces, he could not guarantee victory. The fact that the Huangjin clan could sit at the top of the food chain out here in the plains represented their strength and the might of their troops. Yu Zhong was not blindly arrogant to think he could fight them head-on with a bunch of 100 soldiers. Across the snow-white plains, 900 people left the desolate base as they continued on in the harsh weather. "Halt! Hand over your weapons and rations and you can cross. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy." Just as Yu Zhong's group was proceeding, an overbearing shout resounded from a distance. A burly man with thick eyebrows and coarse skin appeared, riding a black stallion, with a large bronze bow slung across his back. He was backed by a few other equally burly men riding other black stallions, and they approached with rising killing intent. They were just about to launch an assault, when Bai Xiaoshang and his elites swiftly readied their weapons and aimed at the approaching offenders, their own killing intent billowing out. "Experts! Shit, we've kicked an iron plate." The burly leader saw the numerous guns trained on him and his men, and a dangerous feeling rose up in his heart. Yu Zhong eyed them and spoke coldly. "Who are you people?" The burly man immediately cupped his fists and said, "This brother, I am Divine Arrow Li Guang. I've eyes but did not recognize Mt Tai, and have offended you. Please pardon my ignorance. I'll lead my men away." When Shaoli heard him, his face changed and quickly went up to inform Yu Zhong. "Divine Arrow Li Guang. Leader, he is one of the famous bandits around these parts. His archery is truly something else. The rumors are that he had killed a Type 2 mutant beast with a single arrow once. All his brother are also powerful enhancers in their own right, and their combat prowess is strong. They have wiped out a 100-man troop of the Huangjin clan before. As Li Guang heard Xiao Li's recount, his face revealed a smug expression. Oh, Li Guang, I'm in need of talents. You've come at the right time. Stay with me and work for me. As for the matters today, I won't pursue them. If you aren't willing, this time next year will be the death anniversary for you and your brothers. Yu Zhong chuckled lightly and pulled out his stinger, swiftly firing 3 shots. The 3 rounds zipped past 3 of the experts by Li Guang's side, barely missing their hair. His speed was too terrifying, and before the 3 of them could even react, the bullets had already soared past them. Only Li Guang could forcefully make out Yu Zhong's movements. When the gunshots died down, the 3 of them felt their backs drenched in cold sweat, their countenances pale. If Yu Zhong had aimed for their heads earlier, they would truly have died. What do you think? Yu Zhong's words were like a hammer that slammed into Li Guang's heart. He hesitated for a while, looking at those soldiers pointing the guns at him and his brothers, and came down from his horse, kneeling before Yu Zhong. Li Guang is willing to serve leader. Chapter 605. Chi Mu County. Translator, Editor. Li Guang pledged allegiance to Yu Zhong before coming up to him and asked, Leader, where are you headed? Yu Zhong replied, Chi Mu County. Li Guang's heart turned cold when he heard it. Leader, Chi Mu County is currently overrun with many zombies. Will our strength be a little too weak? Mongolia was vast, and its population was extremely spread out. Could not compare to those inner cities. Chi Mu County used to have 50,000 people in the past. After the apocalypse, there were approximately 40,000. Li Guang knew Yu Zhong and his men were strong, but a group of 1,000 intending to wipe out close to 40,000 zombies was basically impossible to him. Ordinary zombies were extremely weak and easy to kill, but even a level 60 evolver would be exhausted from dealing with 10,000 zombies. Yu Zhong eyed Li Guang and spoke indifferently. Our strength is more than enough. Li Guang immediately became tired, not daring to believe. He had only seen a part of Yu Zhong's strength, and just that would have been enough to wipe them out earlier. Not to mention that Bai Shaoshang and the rest of the soldiers had yet to act. He didn't dare infuriate Yu Zhong. Soon, Chi Mu County appeared in the eyes of the entourage. It was a simple and backward city. Within the city, there were many rotting bodies with savage expressions shambling about. Yu Zhong's group had long since accumulated enough experience dealing with zombies. Bai Shaoshang pulled out a napkin that had been splashed with blood and charged right into the city. The zombies soon chased after him. Yu Zhong pointed at the group of zombies and gave Li Guang and his men an order. Let me see what you're capable of. Yes, brothers, charge. Let us show leader our strength. Li Guang hollered and charged towards the zombies. The dozens of riders followed behind as they roared and charged at the zombie group. When Li Guang and his riders reached about 200 m away from the zombies, they began to knock their arrows, and a flurry of arrows flew towards the zombies, nailing them to the ground. Among them, Li Guang's archery was easily the strongest. His skill was the heavy arrow, and each time he could fire up to 3 arrows, with each arrow possessing a destructive might. Each time he let his arrows fly, 3 zombies would be killed. The rest of the soldiers had not managed to copy Li Guang's level of skill. However, each of them could still penetrate the body of the zombies, nailing to the ground. From time to time, some zombies could be seen struggling to stand back up. At this moment, 7 L2s that were impervious to most guns and knives appeared and charged at the soldiers. The arrows of these warriors just served to bounce off the L2s bodies. Seeing this, the countenances of the soldiers changed, and they quickly retreated. Li Guang bellowed in rage, and immediately let loose an arrow empowered by the explosive arrow skill. With a flash, a meteor-like arrow shot towards one of the L2, and blasted its head into pieces. He then proceeded to fire another 3 more of such arrows, dispatching another 3 L2s, before his face turned pale, and he too quickly retreated. The L-types were after all not easy to deal with. Bai Shaoshang, do it! Yu Zhong looked at Bai Shaoshang, who was behind Li Guang and his men, and gave the order. Yes, charge with me. Bai Shaoshang chuckled and led 50 elites forwards. The 50 elite evolvers raised their rifles and fired into the zombie horde. As the multiple gunshots rang out, a large number of zombies were taken out, their heads popping. The 50 elites were all accurate marksmen, every bullet aiming for the heads, and easily took care of the 400 over zombies. These 50 elites had all changed jobs to become soldiers with the firearms manipulation skill, adding on to their status as evolvers, and their levels reaching 40 and above. Each of them already possessed the level 4 skill, Soldier's Heart, enhancing their firearms manipulation skill further. Each of them were now accurate marksmen. With their rifles, they could easily take out ordinary zombies from a distance of 200 m. After killing those 400 ordinary zombies, there were about 30 Type 2 evolved zombies left. Zhu Yitong held a 3 m long mace that had been enhanced till level 5 and charged into the midst of the zombies. Every strike of hers caused the zombies to be blasted on the spot. As for Bai Shaoshang, he was like a specter that easily sliced the evolved zombies into two with each flash of his blade. Within 5 minutes, all the zombies that had been lured out were easily done in. As Li Guang and his men watched, their hearts were filled with shock. Holy shit! Too strong. Where did this bunch of people come out from? How come they're so strong? Fortunately, I surrendered early, otherwise, we would have been a pile of corpses. Li Guang watched Bai Shaoshang leading his men to clear the zombies, and he felt a chill down his spine, celebrating his decision. With such a method, Bai Shaoshang easily lured out another 1,000 zombies, and the group proceeded to clear them easily. All of a sudden, the zombies that had been attracted to the blood stopped following Bai Shaoshang. Instead, they began to gather together. Looking at these zombies that had seemingly become smarter, Yu Zhong muttered softly, "Has the Z-type arrived? Who would have thought that such a small county would produce a Z-type?" Li Guang felt curious and asked, "Z-type? Leader, what's that?" There were many people who were still oblivious to the existence of the intelligent Z-types, and it was likely that only the major factions would have come across them. As a small group, it was natural that Li Guang and his brothers had not yet come across it. Yu Zhong replied, "It's a type of zombie that can command others. It is able to gather an entire horde together to launch a large-scale attack." Li Guang turned pale. "What? It can actually command zombies to gather together? That's crazy." The zombies were fearsome, and some humans could barely scrape by with their lives because the zombies had little intelligence. The moment they did possess intelligence, it would truly be a nightmare for humankind. Zombies that were not under any command were prey for the humans, but the moment there was an intelligent being behind them, humans would then become the prey. Yu Zhong gave an order, "Set up the fortifications and begin construction here. I think it would not wait to charge at us soon." When he gave his order, the survivors that Yu Zhong had rescued began to work under the guidance of an evolver. A number of buses were driven over, forming a simple wall of steel surrounding the survivors. Should this wall be breached, the survivors would fall prey to the zombies. The survivors were extremely fearful, but under Yu Zhong's orders, they could not shirk away. Soon after, 30,000 zombies began to surge out like a huge sea from the center of the city. With such a number, it truly seemed as though the horde was endless. The survivors turned pale, their bodies trembling. Many of the survivors began to wail and cry, some kneeling and sobbing as they cursed their fates. "Do it!" Yu Zhong watched the sea of zombies flow out and readied his assault rifle, directly killing 10 zombies. Bai Shaoshang and the rest of the elites also raised their weapons and picked off the zombies calmly. As the hail of bullets rained down on the zombies, many of their heads were blasted apart like watermelons. It was like there was an invisible wall that impeded their advance, with the zombies in front falling like wheat. Yu Zhong, together with Bai Shaoshang and his 100 elite soldiers who were level 40 evolvers, were much more efficient than a 1,000 ordinary soldiers. Their aim was true. It was especially so for Yu Zhong, who could easily fire 8 shots in a second, taking down 8 zombies each time. It was an easy feat for him. As long as he used all his strength, he could even fire out 12 consecutive bullets, each of them headshots. The rest of the soldiers were not as tyrannical as Yu Zhong, but even so, they could still take down 2 or 3 per second. The zombie horde seemed to be stepping up to serve their heads on a platter, allowing Yu Zhong and his men to cull them like crazy. Of course, their slow walking speed was one of the main reasons aiding the quick slaughter. Li Guang and his men stared wide-eyed and agape as they watched Yu Zhong's men take down the zombies casually, muttering, "This is insane! Their strength is too obscene. Where are they from? How did they get so powerful?" They continued to watch, their emotions in turmoil and their backs drenched in cold sweat. Any soldier from this fearsome army could easily dispatch the whole lot of them, and to think they had actually intended to rob them. They had truly been at the gates of hell without knowing. The rifle bullets could only take down the ordinary zombies. There were 5 L3S and 100 L2S that formed a front formation and charged towards Yu Zhong and his men. As the 100 L2S that were about 3 m tall charged towards them, they seemed like mini-tanks, and the 5 L3S who took the vanguard positions were even more massive, towering at 4 m. Yu Zhong eyed them nonchalantly, and pointed, his devil flame activating as 5 huge fireballs shot towards the heads of the L3S and exploded. The heads of the 5 L3S exploded in a cloud of blood and flesh, their massive frames slumping to the ground. With Yu Zhong insta-killing those L3S, white bones charged towards the L2S like a gust of wind, its bone spikes extending out as it started to whirl extremely fast, slicing through the heads of the L2S. As for the other major group that comprised of the S3S and S2S, their heads were targeted by Yu Zhong's rifle. With his current strength, aiming for them was easier compared to the past. It would take an S4 to give him some trouble within a distance of 200 m. Under the relentless assault of Yu Zhong's forces, the 30,000 zombies were slowly being exterminated. The price they had to pay was the expenditure of over 80,000 rounds. Such an incredible feat was hard to accomplish prior to the change of class for the elite soldiers. After the job change, their firearms manipulation and accuracy had undergone a tremendous change. Adding on to their enhanced physique, it was barely a form of intense training for them to deal with 30,000 zombies. This was why evolvers that had changed their jobs were this fearsome. At that time, when the Kingdom of God had been ambushed by the Takamijihara forces in Japan, they could still make use of their superior abilities to hold off the enemy 10 times their numbers. This was purely the advantage of a job change. Advance! Having dealt with the 30,000 zombies, Yu Zhong proceeded forwards. Bai Shao Sheng thus led 50 elites and charged in to clear the remaining zombies. Xiao Li led the rest of the survivors and set fire to the 30,000 corpses according to Yu Zhong's orders. If the decomposing bodies were to be left alone, there would be unknown viruses and diseases that could transmit. Of course, they were the best fertilizers for the mutant plants. However, Yu Zhong did not have any base that were currently growing any mutant plants, hence, he had no use for these corpses. Upon entering the city, the remaining zombies had already been brought away by the Z-type to escape, leaving behind only a scarce number. Chimu County was a place that was rich in coal, and there were a few large coal mining companies here. With such a large amount of resources falling into Yu Zhong's hands, he had no need to worry about energy for the time being. At the same time, there were plenty of cotton clothes here, and Yu Zhong gave them out to the survivors, helping them to keep warm. As the survivors received the cotton clothes, many of them teared up in gratitude. After all, most factions treated cotton clothes as precious resources. A pretty woman would have to accompany a man for an entire month just to get a piece of cotton clothing. Now, Yu Zhong was giving them out without qualms, and these survivors were all touched. At the same time, they were filled with respect and faith in the strength of the troops. When Yu Zhong announced to recruit soldiers, many signed up, hoping to gain strength and glory. Among the survivors that Yu Zhong rescued, there were more women than men. He could not help it, and thus had to organize a largely female troop as well. He then handed them to Zhua Yitong to lead. After arranging for matters to be settled, Yu Zhong then summoned Li Guang, asking, "Tell me all you know about the various factions out here in the plains." The plains and the cities were different as population was sparse out in the plains. When the world changed, those humans out there stood a better chance in surviving. Thus, the number of survivors was much higher. Also, since the plains were vast, traffic was not congested. It was easy for communications between factions. As a wandering bandit, Li Guang had seen his fair share of things, and naturally knew more about the plains as compared to Shaoli. Chapter 606, Tianmu Town. Translator, Editor. Yes, boss. From what I know, the current largest and strongest faction is naturally the Huangjin clan led by the Mongol king Huoran. It's rumored that he has 120,000 survivors under his rule, and there are over 30,000 slaves of other races under him as well. The 2ND well-known faction would be the Great Turkic Empire of Wuer Tua Tua. He has a total of 10,000 elite Golden Wolf soldiers, each of them fierce and powerful. Other than that army, they also have 150,000 slaves from other races. The third largest faction would be the forces of the Manchurian Empire under the King Haiwenye. The total Manchu and Han soldiers number about 8,000, and they have about 160,000 slaves. Other than these three main powers, there's the Grey Wolf Army, Red Triad, Blue Triad, Gold Wolf Triad, Radiant Sun Triad, People's Army, Heaven's Will Sect, Universal Sect, Heavenly Demon Sect, etc. However, compared to the three main powers, they're nothing, and are just a ragtag bunch. Li Guang narrated the information he knew about the factions in the Central Plains. All sorts of bullshit characters have appeared. Yu Zhong frowned when he heard it, before continuing. Out of all these factions, are there no decent ones established by the Chinese? Li Guang sighed gently and spoke with some pity. No, the Chinese factions are usually too fractured, and cannot compare to the cohesiveness of the Mongols. Each time there was any outstanding character that was rising, he or she would be quickly terminated. The Grey Wolf Army, Red Triad, Blue Triad, Gold Wolf Triad, Radiant Sun Triad, People's Army, Heaven's Will Sect, all of these are all small-time factions established by the Chinese, but they're always fighting among themselves and lack the strength to stand up to the Mongol king. Yu Zhong pondered for a while, before asking, after the world change, there should have been some border guards that remained. Which faction do they belong to? The might of military people were the strongest among the ordinary folk, and their survivability was the highest. Since the human population was more spread out in the plains, there should have been many that survived. After gaining the evolving temple, Yu Zhong could swiftly produce a number of strong soldiers. However, he had hoped to obtain more troops that belonged to the military in the past. After all, fighting skills could be upgraded through the temple, but experience, tactics and strategies could not be enhanced. He needed the people of talent. Li Guang thought for a moment. The border guards? They have been split into a number of factions. A part of them had established themselves as kings and formed a faction. Another had been absorbed into Manchuria, and the remaining had formed the People's Army, and are currently protecting some 800 survivors over at Huyen Town. The scattered few have been absorbed into the other factions. Men from the military were still human after all, and had their own thinking and hopes. After the apocalypse, some insisted on their principles and way of life, while others began to degenerate, becoming hitmen for others. Which is the closest and largest Chinese faction around here? Yu Zhong asked. Li Guang replied quickly. The Radiant Sun Triad. They have over 7,000 people and they're mostly Chinese. Their base is in a small town called Tianmu Town, situated about 40 li north of Chi-Mu County. Li Guang was truly a snakehead that mixed with the dragons, knowing helpful information on each and every faction. Yu Zhong's eye flashed coldly. Very good. Our next target will be the Radiant Sun Triad. Yu Zhong wanted to establish a sizable faction out here in the Central Plains, and needed many people. The Radiant Sun Triad might not have any enmity with Yu Zhong, but they had the numbers, and thus had become Yu Zhong's target. In this apocalyptic world where human lives were treated like ants, the strong could easily trample on the weak. However, the irony was that human lives were extremely valuable. Without manpower, factories would not function, ammunition would not be produced, clothes could not be manufactured, and research and development would come to a stop. After resting for an entire day, Yu Zhong left Zhuo Yatong and 20 elites in Chi-Mu County, leaving instructions to train up the new recruits, while Yu Zhong led by Xiao Shang, Tenpi Osaka and the rest of the subordinates towards the direction of Tianmu Town. Tianmu Town was a small town surrounded only by a small wooden fence, and there were various steel structures that served as fortifications, with multiple barrels pointing out, defending every entrance. Around the perimeter, there were some watchtowers with soldiers within keeping a lookout. The defense was tight and covered all areas. Those who wanted to enter would have to consider using heavy firepower. Yu Zhong observed the town from afar and frowned. He might have 80 elite evolvers with him, but it would still be a challenge to breach this town. With his steel body skill, Yu Zhong was not afraid of bullets. However, his soldiers did not have that skill. They were at risk of dying if they were shot at. These were soldiers that had followed him through Japan and Country A, and he did not want to lose them meaninglessly here. Li Guang hesitated a while before speaking up. "Leader, I can be considered to have some prior friendship with the Radiant Sun Triad's leader Shimin Lai. He had always been interested in recruiting me to work for him. We can make use of this to enter, however, their control. If we want to mix with the crowd, we can't have more than 10 people. Weapons would also be confiscated." Yu Zhong's eyes lit up as he smiled. "Great! Take me in. Li Guang, if you do succeed, you will have gained some merit." With Yu Zhong's strength, the moment he could infiltrate Tianmu town, then it would be like Sun Wukong entering the belly of a demon. He could do whatever he wanted. His strength was overpowered, and under the possible situations of an ambush, he could even take out an peak-level evolver like the gun demon of the Takamijihara. Even if the Radiant Sun Triad had many powerful experts, Yu Zhong had confidence he could slaughter his way out. After Li Guang selected a few soldiers, he brought Yu Zhong and Tenpyo Osaka towards the direction of Tianmu town. At the entrance, 6 gun-wielding soldiers stopped Li Guang's group and barked, "Halt! Who are you guys?" When they stopped them, their eyes landed on Tenpyo Osaka and her body. With her exquisite looks and that smoking hot body, it was truly a rare sight out here in the plains. Li Guang replied in a confident voice, "I'm Divine Arrow Li Guang, a friend of your Chief Shimin Lai. I've come specially to visit Chief Shimin. Please notify him." "Wait a while," one of them replied, and swiftly retreated towards the inner parts of the town. The rest of the soldiers blatantly stared at Tenpyo Osaka, their gazes filled with lust and hope. However, they were restrained and did not do anything. In this world, some experts were brazen and unbridled. Just a single sentence could earn a person a death sentence. If the expert were to get away scot-free, then the deaths of these guards would have been for naught. A man in suit soon came to the gate, his eyes slightly swollen, while wearing a smile. His gaze landed on Li Guang, and naturally swiveled to Tenpyo Osaka, before saying, "Brother Li Guang, which wind had brought you here? Who might this be?" As for Yu Zhong, he didn't even bother sparing him a glance. Li Guang chuckled and said, "Elder Chun, this is Tenpyo Osaka. She's a new subordinate I've gotten under my wing. Tenpyo Osaka, hurry and greet Elder Chun Fenghua." Tenpyo Osaka had a cold expression as she replied, "How do you do?" Chun Fenghua's eyes flashed with a lustful gaze as he exclaimed, "Good, good." He had only ever seen 2 or 3 women more beautiful than this Tenpyo Osaka, but their figures were nowhere as sexy as this lady, especially her large chest that threatened to split out her clothes, causing him to drool. Chun Fenghua's gaze did not move from Tenpyo Osaka as he asked Li Guang in an offhand manner, "Li Guang, did you come to join us this time?" Tenpyo Osaka had to suffer the indecent looks of this middle-aged man, and her expression wrinkled in disgust. She really hated the way he was looking at her. Li Guang's eyes flashed as he replied, "I've come to discuss with Chief Shimin. If the conditions are right, I might be willing to join." Right at this time, a dozen men walked over. The leader was a good-looking man with sword-shaped brows, his demeanor extraordinary. He looked to be about 27 or 28, and when he saw Li Guang, he immediately spoke in a curt but jeering manner. "Isn't this Li Guang? This boorish thug could also gain the qualifications to join the alliance? Did Shimin Lai become senile?" Li Guang laughed coldly and retorted, "I'm a thug? If I'm a thug, at least I'm the head of my thugs. What are you considered, Huang Qishan? If you didn't have your father Chief Huang Shui of the Red Tribe, you would have long since been dragged away to be sold. Your dad isn't going to be around for long though. When he passes on, I'll see how to enjoy that little butt of yours." Li Guang was after all from the market, and his words were extremely uncouth. It served to infuriate Huang Qishan immediately. His eyes were bloodshot as he barked loudly. "The lot of you, go and beat him to death. I'll take responsibility." Immediately, the dozens or so thugs behind stepped out, albeit with slow and stupid movements, preparing to act. At this time, Li Guang retreated one step and revealed a savage smile at Chen Fenghua. "Elder Chen, these guys want to act on your territory. If you don't want to put a stop to this senior, I would not show them mercy." Chen Fenghua knew exactly what Li Guang was capable of, and knew that if Huang Qishan was dead, there would be endless troubles. He immediately called for them to stop. "Enough!" Seeing Chen Fenghua step out, Huang Qishan was forced to calm down. He shot Li Guang a venomous glare. "Li Guang, you've got guts. Let's see how you live the next time we meet. Let's go." After that, Huang Qishan brought his men and left the area. This was after all Shimin Lai's territory, and if they were to really fight, the ones at a disadvantage would be Huang Qishan themselves. Chapter 607. Zhao Jinglei. Translator, Editor. Li Guang immediately asked Chen Fenghua, "Elder Chen, that little bastard Huang Qishan just mentioned an alliance? What's going on? Also, how dare he come here?" "Li Guang, you should also be clear. Within the Central Plains, us Chinese are not the ones in power. The Huangjin clan, the Golden Wolf Triad, the Manchu Empire, these bastards are going everywhere attacking the Chinese establishments. Our fellow Han people would then be treated as slaves. In order to change this, to give our Han people a better life, our chief Shimin had decided to step up and throw away his past notions, and established an alliance led by our own Han people. He hopes to unite the factions of the Han people and resist the rest of the powers. With you here, it'll be perfect. Tomorrow is the day that the alliance will start. Our chief is heroic and magnanimous, and many other valiant heroes have arrived to take part. It would be a good time for you to join our Radiant Sun Triad. Once our chief Shimin has united the country, then you're one of the founding fathers." When Yu Zhong heard this, he thought to himself, "Alliance? They finally thought of that? Seems like this Shimin Lai is something else, to be able to gather the rest of the powers. Uniting the Hans in an alliance, it was truly a decent idea. If they could rally all the Hans in the Central Plains, it would be a power not necessarily weaker than the Huangjin clan or the other powers." However, Yu Zhong did not look on it too favorably. After all, everyone had their private ambitions and thoughts. Who would be willing to hand over their weapons and equipment to others? Chen Fenghua brought Li Guang and the rest to a villa, settling them in before leaving. Li Guang then asked Yu Zhong, "Leader, Chen Fenghua will bring us to see Shimin Lai later. Do we act then?" Yu Zhong replied, "No, let's change it to tomorrow. You go and put on a show of bargaining with Shimin Lai first, then join him. I'll go take a look around and observe the situation." Since Shimin Lai wanted to organize this alliance congregation, Yu Zhong wanted to make use of the chance to put on a big show. Li Guang replied, "Yes, Tempe Osaka was too beautiful, and in order not to cause any problems, Yu Zhong got her to stay within her room. He himself left and walked about. On the streets, he began to walk while looking at what Tianmu town had to offer. It was similar to the many post-apocalyptic towns that he had already come across on his journeys, with many emaciated survivors in tattered clothes with downcast expressions. Other than the soldiers, there were few shops, only some simple trading posts were set up. The whole atmosphere was dead, and not a sign of vitality was present. Shimin Lai lacks the talent to govern. He's not a good leader. Yu Zhong gave Shimin Lai an evaluation silently as he observed the town. Like many leaders of the different factions, Shimin Lai was obviously troubled by the food issue. At the same time, he only gave rations to those in his army and his supporters. Ordinary survivors were ignored or treated like slaves. Such a method was good in the sense that it ensured that the food expenditure was kept to a minimal, but the entire town would suffer as a result. All resources were dependent on what was left prior to the apocalypse, and there was no alternative or replenishment of resources. Once they ran out, the faction would crumble. "Master, come. Half a bun. I'll make you feel good for just half a bun. 1 packet of instant noodles. I'll accompany you for an entire night. You can play with me however you like. Whatever you want to do." At every corner, on every street, a number of women who was reeking of odor, and had not bathed for goodness knows how long, began to surround Yu Zhong as they tried to flaunt themselves. Yu Zhong walked past them with a deadpan expression. He was sympathetic, but he had no means to rescue them all right now. All of a sudden, a bunch of kids began to swarm in a certain direction like bees. Yu Zhong looked towards the direction, only to see a beautiful lady with long black hair and fair skin, as though she had just stepped out of a painting. She seemed about 15 or 16, and wore a saintly smile as she handed out buns to those kids. A young man of about 15 or 16 stood beside her, dressed in black mutant beast leather, a huge blade hanging by his waist. He had a decent stature and his looks pleasant, but he was complaining at the moment. Lei, this is food we went through trouble to get from a neighboring town. How can you just give them out to these little rascals? Did you forget what we had to do? Xian almost lost his life at the hands of that L3. Now that the Huangjin clan, Manchu Empire, and the Golden Wolf bastards are all expanding, it's getting harder to find food. Zhang Ying, how many times have I said it? Don't call me Lei. Call me by my full name, Zhang Jinglei. The beautiful girl frowned, before lightly sighing. I know it's getting harder, but if we don't give these kids, they will starve to death. Furthermore, this is from my own portion. What does it have to do with you? When Zhang Ying heard those words, he bit his lips, clenching his fist, while staring at her. He had liked her for a long time already, but she did not reciprocate nor care about it, and this caused him to feel upset. Another cute girl with a ponytail and some pimples on her face, with fair skin and big eyes, stepped up to say, Lei, don't blame Zhang Ying. He's also concerned about you. There were 9 other young men and women who tried to mediate. What the hell are you looking at? Be careful or I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Zhang Ying suddenly saw Yu Zhong looking over, and his fury, with nowhere to go, were projected on him. He roared out like an enraged lion. His crush had rejected him and ignored him, and the pent-up anger was now being directed at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong glanced at Zhang Ying and shook his head, turning around to leave. Truthfully, Yu Zhong did not agree with Zhao Jinglei's actions. In this world, ration was extremely scarce and precious. One had to be mindful of it. When the team needed food, what would she do then? However, the matter had nothing to do with him, and he had no interest in meddling with a bunch of kids. Damn it! You're looking for a beating. Zhang Ying saw Yu Zhong shaking his head, and he became even more angry, shooting forwards with a speed 11 times that of a person, intending to beat Yu Zhong. Zhao Jinglei did not expect Zhang Ying to act against Yu Zhong, and her face fell, shouting, Stop! Zhang Ying! Yu Zhong immediately swiveled around, his hands grabbing Zhang Ying's forehead, his eyes flashing coldly, before flinging Zhang Ying's entire body towards a wall viciously. Really? Now all you little fuckers think you can do anything. Why don't I send you on your way to hell, and let you join your family earlier? At the same time, they can discipline you properly. Zhang Ying smashed into a wall like a cannon, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face turned pale, as he continued to cough out blood. What are you doing? You dare to harm our classmate. You're seeking death. 2 of the group shot out, one tall the other short, both wielding some strange bone blades as they roared out in fury. They activated their abilities, Wind Twist, and both became like hurricanes, shooting towards Yu Zhong. Both of these rascals were evolvers, their Wind Twist skill having been enhanced thrice. When both of them worked together, they could even take down level 50 evolvers easily. Scram! Right as they got close to Yu Zhong, he kicked out twice swiftly, his terrifying strength exploding out, and they both spat out blood as they crumpled to the ground. Yu Zhong possessed speed that was 25 times that of a normal person, and far surpassed most agility evolvers. His combat experience was rich as well, and didn't need any fancy tactics or skills to deal with those 2 rascals. Zhang Ying. The girl with the ponytail saw Zhang Ying's ugly expression, and he shot out, turning into a shadow. At the next instant, she appeared next to Zhang Ying. Her skill was the rare level 3 flash steps. She had already enhanced the skill 3 times, and could easily appear at a location within 20 m. The girl lifted the injured Zhang Ying up. Quick! Take him away! I'll block him! Zhao Jinglei saw how fearsome Yu Zhong was, and how his expression was frightening now, and she pulled out 2 silver blades and disappeared like a shadow. Instantly, she appeared in front of Yu Zhong, the blades in her hands slashing towards Yu Zhong at a sharp angle. Fast! She's an agility evolver. Facing Zhao Jinglei's strike that was extremely fast, Yu Zhong was finally forced to whisk out his crocodile tooth saw blade to block her attack. As the 3 blades clashed, a strange force spread from the curved blades of Zhao Jinglei, as though threatening to spin Yu Zhong's blade away. After that clash, Zhao Jinglei's curved blades turned into silver hurricanes and enveloped Yu Zhong. Strong. This little girl, her strength is in close combat, and is comparable to the demons of the Takamegahara. Yu Zhong's speed had been enhanced multiple times, and was stronger than Zhao Jinglei. His experience was also more abundant, and in most cases, he could easily dispatch an evolver with a single move. However, when exchanging blows with this Zhao Jinglei, he was actually being suppressed, unable to display his blade skills. The strange force was being exerted on his crocodile tooth saw blade as well, making it hard for him. Chapter 608. Gold Wolf Riders. Translator. Editor. One bespectacled girl gritted her teeth as she activated her ability, gravity manipulation, and a strong gravitational force pressed down on Yu Zhong, affecting his movements. His eyes flashed coldly as he shot a glare at the girl. When she was struck by his gaze, she felt like a terrifying bloodthirsty beast was staring at her, and her eyes widened in fear as she retreated a few steps involuntarily. When Zhao Jinglei saw this, she shouted in alarm, "Tantan! No! Run!" Zhao Jinglei was trying to pressure Yu Zhong with all her strength, and the fact that she could suppress him was due to her naturally awakened second-order skill, Heavenly Demon Blade. If she didn't use this, Yu Zhong could have easily slaughtered her in a move. Just in the few exchanges, she could already feel his unfathomable strength that was waiting to rear its head. The moment her words came out the mouth, Yu Zhong flashed and disappeared from in front of her, and a fist smashed into the midriff of the bespectacled girl. The pretty girl instantly doubled over from the force and crumpled to the ground. When the rest of the youths witnessed this, they stepped back in horror. Zhao Jinglei's eyes flashed with a hint of madness and she chased after Yu Zhong like a goose, with her strange blade technique flashing towards him again. "Hurry and escape! All of you! Your strength is decent, but your discerning ability is truly lacking." Yu Zhong activated his own gravity manipulation, and a strong gravitational force caused Zhao Jinglei's entire body to sink. At the next instant, Yu Zhong had already activated his shadow steps and pushed his speed to the limit, evading Zhao Jinglei's blow with ease, and his right hand grabbed onto her throat. He then barked coldly, "Throw down your weapon!" Zhao Jinglei's expression turned extremely pale, gripping her silver blades tightly, not willing to let go. Her entire skill relied on these dual blades, and if she were to lose them, her combat strength would be reduced by over 70%. "Lei Lei! Sister Lei! Let go of her!" The youths all looked helplessly and shouted when they saw Zhao Jinglei's plight. Yu Zhong kept his fingers clenched around Zhao Jinglei's neck, and his voice was thick with killing intent. "I've already gone easy. If you want to continue resisting, you and your friends can forget about leaving alive today. Don't hurt them." Her face turned pale and she finally released her silver blades. Looking at the pair of silver blades dropping on the ground, Yu Zhong then released his grip. He looked at the rest of the youths and whisked out his stinger. "I'll say it directly, little rascals. I admire your strength and abilities. The price of offending me is to serve me for 2 years. After that, you'll be free to go." Zhao Jinglei's pale countenance finally regained some color, and she asked, "We truly apologize for offending you today. May we please have another option? We're willing to look for rations as payback." Yu Zhong aimed the stinger at the pretty bespectacled girl still doubled over on the ground, his tone icy. "No, serve me for 2 years or die here. Your choice." Zhao Jinglei's strength was truly something else. Yu Zhong didn't wish for anything untoward to happen the next day. Zhao Jinglei gritted her teeth in frustration and stared back at Yu Zhong with a clear gaze. "Fine, I'll promise you. However, I'll make myself clear. We will not be your swords to be used for anything against morals. You cannot touch my friends, and must ensure their safety and well-being. You cannot skimp on our resources allocation as well. Since the collapse of society, in the world where depravity was slowing consuming humanity, Yu Zhong had never seen such a clear pair of eyes before, and he couldn't help but be moved. He gave his word and threw a few life-saving grass to her, before saying, "Fine, come with me. This is for your wounds. Give them to your friends, and they'll recover faster." Zhao Jinglei took up the medicine and hesitated a while, before using it on herself. She did not dare to give things with unknown sources to her friends. She might be kind, but she wasn't a fool. A young, oval-shaped face woman then suggested, "Sister Lei, why don't we run now? I don't think he'll be able to catch us." The rest looked at her and awaited her decision. They were from the same school prior to the apocalypse, and have been moving together. If it wasn't for Zhao Jinglei naturally awakening as an evolver, they would have perished umpteen times. That was why their faith in her was so strong. Zhao Jinglei picked up the pair of blades, and looked at Yu Zhong's departing back. She hesitated a while, but in the end, shook her head. "No, let's just observe for the time being. Zhang Ying, Lei Tai, Zhao Yi, Tian are all injured. We need some place to rest anyway." With a single sentence, the rest of them did not push the case, and followed behind Yu Zhong as they came to the villa. What a pretty girl! The moment they entered, they say Tenpy Osaka, and they were shocked. Zhao Jinglei looked at Tenpy Osaka and shifted her gaze to Yu Zhong, becoming more guarded. This fellow is definitely a pervert. Tenpy Osaka looked back at them without any expressions, silently reading her Chinese textbook. Ever since Takuma Jiehara wasn't willing to use their machines to exchange for Tenpy Osaka, she had become totally withdrawn, and was brought to China by Yu Zhong. He made her study Chinese, and she who had lost faith in what she believed in before gradually became accustomed to listening to Yu Zhong's commands. He didn't force her to do anything, nor anything she disliked. He gave the basic courtesy as a human being as well. In return, although she didn't express her desire to work for him, she had already silently complied with his orders. As the villa that Chun Fei Hua had arranged for them was big, Zhao Jinglei and the rest found a room and moved in, taking care of their injured members. Not long after, Li Guang, who had gone to Shimen Lai's, came back and reported to Yu Zhong. Li Guang began his report. "Leader, as per your instructions, I've agreed to join Radiant Sun Triad. He had even gifted a beauty to pull me closer. Your subordinate did not dare reject and hence accepted the beauty. Your subordinate seeks your understanding." Li Guang was also a powerful evolver who had reached level 42, and his experience was abundant. Together with his elite archer subordinates, they were considered a decent force out here in the Central Plains. Yu Zhong smiled warmly and said, "Don't worry, since he had already gifted you a beauty. She's yours. Those who work for me will definitely be taken care of." Li Guang was overjoyed. "Thank you, leader. There were all sorts of people in this world, and some heads were selfish and wanted dips on everything their subordinates had. Such leaders would not really gain any true followers." Yu Zhong and Li Guang continued their discussion. Within a golden tent far out in the Central Plains, a burly man with a long knife scar on his face, wearing a yellow robe and an emperor crown on his head, stared out with his gaze fierce and his expression grim. A few men stood in 2 rows on either side in front of him. This was the Khan of the great Turkic Empire, Wu'er Tu'a. He was already a member of the East Turkestan Separatist Party. When he had awoken as a natural evolver, he had swiftly subjugated the rest of the members in the East Turkestan Party and started expanding. Many nationalists and extremists lacked the platform prior to the apocalypse, but when the world changed, it was a good strategy to gather people. Wu'er Tu'a had then expanded pretty smoothly in the Xinjiang region, but the zombie hordes had continually attacked his base of operations. After countless clashes, they had been defeated and were forced towards the deeper parts of Mongol to resettle and expand again. The main force under their banner was the 40,000 Uyghur youths that he had manipulated into being loyal to him. Wu'er Tu'a surveyed his men around him and spoke slowly but sternly. The Radiant Sun Triad's Shimenlai has organized a convention of the heroes in order to form an alliance to defend against our Gold Wolf Riders. Who's willing to go in this emperor's name to take back the heads of these Han dogs and turn Tian Mu Town into this emperor's base? Ever since he had conquered the East Turkestan party and proclaimed himself as king, he had started using the term this emperor to refer to himself as a form of distinction between him and the common people. Translator notes, an emperor's way of referring to himself. Some translators use the term we, but I'll just make it clear that he calls himself an emperor as an ego-complex thing. Another burly man with a deep-set gaze and high nose stepped out and his voice rang out, "Great Khan! Donger Moliai is willing to go in Khan's stead, to lead men and conquer Tian Mu Town, to kill the men and gift the women and children to Great Khan." Donger Moliai was also one of the members from the East Turkestan party, and he killed without batting an eyelid. He was truly a great general, and had helped fight for Wur Tuatua all the way. The number of survivors that had died at his hands truly numbered too many to count. Wurtutua roared out in laughter. "Good! Donger Moliai, this emperor will grant you 4,000 gold wolf riders to attack Tian Mu Town. You must ensure that the grounds bleed with their blood. Gugani, you shall be his second in command, and to help him obtain Tian Mu Town." While the Radiant Sun Triad had thousands of survivors, not everyone had weapons. 4,000 gold wolf riders were more than enough to take down tens of thousands of a motley bunch. Wur Tuatua was thus extremely confident in his soldiers. Another man with a medium statured who looked like an ordinary Han person replied respectfully, "Yes, my liege. Your subordinate will definitely assist Donger Moliai." Donger Moliai's expression was solemn as he looked back at Wur Tuatua, not saying anything. Before the apocalypse, their relationship had been good and could speak freely. However, since proclaiming himself as emperor, Wur Tuatua had thus gained much prestige, and Donger Moliai did not dare to be on casual terms any longer. The 4,000 gold wolf riders thus rode out in a cloud of dust. In a small villa that stood on its own, there were hundreds of people gathered. These were the various solo warriors from all over the plains, as well as some members from the Blue Triad, Red Triad, and various other gangs. Shimenlai had invited all the various heroes together, with the pretext of fending off the other powers with their own Han people, while in fact bolstering his own strength. In truth, the number of Hans out here in the Central Plains were truly numerous. However, the powers were all scattered, and had no way of contending against the united forces of the Gold Wolf Riders, or the Huangjin clan, or even the Manchu Empire. If they truly all gathered, they would become a force to be reckoned with that was larger than the rest of the factions. It was precisely because of this that the rest of the factions would choose to band together to annihilate any outstanding Han hero even while fighting amongst themselves. In the villa, in preparation for the congregation, there was a stage set up with 10 seats. Below the stage, 2 long tables were set up, where the various heroes had gathered. Only the well-known Han experts had the qualifications to sit at that table. Someone like Yu Zhong, who was not well known around these parts, could only stand aside. Barbecued lamb, beef, milk were brought out by numerous beautiful servants. The various heroes began to grab the meat and ate without a care for their image. After the apocalypse, the lives of these solo wanderers had been extremely tough. Most of the cattle out in the Central Plains were owned by various factions. The game in the wild were tough and vicious mutant beasts. In the cities, there were still many zombies roaming about. Even evolvers faced the possibility of dying. Therefore, these solo wanderers were forced to be bandits. Otherwise, they would die of hunger. Even in the event that they successfully hunt down some mutant beasts, they could only bring it back to sell it to the larger factions who usually exploit them. Many of them lived meal to meal. Now that they were invited to this feast, they would naturally not hold back. As they ate, the leaders of the other factions eyed each other and began to engage in quarrels. The entire scene was like a huge marketplace. There were many of them who did not like to study when they were younger, and were coarse and boorish people. The curses thrown got more vulgar and coarse as time passed. There were many strong rice buckets who were here, but at the same time, there were true powerful evolvers like Zhao Jinglei. Yu Zhong stood quietly and observed the people, noting many of the useless loudmouths, but at the same time, discovering some true talents. Chapter 609. Alliance Meeting. Translator. Editor. There were many snakes and dragons mixed into the crowd, and Yu Zhong discovered 12 experts. His senses told him that they were different from the rest. Who's that? Yu Zhong pointed to one young man of about 21 who was dressed in white, a long sword on his back, his brows thick and powerful, his features unique. There was a proud aura about him, causing Yu Zhong to ask Li Guang. There were few people who used swords. Yu Zhong mostly came across blade users, as the God and Devil system usually generated the Tang replica sword. Of course, there were other sort of weapons that dropped once in a while. However, in Guangxi and Hunan, most of the low-level warlords preferred the Tang replica swords. Translator note: there are different words for swords and blades in Chinese. The author was referring to this when he talked about blade, even if he referred to them as Tang replica swords. The word refers to this, widely seen in wuxia. Li Guang looked at the youth and muttered, "That's the swordmaster, Pai Jianyi. It's rumored that he had killed an L3 with a single sword slash. He's unparalleled in close combat. His sword skills are truly top-notch. No one can win him in a close combat fight. Any enemy of his had been killed. Of course, he might be arrogant but not stupid. He had never antagonized any major power. I didn't expect him to come. What about that person?" Yu Zhong looked another burly-looking man, who had a 3M hammer beside him. He was wearing a sleeveless warrior's clothing, revealing a large amount of chest hair. His entire body was covered in scars, and he was gorging on the meat. That's Big Bear Qin Jin. He has fearsome strength, and it's rumored that the hammer beside him weighs over 500 kilograms. He could easily flatten an L2, and is someone not easy to deal with as well. As Li Guang continued to introduce the characters that Yu Zhong took notice of, 10 enhancers came to the stage and sat down. The seats on the stage were set up specifically for the various leaders of the major Han factions. Only those who had over 1,000 people under them had the qualifications to sit on those seats. This time, Shimin Lai had invited the leaders of the 10 largest tribes, namely the Heavens Will Sect, the Scarlet Sun Sect, the Universal Sect, the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Red Triad, the Blue Triad, the Golden Wolf Triad, the Pink Triad, the Green Bamboo Triad, and himself of the Radiant Sun Triad. Of the 10 leaders, 8 were male, while the leaders of the Pink Triad and Green Bamboo Triad were female. Yu Zhong cast a slightly longer gaze at these two. The chief of the Pink Triad was an ordinary woman with an ordinary physique. However, her eyes radiated with intelligence. The leader of the Green Bamboo Triad was a tall woman of 1.9 m, her entire body rippling with muscles, her waist thicker than a vat, and her expression grim. It seemed that not all women leaders were as ravishing as Ding Mei or Shangguan Bingshui. One middle-aged man who was dressed in a suit and had shiny black hair, with a restrained aura, spoke up with a slight smile. "Welcome to the Alliance gathering today. I'm your host, Chief Shimin Lai from the Radiant Sun Triad. I'm honored to meet you heroes." The moment he appeared, a strange atmosphere overcame the entire venue, as everyone piped down subconsciously, as all arguments came to a halt. Yu Zhong could feel the spiritual pulse from Shimin Lai's words. Spirit fluctuations. This is a spirit-based ability. Seems like Shimin Lai has some moves. When he finished, the rest of the leaders began to introduce themselves, allowing the rest of the audience to get to know them. "Everybody, heed my words. Out here in the Central Plains, the Turkic Empire's Gold Wolf Riders, the Mongol King's Huangjin clan, and the Manchu Empire 8 Flags Army have been treating us Han people like sheep. Every day, our fellow Han's people are being assaulted by them. Each time, the men would be killed, the women and children would be whisked away to become slaves, and tortured at their hands. If this goes on, the entire Central Plains will become their hunting grounds, and we Han people will be the lowest of the low. Our Han people are hardworking, kind, and brave. We're not necessarily worse off than the Turks or Mongols or even the Manchurians. We have hot-blooded warriors and powerful heroes. As to why we have ended up today's state, is because we have allowed minor squabbles to tear us apart. As long as we work together, we can definitely become the largest power here in the Central Plains and step over all of the rest. It's precisely due to this that I've announced this gathering to form an alliance, gather the various heroes from all over the Central Plains, and work together to deal with the Turks, Mongols, or the Manchurians. Thank you. Shimin Lai's passionate speech resounded all over the venue. After Shimin Lai finished speaking, the venue broke out in resounding applause. The other factions were well known for capturing people of other races as slaves, allowing their own people to lead better lives. Such a strategy would strengthen their own people while suppressing the other races. Thus, the unity between their own people would strengthen. However, it was at the cost of the other races. No one was willing to be a slave, especially since the world had modernized and received education. The current slaves were all forced against their will due to strength. When many of those who had smaller factions out in the Central Plains thought about the possibility of their own bases being destroyed and becoming slaves to the other three great factions, they couldn't help but shudder. This was why they all responded to this call to form an alliance. Zhao Jinglei heard Shimin Lai's nationalistic words and frowned as she sighed slightly. Why do we have to eliminate the Turks, Mongols, and Manchurians? Aren't we all Chinese? Why must we kill amongst ourselves? Yu Zhong eyed the naive girl and responded coolly, Simple. Everyone just wants to live better lives. No one wants to become anyone's slaves. To those who cannot be reasoned with, only strength can force them to listen. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Only by becoming an existence more powerful than them will you be able to talk about peace. Since the three other factions want to kill us, we should just kill them. Simple as that. Don't make it too complicated. Yu Zhong did not like the internal strife, however. If there was somebody who chose to block his path, he would not show them any mercy. As long as it was an enemy, he would stop at nothing to eradicate them, regardless of who they were or where they came from. Even if some Han people wanted to bar his path, he would kill. Since nobody really disagreed or objected, the motion to form an alliance was pushed through, and every faction present agreed to join. In truth, everyone had already known about this beforehand, and those who had participated were of a mind to join. After all, strength in numbers. Those who weren't interested would not have sent anybody over. One particular hero called out, Chief Shimin is a hero of our times, wise and valiant. He had brought the Radiant Sun Triad to constantly fend off the three factions, and possesses abundant experience. I vote for him to be our alliance leader, and lead us to defeat the other three factions. To unite the Central Plains, to conquer the country and build a new China. Shimin Lai is wise and valiant. I vote for him to be our leader too. No way. I vote for my Red Triad's chief Huang Shui to be the leader. He's a man of intelligence and had been an official in the government before the apocalypse. He has strong governance skill and experience. With him as the chief, wouldn't the alliance soar quickly? Pay. Huang Shui is an old lecher that lusts after women. He spends his time all over his women. How would he be in charge of the alliance? I reckon the chief of the Golden Wolf Triad Mu Tang to be the alliance leader. Chief Mu is young and promising, his energy strong and full of vitality, and his combat prowess truly unrivaled amongst his peers. As long as he is the chief, the alliance would definitely become powerful. One by one, the various members of the audience began to argue for their own nominations, with many of the secret accomplices that the leaders had sent out beforehand to try and rally for their own backing. The leaders watched the commotion without any sign of stopping them. Sword Master Pai Jian-yi stepped out and his voice rang, Everybody silence! His voice carried a strange force that immediately overpowered the entire venue. Everyone's gaze fell onto Pai Jian-yi. He spoke arrogantly, Out here, the strong prey on the weak. I feel that the alliance leader should be the strongest person. Let me suggest a competition of martial arts, to compete for the strongest position, and the winner will be the leader. I agree. A competition is great. Me too. Those rowdy men who had been hollering over one another immediately burst out in appreciative laughter. One hero stood up to shake his head. I object. What era are we in? Martial arts competition? A person's strength could not single-handedly fight an entire army. I recommend that Chief Shimin with the most number of survivors under him to be the leader. The entire venue again fell into chaos. Many argue fervently. These were all leaders of their own factions with survivors depending on them, who would be willing to give their position of authority up. Yu Zhong observed coldly, and he knew that the solo wander Pai Jianyi would definitely not be able to become the leader. It was likely that it would be one of those in the larger factions. Chapter 610. Attack of the Gold Wolf Riders. Translator. Editor. Everyone, quieten down. Shimin Lai's sonorous voice rang out, and the noise soon died down. He then wore a smile and said, "All right, let's do this. We shall all vote. The person who garners the most vote will become the leader. It's the fairest. What does everyone think? Good. Let's do that. All right. That is democratic." Many people sounded their approval, and the suggestions of those solo warriors like Pai Jianyi were suppressed. Hearing the cheers, Shimin Lai's face blossomed in a strange smile. Most of the powers here had been pulled over by him. As long as they went with this method, he would be sure to become the alliance chief. Right at this moment, a soldier suddenly hastened up the podium and reported, "Chief! Not good. The Gold Wolf Riders are rushing over now. There are over thousands of them." "What? The Gold Wolf Riders are here." Shimin Lai's face changed when he heard that. The Radiant Sun sect had 7,000 people, of which most of them were survivors. The true warriors and fighters were only about 800 people. And out of these 800, only 200 had guns, and about 20 machine guns. Gold Wolf Riders were the elites of the Turkic Empire, and they had guns. Goodness knows how many establishments had been raided by them. They were ferocious and violent, and when Shimin Lai heard their name, his expression turned ugly. Gold Wolf Riders. Are they here? How did it become like this? I wouldn't have come if I knew. It's over. We're over. When they heard that the Gold Wolf Riders were on their way, the various small-time leaders and solo wanderers became frightened. The infamous Gold Wolf Riders were associated with death and massacre. Many notable Han experts had fallen at their hands. After all, no matter how strong a person was, he couldn't stand up against an army. Furthermore, in most of the clashes, the Gold Wolf Riders had their fair share of experts. Huang Shui-yi, the chief of Red Triad, suddenly shouted, "I recommend Chief Shimin to be the leader of the alliance." Mu Tang of the Golden Wolf Triad also exclaimed, "Right, Chief Shimin is truly a hero. He should be able to lead us to defeat the enemy." The leaders of the 10 largest triads who had been keeping quiet began to vote for Shimin Lai to become the alliance leader. If the Gold Wolf Riders were to really breach Tianmu Town, then the alliance leader would surely die. The alluring role of the alliance leader was now a sacrificial position, avoided by all of them. A bunch of fools. If they were to breach, you think you can live on. Shimin Lai was not an idiot, and he knew what they were after. His face, however, maintained a peaceful expression as he replied, "The matter of the alliance chief is too important. We will need to reconsider this. I feel that we should get someone with abundant experience to lead us. Chief Huang, you're the perfect person for this. Only you can take on this role." Huang Shui-yi immediately rejected, "No, no. This time you organized this gathering, you're the one most suitable to be the leader. Don't reject the appointment, otherwise, you're truly letting down all of the heroes here." As the various leaders pushed and pulled, Yu Zhong stepped out and barked out, "Since you all aren't willing, I'll take it on." Shimin Lai's eyes brightened up as he spoke to Yu Zhong amicably. "This little brother, how should we address you?" Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "Yu Zhong, courageous." Shimin Lai praised and exchanged glances with the rest of the leaders. "This young hero Yu Zhong has courage beyond his peers and famed. I recommend him to be the first alliance leader. What does everyone think?" "Good, good. I agree. I agree." The rest of them expressed their consent, looking at Yu Zhong as though pitying him as a dead fool. Without any hesitation, Yu Zhong immediately called on the 12 people he had taken note of. "Good. I'm now the alliance chief. Pai Jianyi Qinzhen, Zhou Yi Jiang Yi Gutao, Panshang Luoding He Yi Jiangfang, Panling, Pandashur, Zhou Mu. The 12 of you will form the guards, joining my troops in strength. Come with me to the front lines to kill the enemies. Your direct supervisor will be this lady, Tenpyo Saka. Yu Zhong swept his gaze across the 12 of them, before saying, those who are willing to join me in killing those bastards, come over. Those who don't, you better scram far. He then spoke to the leaders of the factions with a tone of finality. As for you guys, all the triads will now be as they are. The rest of the warriors here are to form the Dragon Fang Battalion. The Dragon Fang Battalion will be under the charge of Li Guang. Li Guang, stay behind and organize them. Shimin Lai, the rest of you, come to the front lines with me. At this time, one person with a weird temper and disposition stepped out from the hundreds of warriors. Who the fuck are you? How dare you command us? Yu Zhong whisked out his stinger and pulled the trigger without batting an eyelid. Pong! Following the loud gunshot, the man's brain was splattered all over the ground, his headless corpse crumpling. He then swept his gaze past everybody with a strong killing intent billowing. I'm now the Alliance Chief of the Great Han Alliance. I have taken on the responsibility to lead everyone to destroy the 3 other factions, and have the authority to mobilize everyone here. Those who disobey will be considered as traitors and disloyal dogs. Death to those people and their families will be branded as slaves. Anyone else has any opinions? Seeing how Yu Zhong had disposed of the one guy that had just questioned him, everyone's heart was chilled to the very core. They had seen how fast his actions were, and not many could actually make out his movements. Damn it! Did I just invite a wolf into the den? Shimin Lai watched Yu Zhong, his heart filled with a growing chill. He turned to Li Guang and had a bad feeling about this. The rest of the 9 leaders saw how decisive and clean Yu Zhong had dealt with opposition, and their hearts were also shocked. However, with the imminent attack by the Gold Wolf Riders, and the fact that Yu Zhong's strength seemed to be beyond their imagination, they maintained their cool. As for the 12 experts pointed out especially by Yu Zhong, they were filled with different emotions. Initially, they had viewed him with contempt and disregard, but the moment he displayed his strength and charisma, their attitudes towards him changed. If no one has any other views, then let's move. Come with me. Yu Zhong barked out coldly and left the hall. Shimin Lai and the rest of the leaders followed after. Out of the 12 that Yu Zhong had called for, 10 hesitated a while, before following him as well, leaving behind Pai Jianyi who had a strange expression, and a young monk. The monk looked towards Pai Jianyi, before placing his palms together and said, Amitba, this small monk here would have to engage in killing after all. Brother Pai, this small monk will make a move first. He then marched out right after Yu Zhong. Pai Jianyi's countenance flickered before he gritted his teeth and chased after as well. Ah, forget it. This time it's to go kill those bastard. It's definitely not because I'm obeying his orders. Tian Mu Town's fortification was pretty decent, and since Shimin Lai knew the dangers of being in the Central Plains, he had no way of obtaining decent firepower. Hence he focused on the fortifications. Yu Zhong led the people towards a high vantage point. His eyesight had been enhanced, and could clearly see the approaching Gold Wolf Riders in the distance. On the platform, when the rest of the leaders caught sight of the approaching enemies, their faces were extremely ugly. This was the infamous Gold Wolf Riders' army. Yu Zhong's face remained impassive, as he waved his hands, and pulled out a Barrett sniper rifle. He took a quick aim and fired. Pong! Following that gunshot, one rider was immediately pierced through the chest and fell from his horse. It was a difficult feat even for Yu Zhong to get a headshot on riders at such a distance away. However, aiming for the body was definitely easier. He didn't need to specially kill them after all, as surviving casualties were more of a problem than dead comrades. Yu Zhong killed 3 more riders and ordered coldly, "Convey my orders. All snipers are to attack." Zhou Yi, one of the 12, stepped out silently with his falcon sniper and began sniping. Pong! Pong! Under his deadly aim, the Gold Wolf Riders began to fall one by one. His speed of sniping was even faster than Yu Zhong by 3 times. Snipers! Snipers! Attack! Shimin Lai also hollered out. Within the Radiant Sun Triad there were 5 snipers. At the same time, Another 13 snipers from the rest of the 9 great triads stepped forwards and began firing. Under the rain of bullets, a number of strong killers of the Gold Wolf Riders fell in pools of their own blood. The devastation caused by 20 elite snipers was truly scary. Within a while, over 80 Gold Wolf Riders had fallen. Seeing this, Dong-Er Moliai's eyes turned bloodshot and he barked, "Charge! Everyone charge! As long as we charge, it will be our world at our fingertips. After conquering Tianmu town, you guys will be able to do whatever you'll want for 3 days. The first to enter the town and kill them would be awarded 10 bulls, 2 beautiful virgins, and a promotion of 3 ranks." Under that passionate riling and the attraction of the rewards, the Gold Wolf Riders let out a resounding cheer and began to charge towards Tianmu town like a gust of wind. Right as they were about to breach the town and unleash a massacre, half-circles appeared all around the wooden fence surrounding Tianmu town, revealing numerous gunmen, the firepower intended to support the defense. From the fortification, a hail of bullets rained out, blanketing the approaching Gold Wolf Riders. Chapter 611. Fierce Dong-Er Moliai. Translator. Editor. Haha, what a fool! What era are we already in? Still using such tactics to breach the town? Scram back and go suck a tit. Fools! Ha ha ha. Those fools actually dare charge in a city on horseback. It's the first time I've seen such idiocy. So, it turns out that the infamous Gold Wolf Riders are only so-so. When the various warriors on the platform looked at how the Gold Wolf Riders were throwing themselves at the city while being punched full of holes, their fear in their eyes dissipated. Instead, they began roaring with laughter. Shimin Lai stared at those riders and his eyes were filled with contempt. Their prestige truly surpasses them. Who would have known that the famed Gold Wolf Riders had actually been turned into livestock for slaughter in front of my Tianmu town? Huang Shui of the Red Triad was the one that spoke fairly. These's Gold Wolf Riders are well known for their drawn-out battles, while breaching a city isn't really their strength. The current leader of this troop must have been too arrogant, and thought they could charge in and end this quickly. It was as per Huang Shui's words. If it were out in the wild, the 4,000 elite soldiers of the Gold Wolf Riders could definitely crush the forces of Tianmu town. However, under the circumstances where they lacked the heavy firepower, it was pure stupidity to use the riders themselves to try and charge down the city walls. The leader of the Gold Wolf Riders wouldn't be this dumb, right? Yu Zhong continued to take down the Gold Wolf Riders one by one, but he continued to observe them carefully. He had a feeling that these warriors weren't so simple, otherwise, how could so many Han factions fall at their hands? At this distance, Yu Zhong's accuracy was terrifying. Each and every shot of his would be a headshot. Dong-Er Moliai looked his troops falling one by one, his eyes bloodshot as he screamed out, "Saint Wolf Riders! Charge! Kill these Han dogs! The entire Central Plains belong to our great Turkic Empire. Long live the great Turkic Empire! Long live the great Turkic Empire! Long live the great Turkic Empire!" The Gold Wolf Riders began to roar out with passion and fervor. They had been totally brainwashed by Dong-Er Moliai and had become ardent supporters of the rise of the Turkic Empire. To them, dying on the battlefield for the cause of the Turkic Empire was an honor. In this apocalypse, with the crumbling of society and corruption of morals and principles, everyone did not know what the future holds. Amidst that fear, many seek some form of hope. That was why triads and sects appeared. These warriors of the Gold Wolf Triad had all been ordinary Turkic Uyghur youths. However, under the brainwashing of Dong-Er Moliai, they had become passionate extremists for their empire. In truth, Yu Zhong had such forces within his subordinates as well. Those youth guards that he created usually consisted of his ardent supporters. They were willing to fight to the death for him. The younger they were, the more hot-blooded. In the recent history of China, it was due to many passionate and hot-blooded youths that sacrificed their blood and sweat to help form China. Suddenly, a warrior charged out from the midst of the 4,000 Gold Wolf Riders, his entire body decked in yellow, with a wolf possessing a single horn sewn on his chest. These warriors with the single-horn wolves on their chest were the Saint Wolf Riders amongst the Gold Wolf Riders, the elites of the elites. A bullet slammed into the body of one Saint Wolf rider, causing him to fall on the ground. However, he stood up after a while and continued onward, making his way for Tianmu town like a zombie. The 200 Saint Wolf riders braved the rain of bullets and charged right at the gates of Tianmu town. They raised their fingers and pointed to the walls, and the numerous ground spike rings on their fingers lit up, as countless earth spikes shot from the ground, piercing the soldiers within the defense bunkers. Within the bunkers, the wretched screams sounded out, and the firepower of Tianmu town decreased substantially. Seeing this, the expressions of the people within the walls turned ugly. If the defensive bunkers were taken out, then everyone within the town would definitely face death. Yu Zhong eyed the experts of the 10 great factions and ordered, Shimin Lai, Fei Tu, Zhao Li, Gu Lixian, Huang Shui Yi Mutang, Hua Yi, Dong Feng, Zhang Yuan, Ma Bu Lai, bring your men and come with me. Kill all gold wolf riders that breach the city. Li Guang, prepare the reinforcements, without my order. Do not move them. Charge with me, those who don't will die. After that, Yu Zhong led the 12 guards towards the battlefield. Hearing Yu Zhong's orders, the eyes of the 10 leaders flashed with displeasure. But seeing Yu Zhong charge into the front lines himself, they had nothing to say and could only grit their teeth to follow. Go die, Han Dog! The moment Yu Zhong appeared on the battlefield, for Saint Wolf riders bellowed and raised their curved blades, shooting towards Yu Zhong and swinging down like meteors. Yu Zhong pulled out his black tooth blade that had been enhanced till level 5 and easily met their blows, his blade slashing across their bodies. At the next instant, all 4 were sliced in 2, their blood and organs splattering all over the ground. It was a gory sight. After disposing of those 4 in a second, he walked towards the rest of the Saint Wolf riders, and his blade continued to flash about, as the Saint Wolf rider experts began to fall apart in halves. Sick! This man dared to take the lead. He truly does possess the qualities to lead as an alliance chief. The 12 guards that were following behind Yu Zhong saw how easily he was slaughtering the Saint Wolf riders and were shocked. However, they were peak experts out here in the Central Plains as well, being powerful evolvers, each of their levels exceeding 56. They were naturally proud and arrogant. Watching Yu Zhong slaughter the soldiers, each of them suddenly felt the competitive to try and outdo one another, and they all charged at the Saint Wolf riders. One Saint Wolf rider raised his huge hammer and charged at Pai Jianyi with a wind-like speed, his hammer swinging fast. Seeking death, Pai Jianyi's eyes flashed with an icy light, and he shot forwards, his sword at his waist slashing out like a poisonous snake. Its speed was faster than a shooting star, and the unfortunate rider and his mount seemed to be placed through a meat grinder, as they were chopped up within seconds. After explosively killing that Saint Wolf rider, Pai Jianyi was still untouched, without a single speck of dust nor dirt. It was truly an awesome and carefree sight. On the other side, Big Bear Qinzhen was swinging his own 3M hammer, like a human-sized tank, as the 500 kilograms hammer was basically dancing around like a needle, but the unfortunate Saint Wolf riders were pulverized beneath that weight. Pan Ling, an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman who was dressed in black armor, wielded a bronze bow and fired continually at the Saint Wolf riders, knocking them down. Amitba, forgive my sins. Forgive my sins. Please die. The monk Pan Shang continued to strike out with his fists empowered by some art, blasting the Saint Wolf riders off the mounts, while their insides imploded from the terrifying strength. The leaders of the 10 factions had also led their own men into the fray. By relying on the pressure of the bunkers, the majority of the Gold Wolf riders were unable to charge into the town yet, otherwise they would all be buried. Yu Zhong and his team had easily killed over 200 of the Gold Wolf riders' elite warriors. Such a loss was extremely devastating to the Gold Wolf riders. Should they breach the city, they would surely unleash their wrath and pent-up frustrations. There would only be one outcome, that was a massacre. The leaders of the 10 factions have heard about the exploits of the 3 empires, and they dreaded to think of their own fates. The Red Triad's chief Huang Shui had also charged into the battle. His ability was the firearms manipulation. He wielded dual guns, and continued to fire without stopping, causing numerous Saint Wolf riders to lose their heads. These Saint Wolf riders had thick armor over their bodies, but their faces had no protection. The 20 Red Triad experts beside Huang Shui had formed a small circle to protect him, and supported him with all sorts of other abilities. They managed to wipe out dozens of the Saint Wolf riders, and only lost 3 of their members to the enemy. They were not overly frenzied in their charge. Instead, they proceeded with caution, and focused their attacks, bringing the Saint Wolf riders down one by one. All of a sudden, Dong-Er Moliai, whose entire body was covered in the fresh blood of his enemies, stared at Huang Shui and his group with a ferocious stare like a demon as he growled. "Just based on you trash? Han dogs, you dare to kill me subordinates. Today you will all be buried here. Kill him." Huang Shui stared at Dong-Er Moliai, his heart overcome with a thick, icy intent. He hollered once and fired continuously with his guns. Dong-Er Moliai's huge mace swung out and deflected the bullets. By the time the mace was back on the ground, there was a bronze ghost mask on his face. There were 7 experts well-versed in shooting beside Huang Shui as well, and they all began to fire non-stop. Rounds after rounds rained on the body of Dong-Er Moliai, serving only to bounce of his body, as though there was no effect. "Go to hell!" Dong-Er Moliai laughed savagely, and activated his charge ability, instantly making for Huang Shui, his momentum building up. At first, it was 6 times the speed of a normal person. In just 4 breaths of time, it had risen to about 23 times that of a person. One of the high-level enhancers beside Huang Shui activated his ability, Rock Wall, causing an earthen wall to materialize in front of Huang Shui. Pang! Dong-Er Moliai's mace slammed into the wall, causing it to disintegrate entirely, and he appeared in front of Huang Shui, laughing savagely, and swung the huge mace downwards viciously. A look of despair flashed past Huang Shui's eyes, when suddenly a bright shield of light appeared in front of him, protecting him. The huge mace of Dong-Er Moliai slammed into the shield of light, shattering it, before continuing in its trajectory, and pulverized Huang Shui into minced meat. After smashing Huang Shui dead, he quickly swung it all around him, and killed 6 other enhancers. When the forces of the Red Triad saw that things were turning bad, they quickly scattered. At this time, 50 Saint Wolf riders charged out from behind Dong-Er Moliai and chased the Red Triad members down. Dong-Er Moliai's eyes lit up in bloodlust as he roared, "Kill! Kill! 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 Kill all the Han dogs! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 50 Saint Wolf riders roared out after him. With an enraged bellow, Dong-Er Moliai led his forces towards the Blue Triad. "No!" The chief of the Blue Triad, Zhang Yuan, also had a look of despair, before the huge mace came swinging down on his head, smashing him dead. Blood splattered all over Dong-Er Moliai's body, giving him a terrifying appearance. "Ha ha! Han dogs are weak! Ha ha!" Dong-Er Moliai roared out with mad laughter in the midst of corpses, looking like a demon. Dong-Er Moliai was after all the most prominent evolver amongst the Gold Wolf Riders, being a strength and endurance dual attribute evolver. At the same time, he possessed many strength-based skills ABD abilities. Many experts had fallen at his hands. He led the Saint Wolf Riders as they rampaged all over the battlefield, killing the leaders of the Scarlet Sun sect and Universal sect. Many of the Gold Wolf Riders following him charged through Tianmu town. At this time, the battle had reached a powerful climax. Every second, there would be Gold Wolf Riders being killed. At the same time, the various heroes and experts of the triads and sects were also dying. Under Dong-Er Moliai's heavy assault, the remaining 6 triads were being beaten back, and their morale was decreasing. Waving his mace, Dong-Er Moliai charged through the ranks of the remaining 6 triads, smashing a warrior into pulp. He suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis, and twisted his body, as a shield of light appeared in front of his body. Hong! A stinger bullet round smashed into the shield of light, causing it to shudder. Dong-Er Moliai turned and saw Yu Zhong eyeing him coldly with the stinger in his hands. "It's you! Damn Han dog! You dare to try assassinate me! Watch how I tear you into pieces!" Dong-Er Moliai laughed savagely, and activated his charge ability again, making his way for Yu Zhong like a human tank. The 50 Saint Wolf Riders beside Dong-Er Molei was made up on men and women, and were top enhancers and evolvers of the Turkic Empire. They followed after Dong-Er Molei, charging for Yu Zhong and his 12 experts. Chapter 6:12. Repelling the Gold Wolf Riders. Translator. Editor. The warriors by Dong-Er Molei's side were all peak experts of the Turkic Empire. Among them, 8 of them possessed a combat strength not weaker than Pai Jianyi. The remaining 42 might not necessarily be a match for Pai Jianyi and the rest individually, but as a team, they were more than enough to deal with them. Both sides immediately went all out in a crazy slaughter, as terrifying sword beams, shadow flickers, summoned beasts, flashing of silhouettes, rising flame pillars, and all sorts of abilities were all exhibited. Dong-Er Molei had become a terrifying human-shaped tank that was constantly using his charge ability, making a beeline for Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent as he activated his Art of Fear, and a terrifying pressure assaulted Dong-Er Molei's mind. The Art of Fear skill was the bet to deal with strength and agility type enhancers. If the opponent did not take care of his spirit, no matter how high their strength or agility, they would be instantly killed by Yu Zhong. That powerful spiritual attack blasted Dong-Er Molei, and in response, a white light radiated, causing the attack to dissipate. It's useless. All spirit-based attacks are useless to me. Fool! Dong-Er Molei's speed was enhanced under his charge attack, and had reached 25 times that of a normal human. He grinned savagely, and his heavy mace swung up, intending to crush Yu Zhong with an empty tie-like strength. With the support of his ability, and the crazy speed he had reached, the mace swung down at a speed that broke the sound barrier. So far, not a single person had been able to withstand a single strike of his. A powerful body, terrifying strength, in addition to the thrice-enhanced charge ability. This was the reason why Dong-Er Molei was widely feared on the battlefield. Yu Zhong's pupils constricted and he activated his shadow steps, his body flashing to one side, and the black tooth blades swing out wildly. Dang! A huge sound of metals coming in contact rang out. The heavy hammer of Dong-Er Molei was knocked back by Yu Zhong's counter, while Yu Zhong himself felt his arms go numb from the 20 times strength of Dong-Er Molei. His black tooth blade almost flew out of his hands. After dodging that deadly blow, Yu Zhong whisked out his stinger with insane speed, instantly firing 6 shots at Dong-Er Molei's head. A shield of light appeared from Dong-Er Molei's body, and blocked the 6 stinger shots before collapsing. Interesting. Take this, he roared out in mad laughter, activating his ability Giant's Blow. In an instant, his strength and agility was enhanced by 40 points, and he swung down with a force that threatened to tear the fabric of space. Level 3 Giant's Blow, it could bolster the user's next attack by enhancing the agility and strength greatly. This was one of the most overpowering skills Dong-Er Molei had in his arsenal. He was different from a lone warrior. With the status as one of the leaders in the Turkic Empire, he had access to resources and skill books. He naturally chose suitable techniques that complemented his path of combat. As for most lone warriors, they would usually learn whatever skills they could. Hence, there were cases of warriors with skill that did not complement one another. This was one of the largest obstacles for the majority of lone warriors to become top experts. Facing that impending blow, Yu Zhong remained expressionless. He leaped back a few meters and dodged that blow. After that, he cast the gravity manipulation skill on him, and a powerful gravitational pull weighed down on Dong-Er Molei, causing his body to sink. 2 times gravity? Just this is useless. Dong-Er Molei laughed coldly and charged straight for Yu Zhong again. Yu Zhong continued to retreat while reloading the stinger, and fired another 6 shots. Dong-Er Molei swung his huge hammer up over his face to protect himself, continuing his charge. The 6 bullets blasted his body, causing his clothes to be ripped, revealing an inner Type 3 mutant beast hide. The stinger had already been enhanced to a level 5 treasure, but it still couldn't penetrate the hide of a Type 3 beast. However, the resulting force of the bullets would not be negated. To think that Dong-Er Molei was seemingly unaffected by it. This showed how fearsome this man was. It hurts. Die, bastard. Dong-er Moliai's face twisted in pain and roared out in agony. He then activated his giant's blow again, in conjunction with his charge. This caused his speed to reach 29 times that of a person. The hammer in his hands became a meteor that shot towards Yu Zhong. At this point, Dong-er Moliai's speed was almost on par with Yu Zhong. This blow was sure to hit Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong had no choice but to raise his black-tooth blade to parry, and do his best to meet the force. Dang! Following the loud sound of contact, the black-tooth blade was sent flying from Yu Zhong's hands due to the recoil, and he himself was sent knocked back. Ha ha! Having gained the upper hand, Dong-er Moliai roared out in mad laughter, and continued to use his charge, rushing for Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong was in mid-air, and his arms were still smarting from the earlier clash. If it wasn't for his endurance, his hands might have been destroyed by that earlier blow. As Yu Zhong was pressurized by Dong-er Moliai, the rest of the battlefield had also reached a crucial point. Pai Jian-yi was being suppressed by an expert with yellow hair. His sword beams were shooting everywhere, being matched by his opponent's blade beams. Both parties were equal, neither gaining an advantage over the other. Pan Shang was being dogged by a melee expert as well, both fists meeting each other, their legs clashing every once in a while. The sounds of their clashes were explosive, and being peak close combat experts, it was unclear to whom victory would belong to in a short time. Big Bear Qin Zhan was being tied down by a voluptuous beauty who was decked in leather, her hair tied up in a ponytail, and her hands wielding dual blades. Her speed reached 18 times that of a person, and her movement speed was like the wind, constantly sending out cautionary blows to test Qin Zhan's strength. Qin Zhan roared out constantly in frustration, but he could not do anything. He had no way of chasing the woman, and if he was not careful, she would breach his defense and forced him to a pathetic state. Tenpy Osaka used her second-order stealth and her capabilities to assassinate 2 Saint Wolf Riders, before she was held at bay by the rest of them. These Saint Wolf Riders were all experts with abundant experience. 3 agility-based evolvers, 1 spirit-based evolver, and 2 strength-based evolver formed a small group that surrounded her as they unleashed torrential attacks, forcing her to be at a disadvantage. Of the 6, she could definitely deal with them individually, but when they joined forces, it was truly hard for her to exhibit her strengths. The rest of the experts were also forced at a standstill by the various peak experts of the Saint Wolf Riders. By now, the experts of the 10 Great Triads had already retreated from the center of the battlefield, choosing to go after the ordinary Gold Wolf Riders. Although they had been forced to enter the battlefield, they weren't willing to sacrifice their own lives for Yu Zhong. As long as those soldiers of the Gold Wolf Riders weren't allowed to rally, they were of no threat to the experts. Hence, they acted out, killing many of the Gold Wolf Riders. In truth, many of the Gold Wolf Riders had already begun to penetrate the town from the bunkers. By acting against them, those experts were able to keep these Gold Wolf Riders at bay. I need to end this quickly. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly while in midair, and pulled out his electromagnetic gun, and fired once at the charging Dong-er Moliai. The moment the gun appeared in Yu Zhong's hands, Dong-er Moliai immediately felt a sense of dread. He ignored the backlash of canceling his skill, and forced it to stop, spitting out a mouthful of blood, as he dodged to the side. A bright flash of light appeared, and the next instant, Dong-er Moliai's right shoulder was blasted apart, his entire right arm falling to the ground. What is that weapon? How is it so destructive? Dong-er Moliai's eyes were wide with shock, as he was able to even withstand the force of cannons. Yet he was now injured by this strange weapon, even losing his right arm. He could feel the impending threat of death. Since he lost his arm to this fearsome weapon, he was truly feeling the possibility of death. Yu Zhong regained his balance after that strike and aimed once more. At the moment, Dong-er Moliai instantly activated his strongest skill, the second-order werewolf transformation, and he instantly transformed into a werewolf towering at over 2 m, his entire body rippling with powerful muscles. After transforming into the werewolf, his muscles tensed, and he quickly leaped into the air, escaping towards the distance with his 26 times speed. He only left a single word as he fled: retreat! As strong as Yu Zhong was, He could not lock onto a werewolf with 26 times speed hellbent on escaping. He quickly adjusted his electromagnetic gun to fire at another strength-based evolver wielding a huge hammer. With a bright flash, the Saint Wolf Rider's body was instantly blasted apart, his limbs flailing. Witnessing this, the hearts of the rest of the Saint Wolf Riders turned cold, and they lost their will to fight on, turning around to retreat. Yu Zhong took out his stinger in his left hand, while he fired 6 shots to kill off 6 Saint Wolf Riders. His eyes then narrowed, and he activated his Art of Fear, sending a powerful spirit attack towards the beautiful woman engaging Big Bear Qingjin. A terrifying illusion enveloped the beautiful evolver, causing her to faint instantly. Chapter 613. Aizen Joro Shenjin. Translator. Editor. Tempi Osaka lead the peak experts who had just joined Yu Zhong to chase after the escaping Saint Wolf Riders, killing another 15 of them. The rest managed to escape, albeit with great difficulty. The moment the Saint Wolf Riders dispersed, Yu Zhong brought out a heavy machine gun and begun to spray at the Gold Wolf Riders. Those Gold Wolf Riders who had just charged into Tianmu Town had no way out without the Saint Wolf Riders, and they continued to stay within the bunkers, before being wiped out by Yu Zhong's subordinates and the 10 Great Triads. Retreat! Retreat! Kugani saw the situation turning bad, and quickly gave the order to retreat. The moment the Gold Wolf Riders heard that order, they abandoned the other corpses and quickly fled Tianmu Town. Yu Zhong then quickly ordered Shimin Lai to organize a team to pick up all that was left by the Gold Wolf Riders, and to organize another team of the Tianmu Town survivors to begin repairs. The Gold Wolf Riders had retreated from Tianmu Town, but they only retreated beyond a few kilometers, and did not actually leave. Kugani came and saw Dong-Er Moliai missing his right arm, and spoke with an unfriendly tone. Dong-Er Moliai, what the fuck happened? By retreating, whatever the Gold Wolf Riders had sacrificed was for naught. They had left over 700 corpses of their comrades back there. Every time he thought to the pointless deaths of their 700 elites, Kugani's mind was filled with fear. Those elites were the core strength of the Great Turkic Empire. By losing 700 Gold Wolf Riders, this was a huge blow to them. What was more scary was that even after such a heavy price, they did not manage to conquer Tianmu Town. They were sure to be punished heavily upon their return. Dong-Er Moliai stared back at Kugani and hollered, "Shut up, you fucking useless half-blood trash that rely on women to get to your position. In Tianmu Town, there's an expert with all sorts of technologically advanced weapons. Our troops are not meant to breach cities. What the fuck did you expect?" Dong-Er Moliai was shifting all the responsibility to Kugani. In actual fact, he was the first to charge at Tianmu Town, and he was the one who rallied his troops to charge at Tianmu Town. If it wasn't for Yu Zhong bringing the Han experts under his banner, Tianmu Town might truly have fallen at his hands. Now that he had failed, he vented his anger and frustration of his failure to Kugani. Kugani's countenance flashed with anger, before he lowered his head silently. He was indeed a mixed blood from Han and Uyghur descent. Before the apocalypse, it wouldn't mean much. However, the current Great Turkic Empire was very anal about blood purity. Because of his mixed blood status, Kugani was often ostracized. If it wasn't for his quick wit, and his offerings of a few beauties to Wu'er Tuachuo, in addition to his skills, he wouldn't have been able to climb to his position. Even then, the rest of the Uyghur people still looked down on him and would call him bastard. It was only in front of Wu'er Tuachuo that they minded their words. A savage and fierce glint flashed in Dong-Er Moliai's eyes as he spat. "Tianmu Town cannot be conquered for now. We shall retreat for the time being, and go launch a sneak attack on Aga Town." Kugani gasped in shock. "Aga Town? That's the Manchurian territory. If we attack them, they will definitely not sit back and do nothing." Dong-Er Moliai stared at Kugani and roared. "The Manchurians are also a bunch of trash that lost to the Hans before. How can they stand up to our Great Turkic Empire? They're trash, the very epitome of worms. I'm the general, Kugani. Are you trying to disobey my orders?" Dong-Er Moliai had been injured badly, Yu Zhong, and his mood was foul. He wanted to vent his fury by massacring some enemies, at the same time to raise the morale of the Gold Wolf Riders. While a massacre would be a disaster for the victims, to the slaughterers it was a quick way to bolster morale. In war, many generals would allow their men to pillage or rape or even murder. Even the American troops had sunk to certain levels during the Vietnam War. One intelligence officer hurried in, his face pale with fright. "General, things are bad. We discovered an armored troop rushing over here with great speed." "What?" Both Dong-er Molei and Gugani were taken back. Currently, the Gold Wolf Rider had just suffered a defeat and lost over 700 elites. Their morale was at a low. With this sudden appearance of an armored troop making its way towards them, it was obvious that there was no good intent. Gugani asked, "Who are they?" The officer replied, "They're the 8 Banners Army of the Manchurian Empire." About 10 kilometers away from the Gold Wolf Riders' camp, there were 30 IFVs, 8 tanks, 40 machine gun-mounted vehicles, 10 122 howitzers, and 1,000 motorcycles making their way towards the Gold Wolf Riders. Other than the fully motorized troop, there were 4,000 additional warriors riding on common horses and the Black Stallions, and 3,000 foot soldiers making their way to surround Gold Wolf Riders. The retreat of the Gold Wolf Riders had been totally cut off by this army of over 10,000 people. There was Tian Mu Town in front, and the Manchurian 8 Banners Army behind. In the command center of the approaching troops stood a burly middle-aged man decked in emperor clothes and a crown on his head. There was a tinkling glint in his eyes as he said, "Those Hans are sure capable to actually force that animal Dong-er Molei back." Another middle-aged man with straight features and an uncommon aura stood beside the emperor and said respectfully, "My liege, other than his strength, Dong-er Molei is just a brute. He only knows how to use force, and had actually tried to use his troops to breach the city walls. It was simply fighting with their weakness in their haste. However, for them to be defeated so fast, it has truly exceeded this subject's calculations." The man in the emperor's clothes was precisely the emperor of Manchuria, Eisenjuro Xianzhen. The prim and proper man beside him was the most trusted aide of his, General Xiang Mingde. Xianzhen's eyes were filled with excitement and fervor. "This time, as long as we eradicate the Gold Wolf Riders, we would become the second largest faction out here in the Central Plains. Once we've swallowed the Turkic power, we would then become the largest. With the Central Plains as our base, conquering the entire country would not just be a dream." Ha! The population in the Central Plains were quite spaced out, and the remaining survivors were thus more than other places. If they could really unite all the survivors, the entire strength would be a force to reckon with. "My king is wise. My king is far-sighted, and this subject is simply inferior." Xiang Mingde sucked up to him, before throwing in a few words of advice. "My liege, kill 1,000 enemies and suffer 800 casualties. To swallow the Turkic Empire, our losses will not be small, and there might be a chance that the Mongol king would try and jump on us then." Xianzhen's eye flashed with a cold but arrogant light. "The Mongol king? Humph! This emperor naturally has a way to deal with him." "Mingde!" Xiang Mingde quickly got on his knees and portrayed the very posture of a loyal subject. "Your subject hears." Xianzhen looked at him and spoke strictly. "When we are done eradicating Dong-er Molei, go to Tian Mu Town and extend an invitation for the Hans to join us. As long as they're willing to join our Manchuria, this emperor will confer upon them the status of Manchurians and allow them to join our forces." Xianzhen had been an ordinary Manchurian and was actually not of Eisenjuro's descent. In fact, he was an ordinary farmer. However, he loved to watch dramas and had idolized Puyi, the 12th emperor of the Qing dynasty, who had been dramatized. After the apocalypse, Xianzhen had awakened as an evolver and changed his name to Eisenjuro Xianzhen, intending to create a new Manchuria. He made use of the chaos then to gather like-minded people. However, Xianzhen had always felt the Manchurians to be the noblest of blood, and he would try and recruit powerful people of talent and confer upon them the status of a Manchurian. In order to pull more experts in, he had employed such tactics, and as such a huge number of experts had gathered under him. When he saw that the Hans in Tian Mu Town had been able to repel Dong-er Molei, he began to entertain the idea of recruiting them. Xiang Mingde kowtowed. "Yes, your subject obeys." With the passing of time, the Eight Banners army of the Manchu Empire got closer to the Gold Wolf Riders. Gagani saw the approaching Manchurians, and his heart was filled with anxiety. "What do we do?" A wild and savage glint flashed in Dong-Er Moliai's eyes as he roared, "Breakthrough! Everyone listen up. Charge and kill with me. We will break past their lines. Kill! Kill! Kill!" The Gold Wolf Riders began to shout and holler with killing intent under the rallying cry of Dong-Er Moliai. "Charge with me!" Dong-Er Moliai rode his black stallion and charged right for the Eight Banners army. The 3,000 Gold Wolf Riders immediately followed behind his lead, charging for their enemies with billowing killing intent. Although Dong-Er Moliai was violent and wild, he wasn't an idiot. He didn't charge for the armored battalion, instead, aiming for the flesh and blood soldiers. The 30 IFVs, 8 tanks, 40 gun-mounted vehicles, 10 122 howitzer began blasting the Gold Wolf Riders under the hail of firepower. Many of the Gold Wolf Riders fell, their bodies blasted apart. The cavalry and foot soldiers of the Eight Banners army also fired their own guns at the incoming Gold Wolf Riders. However, the Gold Wolf Riders were mainly riding powerful black stallions, and their maximum speed was faster than ordinary mounts in a few breaths of time. They had to pay the price of a few hundred people. Dong-Er Moliai had already charged right into the troops of foot soldiers. Chapter 614 Miserable Victory of the Manchurian Army. Translator. Editor. Although Dong-Er Moliai had lost an arm, he was still as valiant and wild. He wielded his huge hammer and charged right at the enemy, smashing them into minced meat. These foot soldiers were all common vagrants and had not yet undergone any proper training. They were mostly using wooden spears, and the moment they were charged at by the Gold Wolf Riders, they quickly broke ranks and abandoned their armor and weapons to flee. Hong! Hong! The 10 122 howitzers began to fire non-stop. Rounds after rounds blasted the Gold Wolf Riders, tearing their bodies apart. The fearsome projectiles rained down and caused some of the foot soldiers of the Manchurian army to be caught in the area of effect as well. As Dong-Er Moliai was engaging the foot soldiers, the 1,000-strong motorcycle troop revved and charged at the Gold Wolf Riders using their own firearms to kill those Gold Wolf Riders as well as their own comrades who were clashing against them. Those 3,000 foot soldiers were, after all, slaves and were made up of Hans and other races. Xian Zhen had deliberately made use of them to attract the attention of the Gold Wolf Riders, sending them to be slaughtered, while wearing down their stamina and horsepower. Dong-Er Moliai led the Gold Wolf Riders and caused the 3,000-strong troop to scatter upon losing many of their people, but the Gold Wolf Riders were similarly being bombarded by the Eight Banners army from the other side. The 4,000 riders of the Eight Banners army prepared to launch a devastating attack. Many of these riders made use of sabers. Their objective was to prevent the Gold Wolf Riders from running and to control their movements. If need be, they would launch a mighty assault on them. The ones who were truly out to kill the Gold Wolf Riders were the motorcycle troops and the armored vehicles. Under the assault of the 1,000-strong motorcycle riders, many of the Gold Wolf Riders were shot from their mounts, as they screamed and wailed. "Charge!" Dong-Er Moliai roared out with bloodshot eyes, his fury reaching a peak. He led 80 Saint Wolf Riders and did not focus on the foot soldiers any longer, aiming to break out instead. "Kill!" The 4,000-strong Eight Banners Riders bellowed in response as they surged forward with their sabers pointing out, making their way for the remaining 1,800 Gold Wolf Riders. The two top forces of the Central Plains clashed in this epic battle and engaged in a cruel and merciless slaughter that resulted a great deal of blood and body parts flying everywhere. In terms of actual power, the Gold Wolf Riders were truly much stronger than the Manchurian Eight Banners army. However, because they had just been repelled by Yu Zhong's army, they had been left defeated, their morale low, and their energy sapped. With the sudden pincer attack by the Manchurian Eight Banners army, it served only to wear down their numbers even further. As the 4,000-strong riders of the Eight Banners army surged forwards, even more Gold Wolf Riders fell. Within the Gold Wolf Riders' forces, Dong-Er Moliai was like a meat grinder himself, his huge hammer swinging around like a tornado, smashing each and every warrior from the Eight Banners army that got too close. No one could withstand a blow of his. With his 80 Saint Wolf Riders, they slaughtered their way through the 4,000-strong riders of the Eight Banners army, causing them countless casualties. Dong-er Moliai, go to hell! Right as Dong-er Moliai was in the midst of his killing spree, a man wielding a crescent blade roared in anger as he charged over. This man was called Tong Jiagua, and he was a strength-based evolver leading the Eight Banners army. He was renowned as a general who possessed great contributions to the empire. Which fucktard has appeared? Go and die! As he charged in front of Dong-er Moliai, he was greeted with a savage laugh. Dong-er Moliai activated his giant's blow, and the hammer came swinging down like a mountain at Tong Jiagua's head. Tong Jiagua brought up his crescent blade to block the attack. Dang! Following the loud ring, Tong Jiagua and his black stallion were instantly pulverized. General Tong is dead. General Tong is dead. What do we do? What do we do now? The moment they saw their General Tong Jiagua killed in an instant, the morale of the Eight Banners troops plummeted. As for the Gold Wolf Riders, they were still feeling high on their bloodlust, and under Dong-er Moliai's lead, they continued their massacre of the fleeing soldiers. After he had caused enough mayhem which resulted in the Eight Banners troops to be plunged in chaos, he did not continue his assault for too long. Instead, he led the remaining 800 Gold Wolf Riders to flee. Dong-er Moliai might be fierce and violent, but he wasn't a fool. The experts in Manchuria were plenty, and there was still the armored division to deal with. If he continued to kill, his remaining members of the Gold Wolf Riders would definitely die. Under the protection of his personal guards, Xian Zhen stared hatefully at the fleeing back of Dong-er Moliai and gritted his teeth as he spat. Dong-er Moliai, this emperor will definitely kill you. This time, Xian Zhen had deployed his entire troops to surround and kill Dong-er Moliai. While they had wiped out over 2,000 members of the Gold Wolf Riders, there were even more heavy casualties on their own. The 3,000-strong slave army had scattered, and they only managed to recover 1,000. They had lost a quarter of their 4,000-strong Eight Banners army, and at the same time, just like Tong Jiagua, their strong experts and enhancers counted amongst their dead. To think that a force of 3,000 had actually managed to break through a surrounding force of over 10,000, and at the same time, these had damaged the ranks and proper bearing of the troops. Xian Zhen suddenly felt that he had severely underestimated the might of Dong-er Moliai. If they had equal forces, the Manucrian army would definitely have lost. Xian Zhen's voice was thick with killing intent. Shang Mingde, this emperor wants you to head to Tianmu town and tell them that if they surrender to us, this emperor will bestow riches and women upon them. Otherwise, our army will march in and would not leave a single one of them alive. Shang Mingde felt a chill as he kowtowed. Your servants understands. Shang Mingde thus carried a white flag and entered Tianmu town. The moment he entered, he was brought in front of Yu Zhong as well as the remaining leaders of the triads. From the 10 great triads, they were reduced to 6 due to Dong-er Moliai's slaughter. Shang Mingde eyed the people present with arrogance and said, I'm the envoy sent by the Manchuria Empire, Shang Mingde. Who is the leader of Tianmu town? After all, Manchuria was considered one of the 3 main factions of the Central Plains. Hence, Tianmu town was just a gathering of a rowdy bunch. With the Manchurian Empire as his backing, Shang Mingde was naturally arrogant. Yu Zhong eyed him nonchalantly and ordered, Go drag him out and chop off one of his arms. Make sure he learns how to speak. Li Guang waved his hands and 2 soldiers stepped forward, grabbing Shang Mingde to drag him out. Shang Mingde immediately turned pale and began to plead, No, sir. Spare my life. Spare my life. Envoys are usually spared during any negotiations. Please. Shimin Lai immediately stood out and stared at Yu Zhong. Hold. Alliance Chief, the envoys are usually immune from such treatment. How about just sparing him this once? Yu Zhong's chilling gaze landed on Shimin Lai's body. When Shimin Lai was stared at like this by Yu Zhong, he felt his entire back turn slick with sweat and his body trembled, deeply regretting stepping out. Yu Zhong had displayed his power out on the field for everyone to see. They had seen how Dong-er Moliai, who was widely thought to be invincible, had been beaten back by Yu Zhong. At the same time, the 12 guards who Yu Zhong had initially called out, after having lost 2, leaving 10, were experts as well, each of them not necessarily weaker than the leaders present. As a leader of a faction other than being strong, most of them had been involved with women and managing affairs as well as other small things. How could they hunt mutant beasts and become stronger as compared to the lone warriors? Adding on the many subordinates of Li Guang, Yu Zhong had been viewed as the true alliance chief. He had the strength and the might of people behind him. His methods were decisive and ruthless when it came to killing, and under the stare of such a character, Shimin Lai was afraid that he would be killed in the next instant. Yu Zhong then turned to Shang Mingde impassively. "All right, I'll give Brother Shimin some face. Shang Mingde, since you're the envoy of the Manchuria Empire, you should kneel and speak. If you're unwilling, I can get someone to help you." Yu Zhong had no intentions of killing Shang Mingde in the first place. He just wanted to suppress that attitude of his and make sure this Han that had turned into traitor to serve the Manchurians become obedient. Having been frightened once, Shang Mingde lost all pretense of his pride and arrogance, immediately kneeling on the ground while his body trembles. The noble Aizenjoro Xianzhen, Emperor of the Manchu Empire, had ordered for your surrender. As long as you are willing to surrender, everyone would be able to join the Eight Banners army and become noble Manchurians. From today on, there would be riches and women waiting for you. If you choose to reject and disobey, the emperor would order the 10,000-strong troop of his to charge into Tianmu town and will not leave a single living thing behind. Hearing those words, many expressions changed. The Manchu Empire had actually deployed their 10,000-strong forces. The total strength of the army was more than the survivors inside the town, and there were even tanks and cannons in addition to other various heavyweights. Due to the low possibility of victory, the 6 leaders actually had a slight inclination to submit. The whole point of the alliance was to ensure that they stuck together and prevent themselves from becoming slaves. Now that the Manchu Empire was willing to recruit them and confer titles upon them, they were naturally moved and wanted to submit. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed and he raised his stinger and instantly fired a shot. Pong! Shang Mingde's head immediately became a watermelon that burst. His headless corpse crumpled to the floor. He had never imagined that Yu Zhong would kill him without a word. Alliance Chief! Alliance Chief, what are you doing? When the leaders witnessed it, their faces turned ugly. Things had happened too fast and they hadn't had the time to react and could only voice out. Yu Zhong spoke coldly. "I've killed the envoy of the Manchu Empire. You guys must be hating me to death. However, I've already killed him. According to the style of the Manchu Empire, even if you guys surrender now, you would only face death. The Manchu Empire will definitely launch an assault on Tianmu town. After breaching here, they will not spare anyone. If you want to live, you guys had better muster all your strength to fight and retaliate. Only then will there be room for survival. Shimin Lai, go tell the survivors in town that I have already killed the envoy of the Manchu Empire. Later on, when the Manchu Empire attacks, everyone would die. Gather them and get started on fortification works. The rest of you, rest well and await further orders. I believe that there will be a tough battle ahead of us soon." Shimin Lai could only swallow his bitterness and replied, "Yes, Alliance Chief." With a single move, Yu Zhong had tied the fates of everyone in Tianmu town together. They would win or lose as a whole. If the town was really breached, then everyone would die. Thus, all the leaders and lone warriors had to think of ways to defend against the Manchu forces. The survivors were all shocked to the core when they heard Shimin Lai's words and quickly gathered under him to begin working on the defenses and obstacles in Tianmu town. All sorts of vehicles, beds, sandbags, boulders, and broken-down television sets were brought to the front to act as obstruction. As everyone got busy, the chief of the Pink Triad, Zhao Li, came to find Yu Zhong. "Alliance Chief, our Pink Triad is good at setting traps. I have a pair of sisters who had the abilities to set traps easily. We hope you can assign us some manpower to help us set them." At this critical point in time, Zhao Li could only gather her forces to help defend as well. If Tianmu town really fell, the whole bunch of female warriors under the Pink Triad would only suffer a fate worse than death. Yu Zhong gave an order to Shimin Lai. "Good, Shimin Lai. Go deploy 1,000 men to Zhao Li and assist them with their traps." Shimin Lai nodded and swiftly gathered 1,000 men for her. The heavenly demon sect's leader Fei Tu also came up to Yuzhong, Alliance Chief. Our heavenly demon sect knows how to construct simple landmines. Please grant us 200 men to help lay them. Shimin Lai assigned 300 men to Fei Tu. Under Yuzhong's orders, Shimin Lai assigned another 300 men to Fei Tu, who led his men to plant landmines at the entrance of Tianmu town. Everyone within were offering their skills and abilities to help strengthen the defenses, in the hopes of raising their chances of survival. What's going on? Where's that dog Shang Mingde? After an entire hour, Xianzhen frowned, as a premonition creeped up in his heart. Could it be those fellows have captured him, or he had been bought over by them and is already indulging in women? After hesitating for a while, Xianzhen summoned another Han over. Geng Dezhong, go to Tianmu town and get them to surrender. At the same time, find out what happened to that stupid dog Shang Mingde. Your slave obeys. Geng Dezhong kneeled down to kowtow before swiftly proceeding to Tianmu town. There, Tianmu town soldiers soon brought Geng Dezhong in front of Yuzhong. Chapter 6:15. Geng Dezhong. Translator. Editor. Yuzhong eyed Geng Dezhong coldly and said, "Your previous envoy Shang Mingde had been shot dead by me. Do you want to live or die?" Geng Dezhong's back was immediately drenched in cold sweat as he knelt down and kowtowed. "This slave wants to live. This slave wants to live. Please spare my life, leader." Geng Dezhong wasn't some person with integrity. Those with backbone would not have ran to become slaves of Xianzhen. With a single death threat, Geng Dezhong had immediately gone weak. Yuzhong continued, "I need time. What methods do you have to delay Xianzhen's invasion?" By now Tianmu town survivors were all busy with the fortifications and were preparing for a tough battle ahead. Every minute counts, so with every minute of delay, they would be better prepared. Geng Dezhong was perspiring profusely while trying his best to think of a way. He knew his answer would decide his fate. His eyes suddenly lit up as he proposed, "That's it, leader, as long as you pretend to be willing to surrender, this slave will head back and tell Xianzhen that you're willing to surrender. However, you need time to organize the belongings and wealth of the survivors and pleaded for another 2 hours of time. He will definitely agree and give you that time. I know his personality and 2 hours will be the maximum he would give. Any more than that would be pushing it." Yuzhong replied coldly, "Fine, I'll let you go back. But before that, I will implant some remote bombs in you. The moment Xianzhen attacks before the 2 hours, I will set the bombs off." "Men, do it." 2 soldiers stepped forwards to press Geng Dezhong down as another went to slice his leg open. Then, a small remote-controlled bomb was inserted into his thigh. An enhancer stepped forward and pressed the remote-controlled bomb, sending a green light to envelope the bomb. Witnessing this, the expression of Geng Dezhong turned pale. Yet he didn't dare to say anything. The one sitting on the throne in front of him had just killed Shang Mingde without any warning and was obviously short-tempered and vicious. He didn't want to die here. Another enhancer with the ability to heal stepped forward and pointed at Geng Dezhong's legs, patching him up with a bright light. After the wound of the leg healed, the bomb was buried within his flesh. "I'll let you see the potential of the bomb in your body." Yuzhong then took out a similar bomb and threw it at a fake mountain, and he pressed a button. Hong! After a loud explosion, the entire fake mountain exploded in two. Geng Dezhong immediately turned paler. After all, who could still be happy with such a powerful explosive in their body? Yuzhong then replied, "That bomb is easy to take out with surgery. However, I've ensured that my subordinate had attached a sensory ability to it. The minute you dare to take it out, or if there are any strange movements, I would be able to tell here, and I will immediately press the remote. If you don't believe me, you can go ahead and try it." Geng Dezhong immediately promised, "I trust leader's words, that you will not trick this servant. This servant will definitely not play around with his life and seeks leader's understanding, and be rest assured that I will do my duty." Yuzhong replied indifferently, "You're dismissed. I'll let you go half an hour later." Geng Dezhong thanked him profusely. "Thank you, leader. Thank you, leader." Zhao Jinglei could not believe her ears and asked Yuzhong, "Yuzhong, you've gained the sensory trigger bomb skill. If the sensory trigger bomb had been invented, then it would truly be a terrifying means to control people. Tenpy Osaka was being controlled by that chain around her neck. As long as it was forcefully removed without the right password, it would blow. Zhao Jinglei was somewhat skeptical that Yu Zhong had such a skill. The bomb was so tiny. She found it hard to believe that there was an additional sensory function in it. Yu Zhong chuckled. How can it be? It was all to scare him. Of course, the remote-controlled bomb is real. However, if he does want to take it out, he could just do a simple surgery. Zhao Jinglei asked incredulously, Aren't you afraid that he'll remove it surgically? Yu Zhong answered, For someone like him who values his own life too much, he would not dare to risk it. Even if he did, so what? All Shenzhen could do then is to invade us. Zhao Jinglei pondered for a while. It was as he said. Even if Geng Dezhong did figure it out in the end, it wouldn't matter to Tianmu Town. Half an hour later, just as Shenzhen was becoming impatient, Geng Dezhong had returned. Congratulations, my liege. Tianmu Town's leader Yu Zhong is in awe and fear of you and has voluntarily submitted to you. However, he had a few conditions and hope that you will grant them. Shenzhen was elated and asked, What sort of conditions? Geng Dezhong responded, First, Yu Zhong hopes that you can grant him a position as a commander. Secondly, he hopes that his own troops can remain under him and still be under his command. Lastly, he hopes that the personal safety and properties of his and his subordinates will not be touched. Shenzhen frowned and asked, How did you respond? Shenzhen had always not favored the Hans and other races, never allowing them to handle any big things. He preferred to draft them into his army and be under the control of his own troops. Geng Dezhong responded, Your slave deserves death. I had granted him the first and second condition. As for the second, your slave had vehemently declined. After much persuasion from your slave, he had agreed to forego the second condition. However, he proposed that once they have joined us, he wants to choose a 100 beauties to serve him and his faction. Furthermore, they have to be provided resources from the Manchu Empire. Your slave deserves death, as I have agreed to it. Shenzhen's frown lessened slightly as his eyes held a more appreciative light. Well done. You've performed well, Geng Dezhong. You truly are a loyal subordinate. Since you've worked hard for this emperor will naturally not mistreat you. After we've conquered Tianmu Town, you will be gifted 5 beauties. Geng Dezhong immediately got on his knees. Thank you, my liege. Shenzhen asked. When will they come out to surrender? Yu Zhong wanted to bring his men tomorrow. The moment Geng Dezhong's words came out, Shenzhen's frown became deeper. Geng Dezhong's face was currently calm as he replied quickly. Your slave naturally refused his request. Your slave told him that if he wanted to surrender tomorrow, it must be because he was thinking of delaying the time. Yu Zhong and the rest were immediately frightened and pleaded for this slave's understanding. Thus, I gave them some time to handle their affairs. This slave did not want to hurry them too much and allowed them 2 hours to prepare. Yu Zhong and his men would then bring his men out to submit peacefully. Shenzhen pondered a while before replying, 2 hours, right? Fine. This emperor shall give them 2 hours. Tianmu Town was after all a force that had repelled the Gold Wolf Riders led by Dong-Er Moliai. If Shenzhen wanted this faction to submit peacefully without any losses, he knew he couldn't pressure them too hard. 2 hours wasn't much to Shenzhen. If he could obtain Tianmu Town without any damage, it would the best. He was even willing to wait a day. At this point, Shenzhen frowned and asked, Where's Shang Mingda? Geng Dezhong immediately became worked up as he replied, My liege, you must definitely punish that little shit. When your subordinate went to Tianmu Town, he was already drinking and partying with a few beautiful ladies, getting himself drunk and forgetting his mission entirely. What's worse is that he had actually fought over your loyal subordinate over women and scolded me. Please remember to punish him, my liege. When Shenzhen heard it, he relaxed. He knew the problems of his subordinate. Shang Mingda was truly a conniving pervert and lusted after women. In his home, he already had a few women and was exceptionally vile to other women. Shenzhen replied mildly, I got it. When he's back, this emperor will definitely punish him. You're dismissed. Xianjun knew that while Shang Mingde might be a lowlife, he was an obedient slave. It wasn't necessary to say many things as Shang Mingde would automatically help him settle it. That was why he wouldn't give up on him easily. Geng Dezhong replied without batting an eyelid before leaving. Yes, Your Highness. The moment Geng Dezhong left Xianzhan's side, he quickly went to his camp and packed up all his rations and weapons before using an excuse to leave the camp. 2 hours later, Xianzhan could not find any sign of Yu Zhong and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Geng Dezhong, find that bastard for this emperor. Not long after, a guard came up to Xianzhan and reported, My liege, Geng Dezhong had escaped. Xianzhan slammed his palm angrily on the table, splitting it into multiple pieces. Fuck, that damned Geng Dezhong. Damned Yu Zhong. You guys dare to hoodwink me. Convey my orders. We will immediately invade Tianmu town, and will not leave a single thing alive. Capture Geng Dezhong and Yu Zhong alive. Those who would succeed will be raised to 3 military ranks and get some beautiful women. This emperor wants them to die. Under Xianzhan's order, the Manchu army that had not moved immediately set off for Tianmu town. Chapter 616. Battling the White Armor Army. Translator. Editor. The first ones to act were the 122 howitzers of the Manchu Empire, as they launched multiple rockets at Tianmu town. Hong! Hong! With the loud explosions ringing and the rain of projectiles from the skies, many places were blasted apart. Yu Zhong had organized for the survivors in Tianmu town to retreat earlier. However, under that blanket of firepower, there were numerous survivors and warriors that were either heavily injured or killed. As they were bombarded, the soldiers of Tianmu town had low morale. If it wasn't for knowing the fact that everyone will be killed once the Manchu forces invaded, these soldiers would have long fled for their lives. Li Guang came up to Yu Zhong and muttered, This cannot go on. Leader, we need to handle their artillery. Li Guang had a resolute look as he said, Leader, let me take some men to go deal with their artillery. Even if this old one dies, I will go down making sure those Manchu dogs go down with me. Li Guang wasn't a man who did not fear death. Initially, he had surrendered to Yu Zhong out of fear for his and his subordinates' lives as well. However, under the relentless attack of the Manchu Empire, he knew that it would be a suicide mission to go and deal with them. Yet, he was willing purely because he had a strong sense of patriotism. Pai Jianyi stood up. I'll go with you. Pai Jianyi was proud, arrogant, and slightly ambitious. However, he also had the hot-bloodedness that most youths had. Seeing how Li Guang was proposing to lead the most dangerous mission, his passion was ignited as well. I'm willing to go. I'll follow you. A number of other Han heroes also stood up as their eyes shined with a clear light. They were already prepared for death. There were no lack of eager and passionate heroes. There was only a lack of a decent leader. Yu Zhong had led the forces himself and his actions had spurred their bravado. At such a critical moment, they were ready to spill blood. Yu Zhong eyed Li Guang and the rest of the men that had rose to the occasion, his eyes flashing with appreciation. No need. Li Guang, you stay here and take over temporarily. I'll go destroy the artillery. My command for you is that before I'm back, you guys will have to defend Tianmu town with all you've got. No one is allowed to fall into the hands of Xianzhan. Understood. Li Guang was shocked. Leader, no, that mission is too dangerous. If anything were to happen to you, what would we do? Pai Jianyi and the rest of the Han experts were also staring at Yu Zhong in shock. In most normal cases, the general would stand behind his troops, commanding them from a safe location. Shimin Lai and the rest had always done things this way. When Yu Zhong had gained the seat as the alliance chief and obtained everyone's cooperation for a short time, he could easily deploy the troops how he liked while staying at a safe place to give orders. Even Pai Jianyi and the rest had fought at the front lines and saw what Yu Zhong did. Hence, they had no thoughts to disobey him. Even so, Yu Zhong was still suggesting to undertake the suicide mission himself. This caused Pai Jianyi and the rest to be extremely shocked and touched, causing their morale to increase even more. Of course, some of the soldiers also saw the other side of the equation. Should Yu Zhong die, then Tianmu town was sure to fall. Just like what happened to Tong Jiagua. Yu Zhong stared at Li Guang and said solemnly, "No need for more words. I've made my decision. Convey my orders. Tianmu town is henceforth under your temporary control. Before I'm back, make sure you stay here even if you die." Li Guang responded loudly, "Yes, leader." Yu Zhong then spoke to a corner, "Tempio Saka, you lead Pai Jianyi and the rest to support Li Guang in protecting Tianmu town." From the shadows in the corner, a slight distortion appeared as Tempio Saka walked out and nodded. After assigning them duties, Yu Zhong flashed and disappeared out of Tianmu town. He had just taken a few steps out when he immediately felt over 20 crosshairs aimed on him. Therefore, he quickly left from his original position. Pong! 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 20 sniper rounds rained down onto where he was a moment ago. Snipers! Yu Zhong swiftly activated his bone-encompassing armor and his body was encased in a thick layer of bone carapace. At the same time, he activated his shadow steps and his speed exceeded 30 times that of a normal person, shuttling for the Manchurian Empire like a specter. In the center of the Manchu Empire forces, a burly man possessing huge hands and deep eyes in addition to his bristle-covered face, stared at Yu Zhong coming from the distance with a cold look in his eyes. This man was the top evolver in the Manchu Empire, Ao Do. He led the most powerful force of the empire, the White Armor Army. The White Armor Army of the Great Manchu Empire was like the special forces under Yu Zhong, the Saint Wolf Riders of the Gold Wolf Riders. They were a bunch of elites. They consisted mostly of experts above level 30 and their combat prowess was truly something else. Ao Do used his whip and pointed at Yu Zhong, calling out in a deep voice, "Tu Shang, take your men and fetch me that man's head." Tu Shang was one of the 6 main captains of the White Armor Army, leading 80 of the White Armor soldiers. Tu Shang was a level 63 evolver himself. "Yes, sir." Tu Shang responded before leading his men in a charge towards Yu Zhong. "An expert is here." When Tu Shang and his men moved, Yu Zhong felt danger and immediately whisked out his stinger. He eyed the galloping black stallions with their white army soldiers on top, and immediately fired 6 consecutive shots. The 6 bullets blasted apart amidst the white armor forces, causing 6 of them to be blasted off their mounts, shattering their bones in the process. The white armor soldiers were all wearing Type 3 mutant beast hide, which the stinger bullets could not penetrate. However, their own endurance could not withstand the force of the blows and their body were hence wrecked. It could only be endurance-based evolvers like Dong-Er Molii that might stand a chance against any heavy firearms. Even if the armor on everyone else could block the actual projectiles, their weak bodies could not withstand the force. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed, and another 6 bullets were reloaded quickly before he fired again. This time, another 6 bullets landed on the bodies of the white armor soldiers, knocking 6 of them off their mounts, with their bones shattered. In just 10 seconds, Yu Zhong had dealt with 12 members of the White Armor Force, killing them in the process. The rest of the soldiers were shocked and furious. Then, they began activating their skills. A number of fireballs, ice shards, wind blades, air cannons, bullets, blades, darts, arrows, stones, and all sorts of weapons and abilities bombarded Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong dodged about like a ghost and managed to evade most of the incoming attacks. He only suffered 2 arrows that seemed to be slower than the rest, but was fixed on Yu Zhong. These 2 arrows were from the level 3 skill homing arrows. The moment they were fired, they would strike their targets. The only weakness was that although they could chase their targets, their speed and power could not compare to the rest of the abilities. Yu Zhong pulled out his black tooth blade and casually swept them aside before flashing forward. The stinger in his right hand fired again, killing another 6 members of the White Armor Army. Watching Yu Zhong kill his men easily, shock and fear filled Tu Shang's heart. Strong! This fearsome speed and those accurate shots. What a strong weapon. This fellow is truly a freak. No wonder Ao Do wanted me to bring my forces to suppress him. He's truly too scary. Ao Do watched as Yu Zhong makes use of his speed and his powerful stinger to slaughter his white armor troops. Then his eyes flashed with a solemn look, Ming Shu Wu Wu Tian Dao, the two of you, lead some men to go defend the artillery. Di Shangquan, Ji Wen, Duo Shi. You three take your men and follow me to go kill that fellow. Yes, sir. The white armor 5 captains responded loudly and began to move out. Ao Do himself led 3 of the captains and 360 enhancers towards Yu Zhong. He could already feel the threat of Yu Zhong's might, and he wanted to hurry and take out this problem. As strong as Yu Zhong was, it was hard for him to defend against all the elites of the Manchu army. He didn't continue engaging with Tu Shang. Instead, he pushed his speed and charged towards the artillery. The black stallions were instantly left behind to eat the dust, and the elites all stared dumbfounded at the extent of Yu Zhong's speed. Within 2 minutes, Yu Zhong had reached about 3 kilometers, near the artillery. He did not continue his advance. Instead, he pulled out his level 5 Falcon 2 sniper. He loaded it with a 122 round and fired as a bright flash of light radiated from the Falcon 2 sniper. It blasted one of the howitzers, turning it into scrap metal. Yu Zhong then continued to adjust his aim and trajectory, firing another round, destroying another howitzer. Chapter 6:17. Tough Battle. Translator. Editor. Yu Zhong had spent all of his efforts to aim for another howitzer, and a bright flash shot out from his Falcon 2 sniper, blasting the howitzer. The Manchu Empire's howitzers began to retreat. At this time, Ming Shu Wu and Wu Tiandao had arrived to provide reinforcements, each of them possessing the skill earth manipulation. They conjured earthen walls, managing to block Yu Zhong's trajectory. The remaining 5 howitzers stopped their firing and began to move for another location. Time to retreat. Yu Zhong kept his Falcon sniper, eyeing the approaching Manchurian troops, and quickly turned around to make his way back towards Tianmu town. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible to deal with the entire elite force. Yu Zhong's speed had already reached 30 times that of a person, which even a Type 3 mutant beast would find hard to beat. The white armor troops on their black stallions could only watch helplessly when Yu Zhong destroyed 5 of their howitzers before returning to Tianmu town casually. Ao Do looked at Yu Zhong's back, his gaze turning dark. Within Tianmu town, there's actually such an expert amongst the Hans. It truly is a calamity for our great Manchurian Empire. After the world changed, many top evolvers already had the abilities to influence the total might of an entire faction. A single high-level evolver could potentially wipe out a team of elite soldiers. There were some who could even take on an entire battalion. Ao Do reported the outcome to Xian Zhan, prompting Xian Zhan to make a decision. We need to crush their resistance entirely. The howitzers thus began another volley of blasts, intending to blitz through the defenses of Tianmu town. 30 IFVs, 8 tanks, 40 gun-mounted vehicles, as well as 1,000 motorbicycles formed a fearsome armored fleet, charging forwards with the 1,000 soldiers of the 8 Banners army. Such formation was already rare and extremely domineering in this apocalyptic world. Few factions could stand up to it. It was through such a method that the Manchu Empire had managed to raise 2 huge factions with over 10,000 survivors to the ground, exemplifying the idiom, using a butcher knife for the chicken. Xian Zhan was placing more importance on Tianmu town purely because they had been able to repel the 3,000-strong force of the Gold Wolf Riders. Such a combat strength was enough for him to want to strike them down. Seeing the entire armored fleet approaching, many of the experts of the alliance were dismayed. Even the countenance of Pai Jianyi was unsightly. His sword beams were truly overpowering, but he had no confidence that he could slice through those tanks and armored vehicles. Furthermore, a single blast from them could kill him on the spot. Moreover, there were 30 IFVs following behind the tanks, and those IFVs had powerful cannons and heavy machine guns themselves. They were enough to wreck a powerful evolver's body. As the armored forces began to charge through Tianmu town, the 8 tanks took the vanguard position, blocking all the bullets firing at them. They adjusted their cannons and began to blast the bunkers. The tanks were the strongest attack force of the Manchu Empire. Many factions would quiver in their shoes when they saw them. What do we have to fear? I'll deal with the tanks. Watch how I destroy them. Yu Zhong pulled out his electromagnetic gun and fired at one of the tanks. With a bright flash of light, the shot instantly pierced the tank, leaving a hole. Yu Zhong continued to fire 5 more shots at that tank. 5 lights blasted through it, causing it to explode soon after. Awesome! That's great! Long live Alliance Chief! Seeing the fate of that tank at the hands of Yu Zhong, many of the warriors instantly roared out excitedly as their morale rose sharply. To these Han warriors, the tanks were the cause of their headaches. With the terrifying defense and offensive potential, they were usually helpless. However, Yu Zhong had destroyed one easily. Suddenly, these tanks no longer seemed invincible. Yu Zhong clapped his hands and Lo Guang led men bringing out 40 anti-tank rocket launchers as well as 60 rocket launchers. These are weapons I've prepared for everybody. Use them to take down the invaders. A number of agility-based enhancers and those with marksmanship or firearms abilities stepped up to help themselves to the weapons. They then stepped back to the battlefield with renewed resolution. Inside Tianmu Town, the Radiant Sun Triad were fighting a desperate battle as well, using their rifles and machine guns to attack the tanks and armored vehicles in vain. The tanks could easily destroy the fortifications they had painstakingly built, instantly killing the soldiers within. As the tanks paved the way, a number of IFVs and gun-mounted vehicles charged in with troops of Manchu soldiers. Tianmu Town now had the weapons to counter the tanks, and this caused Xian Jun to be infuriated. He wanted to hurry and subjugate the troops, hoping to make use of his advantage in firepower to overwhelm them. Every single tank was a precious resource to a faction. The destruction of any one of them caused Xian Jun to weep in his heart. As the Manchu forces began to march through the town, there was a sudden loud explosion beneath one of the soldiers, blasting his legs apart. The shockwave sent him soaring through the air as he screamed. Upon seeing this, the rest of the Manchu soldiers felt a chill in their hearts, taking more careful steps. Another 8 were taking careful strides in Tianmu Town, when large holes appeared beneath their feet, and they plunged into the 4m deep holes. Their bodies were then pierced by the steel spikes implanted within. 4 of them were instantly killed, while the remaining 4 screamed in agony. A small squad were proceeding through the blasted zone, intending to search for survivors. Pong! Pong! Suddenly, gunshots rang out. With 3 soldiers having their heads blasted apart instantly, the rest of them were shocked and tried to duck for cover. Just as they got behind their covers, to the shock of 3 soldiers, homing arrows appeared beside them and pierced their bodies, as they screamed out. At another part of town, 10 soldiers led a few IFVs as they proceeded through. Manchu dogs! Die! A single young man suddenly appeared and fired a rocket at the IFV. With a bright flash of light, the IFV combusted in a ball of explosion. If it were a tank, it might have been able to withstand a few rockets. However, the slightly weaker IFVs could not withstand the blasts. Pong! Pong! There were some experts within the 10 of them, and they hurried to fire at the youth, turning him into a sieve. One IFV began to fire wildly with its machine gun chugging loudly, as a rain of bullets struck one Han enhancer, leaving him deader than dead. Another Manchu enhancer waved out his huge blade, decapitating his Han opponent, his head soaring through the air, and blood splattering onto the ground. The entire Tianmu Town had now turned into a meat grinder, with numerous soldiers on both sides losing their lives. It was simply a slaughter of both sides. One side, the Manchurians intent on massacring the Hans. The other, the Hans intent on fighting for their lives and honor. With the threat of death, even the most cowardly of men would become fierce beasts. Yu Zhong had led 10 of his guards to rush to the front lines. He was wielding the electromagnetic gun, searching for the tanks, blasting them one by one. Although Yu Zhong had the ability to use his art of fear to scare the numerous soldiers to death, the current state of the battle was that the Hans were at a disadvantage, and there weren't any likely candidates to pilot the tanks. Hence, he chose to destroy the tanks. Yu Zhong charged about on the battlefield, killing numerous enemies with White Bones by his side, unleashing its inhuman abilities as well. White Bones made use of its sharp bone spikes to help it run along certain structures, defying gravity, while its bone blades would slash through the necks of unsuspecting enemies. It was truly like a demon. Its methods of killing was cruel and merciless. From time to time, it could even manipulate 10 sharp bone spikes to shoot out. The speed was 3 times faster than Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong and White Bones continued to shine brightly on the battlefield, attracting the rest of the Manchurian experts to target them. With the majority of the attacks concentrated on Yu Zhong and his team, Tenpy Osaka was free to exhibit her prowess as an unparalleled assassin. From time to time, she would appear behind a white armor soldier silently, plunging her blades through their necks before disappearing again for another chance. By the time Yu Zhong destroyed the 5th tank, the elite soldiers of the Manchu troops had already joined in the fray. Shang Quan, Ji1, and Duo Shi led 240 white armor troops to charge into the fray, making their way of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, White Bones as well as the guards were considered the top evolvers of Tianmu town, and with their insane combat strength, they continued to fight at the front lines, killing over 200 Manchu elites. Shang Quan, Ji1 and Duo Shi had deployed all their strength entirely to annihilate this group of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong and his team had already long since become the core and hope of those in Tianmu town. If it wasn't for them, Tianmu town would have long since collapsed. If the Manchurian troops could cause Yu Zhong and his group to disappear, then the defense of Tianmu town would likely crumble. Have you finally arrived? Let me give you a present. Yu Zhong eyed the approaching 240 elite white armor troops and pulled out his electromagnetic gun, firing at them. A bright light flashed, penetrating Shang Quan's body, making him fall from his mount, leaving a huge gaping hole in his chest. This terrifying evolver hadn't had the chance to demonstrate his prowess and was instantly killed by Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong then fired at the other two who were riding similar mounts as 2 shots that could pierce tanks blasted towards Ji1 and Duo Shi. Ji1's danger perception was higher, and the moment he felt the danger, he quickly got down from his horse. A powerful bright light shot past his body, barely brushing past him. As for Duo Shi, he wasn't as fortunate as Ji1, as his chest was also pierced by that shot. His corpse fell from the back of the horse before being trampled by the other mounts of the white armor forces. Of the 3 generals that led the white armor forces to attack Yu Zhong, 2 had lost their lives to him. 1 was forced down from his mount, and this greatly affected the morale of the troops. Yu Zhong continued to fire his electromagnetic gun without stop, each stop blasting apart the bodies of the white armor elites. Not even the mutant beast hides on their bodies could help them. Ji1 tore off the eye-catching yellow robe on him and hid behind a troop of his soldiers, pointing at Yu Zhong and shouting loudly, "Charge! Charge for me! He's only a single person. As long as we can charge, it would be our victory." As a vanguard, Ji1 was supposed to charge forth, yet now he was hiding behind his troops and didn't dare to lead. Under Ji1's orders, the somewhat chaotic white armor troops began to attack Yu Zhong once again. These were, after all, the bravest elites of the Manchurian Empire. They ate the best and slept with the prettiest of women. Even if it were a devil in front of them, they would dare fight. Retreat! Yu Zhong had fired off 50 shots of the electromagnetic gun, killing his enemies before retreating explosively. The speed of the Black Stallions were twice as fast as ordinary humans, and if they exerted strength, they would be able to cross a distance of 300 m in no time. These 190 white armored soldiers thus got on their horses and made their way towards the inner parts of Tianmu town. The moment they entered Tianmu town, those white armored soldiers quickly got down and surveyed the positions, checking the places Yu Zhong and his party had gone through safely and quietly. 5 white armor soldiers made their way through the street that had been ravaged by the bombs and cannons of their side, when suddenly, a White Bones appeared through a very old-fashioned brick wall, piercing the heads of the soldiers. Chapter 618. Meat Grinder. Translator. Editor. After making short work of 5 white armor soldiers, White Bones leapt down from the debris and scuttled up a building like a ghost. It continued along the dark alleys, ready to strike out any time. 3 white armor soldiers were continuing along the wasted parts of town, when all of a sudden, a dark shadow leaped out from behind them. Their heads flew through the air as their headless corpses slumped to the ground. Tenpy Osaka disappeared into the darkness again, having killed those 3 soldiers. Her strength laid in assassination, and with such a complicated terrain and dark environments, it was naturally the best condition for her. The 190 members of the White Armor Army had scattered around in town, and their assault had just gone on for a short while when 30 of their members were disposed of. This forced them to gather again to proceed as a troop. As they reformed, their speed naturally slowed, but their defense became tighter, making it hard for anyone to launch sneak attacks. Behind, there were another 1,000 Manchurian elite soldiers ready to blitz right through. Yu Zhong led his guards to withdraw temporarily, conceding some posts to the Manchu Empire. There were too many enemy soldiers. If they were to be trapped, as strong as they were, Yu Zhong and his team would definitely die. It's time. They can all go to hell. Yu Zhong eyed the soldiers from afar, his gaze turning cold as he pressed the remote control in his hands. Hong! 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 Terrifying explosions rang out one after another, as the entire devastated region blew up. Within those explosions, the 1,000-strong Manchu elite forces as well as the 160 white armor soldiers were either killed instantly or heavily injured. Their wails and screams rang out as the ground was littered with corpses and dismembered body parts. Shimin Lai wanted to establish the Great Han Alliance, and there were plenty of explosives and remote-controlled bombs in his arsenal. He even had talents with the ability to construct bombs in his ranks. While the experts in the Radiant Sun Triad might not compare with the rest, it was still precisely because of their explosives that they carved out a territory for themselves. Every single faction had something they could boast about in the Central Plains. Some had powerful leaders, some had numerous experts, while others relied on a certain strength of their own. Yu Zhong brought them all together under the banner of the Han Alliance and forced them to a corner, pushing them to unleash their hidden trump cards and strength. From afar, Xian Jin saw the earth-shaking explosion in Tianmu town, and a bad feeling rose up in heart. A scout came up to him and kneeled. "My liege!" Zhao Liangdong and his team had died, while 500 of his 1,000-strong army had died, 200 heavily injured. G1 and the rest are dead as well. When Xian Jin heard this, he immediately screamed out in fury and despair. "Damnable Yu Zhong! Bastard! This emperor will certainly kill you. I will make sure your death doesn't come easy." Having lost his 1,000-strong 8 Banners army, Xian Jin truly felt the pinch. These were not some random survivors that had trained to become soldiers. Rather, they had been elite soldiers that had fought along his side ever since he started his conquest. They might not be comparable to the Gold Wolf Riders, but they were still renowned in the Central Plains. With their deaths, Xian Jin felt like throwing up blood. Xian Jin roared out in fury, "Kill! Kill! Kill! This emperor will go out to kill those motherfucking Han dogs." Xian Jin had been an ordinary farmer prior to the apocalypse, but this Manchu empire was carved out painstakingly by him. After he had become emperor, his skills and level had stagnated a little, being weaker than Quan Shang, but he was still one of the top few evolvers. "No! My liege, you cannot be rash. Be appeased, my liege. Be appeased. Those Han dogs are just ants. Our army will definitely win. Your precious body cannot be harmed. Be appeased, my liege." A number of the officials got down on their knees and began begging. The Manchu Empire was also an authoritarian state. Hence, Xian Jin held a high position in their minds. If he were to die, the entire country would be plunged into chaos. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the rule in the Central Plains. If the Manchu Empire was to really crumble, the various factions would gobble them up without leaving anything. For the prosperity of the country and their own sake, they would definitely not wish for Xian Jin to be in jeopardy. One of the officials suggested, "My liege, it's been a long day. The soldiers are exhausted. Why don't we withdraw the troops for today and resume battle tomorrow?" Xian Jin looked at the sky, noting that the sun had already set. There was not much daylight left, and the Manchu forces were adept at battles out on the fields, not in city breaches. Xian Jin pondered before giving the order reluctantly, "Withdraw!" With that order, the Manchu troops that had been subjected to the numerous deaths and casualties quickly pulled out. They were still elite soldiers. After all, even with the withdrawal, they didn't collapse. The Han forces had similarly lost a lot of comrades, and many are heavily injured. Most of them were exhausted and had no energy left to chase after the retreating Manchu forces. Some even directly laid on the ground to sleep right after the Manchu forces withdrew. After Xian Zhen obtained the results of the battle, he had been upset. Having activated 4,000 troops to march on Tianmu town, they had actually lost 1,900 with 500 heavy casualties. Only the remaining 1,000 were fine. They had lost 6 out of 8 tanks, 18 of their IFVs and 20 gun-mounted vehicles. All 3 white armor forces had been wiped out. This was truly one of the most devastating losses that had struck the Manchu Empire. In addition, over 1,008 banner soldiers lost to the Gold Wolf Riders, cutting the Manchu force by half. On the other side, Yu Zhong's forces had huge losses as well. Of the 6 big triads, the leaders of the Pink Triad, Heavenly Will Sect and Golden Wolf Triad had died and their experts were wiped out. Of the 430 Han independent heroes, 260 had died, and the rest were in various states of injuries. As for the 7,000 survivors, 800 had died to the blasts and gunfire. Most of the defensive measures of Tianmu town had been expended, their bombs utilized, and their landmines together with the traps are fully set off. Even their remote-controlled bombs had been fully spent and the soldiers were all exhausted to the point of collapsing. The entire Tianmu town was in shambles and all the warriors were tired. They had held on forcefully through willpower as the pressure by the Manchu forces had been too much. Yu Zhong led the remaining 8 guards to walk amongst the people, consoling the broken and encouraging the hopeless. When Yu Zhong appeared, most of these soldiers were all excited. His performance had amazed them, killing over 200 soldiers, destroying 6 tanks, and he had even been fighting at the front lines the whole time. He led his guards to provide assistance everywhere they could, repelling many of the Manchu elites. If it weren't for Yu Zhong, Tianmu town would have long fallen. Yu Zhong ordered Shimin Lai to pick out another 2,000 able-bodied people to be drafted into various units. He even provided guns and sabers to equip these temporary fighters. These survivors were mainly a motley bunch. If it were a clash on the battlefield, they would easily be killed. However, in the current state of Tianmu town, it was still possible for them to do battle. Of course, this was discounting skill level. By the time everything was done and night had fallen, Yu Zhong ordered for food to be distributed to all the soldiers. The soldiers dug in with gusto, eating their buns and drinking a little hot wine. It would likely be their last meal anyway. Pai Jianyi came up to Yu Zhong and asked with concern, "Alliance Chief, what do we do now? If they continue tomorrow, we might not be able to hold on." Although Tianmu town now had an additional force of 2,000 soldiers, they were not versed in their weapons and it was impossible to expect them to fare well against experienced soldiers. The Manchu forces had about 4,000 even after their heavy losses. If they truly hardened their hearts to go all out, Tianmu town was unlikely to remain standing. After such a tough battle, Pai Jianyi and the rest of the prideful experts had no choice but to admit that Yu Zhong was truly strong and had come to obey his commands wholeheartedly. Yu Zhong's gaze flashed with a solemn light. "I know. Tonight will be the crux. If we want to protect Tianmu town, it will depend on tonight's outcome." Pai Jianyi faltered. "Night raid? We have too many clowns and it's not suitable for an extended battle." "Chief, isn't it too risky?" Yu Zhong sat down and closed his eyes. "Rest well and recover. Forget it. At most, I'll just sacrifice this life of mine. In any case, I've killed my fair share today." After which Pai Jianyi also sat down directly. The rest of the 7 also sat down to regain their stamina. They were all exhausted, after having to run about everywhere to kill their enemies. Even if they were top evolvers, their expenditure of their spirit and stamina was not low as well. Chapter 619. Assassinating Xian Zhen. Translator. Editor. As night fell, under the cover of the darkness, Yu Zhong, his 8 guards, Tenpi Osaka, Zhao Jinglei and a few others crept out of Tianmu town. This was the remaining elite forces that could be activated. The other experts of the remaining 3 triads were too exhausted and needed to rest. There was only the peak-level experts of the guards as well as Zhao Jinglei who could still put up a fight. Leader. In the dark, Bai Shaoshang leading 80 elites, appeared in front of Yu Zhong. So he still had some reinforcements. Seeing the appearance of Bai Shaoshang and the rest, Pai Jianyi and the other guards were all shocked, and a sense of excitement welled up in their hearts. Now that the situation was dire, having extra strength was always better. Yu Zhong nodded lightly and led his men towards the camp of the Manchu Empire forces. The campsite had thick steel wires set up around it, as well as countless sharp wooden fences around it. Outside of the fence, there were sharp roadblocks as well as deep trenches behind the fences. At every major entrance, there were machine guns and defense points ready to engage in any potential enemy. There were countless sentries all around the camp as well, including a number of large lights sweeping the external areas. Being one of the largest factions of the Central Plains, it was a given that their defense would be tight, unlike those miserable smaller factions that lacked proper fortifications. Yu Zhong ordered, "The whole lot of you, wait here. Tenpyo Saka, come with me." Amongst the evolvers present, only Yu Zhong and Tenpyo Saka were extremely well-versed in stealth, night combat, and assassination. The rest of his elites might be strong enough to deal with all of the guards of the camp, but it would definitely alarm the other experts of the Manchu Empire. Tenpyo Saka nodded expressionlessly and activated her second-order stealth, disappearing into the night. Yu Zhong followed suit and disappeared as well. The Alliance chief truly has many tricks up his sleeves. Pai Jianyi thought silently as he watched Yu Zhong fade away. During the day, Yu Zhong had used his electromagnetic gun to take down numerous enemies, and his prowess had left deep impressions amongst all those present. Now, during the night, he even had the ability to engage in assassinations. Such an expert was rare to Pai Jianyi. Yu Zhong evaded all the searchlights, making use of the darkness to sneak into the camp noiselessly. With the cover of his second-order stealth, there was absolutely no way for the sentries to discover his presence. That should be the lodgings of an important person. I should kill him. Yu Zhong wasn't too sure of the layout of the camp and had to fumble around. Hence, he chose the most eye-catching tent and made his way there. Outside the golden tent, there were 8 guards stationed, and they held rifles as they radiated an imposing aura. No one would be able to escape their watchful gaze. Yu Zhong instantly activated his art of fear. As a strong spiritual blast enveloped the 8 guards, their vision turned black. Yu Zhong made use of the window to rush into the tent. The moment he entered, he disengaged the art of fear, and the 8 guards regained their senses. Due to the short instant, they weren't affected too badly, but they weren't sure what had happened either. Inside the lavish tent, there were luxurious Turkish rugs on the ground, and beautiful crystal lamps are hanging around. On a small podium, there was a redwood table with a large and imposing emperor seat. 2 bookcases were right beside the seat, filled with countless books. Yu Zhong had just entered the tent when he heard a number of hurried footsteps, his heart skipping a beat as he dashed behind one of the bookcases and casted his second-order stealth again. Curtains were pushed to the side as Xianjun walked in from another part of the tent. The other 3 were precisely Ao Do of the White Armor Troops, Duo Ma who led the Armored Battalion, as well as Bao Ertai who led the 8 Banners Army. Ao Do and the other 3 were the trusted aides of Xianjun and were the main pillars of the Manchu Empire. They were faithfully loyal to Xianjun. Xianjun sat on the emperor's seat and looked to Duo Ma as he asked, "Duo Ma, how confident are you in taking down Tianmu Town?" Tianmu Town's current fighting force was enough to alarm Xianjun, and he was worried about the outcome of the battle the next day. Should they fail, they would truly become a laughingstock of the Central Plains, and worse, they would lose much of their forces. At the same time, it would cause Tianmu Town's prestige to rise, and if they don't manage to wipe the Han Alliance out, there would be many more who might join in the future. Duo Ma answered with confidence, "My liege, rest assured, Tianmu Town is at the end of its ropes. Your subordinate dares to guarantee that the current actual force may not even number more than 300. Even if they equip the survivors with weapons, they're a bunch of ordinary people and aren't cause for concern. Tomorrow noon, I will make sure to crush their resistance and present Tianmu Town as a gift for you, my liege." Duo Ma was confident of his words based on the intel he had obtained from his subordinates and made a judgment on the current state of Tianmu Town. Duo Ma looked at Do Ao, his gaze unfriendly. "The only variable I'm concerned about is Yu Zhong. His strength is unfathomable. If he brought experts to defend, we might pay a heavy price. Today, if the White Armor Army had taken down Yu Zhong, we could have already conquered Tianmu town. As the captain of the white armor troops, Ao Do, is there anything you want to say? Duo Ma and Ao Do were both subjects of Shenzhen, but they had friction between the both of them. Every time there was a chance, they would not hesitate to poke at each other. Ao Do glared coldly at Duo Ma. Tomorrow, I'll bring all my soldiers to deal with Yu Zhong. Even if we can't kill him, we will draw him away from Tianmu town. Ao Do had seen the insane speed Yu Zhong was capable of. As compared to most other revolvers, he knew there was no way they could hold him down. However, with the strength of the white armor forces, it shouldn't be too much to force Yu Zhong away from Tianmu town. As Ao Do and Duo Ma were starting to argue, Yu Zhong, who had been hiding behind the bookshelf, activated his shadow steps. He burst out with a speed 30 times that of a normal person, and in addition to the accelerate skill with his Type 5 treasure windspeed boots, his entire person was like a shooting star that shoots at Shenzhen. As long as he could take him down, the entire Manchu Empire was sure to collapse. Yu Zhong suddenly burst out, and no one in the tent was even prepared for something like this. Furthermore, his speed was simply too fast, and in that instant, Yu Zhong's blade had already sliced down at Xianzhan's neck. Xianzhan's eyes flashed with shock, but he didn't even have the chance to react. Just as Yu Zhong's blade was sure to decapitate Xianzhan's head, a bright bronze light radiated around Xianzhan's neck, turning into a shield that protects him. Yu Zhong's crocodile tooth saw blade landed on the bronze shield, his 12 times strength bursting out. However, all it did was to cause a loud dang, and the bronze shield did not budge. Truly the head of an empire, with such a life-saving treasure. Killing him is not going to be simple. Yu Zhong thought to himself. Stop! Ao Do was extremely alarmed and furious. He hurriedly shot forward and activated his gravity manipulation ability. Yu Zhong immediately felt a 4 times gravitational force weighing down on him. It felt like he was suddenly carrying a large boulder on his back, making it hard for him to maintain his speed. If it wasn't for his 12 times strength, he might have already been forced to the ground from that gravity. Assassin! Protect the king! Protect the king! Duo Ma pulled out his handgun and fired a few shots at Yu Zhong as he screamed out loud. Go to hell! Bao Tai roared out in fury, his body suddenly turning large. His clothes ripped apart, and he became a werbear, his height over 3 m and his body covered in powerful furs. His ability was to transform into a werbear, and with a speed of 12 times that of a person, he pounced towards Yu Zhong. You can leave your head behind for this emperor. Xianzhan had also recovered, and he shot forwards like an arrow, his right hand carrying a powerful bronze-colored Do Chi, his fist whistling with a terrifying speed. Do Chi! This fellow is indeed tough. Yu Zhong was taken aback and immediately pushed the dark Do Chi within him. Instantly, the gloomy aura covered his entire body, relieving the effects of the gravitational force on him by over 2 times. He also swung out with a fist at Mach speed to meet Shenzhen's fist. The two heads of their respective factions could be considered the peak experts of the current apocalyptic world, and their fists were about to clash. Following a loud, terrifying sonic boom, Yu Zhong was sent soaring through the air, crashing into the crystal lamps hanging from the roof. The lamps shattered, and he flew out of the tent. Yu Zhong felt his organs jolted, his breath caught in his chest, as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had not yet enhanced his dark Do Chi, and could not compare to the thrice-enhanced bronze Do Chi of Shenzhen. If it wasn't for his high endurance, he would have been pulverized. Yu Zhong immediately sent out 2 powerful flaming tornadoes right at the tent, engulfing the people inside. When he set fire to the gold tent, he activated his shadow steps and rushed about in the camp, setting fire everywhere while shouting at the top of his lungs. Emperor Xianzhan is dead! Emperor Xianzhan is dead! Everyone, hurry flee! Emperor Xianzhan is dead! Chapter 620. Burning Camp. Translator. Editor. Flames arose from various parts of the Manchurian camp. Soldiers were burnt to crisp amidst their pitiful wails and screams. A number of soldiers managed to escape and were running amok in the camp. When the soldiers heard Yu Zhong's shout and saw the huge flames consuming the large gold tent, they were all shocked out of their wits. and the camp was plunged into chaos. Many fled in different directions. "Do it!" Bai Xiaoshang heard the commotion and the shouts of Yu Zhong, and his eyes flashed with a cold light as he led the elites under him towards the camp. The various snipers within the elite team pulled out their weapons and began sniping the Manchurian soldiers. Pong! Pong! Following the sounds of gunfire, a number of sentries had their heads blasted into bits and pieces. Bai Xiaoshang charged towards the camp with a speed not losing out to lightning. The blades in his hands swiftly sliced through the various defenses and made his way in. At this time, the entire Manchurian camp was burning and the soldiers were panicking. They were easily dispatched by Xiaoshang and his team. Xianjun leaped out of the burning tent into the skies with a huge amount of bronze-greenish dou qi as he roared, "This emperor is right here! This emperor is not dead!" The earth shook as a large earth pillar shot towards the skies. After raising about 10 meters, it opened up to reveal Ao Do and Bao Tao within. Ao Do shouted loudly, "We're fine! Everyone, heed my command. Don't panic. Regroup and get in your formations." Under Xianjun and Ao Do's enraged shouts, the entire Manchurian camp heard their words. However, it was burning badly everywhere. All the soldiers were still panicking and no one could remain calm. Hong! Hong! Yu Zhong's devil flame managed to consume a particular storage that housed ammunition and explosives, causing it to instantly blow up. Xianjun watched with horror and screamed out in fury, "Damn bastard! Damn bastard! Yu Zhong, I want your corpse to be dismembered. I will definitely tear you apart." Those explosives and ammunition were the precious resources of Xianjun. As the army was backward, they could only manually reload those spent bullets and scrap together a few new ones. These supplies were purely from the past, and the storage itself housed over 70% of the Manchurian supplies. Now that Yu Zhong had destroyed them, his howitzers were basically useless. After he roared out with fury, he began chasing after Yu Zhong together with Ao Do and Bao Tai. A number of white armor experts swiftly flocked around Xianjun and his team, forming a fearsome squad. Yu Zhong did not seem to care about Xianjun as he kept on firing his devil flame everywhere, burning through the supplies. Each time he come across a soldier, he would just slaughter the unfortunate soldier instantly. The entire Manchurian camp had been turned upside down because of him. One white armor soldier was giving chase when suddenly, a blade noiselessly sliced through his heart from a dark corner. The soldier heaved his last breath and fell down in silence while the blade disappeared. Tenpy Osaka watched the fallen white armor soldier, silently vanishing into the night to search for a worthy prey. She loved to assassinate powerful experts. Each time she killed one, there was a sense of achievement and superiority. Xianjun and the rest continued to give chase to Yu Zhong. Although they were beyond being enraged, they were basically helpless. Ao Do immediately proposed, "My liege, this cannot go on. If we continue to chase him, we'll only be led around by the nose. I feel that we should focus on settling the camp down and regroup the soldiers to deal with the invaders." Xianjun seemed to snap out of his blind rage and gritted his teeth to say, "Fine." Once they had collected themselves, they swiftly began to reorganize their troops. There were many elite soldiers in this campsite, and although many had been slain under the sudden attacks of Yu Zhong, by Xiaoshang and his team, the rest managed to be gathered by their commanders and reformed their squads to launch a counterattack. Under Xianjun's orders, these squads formed into a large battalion. The moment these elites were gathered, Bai Xiaoshang and the rest would not stand a chance. "Disperse!" Bai Xiaoshang judged the battlefield and gave the order to retreat. If they forced their way through, there was a chance to kill another 500 soldiers with his team. However, his own team would have to pay a hefty price. Therefore, he chose to retreat. Under Bai Xiaoshang's orders, all those elites who had been following Yu Zhong hurried away from the camp. They were the strongest in sudden attacks, night raids, and assassinations. Forcefully battling out was not something they could or should do. Compared to the zombies with lack of intelligence, 1,000 soldiers were still more than a feat for 100 evolvers. The moment the Manchurian forces regrouped, they went to defend the granary. Should the granary be destroyed, then their hopes would be dashed as well. They wouldn't even have enough for the journey back. The Manchurian troops guarded the granary tightly, with numerous white armor soldiers stationed everywhere. Even Ao Do, Shen Zhen, and Bao Tai were standing guard in case Yu Zhong came. "Do you think that I'll be helpless like that?" Yu Zhong stared at the granary and chuckled coldly, pulling out his Falcon 2 sniper and aimed at one of the white armor soldiers. A bright flash of light shot out and the unfortunate soldier was blasted into pieces by the cannon round of the Falcon sniper. His body parts splattered across the ground. Seeing that, all the soldiers were frightened and quickly dove for cover, not daring to show their heads. With a thought, Yu Zhong summoned the Type 2 green Jiao Python, opened its huge mouth, and then he fired poisonous gas at the entire camp. "Ah! Help! Save me! I don't want to die! Help!" The poisonous mist of the green Jiao Python was even able to turn the rocket launchers and firearms into smoking puddles of liquid. The moment it landed on those soldiers, they began to dissolve, their eyes blinded and their bodies twisting and writhing. Their pitiful screams echoed throughout the night as their flesh dripped off their bodies. Ao Do glared at the Type 2 green Jiao Python spitting poison non-stop, and he hollered with a furious look in his eyes, "Damn beast! You dare summon a Type 2 poison-type mutant beast? White armor troops, kill that beast!" 6 white armor elites with the enhanced bullet abilities immediately risked their lives to stand out and began firing at the Type 2 green Jiao Python. 6 flashes of lights blasted the body of the Type 2 green Jiao Python, resulting in 6 large holes as countless nodes of light dispersed from its body. Having suffered heavy injuries, the Type 2 green Jiao Python writhed in agony and shrieked. Although it was just a summoned spirit beast, it can also feel pain when injured. The Type 2 green Jiao Python twisted about before turning into light, disappearing from its position. The corners of Yu Zhong's lips lifted and a cold look flashed in his eyes as he whisked out his electromagnetic gun and fired at the soldiers who had stood out. A beam of light shot through the white armor soldier, his body blasted apart. Before the rest could even react in time, another shot from the gun had already claimed the life of another white armor soldier. The remaining 4 soldiers quickly dove behind cover again to avoid being hunted. Yu Zhong then disappeared from his location, quickly moving towards another spot after killing those 2 white armor soldiers. "Fuck!" Ao Do watched helplessly as Yu Zhong took out 2 of his troops which had the enhanced bullets ability and cursed furiously. The skill Enhanced Bullets was a rare level 3 ability. At the same time, it required the usage of a strong gun. Therefore, hunting strange beasts and zombies might not necessarily be easier for the users to level up as compared to those who used the melee weapons of the God and Devil system. Each and every one of those enhancers with the enhanced bullet ability was treated carefully, and in the entire Manchurian Empire forces, there were only 6 of them who had enhanced the skill thrice. Now they had lost 2, which caused Ao Do to feel the pang of the loss. Yu Zhong had killed those 2 enhanced bullets experts and was now using his second-order stealth to hide in the dark, lying in wait. His eyes were fixed on the granary like a hungry tiger. While the experts of the Manchu Empire were still there, he would not risk it to blitz into it. In the dark of the night, the experts of the Manchu Empire did not dare shut their eyes, maintaining their high alert. All of a sudden, a loud commotion with gunshots happened from a particular corner, attracting the attention of all the experts. By the time the white armor soldiers got there, there were 5 additional corpses. When the white armor soldiers were drawn to that location, at another dark corner, 3 sharp bone spikes suddenly shot out from behind a huge boulder, nailing the soldiers to the ground. When the elites turned their heads, White Bones had already retracted its bone spikes, leaping behind another huge boulder about 200 m away, crawling on the ground like a predator. It disappeared in a few breaths. Yu Zhong, White Bones, and Tenpi Osaka were all adept at assassinating in the night without care for their faces. Every time they acted out, 2 or 3 would be killed, and the pressure on the Manchu elites was mounting. In the end, Ao Do could not help but deploy the troops to tighten their perimeters, with the experts at the forefront. Yu Zhong and his team was forced to retract their weapons temporarily. Early the next morning, many of the soldiers were already beyond exhaustion. They had been on the move since early the previous day, engaging the Gold Wolf Riders in a large-scale battle before entangling with the Hans in Tianmu town. They couldn't even get a decent night's rest due to Yu Zhong's pressure on them. Under such circumstances, they were already on the brink of collapse. Xianzhen's eyes were bloodshot as he asked Ao Do, who had come forward to report, "How is it?" Ao Do's face was solemn. "We had lot 653 men last night, with 1,200 escaping. Right now, we only have about 2,800 soldiers remaining. With the ammunition storage destroyed, our howitzers can only fire another single volley." When Xianzhen heard that, his face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "My liege! My liege!" The officials surrounding him quickly stepped forwards to support him. Xianzhen wiped the blood off his mouth and spoke with difficulty. "Retreat! Convey my orders. We will withdraw immediately to the capital." One general was shocked and he immediately asked, "Why?" "My liege, Tianmu town is at its wit's end. As long as we go at it with all our might, we will be able to take them down." Xianzhen's eyes flashed with clarity as he spoke each word slowly. "Last night, it was a team of 100 elites that had ambushed us. We might have the numbers now, but we are all tired. We can't even bring forth half of our strength. Even if we did conquer Tianmu town, we would have suffered greatly ourselves. That would leave us open for the Gold Wolf Riders and the Mongol king. We need to preserve our strength for now." As the head of a faction, Xianzhen knew how to weigh the pros and cons. His troops were already pushed to their limits and were tired. Right now, it was imperative that they head back to their capital. Following Xianzhen's orders, the Manchu Empire forces began to withdraw. They had arrived in arrogance and held the advantage, besting the Gold Wolf Riders of the Huangjin clan. Yet now they were forced to retreat in pathetic circumstances, with less than half their forces. Seeing the Manchu forces withdrawing, Yu Zhong also heaved a sigh of relief. He had employed a number of tactics throughout the night, killing and assassinating them, and had spent much of his stamina and spirit as well. He was likewise exhausted. If the Manchu Empire had insisted on attacking Tianmu town, he would have no choice but to fight it out with them, without any confidence of victory. Their retreat was the best option for both themselves and Yu Zhong. Chapter 621. Victorious Troops. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. The Manchu troops have retreated. We have fought them off. We have defeated the Gold Wolf Riders, and defeated the Manchu forces. We're the strongest. We're the strongest. Our Han people are the strongest. When the Manchu forces left, a resounding cheer erupted all across Tianmu town. All the heroes who had joined in the tough battle felt a sense of pride and elation. They had actually managed to fend off two strong factions of the Central Plains, and they could not help but feel a surge of pride. Furthermore, adding on to the brutal nature of the battle, they had gained a valuable experience, forging their mental fortitude and bearing as soldiers. Only through war and the sweet taste of victory that a unit could become elite. That was the reason why the troops of the past had such glorious histories, because they had forged themselves through countless battles and emerged victorious, become stronger as a whole. During the Second World War, the German troops had continually emerged victorious over the British troops in Africa, causing the British troops to retreat constantly. It was because the British troops had their confidence shattered. It didn't matter even a unit was well-trained or well-equipped. If they had no confidence, it would be for naught. After that, the British troops had regained their confidence under the lead of Montgomery, and it was the same troop that defeated the German troops, flipping the results back on them. Amidst the cheers, Yu Zhong led the 8 guards and Bai Shaoshang towards the people. Long live the Alliance Chief! Long live Chief Yu Zhong! These Han warriors caught sight of Yu Zhong and immediately exploded out with cheers. They wanted to give their excitement and boiling pride a voice. Yu Zhong had been at the forefront of battle these few days, and it was he who had defeated the fierce Dong-er Moliai and destroyed a number of the armored vehicles of the Manchurian forces, as well as leading some soldiers to launch a night raid on the Manchu camp. All his battle records were spread by Pai Jianyi and the others, causing the various Han warriors to acknowledge him as their alliance chief. When they had begrudgingly agreed to Yu Zhong as their chief, it was because the situation had called for it. However, now he had truly won them over. Yu Zhong looked at all of them with a silent, appreciative glance. These 100 overheroes left from the cruel battle were good seedlings for his troops in the future. Yu Zhong stood among them and his voice boomed out. I'm Yu Zhong. I'm your alliance chief Yu Zhong. You have defeated the Gold Wolf Riders. Defeated the Manchu Empire. You all are the strongest. I'm proud of you. As a Han, I'm proud to have you all as warriors fighting for us. You are all heroes. Without your valiant efforts, the 7,000 survivors here would become the slaves of those animals. It is you all who have protected our comrades. You guys are heroes, worthy of pride and our admiration. Many of them began to clap, their eyes brimming with tears. When they had arrived here initially, many of them had their own ambitions and thoughts. At this moment, however, they were recognized as heroes, giving them a taste of the honor and glory to come. Let me now announce the establishment of the victorious troops. You are all part of this unit, and in the future, under your lead, the Manchu Empire, the Turks, the Mongol king will all be beneath our feet, and all our enemies will tremble at our name. We will use our cannons and weapons to let them taste our might and pay their blood debts. We will use our cannons and weapons to protect our precious comrades. Victorious troops. Victory all the way. Victory all the way. Victory all the way. Victory all the way. The various Han heroes began to roar out with strong feelings. It was an infectious mood, as everyone, including the gun-toting survivors, began to cheer out loudly. Not long after, all the survivors in Tianmu town cheered at the top of their voices, the celebratory mood strong. Yu Zhong then raised his hands, and the cheers came to a halt. He waved his hands, and a few of subordinates under by Xiao Shang stepped forward carrying 2 large chests to the podium and revealed the contents to everyone. Yu Zhong pointed to all the evolving liquid and announced, "These are evolving liquids. As long as you consume one, you can become an evolver. You guys should be able to recognize the value of these vials. Now they are yours. You are all heroes. I will grant strength to all of you, and hope that you can make use of this strength to kill our enemies and protect our comrades." Shimin Lai looked at the boxes and his eyes opened wide with fervor and greed. What? Evolving liquid? There's actually something like that? There was a vast difference between evolvers and ordinary enhancers. Each time they leveled, the distance would be pulled apart. Almost all enhancers hoped to become evolvers. However, evolvers were rare, and even as the leader of the Radiant Sun Triad, Shimin Lai was not an evolver. Yu Zhong swept his gaze across the people. Line up to collect it. There's only a limited amount on my hands, therefore I can only grant it to those who participated in the defense against the Gold Wolf Riders as well as the Manchurian forces. As for the rest, there will be chances to earn them. As long as you join the victorious troops and obtain enough merits, I, Yu Zhong, hereby promise you that you definitely will become a strong evolver. It's easy to use it, just have to inject in. After injection, you will have a fever for a day, and after resting for a day, you will become an evolver. As to whether you want to accept it, it's up to you. I won't force those who aren't confident to try it. The various Han heroes began to line up neatly to accept their evolving liquid. Many immediately injected themselves, as they trusted this leader who fought alongside them. However, there were likewise many who doubted. There were 50 of them who stood to one side, not willing to try it, just standing there eyeing coolly. Since the onset of the apocalypse and the crumble of society, human nature had truly changed. Although many of these heroes had fought alongside Yu Zhong, they still harbored a slight wariness. It was not easy to just trust someone and inject a substance that had unknown origins after all. Could be poison or worse, some form of control agent. Then they would become puppets at the mercy of Yu Zhong's control, turning into a bunch of zombies. After accepting the liquid, some of the Han heroes felt their bodies shuddering, and they slumped to the ground, panting loudly. Witnessing this, many of them felt shocked and turned to look at Yu Zhong, their gazes filled with slight suspicions. If he couldn't explain properly, they would immediately fall out with him. Alliance Chief, what is the meaning of this? Alliance Chief, please explain. Facing the scrutiny of the people present, Yu Zhong maintained his calm and said, I've already mentioned this. In order to transform into an evolver, after taking the liquid, you will burn with a fever. After a day, you will naturally recover and become an evolver. All of you can wait a day and see if my words are true or not. Seeing how firm he was, while many of the heroes were still uncertain, they didn't dare ask further. After all, they have seen how casually he had slaughtered his enemies, and was likewise cruel and vicious in his handling of any resentment at the start. Before anything was certain, they didn't dare to have a falling out with him. Yu Zhong summoned Shimin Lai. Go get some nurses to take good care of these heroes. Shimin Lai replied courteously, Yes, Alliance Chief. Currently, many of the Radiant Sun Triad's elites had perished in the battles, and there were only some ordinary warriors left. None of them were a match for Yu Zhong nor his guards. Hence, Shimin Lai had long since abandoned all thoughts of vying for the Alliance chief seat, instead, choosing to become Yu Zhong's subordinate. 80 women were selected by him to become temporary caretakers, in charge of all the fainted Han warriors. Some of them were worried that Yu Zhong might do something else. Thus they offered to protect their comrades and friends. Yu Zhong naturally allowed them. Early the next day, one burly Han warrior opened his eyes and immediately exclaimed, Oh! Where's this? Li Danu, you're awake. How do you feel? Have you become an evolver? Li Danu, you're all right. How's your body? A few Han warriors saw that Li Danu had woken up and immediately crowded around to ask. Li Danu rubbed his eyes and stared blankly for a while, before a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Oh yes. Ha 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 ha. This father. I have become an evolver. This father has become an evolver. I even learnt the werewolf transformation ability. This father is invincible. Ha 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 ha. Werewolf transformation. Transform for all of us to see. Come on, do it. Let's see if you're just boasting. The crowd immediately hooted and egged him on. They knew while he had always been a strength-based enhancer, he definitely did not know the werewolf transformation before. Fine. Let me show you guys. He roared out in mock fury, and immediately his muscles became ripped. Fur grew everywhere on his body, and his frame lengthened itself. Within seconds, he had transformed into a powerful werewolf over 2 m tall. He really became an evolver. Holy, Alliance Chief's words were not false. Damn it! I should have gone to get one. Seeing Li Danu transformed into an evolver, and even comprehending the powerful werewolf transformation skill, instantly leaping beyond their levels and strength, many of them who did not collect their evolving liquid felt regret and envious. Chapter 622. Situ Jin. Translator. Editor. A number of the Han heroes also began to wake up from their coma, each of them having evolved to an evolver. They had learnt new abilities, and their strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. This situation caused the entire Tianmu town to go crazy. Those who had been eligible, but did not take the evolving liquid due to their misgivings the day before, approached Yu Zhong and pleaded profusely, Alliance Chief, on account that I've given my all to protect Tianmu town, please grant me an evolving liquid. Yu Zhong eyed them coolly and rejected. No way! I gave you guys the choice yesterday, and you guys did not treasure it. Let me give you this opportunity then. You have all become commanders of the victorious troops. I hope that you will use your strength to obtain merit in order to exchange for the evolving liquid. As long as your achievements are sufficient, I will grant you the evolving liquid and help y'all become evolvers in my hands. There are even better versions. As long as you accumulate merits, spread the mighty name of the victorious troops and let our enemies fear us. Only then, I will gift you these precious gifts. After they were rejected, those warriors began to join the victorious troops to undergo strict military training. When they saw the astonishing effects of the liquid, many survivors were also tempted and wanted to join the victorious troops to gain strength and make a name for themselves. The sign-up rate for the unit suddenly increased explosively. Yu Zhong chose a good 2,000 seedlings to join. After establishing the victorious troops unit, Yu Zhong then led the rest of the survivors back towards Chimu County. Arriving there, Yu Zhong got by Xiao Shang to train those 2,000 survivors, while assigning others to go collect the survivors of the other 10 Han factions. After the battle in Tianmu town, the matter of Yu Zhong's leading of the Han alliance to repel the Gold Wolf Riders and Manchu Empire soon spread throughout the Central Plains like wildfire. Of the 10 Han factions, the Radiant Sun Triad had already become part of Yu Zhong's faction, while the chiefs of the Green Bamboo Triad and Heavenly Demon Sect began to lead their 4,000 survivors to join Tianmu town. The Blue Triad, Red Triad, Golden Wolf Triad, and even the Pink Triad also submitted to Yu Zhong, bringing their own survivors, instantly growing the faction to a mighty size of 30,000 people. The attention of all the powers in the Central Plains soon fell onto these huge Han alliance, and every day, there would be solo warriors who arrived to join them. Out in the Central Plains, besides the 3 large empires, the Han alliance had suddenly become the 4th faction. Alliance Chief. Someone requests an audience. On a particular field, Shimin Lai came running, noting Yu Zhong training his body by carrying a large boulder. At the same time, he was under the pressure of 4 times gravity while activating his Dark Do Chi. Every day, after settling his affairs, Yu Zhong would use this method to train his Dark Do Chi, in order to get a better sense of it. Sometimes, employing an additional skill that was familiar would mean an additional trump card on the field. Yu Zhong threw the huge boulder to the ground, and took a deep breath, his eyes turning to fix on Shimin Lai. "Who's looking for me?" Shimin Lai replied, "It's from the People's Army." The Mongol king Hui Rant's subordinate Guoming had led a troop of 1,000 soldiers to attack them. "The envoy is here to seek assistance." "Chief, are you going to grant him an audience?" Yu Zhong frowned as he pondered, before saying, "Let him in." A man in tattered clothes that looked dusty and pitiful, yet his stature straight and his gaze resolute came before Yu Zhong. He spoke, "Lieutenant Ing Kong of the Border Guards greets Chief Yu. I came seeking your assistance in deploying your troops to rescue our Huyen town." Yu Zhong looked at this man with appreciation and said, I can deploy my troops to your town. However, I want the survivors to all come under my faction, including your troops." Ing Kong stared right back at Yu Zhong without any fear. "I would like to ask Chief Yu a few questions." "Please ask." Ing Kong immediately shot. "First, if you were to lead the Han alliance to defeat the Mongol king, the Manchu Empire, the Turk Empire, how would you deal with the survivors from these 3 factions?" Yu Zhong did not hesitate and immediately replied, "Those whose hands had been stained by Han blood would be executed. Their families would become slaves. As for those ordinary citizens, as long as they did not partake in any activities in harming the Hans and surrender, I can treat them as ordinary citizens as well. However, there will not be any privileges. In my Han Alliance faction, all citizens are equal. I would not mistreat any particular race just because. Likewise, there would not be any pardon any offenses. Even any Hans within the 3 main factions, as long as their hands are dyed with their fellow Hans' blood, they would not be spared." Yu Zhong's principle had always been an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He would handle violence with violence, and repaid evil with evil. He had no particular hatred for the rest of the races. After all, when he was in university, he had many friends of different races as well. However, in this apocalyptic world, there were many nationalistic or racist people. In the West, there was the Nazi Germany, the Japanese right-wing faction, the brutal nature of Country A, as well as the white supremacists of America and Europe as well. They all felt their own race to be the strongest and viewed other races with contempt. During peace times, they already had a certain degree of power. In this world where trust was lacking, any nationalistic person could quickly gather like-minded individuals like a beacon. Ing Kong then continued, "Second, half of the survivors in Huyen town are Mongolians. How do you intend to deal with them?" Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "If they didn't do anything wrong, they are still eligible to become my citizens. I'll treat them fairly just like the rest of the survivors. As long as they're willing to work, I can guarantee that their quality of life would not be worse off. If they have committed any major offenses, then they will be dealt with. This has nothing to do with their racial background, just themselves and their conduct. Same goes for the Hans in my camp." Ing Kong looked at him fearlessly and said, "Good, Chief Yu, in that case, as long as you keep your promise and treat everyone fairly, the people's army would join you. I, Inkong, am a Mongolian myself. Many Mongolians had aspects of their lives that intertwine with the Hans, therefore, marriages between both sides were common. Not every Mongolian wanted to capture a Han to be a slave. Although Inkong was Mongolian, he was a border guard with a strong sense of honor. He and his comrades had continued to protect the 800 survivors of Huyan Town through their resolute wills. To them, there were no distinction between Mongols or Hans, it was just Chinese and foreign invaders. The actions of the self-proclaimed Mongol king of raiding various places to get slaves crossed a line with Inkong. He did not approve of it. Somehow, Guoming, Hu Yiran's subordinate, had set his sights on Huyan Town and the 800 survivors there, intending to subjugate them. Since Inkong and the rest of his comrades were at their wits' end, they could only approach Yu Zhong for help. Yu Zhong made the decision to assist, and immediately deployed by Xiao Shang, Yin Shuang, as well as 50 Special Forces evolvers towards the base of the People's Army. The victorious troops were still undergoing training, and under the guidance and instructions of the various elites who had been through battles, they were all slowly but surely getting stronger. Before their training ended, Yu Zhong wasn't willing to send them on a live exercise. In his plans, this victorious troops will be one of the strongest armies he had to sweep through the Central Plains. He needed to ensure that they were of the highest standards. Huyan Town was a small town in the Central Plains, with a population of about 2,000 in the past. With the apocalypse, the border guards that had been stationed nearby managed to save 500 from the zombies. Due to their protection, the survivors from the surrounding areas began to come, and boosted the population to 800. This small town had led a life of little conflict, and now, their peace was about to be disrupted. A 1,000-strong unit of riders kicked up a storm of dust as they arrived in front of the town. Guoming, as the leading captain of this unit, pointed to the town and ordered coldly, "Kill! The first person to make his way in will be promoted 3 ranks, and given 5 bulls, 10 beauties. After the town is ours, other than the Mongolians, everyone else is to be our slaves. Kill! 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 Kill!" The riders charged forth with bloodthirsty looks towards Huyan Town. Pong! 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 From Huyan Town, there were suddenly loud gunshots that rang out, instantly killing a number of riders. However, due to the lack of firearms as well as the absence of heavy firepower, there were only about 60.81 rifles. Furthermore, having been utilized often, the bullets remaining were very limited. A soldier came up to a man with a burly frame, a huge mustache and beard, and said, "Captain, I only have about 5 magazines left." This bearded soldier was the leader of the border guards, Situjin. Situjin replied, "Save the ammunition. Let them come closer. Then we fire." Another soldier had a face of concern. "Captain, the bullets are dwindling. I don't think we have more than 200. But they have a 1,000 people. What do we do?" Situjin looked at all of them, a grin on his face. "What's there to be worried about? Once the bullets are out, we still have our blades. Without our blades, we still have our teeth and fists. Protecting the people of the country is our duty. There are 800 of our fellow countrymen relying on us. Protecting them is our duty, our responsibility. I know it will be hard for us to live past today. If you want to leave, I won't blame you. You all have been the best soldiers this country could have gotten, and are my good brothers. Whether you choose to die here with me, or to leave and live on, you will forever be my close friends and brothers." Translator. Translation Nation Editor. One soldier replied passionately, "Captain, what are you saying? Those who wanted to leave would have long gone." Another chuckled and said, "Precisely. Since we all stayed on from the beginning, we knew this day would come sooner or later." Situjin looked at these 60 soldiers who had stayed behind with him with a gratified expression. At the beginning, there were a total of 200 who had followed Situjin. However, 140 of them could not stand the slow decline of the town, nor were content with the status quo. Hence they chose to head for greener pastures with other factions. Only Situjin and the remaining 60 of them held onto their beliefs resolutely, silently keeping guard over the survivors. Situ-Jin roared out and fired at one rider, shooting him down. Great! Then let's show our them fighting spirit. Following that, a number of gunshots rang out, and a few more riders fell from their horses. Outside of Huyan town, a huge ditch had been dug surrounding the entire town, forcing the riders of Guoming to get down from their horses to charge at the town. Huyan town was about to be embroiled in chaos. Ing Kong and the rest saw the town about to be breached, and his face fell. Shit! Leader, Guoming and the rest had reached first. Do it! Kill anyone that resists. Yu Zhong waved his hands and muttered coldly. Understood. Leader. Brothers, charge. Bai Shaoshang licked his lips, a fierce glint flashing across his eyes, as he led his men towards Huyan town. Following some gunshots, more soldiers under Guoming fell, their heads blasted. Bai Shaoshang's team was made up entirely of elites, and they charged right at the troops of Guoming like a hot knife through butter. The soldiers of Guoming were suppressed and had no choice but to seek cover. Their combat experience and ability was vastly inferior to the elite evolvers under Bai Shaoshang, and were quickly at a disadvantage. Father! I'll go help Father kill those baddies. Yin Shuang smiled radiantly, before turning into a gust of wind and charging right for the enemy troops. The moment Yin Shuang reached their area, many of the soldiers' heads were blasted by her fists. At a glance, it was truly a horrible sight to witness heads exploding out of nowhere. Ing Kong watched in shock, as Yin Shuang continued to tear through the enemies. Strong! How can there be such a strong existence? With just her ability alone, she could easily kill all the soldiers defending Huyan town. The princess is still too strong. There's no chance for us to act. Yes, the princess is too overbearing. The elites under Bai Shaoshang could not help but discuss softly when they saw how tyrannical Yin Shuang was. It wasn't the first time they had seen her displaying her crazy strength, but each time they saw it, they were reminded of how pathetically weak they were. Strong. Yu Zhong watched Yin Shuang annihilate the subordinates of Guoming with a complicated expression. If there were 100 of organisms like her, Yu Zhong did not dare imagine what faction could possibly stand up to them. If he were to exchange blows with Yin Shuang, Yu Zhong felt that he might still be able to hold on. But if there were 2 of her, he would be killed without even a chance to flee. 300 soldiers died like ants, while the rest lost their will to fight and quickly got on their mounts to escape. Those on the horses were even more obvious targets. They had just come out of their covers and were instantly shot down by Yu Zhong and his men. Guoming roared in fury and activated his second-rank werewolf transformation, turning into a powerful werewolf that charged right for Yin Shuang. Beast! I'll kill you! With a gust of wind, the little fist of Yin Shuang came blasting right at Guoming's head, causing this high-level evolver to lose his head, his body crumpling to the ground. With Guoming ended in one blow, the rest of his subordinates instantly lost their minds and hurried to flee. Some even threw their weapons down to surrender. The soldiers that tried to flee didn't get very far, as they were quickly shot down by Shaoshang and his team. This was a team that could take on over 100 evolver enemies, and it was not a problem to hunt down those fleeing soldiers. After killing them, Bai Shaoshang and the rest then sent troops to go and collect those who had surrendered. Situ-Jin looked at Yu Zhong and the rest of his team that did not even number more than 100, his heart shaking with shock. Strong! What vicious methods! The rest of the soldiers stared at that pretty and adorable Yin Shuang, whose white dress fluttered in the wind, her eyes filled with wonder. This was a girl that was cute and incredibly dangerous at the same time. The stark contrast between her and the bloody scene behind her was extremely obvious. Ing Kong came up to Situ-Jin in excitement and introduced Yu Zhong to him. Captain! Captain! I'm back! This is the leader of Chimu Town, Chief Yu Zhong of the Han Alliance. When the soldiers around Situ-Jin heard this, their eyes flashed with a strange glint, as they looked towards Yu Zhong with caution. They were of different descent and were slightly wary of this Han. After all, the Turk Empire, Mongol Empire, and even the Manchurian Empire had acted out against one another, fighting for slaves. They were worried that this Han alliance would turn out to be another racist hegemon. Situ-Jin saluted Yu Zhong and spoke. I'm Situ-Jin of the Borders Guard. and we're extremely grateful for your reinforcements. Yu Zhong spoke warmly. No need for thanks. This time, I've come with the invitation for Captain Situ to lead your troops to join us. Our Han Alliance do not segregate people by their descent or race. It all depends on your conduct and behavior. I admire your efforts in protecting the survivors and sincerely hope that you would join us. Situ Jin thought for a long while before replying, and if I say no? The moment his words landed, Bai Shaosheng's eyebrows arched, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. The rest of the evolvers beside him also stepped forward with billowing killing intent. The moment Yu Zhong gave the command, they would immediately eradicate these people. Situ Jin and the rest truly did respect command. However, to Bai Shaosheng and the rest, Yu Zhong's words were the absolute. They had brought their own troops to rush here and rescue them, in the hopes of salvaging the situation and getting the survivors. Yu Zhong looked at Situ Jin and said slow, if you're not willing, then forget it. As long as you promise to not be enemies, you're free to go. I can support you by giving you 1,000 bullets and some other foodstuff. However, the 800 survivors in Huyan Town have to become my citizens. There's no leeway for this. This is my bottom line. It was rare for someone of such morals and virtue like Situ Jin even prior to the apocalypse. With regards to this type of people, Yu Zhong was extremely favorable towards them. As long as they didn't get in his way, he was willing to take a step back for them, as an expression of his goodwill. Hearing Yu Zhong's words, Situ Jin and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They knew they weren't a match for Yu Zhong or his men. The moment there was a clash, they would undoubtedly die. They weren't afraid of death, but who was willing to die for naught? Furthermore, they could detect Yu Zhong's respect and admiration for them, and this caused them to have an increasing admiration for this young leader. Situ Jin furrowed his brows slightly, as he stared straight at Yu Zhong and asked, more than half of the survivors in Huyan Town aren't Han. How are you going to deal with them? Yu Zhong had a serious face. Equal treatment. I've said this before, I will treat them like how I treat the Hans. Situ Jin then expressed his agreement. Good. I, Situ Jin, am willing to join you. I hope you will stick to your word and treat them all equally. Good. 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 Yu Zhong saw how readily Situ Jin had decided to join in, and he immediately broke out in an appreciative grin. With all sorts of talents under him, as well as the addition of such exemplary soldiers, who were willing to die for their beliefs, it was truly a terrifying force to have. Although Situ Jin and his troops were not much different from normal soldiers, with the evolving temple under Yu Zhong's control as well as the evolving liquid in a short while, he could easily cause them to all undergo heaven-shaking transformations. All he lacked were people that he could trust until now. Yu Zhong eyed them and spoke. Situ Jin, you've been in the service for quite a while. You must be quite clear on the various locations of the armories. I want to know the weapon and storage facilities you and your brothers are in charge of. Yu Zhong wanted to get these soldiers into his wing because he knew they were privy to the locations of various military facilities. These facilities were definitely full of decent firepower. They were his targets. As of now, a small portion of Yu Zhong's current firepower had been brought from Hunan, whereas the rest was won through battles. Although there were already large-scale manufacturing lines set up over at Guangxi and Hunan, both bases also require the firepower. He had hoped to gain another large supply over here in the Central Plains. If he was successful, it would help with his conquests. Situ Jin frowned and began to ponder. In his mind, those facilities were national treasuries, and were considered national secrets. In Kong saw Situ Jin's hesitation and immediately spoke. Captain, what are you still hesitating about? The country is already destroyed, and now, we're all struggling for survival. We need to protect the country. But how can we just rely on our bravery and fists? We can't protect anything like that. In Kong's words were like a bolt of the blue that shook Situ Jin, who remembered that they were almost prepared to go against the enemies with their melee weapons. He immediately understood. According to what I know, there are a total of 13 military facilities located around these areas. Situ Jin brought out a map and started pointing at certain locations. This place is small and there had been a platoon stationed there. The things inside are most likely taken. These two are also bases of company level, the items inside also likely claimed. This camp had been opened by the Mongol king. There's one location which I'm fairly certain that no one has touched yet. It's this. Situ Jin pointed to one particular valley. In this Ulan mountain range, there's a field regiment secretly stationed there. In the past, I'd been deployed there once, and it's a very secretive location. There shouldn't be many who know of it. There's still a regiment's worth of equipment there. When everyone heard it, their eyes lit up, their expressions excited. In this apocalypse, a single IFV could cause a small-sized faction to quake in fear. 4 tanks were enough to plow through a 10,000-strong faction. There were many tanks within a regiment station with assault helicopters, IFVs to boot. If they could gain the base, then Yuzhong's Central Plain faction would grow yet another level of strength. Situ Jin reminded them, however, leader, the Ulan mountain range is truly dangerous. According to what I know, there are plenty of mutant beasts lurking there, and it's a location of peril for humans. Many experts had tried to go there to hunt the mutant beasts to level up, but those who went had not come back. They're mostly like dead, having become meals for the mutant beasts. It's extremely dangerous there. Yuzhong pondered a while before replying, I got it. Situ Jin had become Yuzhong's subordinate. Thus the survivors in Huiyan town were automatically Yuzhong's citizens. They were then herded out of the town, making their way for Chimu town. Yuzhong had just arranged for the 800 survivors to move to Chimu town, when there was a sudden appearance of a dust cloud about 10 miles in the distance from Chimu town. A huge force had appeared. One sentry caught sight of them, where there were plenty of riders, tanks, IFVs, gun-mounted vehicles, howitzers, and his face fell. No good! It's the Mongol king's troops. Quickly, report to the leader. What? The Mongol troops are already here to attack. The moment Yuzhong heard it, his expression turned ugly. What a timing. The Mongol king is truly not simple. Fuck. At this time, the victorious troops were still undergoing training, and the rifles in his hand numbered only about 3,000, but there were about 300,000 rounds. They lacked heavy firepower. There wasn't even a single rocket launcher. It was the time where Yuzhong's Central Plains forces were still weak, and Hui Rant's chosen timing of attack was too perfect. Chapter 624. Grey Wolf Rider and Blood Eagle Rider. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. After taking in all the survivors of the different triads and factions of the Han Alliance, Yuzhong had a sizable number of survivors. What he lacked now was time, the time for these people to become decent fighters. It was at this crucial period that Hui Ran had suddenly launched his attack. If Yuzhong chose to run, then a few tens of thousands of Han people would land in his hands. Yuzhong had not yet established his position in the Central Plains, and he had no choice but to engage Hui Ran's forces. Atop the city wall around Chimu town that was built not long ago, many commanders and their subordinates had caught sight of the approaching Mongol troops. Their faces were all unsightly. It's the Blood Eagle Rider. That's the Blood Eagle Rider. Mu Shidai. One commander, whose eyesight was decent, caught sight of the Blood Eagle banner and his face fell. Upon hearing this name, the soldiers who had just joined Yuzhong all had pale faces. The Blood Eagle Rider Mu Shidai was a powerful expert on par with Dong-Er Moliai of the Gold Wolf Riders. The Blood Eagle Riders under him were the strongest force under Hui Ran, used frequently in his battles to expand. Mu Shidai had followed Hui Ran on his many conquests, and in each territory, as long as there was a male over 1.2 m, he would kill them. The number of people that had been slaughtered at their hands were over 20,000. He was one of the most renowned generals in the Central Plains, and had defeated Dong-Er Moliai in countless clashes before. Grey Wolf Rider Boer Z. He's here too. Tyrant Bear Bo Lei. He's here as well. And Grey Panther Wu Liang Shu. Red Wolf Shuri Xian. Venomous Dog Shu A Tai. Looking at the various flags, the commanders all became extremely agitated. The Mongol king had over 40,000 troops, and this time, he had actually deployed half of them, especially the appearance of Blood Eagle Rider Mu Shidai and Grey Wolf Rider Boer Z. Other than these two leaders, the appearance of the other infamous generals sent shivers down the spine of the soldiers present. Within Chimu town, the victorious troops had not even trained for more than 10 days, and they were still lacking in skills and firepower. The Mongol king Hui Ran had decided to use the butcher knife to slaughter the chicken, and deployed 20,000 elites to assault Chimu town. A dark shadow was cast over the entire town. Yu Zhong looked out at the approaching troops and laughed. The number of animals that had arrived is truly high. As long as we take them out, we will become the largest faction out here in the Central Plains. Everyone, rest assured this time, since they dare to come, they will not get to go back. They will become the fertilizer for the grounds of Chimu town. Li Guang gazed at the 20,000 Mongolian troops and spoke confidently. That's true. At that time, when the Golden Wolf Riders and Manchurian Empire had wanted to attack our victorious troops, we still managed to beat them away. These are just 20,000 pigs. It would just take a longer time to kill them. An elite troop needed self-confidence. After becoming the commander of the victorious troops, Li Guang had also gained some pride. As long as Yu Zhong was around to maintain the morale, he was certain Yu Zhong could lead them to victory. There was almost a blind reverence from Yu Zhong's abilities already. Yes, those are just 20,000 pigs. We can simply take them out. The Mongol king had barked up the wrong tree. In front of us, they're just ants. Seeing the confidence of Li Guang and Yu Zhong, the officers who had been riled up because of the appearance of those Mongolian experts began to calm down and started to point at the enemy. Their confidence came from Yu Zhong himself. As long as he was around, they would not lose. Situ Jin eyed those commanders and was secretly in admiration of their bravery. Even he himself was perspiring when he heard the names of Blood Eagle Rider Amu Shidai and Grey Wolf Rider Boer Zi. These were the top generals of Hui Ran, and they were basically seasoned murderers, many experts having fallen at their hands. One rider came from the Mongol troop and shouted out in an arrogant tone, "Those inside Chimu town, listen up! General Amu Shidai is ordering you to put down your weapons and surrender unconditionally. Otherwise, we will breach the defenses and not spare any living or moving things." Pong! The moment his words left his mouth, his head was blasted apart like a watermelon. Yu Zhong placed the sniper rifle down, eyeing the corpse of the rider with a cold smirk. This was his response. Killing the envoy of the other party, this was the most blatant challenge. Usually in a war, the envoys were never mistreated. Yu Zhong had outright disregarded that rule and killed the envoy, expressing his desire to fight. At the Mongolian side, a burly man decked in a black cape and an armor made out of a Type 3 mutant beast hide, riding a rare Type 2 black stallion, its head possessing a single horn, its body covered in scales, roared out in anger. "That Han dog dares kill my envoy. When I capture him, I will chop his head off to be my toilet seat." This burly man atop the Type 2 black stallion was precisely the Blood Eagle Rider Amu Shidai, one of the peak-level evolvers in the Central Plains. A man in blood-red robes, a helmet as well as curved blades by his waist, got down on a single knee and spoke to Amu Shidai. "General, I'm willing to lead the men to go and get Yu Zhong's head for you." Amu Shidai had a face of appreciation. "Good! Bo Lei, you shall lead the troops to get Yu Zhong's head for me." Bo Lei was one of the strongest generals under Amu Shidai, and had obtained much merits on behalf of his general. His conquests were second only to Amu Shidai. "Yes, General," Bo Lei replied respectfully, immediately deploying his troops. 1,000 riders all in blood-red robes suddenly broke out from the enemy troops and headed for Chimu town under the charge of Bo Lei. "Fool! Riders are not meant to be used like that." Yu Zhong eyed them and a gloating look flashed in his eyes. "Bai Xiaoshang, wipe them out." "Yes, leader." Bai Xiaoshang laughed coldly and ordered, "Fire at will." The elites that had followed Yu Zhong all the way began to fire their weapons. Pong! 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 Following the clear and loud gunshots, Bo Lei's riders began to fall from their horses. Bo Lei's countenance turned unsightly and roared out, "Not good! Retreat! Retreat! All retreat!" Although there were 100 evolvers firing, Bo Lei felt that they were more frightening than 1,000 normal soldiers. Every second, more than dozens of his men were shot down. He was afraid that by the time they reached the entrance, their numbers would have been reduced to nothing. The Blood Eagle riders quickly turned around and galloped back, leaving 500 corpses, their figures pathetic. Bo Lei, who had been confident and proud earlier, was now ashen-faced as he knelt in front of Emu Shidai. "General, your subordinate is useless and cost the lives of 500 brothers. Please punish me." Emu Shidai glared at Bo Lei coldly. "Get up. This is not your fault. I didn't expect for them to have so many shooters as well. I've seen it, they have at least 100 marksmen. Your defeat was not unreasonable." Emu Shidai had partially allowed the 1,000 riders to go first to test the strength of Yu Zhong's troops. With this, he was clearer on what Yu Zhong was capable of. He then turned to another man who was decked in traditional Mongolian wear, his figure slightly rounder, and said, "Boer Z, this Yu Zhong is truly not to be underestimated. Let's have the artillery team rain fire upon them." Boer Z nodded and replied, "Fine." He then turned to give the order to his cannon troops. Hong, hong, hong. Round after round of heavy firepower rained down on Chimu town, causing multiple explosions and the destruction of some buildings. The survivors in the town could only tremble in fear and pray for their lives. Yu Zhong had already gotten men to evacuate the survivors, and many of them had been sent into various disaster shelters. However, there were still survivors and soldiers of Yu Zhong who were blasted to death by the artillery fire. 6 assault helicopters then suddenly flew out from the Mongol camp and begun to fire at Chimu town's fall as well. Under the continuous firing, a hole was blasted into Chimu town's wall. The 6 assault helicopters then flew over the airspace above Chimu town. As long as those 6 assault helicopters could enter Chimu town, they would rain hell on the entire place. "Do it!" Yu Zhong watched them appear about 800 m from Chimu town, and he immediately ordered, while firing his own electromagnetic gun at one of the assault helicopters. A single blade slash sliced through one, causing it to be heavily damaged. However, the slice missed the pilot and the fuel tank weapons dock, and it was somewhat possible for the assault helicopter to still fly. A number of shots strengthened by enhanced bullets were fired as well, aiming for the helicopters. Since controlling the evolving temple, Yu Zhong could easily support a number of evolvers to purchase the strengthened bullet ability and push it to their level 3 stage. Although they might not be comparable to peak-level gun experts, they were still more than enough to destroy ordinary assault helicopters. Chapter 625. Defeating the Grey Wolf Riders and Blood Eagle Riders. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Under the assault of the enhanced bullets, the 6 helicopters in the sky combusted into balls of flames and descended rapidly. From afar, the faces of Emu Shidai and Boer Z were extremely ugly. Those assault helicopters were part of their trump cards, and it was enough to use 2 to subjugate an entire town. In this single battle, they had actually lost 6. This caused them to feel the pinch. Emu Shidai gritted his teeth and spat. "There are a bunch of powerful evolvers in there. That damned Yu Zhong. How did he get so many experts?" The Mongol king Huiran had about 400,000 people under him, and there were not more than 50 enhancers with the strengthened bullet skill. Even more so, there were only about 15 of them that were above level 30. Emu Shidai could not understand how Yu Zhong had gotten so many experts. Boer Z spat out in fury as well. "Yu Zhong, that Han, is one of the most fearsome enemies I've ever met. We definitely cannot let him grow. Otherwise, our Mongol people will become his slaves. He has to die today." Yu Zhong had only been active around the Central Plains for a short while. However, the battle prowess he was exhibiting was incredible, and it was enough to cause the 3 major factions to sit up and take notice. Boer Z was unwilling to let such a big enemy run rampant. He immediately gave another order. "All troops, attack! Grey Wolf Riders, charge forwards!" With 4 tanks, 15 IFVs, 30 gun-mounted vehicles bringing up the front of the convoy, over 10,000 Grey Wolf Riders surged forth towards Chimu town. As the Grey Wolf Riders began to attack, the cannon firing did not stop. The heavy fire continued to suppress Yu Zhong and his troops. The Grey Wolf Riders weren't a motley bunch. having undergone several battles. Yu Zhong held his electromagnetic gun and fired at an incoming tank. A bright flash occurred, and the shot from the electromagnetic gun pierced through the tank, before another 3 consecutive shots killed the driver, halting its advance. As the rest of the evolvers were unable to stop the tanks, their objectives thus fell unto the gun-mounted vehicles. Following a bright flash, a number of the gun-mounted vehicles exploded in flames. Li Guang roared out loudly, his bow firing at the Grey Wolf Riders. "Kill! Kill these pigs! They're all a bunch of animals. We can just slaughter them as such. Kill them all! Our victorious troops are undefeated. Our victorious troops are the strongest. Whatever bullshit Blood Eagle Riders and Grey Wolf Riders, they aren't our match. Kill them all!" The commanders of the victorious troops that had undergone the horrors of the Tian Mutown battle began to join in the battle cry, firing at the Grey Wolf Riders. Shouting like this was able to give vent to their fear at the same time, raised the morale of the other soldiers. If they maintained their silence, some of the newer recruits might not be able to withstand the pressure. "Kill those Han dogs. After we breach the walls, we will slaughter them for 3 whole days. Everybody charge. There are countless women in Chi Mu Town. After we breach through, we can play with them however we like. Charge. Kill those Han dogs." The Grey Wolf Riders were truly elites of the Mongol King's troops. They continued on their charge towards Chi Mu Town, facing the attacks and trudged on. As they retaliated, many soldiers of the victorious troops fell as well. "We can't go on like this." Yu Zhong watched this and let out a shrill howl towards the skies. In the sky, Greenie came swooping down and made a grab towards the ground, pulling a IFV up into the sky with it. It then released it, swinging the unfortunate vehicle towards another, causing both to explode powerfully. After destroying 2 IFVs, Greenie then soared into the sky, and with its powerful wings, it conjured up tornadoes with its innate ability, blowing up dust storms all around the forces of the Grey Wolf Riders. As the wind blew, many riders could not open their eyes, whereas Yu Zhong's forces were not affected. They could continue to pick off the Grey Wolf Riders with ease. With Greenie dominating the skies, sending gusts of winds at the Grey Wolf Riders, it affected their firepower greatly, diminishing their damage output. Amu Shidai's face was ugly as he looked at Greenie. Type 3 mutant beast. Damn it, he could actually control one. The threat of a Type 3 mutant beast was pretty clear to all the factions. However, humans likewise possessed numerous experts and had intelligence. The Mongol king Hui Ran had organized a hunt of a Type 3 mutant beast before, and under the joint attacks of the experts, they had managed to hunt one. That was why Amu Shidai knew how terrifying a Type 3 mutant beast could be. His own Type 2 Black Stallion was tamed under a chance encounter. He did not know how to let it evolve into its Type 3 stage, and he had no confidence he could control it even. Monster. How are they able to receive the help of such a monster? It's too scary. I've only heard of such beasts in the myths. How could one appear here? The Grey Wolf Riders hid behind covers in the surroundings, and watched Greenie flapping its wings of over 80 m, their eyes filled with fear. Such a beast had surpassed their knowledge and imagination, and what was worse, this beast was helping the enemy. Their morale plunged. Bo Erzi looked at Greenie in the sky and roared out furiously, "Fuck! Kill that beast!" 1,000 warriors of the Grey Wolf Riders began to fire into the sky, blanketing the area Greenie was in. Greenie's speed was naturally fast, having reached the sound barrier, and none of them could even graze it. The main threat about aerial mutant beasts were because they were hard to hit. Their only weakness was their low defenses, unable to compare to the land-based mutant beasts. Greenie continued to soar around the skies, blowing up huge tornadoes, landing from time to grab a few of the Grey Wolf Riders. The Mongolian warriors were basically helpless against Greenie, and could only fire into the sky, though their efforts were in vain. Yu Zhong was relying on Greenie to distract the Grey Wolf Riders, while he raised the electromagnetic gun to blast the tanks and armored vehicles into oblivion. Greenie continued to harass the 9,000-strong Grey Wolf riders for half an hour before flapping its wings and disappearing into the distance. The tornadoes also came to a halt. After all, continually releasing its innate ability would take a toll on Greenie's stamina and power. It could not last forever. However, the moment the dust storms disappeared, the armored division that was supposed to spearhead the assault had been completely destroyed. The Grey Wolf riders could only rely on themselves to charge in. Having lost the protection of the armored vehicles, the Grey Wolf riders became ashened, their advance fraught with more dangers. Every step required them to pay a huge price. From time to time, Greenie would suddenly appear and grab a warrior and soar into the sky, before releasing the warrior, causing the morale to plunge even further. However, the Grey Wolf warriors were truly the elite force of the Central Plains. Even under such duress, they continued on resolutely towards Chi Mu Town. The Red Wolf Shur Exine roared out loudly, "Everybody charge! Victory is right in sight! Charge!" At this time, loud motor sounds roared out from the distance, as 8 Thunder Fighters shot towards them from the distance. The 8 Thunder Fighters swiftly flew over the Grey Wolf riders and dropped cluster bombs into their midst. Hong! 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 Following loud explosions, the Grey Wolf riders were instantly plunged into a scene right out of hell. After one round of cluster bombs, the 8 Thunder Fighters shot towards the heavy cannons team of the Grey Wolf riders. After all, those artillery weapons were a bigger threat compared to ordinary soldiers. The 8 Thunder Fighters quickly locked onto the artillery team of the Grey Wolf riders and fired a massive amount of rockets at them, causing the entire land to be obliterated. "Retreat! Everybody! Retreat!" Seeing this, Boer Z's face was pale as a sheet, and he hurried to scream. Amu Shidai saw the terrors of the 8 Thunder Fighters as well, and he ordered the same. "Retreat! Everybody retreat!" The Mongol king's forces were helpless against aerial enemies. If Amu Shidai insisted on battling on, their forces would definitely be annihilated. Hearing the orders, the Grey Wolf riders and Blood Eagle riders quickly retreated pathetically. Having destroyed the artillery camp, the 8 Thunder Fighters continued to give chase, killing the warriors of the Mongolian forces. Yu Zhong also made use of the chance to lead the elites of the victorious troops to pursue them, killing over 1,000 warriors of the Grey Wolf riders and Blood Eagle riders, capturing 200 of them, resulting in a heavy defeat for the Mongolian troops. Chapter 626. Refining the Blood Lotus. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Zhao Tiangang came out from one of the Thunder Fighters, hurrying to Yu Zhong as he saluted. "Zhao Tiangang greets leader." Yu Zhong patted Zhao Tiangang's shoulders and laughed. "Good timing. This time, if it wasn't for you guys, we would have been in danger." If Zhao Tiangang had not brought the 8 Thunder Fighters to provide reinforcements, Yu Zhong would definitely be in for a tough battle. He might have to sacrifice numerous soldiers to protect Chi Mu Town. Another charismatic commander came forward with 100 elites as they all saluted to him. "Lai Ming-yi greets leader." Lai Ming-yi was the powerful expert that Yu Zhong had recruited from Port Fangcheng. He had already risen to the rank of lieutenant colonel. Amongst Yu Zhong's forces, rising in rank relied on merits and contributions. Guangxi and Hunan were expanding quickly. Within a short span of time, there's no means of moving their troops. Lai Ming-yi was extremely clear that Yu Zhong intended to expand into the Central Plains. That was why he had brought his troops to support Yu Zhong. Each of his soldiers were powerful enhancers of above level 30. Yu Zhong looked at Lai Ming-yi and his troops, smiling slightly. "Very good. Your timing was impeccable. I'm currently lacking manpower. Your arrival is just too timely." With this 100 evolvers, Yu Zhong had a force of over 300 evolvers, and it was a force to be reckoned with. If they were to clash against the Blood Eagle riders, Yu Zhong would not be worried. Zhao Tiangang chuckled and turned his body slightly. "Leader, look who's here." Hee. From behind, 2 beauties stepped out. One older and the other one younger. The older lady possesses a head full of lush black hair, her features exquisite and perfect, with a hint of valiant aura about her. The younger one was likewise pretty, with intelligent eyes and her skin as fair as snow. She was truly a sight to behold. "Qing Wu, You've recovered. Yu Zhong saw them and a jolt of happiness hit him, and he could not help but walk over. When Ji Qingwu was gravely injured by the Type 4 flame bird previously, Yu Zhong had placed her inside the biological armor to be treated. When he headed back to Longhai City, he had left her in Yao Yao's care under the heavy protection of the camp's defenses. Ji Qingwu looked at Yu Zhong with a complicated look as she replied mildly, I'm all right now. Thank you. Ji Qingwu knew Yu Zhong had been forced to Japan because of her and had given her the precious level 7 biological armor. She was full of gratitude. However, her character was cold. So even though she was touched, her expression was still cold. Yao Yao hugged one of Ji Qingwu's hands and stared at Yu Zhong hatefully. She had treated Ji Qingwu as her most special person. Yet Ji Qingwu had specially traveled from Hunan to meet Yu Zhong. This caused her to be slightly jealous. Li Guang and the rest of the subordinates of the Central Plains watched the 8 Thunder Fighters in excitement. The moment these metal behemoths appeared, it had allowed Yu Zhong to defeat the Blood Eagle Riders and Grey Wolf Riders. They were extremely curious about these machines as it was obvious that these were not made in China. Defeating the Grey Wolf Riders and the Blood Eagle Riders was a huge matter. Yu Zhong had thus thrown a celebratory feast, inviting all the officials to participate. Yu Zhong had then introduced his subordinates from Hunan to Li Guang and Situ Jin, before pointing to Ji Qingwu. This is Ji Qingwu. If I'm not around, she can represent me. If I'm not around and there are things you guys need clearance, you can run it by her. In this short period, I will be heading to Ulan Mountain Range. She will take over my duties here. Hearing Yu Zhong's orders, the subordinates from Hunan had no issues. They knew fully well that Ji Qingwu had been part of the first few members of Yu Zhong's conquests and is a reliable partner of his. Many of them were in fact under her once and they knew her strength. Hence, there were no opposition to this order. However, the people from the Central Plains had strange glints in their eyes. If it was Yu Zhong himself, they were definitely okay with him. However, if it were someone else, furthermore it happened to be a woman, they were unable to accept it. Li Guang, who had won too many drinks, could not help but blurt out, "Leader, who is she?" The moment he said, he regretted it a little. Li Guang's words caused everyone's gaze to fall on Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong eyed Ji Qingwu and spoke bluntly, "She's my woman and my future wife." When Ji Qingwu heard that, her face flushed slightly from the joy and embarrassment and did not refute him. Hearing his words, the rest of the general from Central Plains did not have any more complaints. Yu Zhong's might was truly fearsome. Not only did he arrange for a large number of experts to be sent from Hunan, he also brought ammunition. Many of the Central Plains generals were full of respect and awe of him. Since Yu Zhong had made his decision, they could only follow his orders. After the feast was over, Yu Zhong went back into his room and pulled out a blood lotus, hesitating for a while. This time, the expedition might be fraught with dangers. I'd better take one first. Yu Zhong had managed to steal the 4 blood lotus seeds from the lair of the Type 4 white-scaled tiger. He handed one to Oming to run some research and one with the Longhai City Research Center, while he himself was in possession of 2. As to its effects, Yu Zhong was uncertain and dared not take it recklessly. Now that he had established so much, it would be a joke if he died from consuming something wrong. In this apocalyptic world, there were many strange treasures that could empower people. At the same time, there were equally potent poisonous plants. Every day, there would be people dying from mistaking poisonous flora as food. Yu Zhong did not want to be one of them. The blood lotus was something rare and it didn't seem to be plentiful. After a long time of research, all Oming had been able to discern was that it was definitely not harmful to humans. It was just that the effects of it was uncertain. Yu Zhong had been safe in Longhai City then, and thus there was no rush to enhance himself, so he had kept it with him all this while. After a short moment of hesitation, he popped it into his mouth. The moment the blood lotus entered his abdomen, it transformed to a warm surge of energy and coursed throughout his body. It was violent, as though it wanted to tear apart his body. Yu Zhong felt his chest aching badly and spat out a mouthful of blood. He thrashed about in his bed and smashed out with his fist as a powerful dark Do Chi was sent out, destroying the door. "Assassin! Assassin!" 20 experts immediately charged out and surrounded the place. They only saw White Bones standing quietly near the door while Ji Qingwu was hugging Yu Zhong, who would not stop vomiting blood. Ji Qingwu ordered with a stricken expression, "Prepare yourselves. Sound the alarm. Everyone is to be on alert. Get Bai Shaoshang to send some men to guard the area." Yes. Upon her orders, Bai Shaoshang immediately led 100 peak evolvers and stationed them at various places, heightening security. Lai Mingyi and Li Guang led their own troops and started patrolling. The entire Qi Mu town was plunged into a nervous atmosphere. The terrifying Blood Lotus was truly overbearing, causing blood to seep out his skin. He could not help but struggle in the pain. His entire body is heating up and even his perspiration was dyed with blood. Ji Qingwu watched Yu Zhong, who was in obvious agony, her heart anxious. She was intelligent, though, and immediately thought of the biological armor. The biological armor? It can save him. She placed him down carefully and hurried to her own room, preparing to bring the biological armor over. No need. I can withstand it. Just as she reached her room, she discovered that Yu Zhong had propped himself up and managed to holler hoarsely. After trying his best for that single sentence, he closed his eyes and quickly channeled his dark Do Qi to refine the powerful effects of the Blood Lotus. The medicinal effects of the Blood Lotus started to be refined by the dark Do Qi, nourishing it and enhancing it. Yu Zhong finally understood the usage of the Blood Lotus. It wasn't meant to strengthen a biological entity, but rather its innate abilities. It might be the dark Do Qi or some other inner strength, even some miraculous innate talents. If it was given to someone who didn't practice Do Qi or an ordinary person lacking any innate abilities, their body would explode immediately if it's not strong enough or bleed to death even with a high endurance. Ji Qingwu continued to hug Yu Zhong tenderly even as his pores ooze out dirt and blood, hoping to ease his pain. After 2 hours, Yu Zhong slowly opened his eyes as a bright light flashed, an indication of yet another increase in his strength. Congratulations! Your dark Do Qi has gained +2 enhancement. Within his mind, the notification rang out. When Yu Zhong heard it, a smile broke out on his face. Great! Now I can save on 4 points of skills. The dark Do Qi was a powerful ability. Each time he channeled it, his entire body would be strengthened by many folds in a short time. The amount his body could be strengthened by was dependent on the strength of the dark Do Qi. The more powerful his body and the Do Qi, the more exponential the increase in strength. With this dark Do Qi skill, Yu Zhong's strength had increased another level and he had another means of preserving his life. When Yu Zhong opened his eyes, he immediately noticed Ji Qingwu, whose countenance was full of worry. He was immediately filled with warmth and tenderness. Although he wasn't some saint, had killed many people and done many bad things, the fact that he still had someone who cared for him caused him to feel contented. Ji Qingwu caught sight of Yu Zhong's passionate stare. Her face flushed, intending to push him away, but at the same time, she was afraid of aggravating his injuries. Yu Zhong looked at this incredibly beautiful woman in front of him and felt his heartbeat quicken. Initially, back at the university, Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu were the top beauties of the school and were the dream girls of every boy. Yu Zhong had seen Ji Qingwu a few times, but he knew that they were of different worlds and that there was no chance of them ever getting together. However, he was now actually propped up on those tender legs of hers and he was incredibly excited at the twist of fate. Yu Zhong struggled out from her embrace and reached to embrace her back. Ji Qingwu fell into his embrace with a whiff of her fragrance. She could detect his eagerness and her face flushed slightly. No, Yu Zhong, you're still not all right. I'm not ready as well. Once your injuries are okay and you're back from the Ulan mountain range, I'll give myself to you then. Deal. You cannot go back on your word. When he heard it, his heart leapt with joy and he hurriedly planted a kiss on that smooth face of hers before charging into the bathroom to clean himself. By the time he had washed himself clean and ran out, the beauty was long gone. Yu Zhong stood there, forlorn. Early the next day, Yu Zhong summoned Lai Mingyi. Do you want to be promoted? I'm willing to die for leader. Lai Mingyi was incredibly excited when he heard that, and he immediately saluted him and announced. Lai Mingyi was an ambitious man who sought fame and fortune. He wanted to climb up and gain a post that was worthy of respect and admiration. Of course, he was enticed by a position that overshadowed most of the other subordinates of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong fixed his gaze at him. "You know our rules. To promote, you'll need to gain more merits. I'll entrust you with some responsibilities if you can complete it. You'll be the main commander of the Central Plains 1st Cavalry Brigade. If you think the mission is too tough, you're free to turn it down. I hope that you can start organizing a guerrilla troop focused on destroying the forces of Manchuria, Turks, and Mongolia. I want you to strike hard and fast, chipping away at their supplies as much as possible. Whatever means you have to utilize, you're free to do so. I can give you 50 evolvers and the necessary equipment and resources. Anything more than that, you'll have to provide them yourself. If you can cause them so much trouble that it will be impossible for them to recover, I'll immediately make you the commander of the 1st Cavalry Brigade. You'll be in command of over 300 people. Next time, when it's time to consider someone for the regiment commander, I'll definitely keep you in mind." When Lai Mingyi heard this, a strong sense of excitement and unbridled hot-bloodedness arose. Your subordinate promises to finish this. Being ambitious required taking risks. Lai Mingyi knew the dangers involved. However, he was fairly determined to complete it. After all, he had risked so much just to become a high-ranking officer. He wanted to be part of Yu Zhong's core team as well and be a part of the founding team of a future country. Chapter 627. Mutant Army Ant Colony. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Lai Mingyi was definitely an expert with a charm. He had brought his own 50 evolvers as well as recruited over 100 Hans who had recovered from their mistreatment and were vengeful against the 3 great factions. After that, he prepared enough equipment and led the men to set off. Out here in the Central Plains, the usage of the Black Stallions was more widespread than cars. They didn't need fuel and could eat anything. They would even eat corpses. On the other side, Yu Zhong led by Xiao Shang and 50 evolvers towards the Ulan mountain range. Ji Qingwu was an extremely capable woman with intelligence. After Yu Zhong left, she intensified the training of the victorious troops and according to Yu Zhong's instructions, she quickly organized the Central Plains 1st Battalion made up of the old warriors. Other than the reorganization of the army, Ji Qingwu had managed to pull out 10,000 men to form a secondary troop and made them go through training. In the event that there was a situation, they could directly be drafted into the troops. The secondary troops were mostly made up of civilian militia. In Hunan and Guangxi, Yu Zhong had 20,000 elite troops, but the secondary troops numbered over 100,000. In this apocalyptic world, not only did the humans need to fend off against the mutant beasts and zombies, they needed to protect against other humans as well. Military might could not be compromised. The matter of the Blood Eagle Riders and Grey Wolf Riders being defeated by Yu Zhong soon spread all over the Central Plains. Every single faction in the Central Plains began to take notice of the Great Han Alliance situated in Chimu Town, and everyone recognized it as the 4th largest faction. Every day, there would be wandering lone warriors seeking to join the Han Alliance. There were even a few smaller factions with dozens of people who quickly joined them, begging for protection. Many still felt that it might not necessarily be better, but since the other 3 factions were well known to be horrendous, the moment those factions attack, other than the women and kids, all the males would be killed. If not, they would be branded as slaves and treated as such. Other than the Hans, the other lesser races also swarmed over to join the Han Alliance established by Yu Zhong. The main difference Yu Zhong's Han Alliance had with the Turks, the Mongolian Empire, and the Manchurian Empire was the equal treatment of all races. Many of the subraces and clans of the Central Plains had married and merged bloodlines and family lines, so everyone was somehow already related to one another. It was hard to draw a clear distinction. Hence, many chose to rely on the Han Alliance. Deep in the Central Plains, within a mansion, the Manchuria Emperor, Xianzhen, glared at his subordinate who was kneeling on the ground. What? Yu Zhong had managed to defeat the Blood Eagle Riders and Grey Wolf Riders. Is your news reliable? The slave quickly kowtowed profusely. I swear upon my life, my liege, this news is definitely correct. Your slave had managed to find this out after much efforts. Damn bastard! Xianzhen gritted his teeth and smashed down on a table beside him. causing the table to shatter into dust. One particular slave came up and said, "Your Highness!" An envoy from the Mongolian Empire had arrived and requested an audience. Xianzhen's face regained his kingly aura and declared coldly, "So he's finally here? Let him in." Out in the Central Plains, there was a vehicle convoy on the move, consisting of a large fuel truck, 2 gun-mounted vehicles, and 10 Hummers. This was Yu Zhong's expeditionary fleet. Situ Jin pointed to a particular direction. "It would be Ulan town right up ahead. After we cross it, we'll reach Ulan mountain range." Yu Zhong sat in one of the Hummers and looked out the glass window, only to see multiple mountains in the distance formed and closely linked to one another. Thus, its name. The Ulan mountain range was one of the greatest protected natural locations of China. There were plenty of biological life forms within. It was a treasure trove of research for biologists, and yet now, it had transformed to a hell for humans. The mutant plants within were the scariest. Pong! 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 Yu Zhong and the rest headed in and immediately heard dense gunshots. The intense gunshots rang out through the Central Plains, traveling far. Enemies! Yu Zhong's face turned and he quickly leaped out his Hummer. Yin Shuang, who was in Yu Zhong's arms, also stuck with him as he dashed out. With Yu Zhong's current strength, he could easily burst out with an acceleration faster than a Hummer. In fact, sitting in the Hummer was more dangerous for him. At the same time, other than the 2 gun-mounted vehicles, soldiers quickly jumped out from all the Hummers while their eyes were fixed in front. Without Yu Zhong giving the order, Bai Shaoshang had already led 5 soldiers with him as they charged towards the direction of the sound. Not long after, a soldier came up to Yu Zhong and said, "Leader, it's the soldiers from the Kingdom of God fighting against an unknown faction." "I got it. I'll go take a look. You all wait here for further orders." With that, Yu Zhong brought Yin Shuang and quickly made his way forward. His speed enabled him to quickly make his way up a hill, whereby Shaoshang and the other 4 soldiers laid prone on the ground. Yu Zhong also crawled and looked below, only to discover 2,000 judges currently launching an attack on Ulan town. In the skies, 12 Tiger assault helicopters fired rockets without stop, blasting the structures of Ulan town. On the ground, a number of howitzers and rocket launchers began to blast the town. The entire Ulan town was covered in a sea of flames, and within the flames, there were some armed militants seen struggling. They were putting up a brave fight, but under the intense assault of the Kingdom of God, they had no choice but to retreat slowly. When Yu Zhong saw this, they were already beginning to collapse, with a majority of their numbers lost and 2,000 judges still making their way in. Yu Zhong looked down and sighed. "We were too late. If they had been here a day earlier, they might have been able to cooperate with the militants in Ulan town to fight against the Kingdom of God. However, now, the Kingdom of God had already obtained victory, and if Yu Zhong were to charge in right now, it was likely that both sides would suffer greatly. It was a force made up of judges after all, each of them having undergone a job change and had combat strength vastly superior to an ordinary soldier. Furthermore, they were well equipped with countless threatening and fearsome weapons and explosives. Even someone as strong as Yu Zhong might die if not careful. Right at this time, something strange happened. A huge sea of something brown began to charge at Ulan town from the distance. Level 8 strange beast. Mutant army ant. They devour everything in their path. Yu Zhong fixed his gaze on them, noting that each of them were only about the size of a human's fist, and the swarm was frighteningly large. There was a strange sense of his hair standing, as he could tell that with the size of the swarm, it was like there were over 1 billion ants within. Such a swarm was even more terrifying than a horde of zombies. The 12 helicopters in the skies began firing down at the mutant ants, blasting them with explosives and fire, consuming the mutant ants. Under that powerful assault, most of the mutant ants turned into ashes. However, all of a sudden, a particular mutant army ant flew out of its swarm with wings. It flapped its wings before soaring towards one of the assault helicopters. These flying army ants began to fire corrosive acid to burn through the covers of the tanks, before using their sharp jaw to tear the armor open. Not long later, the helicopters began to lose their outer hulls, as the mutant army ants tore into the metal and ripped the pilots into shreds. Following the miserable screams, the helicopters that lost their pilots began to wobble and crash towards the ground in powerful explosions. If the 12 helicopters had been utilized properly, they could easily turn the tides of any battle. However, such powerful equipment were actually torn like paper by the small mutant army ants, causing Yu Zhong to feel a chill in his heart. Yu Zhong looked at the 12 helicopters being destroyed and gave an order. Quick, retreat! Retreat! Bai Xiaosheng! Lead the men away! Towards the north! Wait for further orders! Bai Xiaosheng waved his hands and led the elites away from the place hastily. Yu Zhong's body had evolved to a terrifying degree. It would be hard for him to protect his soldiers, but if he was alone, he had confidence that he could break away if things get rough. The judges of the Kingdom of God within the Ulan town had quickly received the news of the mutant army ants colony, and they hurried to escape from the town as well. However, what caused them to be despondent was that all the tanks, IFVs and motorcycles had already long left the place, abandoning their own comrades. The speed of the mutant army ants was fast. Although their defense was weak and could be slapped to death by an ordinary person, their speed was fast, reaching 80 kilometers per hour, and thus, the armored troops didn't dare stay behind to wait for their friends. Chapter 6:28. Rescue. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Damn it. Those white bastards. They should all fucking die. Fuck. Damn white apes. This senior had already given my life to them, and they dared to betray us. Fuck. If there's a next life, this senior will fucking kill them all. The judges that had been abandoned were the Black and Asian people. In this apocalypse, whoever could provide the milk would be one's mother. As long as one could live, there were many who chose to rely on their old enemies. Selling themselves out for foreigners wasn't a big issue. Not everyone was adamant on nationalism anyway. In the Central Plains, the Kingdom of God had managed to form a few units made up of Chinese. Now that the whole unit was in danger, the Europeans had chosen to abandon their comrades that weren't of the same race as them. One of them, who obviously had a commanding aura about him, hollered out, "Retreat! Back into Ulan town. We will defend ourselves there. Only then there might be hope." Under his lead, the 2,000-strong unit quickly went back into the town. The colony of mutant army ants seemed to have smelled the scent of humans and began to swarm towards Ulan town. The judges started firing wildly as they found positions. Amidst the dense firing, many of the mutant army ants were quickly killed, but their speed was simply too fast. After paying the price of numbers, they managed to pounce onto a particular judge, and their sharp mandibles quickly tore into him. "Arg! It hurts! It hurts!" The soldiers screamed out as a huge chunk of flesh were torn by the mutant army ants. With a slap, he managed to flatten one. Ah! However, when the ant was smashed, the innards splashed out like acid, corroding his right hand, causing him even more agony. "No! No!" Right after that, a dozen other ants had pounced on him and were already tearing into him, as he screamed out and struggled futilely. More ants swarmed his body, covering every inch as they bit him, and the unfortunate soldier soon stopped moving. By the time the mutant army ants moved on, there was only a bunch of bones left, without a single shred of flesh. Under the pressurizing march of the mutant army ants, many of the elites of the Kingdom of God were quickly reduced to bones, their screams ringing out throughout Ulan town. Should I save them? Yu Zhong eyed the abandoned elites of the Kingdom of God, feeling conflicted. He then charged over towards the colony. Seeing Yu Zhong approach them, a number of the mutant army ants began to crawl towards him. However, Yu Zhong had already swapped out his hurricane necklace and activated the ability, sending gusts of tornadoes out in all directions, blowing the ants away. The number of ants might be crazy, but their strength wasn't too high. Thus, it was easy for them to be blown away. By now, the gunshots in Ulan town was practically deafening. There was no stop to them, and all the judges within were putting their lives on the line. They didn't care about the expenditure of the bullets, and their guns continued to fire without stop. Hand grenades were utilized freely, blasting patches of the ants to oblivion. These soldiers were truly the elites of the Kingdom of God, If an ordinary person were to fight this seemingly unending swarm of ants, they might have lost all hope. However, these judges were still fighting on with a resolute will, and it was truly something to admire. Yu Zhong blew a large number of ants away, and this scene attracted the attention of the judges in Ulan town. Yu Zhong barked out loud, "I'm Yu Zhong. I know you guys are the judges from the kingdom of God. I have an enmity with the kingdom of God and thought they have abandoned you. I'm here to rescue you. Let me ask you this. If I were to save you guys, are you all willing to work for me?" Yu Zhong did not want to expend his strength for no reason, so he opened with this negotiation. "I'm willing. As long as you save this senior will definitely give my life to you." "Great, Yu Zhong. Just based on your actions of charging here to save us. As long as you can cover this ass of mine, this senior will serve you for life." A number of the judges began to shout back. After all, they had sold themselves to the kingdom of God purely to lead better lives. There was no true loyalty in that sense. Thus, they had no qualms switching sides to serve Yu Zhong. This was the problem with a lack of unity or bond. Such a situation would not have happened in the Mongolian Empire, Manchurian Empire, or even the Turkic Empire. They were all of one race and one mind. The nationalistic view of their respective groups served to bond the people together. Even if they were to be defeated, they wouldn't serve Yu Zhong so easily. Yu Zhong had captured many of the Mongolian elites, but almost none were willing to serve him. This was part of the advantages of being in a nationalistic group. The middle-aged man who had first led the troops shouted loudly, "I am Chen Hongyi, Deputy Commander of the Kingdom of God's Mongolian Branch 2nd Battalion. Yu Zhong, as long as you save all of us, the entire unit here will serve you." "Good." Yu Zhong waved his hands and sent out his devil flame, as a flaming tornado took form in his hands. He then slapped out at the hands, and the powerful fire swept towards the colony and started to consume them. To these mutant army ants, the fire was their strongest bane. With a single sweep of Yu Zhong's devil flame tornado, huge patches of the colony started to burn. The crackling of the ants in the fire resounded throughout. Just this attack alone easily caused over 3,000 of the mutant ants to be cooked. After Yu Zhong had enhanced his devil flame to its second-order stage, it was truly much more fearsome. He could conjure up a devil flame tornado without expending much spirit. Because of this trump card, he dared to step forward to save the elites of the kingdom of God. "Awesome! We're saved!" Witnessing this, the judges quickly broke out in cheers. There were only 4 of them who had flame-based skills, and even then, there was no way to compare against Yu Zhong. They knew that even if the mutant ants feared fire, they could not rely on their own flame attacks to defeat the ants. "Gather towards me, all of you." Yu Zhong looked everywhere and saw a patch of grass that had been cleared and quickly ordered. Chen Hongyi roared out loud, as he swiftly made his way towards Yu Zhong. "Everyone, blitz towards Leader Yu Zhong's position. Everyone, on me." Gunshots, explosions, and all sorts of abilities were launched as the remaining 1,800 or so swiftly broke through and charged towards the field. Yu Zhong's hands lit up as a long devil flame defensive barrier was conjured around the field. The mutant army ants swarmed over and surrounded the place. After waiting a while, they lost their patience and launched an assault. The moment they went through the fire, their bodies started to burn as crackling sounds rang out, their bodies turning into ash. The remaining soldiers continued to watch from their positions in fear, uncertain if they could hold out. Should the mutant army ants breach the flames, they would become food for them. Although the devil flames did not seem to burn high, they burned strong, incinerating the tens of thousands of ants, without any sign of extinguishing. As the ants continued to launch themselves into the fire, the flames continued to consume them. After burning for 20 minutes, half the colony had been wiped out and the remaining ants turned around, swarming towards another location. Seeing this, the soldiers all heaved a sigh of relief. Many slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Their backs were drenched in their cold sweat. The retreat of the army ants left behind a huge amount of survivor coins, 20 white boxes, and a few blue crystals. Yu Zhong, whose countenance was slightly pale as well, went to collect all the drops and walked towards the field. Yu Zhong looked at them and declared solemnly, I have already made good on my word. Are you guys willing to fight for me? One bearded and burly man laughed savagely. Ha ha ha! Yu Zhong, you're really stupid. You actually believed what we said? What a fool. I know you. You're the highly sought-after enemy of the kingdom of God. As long as we kill you, we will be received into the European quarters and lead a good life. You have just used up so much of your strength. As long as we all attack you, we can become revered. Everyone, attack. We'll live like kings and enjoy ourselves. Chapter 629. Taking in the Defeated. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. The burly man was pretty insidious. Before he finished speaking, he had already retreated. He was extremely clear about Yu Zhong's strength, and he wanted to incite the rest of the judges in killing Yu Zhong, whereas he didn't want to engage him personally. After all, no matter how strong Yu Zhong was, against 1,800 experts, it was impossible for him to win. If you want to enjoy riches, you must be alive to enjoy. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps and immediately made to grab the neck of that burly man, before pulling him out from the crowd. His right hand then slashed down at the arm of the burly man, covered with dark do chi and combined with his 12 times strength. He dismembered the burly man's arm. Ah! My hand! The burly man screamed out in agony. Yu Zhong then flung the offender forcefully to the ground like a broken toy, smashing him. The impact caused the insides of the warrior to jolt violently, and he began retching blood while twitching on the ground. Seeing how vicious and decisive Yu Zhong was, the rest of the judges sucked in cold air and retreated involuntarily. Yu Zhong swept his gaze across the judges. Who else still want to try and take my head? One judge came out and spoke loudly. I'm willing to work for you. However, you must ensure that I'm fed. As long as I have food, I'm willing to serve you. Those assholes from the kingdom of God do not treat us like people. If it wasn't for the fact that I needed to eat, this senior would have long fallen out with them. In this apocalypse, many people were willing to go sacrifice or bend their principles just for a meal. Women were willing to sell their bodies for a single bun, while men were willing to bow and serve others just to eat. The judges present were mostly Chinese, and many had been recruited by the kingdom of God purely for the sake of survival. Their equipment were very ordinary ones, or those which had been disposed by the kingdom of God. Most of the heavier and more powerful weapons were in the hands of the Europeans, and thus, these judges were usually treated as cannon fodder. Under such circumstances, it was natural that these judges were unhappy. However, because of their fear of the kingdom of God, they didn't dare to rebel and could only continue to serve obediently. Yu Zhong looked at the elite soldier who had pledged his services first and said appreciatively, Good. What's your name? The judge replied, I'm Yu Wening. Yu Zhong chuckled. All right, from now on, you're a battalion commander of major rank. He had always treated the first one to submit to him well. This would thus ensure the ones behind to be more motivated to do the same. Yu Wening immediately got down on one knee in joy. Many thanks, leader. Yu Wening is willing to die for leader. Zhang Wen is willing to serve leader. Lu He is willing to serve leader. With a way out, many of the judges began to submit to Yu Zhong. Since the kingdom of God had abandoned them, they had nowhere else to go and could only choose to go with Yu Zhong. Over 1,300 of them chose to follow Yu Zhong, whereas the remaining 500 stood by in 5 groups and watched coldly. One burly man with a fierce face, eagle-like eyes, and a hooked nose was silent for quite a while before saying, Brother Yu Zhong, this time, I, Niodeli, am grateful to you for saving us. I'll be sure to repay this in the future. I'll say my goodbyes for now. Brothers, let's go. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed dangerously. Wait, Niodeli, what did you promise earlier? Are you trying to go back on your word? Niodeli turned to stare at Yu Zhong, his own eyes flashing coldly. Yu Zhong, we've gathered here amicably. Let's leave here amicably. Don't force my hand. I know you're strong. However, I have over 100 brothers who are willing to go through hell with me. Niodeli had over 100 of elites of the kingdom of God, and he wanted to make use of this chance to start his own faction. After he finished speaking, The 100 judges stepped forward with their guns aimed at Yu Zhong, and the atmosphere turned extremely heavy. Of those who had chosen to submit to Yu Zhong, many hesitated. Only Yu Wening and a dozen others raised their guns and pointed back at Niu Dali. Yu Wening was of a mind to rely on Yu Zhong, whereas the rest were still unprepared for such a critical situation. Yu Zhong then pointed to Niu Dali and spoke coldly. Since this is the case, you can take your 100 brothers with you to hell. Yin Shuang, wipe them out. Yes, father. Following a bright, clear laughter, Yin Shuang shot towards Niu Dali like a tornado as a small fist blasted towards his head. Niu Dali was also a level 30 evolver and his danger perception was pretty high. The moment Yin Shuang moved, he was overwhelmed with hair-raising sense of danger and his hands had just moved slightly. However, Yin Shuang's snow-white fist had already arrived at his head, blasting it apart. Killing Niu Dali with a single attack, Yin Shuang continued to fly about, her fists being weapons of mass destruction. They continued to rain blows on Niu Dali's brothers, causing many of their heads to explode in a shower of blood and brain. No! After another 10 soldiers had their heads exploded, the rest of Niu Dali's men finally responded and they started to fire wildly in the skies to no avail. Yin Shuang's speed had already exceeded the sound barrier, and the judges having gathered together looked just like a bunch of fat sheep. In just 20 seconds, Niu Dali's 100 brothers were all wiped out. Not a single one of them could withstand a blow from her. After she had easily disposed of those soldiers, Yin Shuang ran back to Yu Zhong with a wide and innocent smile, saying, "Father, father, I've killed them all. Did I do well?" The rest of the judges watched in horror as this little girl in white with a sweet smile walked away from destruction and their skin crawled, as though they had just seen a demon. Yu Zhong grinned and ruffled her hair, before giving her a lollipop. "Well done! My Yin Shuang is the smartest and the best. This is your reward." Yin Shuang grabbed the lollipop and leaped into his arms, before pecking him on the cheeks. "Thank you, father. Father is the best." As he held her, he turned around to eye the rest of the 400 soldiers still standing on the fence. "What are your plans then? Submit to me or choose to die here?" The Kingdom of God elite soldier whom the rest had gathered around decided not to hesitate anymore and kneeled in front of Yu Zhong. "Zhang Lubo is willing to serve leader. Zhao Yi is willing to serve leader. Ma Dong is willing to serve leader. Lu Xian is willing to serve leader." The rest of the little ring leaders did not dare to bargain further and immediately submitted. They did not want to become cold corpses. Yu Zhong asked, "Good. I want to know, why does the Kingdom of God want to attack Ulan Town?" The Kingdom of God had a motive behind every operation. If it wasn't for expansion, there must be some technologically advanced blueprint. "Leader, I do not know. I think the same goes for everybody here." Zhang Lubo hesitated before replying. "The Kingdom of God is cautious against us as we aren't of the same race as them. We only have to follow their orders and the end goal or motive is never made known to us." Yu Zhong's gaze fell upon Yu Wening. Feeling his gaze, Yu Wening immediately responded, "Leader, it's true. All the higher-ups in the Kingdom of God are Europeans. Our Chinese, Japanese, African, Thai, and other counterparts are only eligible to become heads of our own units. All the secrets are held in the hands of the Western people. They have never told us anything." The Kingdom of God viewed all other races with contempt. They would delegate tasks that they didn't want to these people and would not tolerate their existence within the upper echelons. Even within the Westerners, there were different tiers as well. The highest level was the Aryans, while the lowest was the Jews. However, even then, the Jews were of a higher standing than any other non-white race. Yu Zhong could not help but frown. "Leader, I know." Right at this time, a small voice resounded. Yu Wening cast a suspicious glance at that soldier as he reprimanded, "Yang Xiong, are you for real? Don't make some wild guess and mislead the leader." The handsome Yang Xiong flushed as he said, "Yesterday, I slept with a white chick." She spoke some stuff in her excitement. Within the Ulan mountain range behind Ulan town, there's a hidden military facility. This time, we were sent here to obtain the equipment inside there. Yu Zhong immediately clenched his fist. Indeed, they had also received the news then. The Kingdom of God had already begun large-scale revitalizing works and could manufacture things like the Thunder Fighter. However, they had to face the whole world. Thus, they still required some of the legacies left behind from prior to the apocalypse. They already had a large amount of info with regards to major facilities as well as satellites. This was how they could monitor the entire Earth. Yu Zhong then asked, "To whom does the territory of Ulan Town belong to?" Zhang Lu Bo laughed bitterly and shook his head. "Not too sure. Based on my conjecture, I think they should have been some border guards as well as some survivors." Yu Zhong then surveyed the area and spoke solemnly. "Yuaning, Zhang Lu Bo, Zhaoyi Luxian, Ma Dong, go get some men to scout out the town." "Yes, leader." The 5 of them immediately organized small search teams and set off. Ulan Town still had a number of survivors hiding earlier, but with the march of the tens of thousands of mutant army ants, everything had been consumed, leaving only bones behind. Seeing the bones, Yuan Ying and the rest had horrid expressions. At the same time, they could not help but rejoice for the timely arrival of Yu Zhong. At most, they could have killed over 1,000 more, but they would definitely have died if not for him. Going back to Yu Zhong's side, Yuan Ying had an unsightly expression. "Leader, it's bad. All the rations have in Ulan Town had been consumed by the mutant army ants. There's not even a rat left. What do we do?" Zhang Lu Bo and the rest also looked at Yu Zhong anxiously. Each time the Kingdom of God sent a large convoy out, there would be food trucks that accompanied each mission. Since those trucks had been driven away by the other elites of the Kingdom of God and the entire ration supply of Ulan Town had been wiped clean, these XKG soldiers were getting worried. They had brought along dried biscuits and chocolates, but it wasn't much. Without enough nourishment, they would succumb to hunger and be unable to utilize more of their strength. Yu Zhong pointed to one room. "Don't worry about food. I'm prepared. The food over there is enough to last for 3 days." Zhang Lu Bo and the rest looked at the room suspiciously. They had searched the place once, but there was nothing. However, since Yu Zhong said so, they could only send someone to go search. Yuan Ying came out with an excited expression. "Rations! Plenty of them. Leader, you're truly something else." He had discovered over 3 tons of rice, which was enough to last them for 3 days. The eyes of the soldiers were also filled with a newfound respect. They knew that it had been Yu Zhong's doing. Being able to conjure up so much, it proved that Yu Zhong's strength was unfathomable and his ways mysterious. One sentry came rushing up to the group, warning, "Not good, leader. There seems to be a division making their way over here. Their aim seems to be the Ulan Town as well." Yu Zhong frowned and walked over to the border. "What? Come with me. Make sure to maintain your cover. Don't let the enemy discover we're here." Coming to the side, Yu Zhong noticed a number of riders atop black stallions, kicking up clouds of dust as they galloped towards Ulan Town. The Gold Wolf Riders. The Turkish forces. Yu Zhong could see the Gold Wolf emblem on the uniforms and his expression turned unsightly. Chapter 630. Ulan Mountain Range. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. What should I do? Yu Zhong pondered while clenching his fists tightly. There were over 1,700 soldiers that were above level 20. Their strength was formidable. However, in the earlier clash against the mutant army ant, many have spent their bullets and abilities. Without their bullets, they were just ordinary level 20 enhancers. Other than the lack of ammunition, many of the soldiers had taken part in the battle in Ulan Town. After that, the clash with the mutant army ants had exhausted them. Furthermore, the most important thing was that they had just swore fealty to Yu Zhong and he had no confidence of fully controlling these men. He was worried that the moment the battle turned for the worse, they might lose their will and order will collapse. Yu Zhong then ordered, "Convey my order. Everyone is to hide and not to reveal your traces. Wait for further instructions." "Yes, leader." Yuan Ying and the rest quickly hid themselves in Ulan Town. The enhancement level of these soldiers weren't high, but they had undergone special training while under the Kingdom of God. Covering their traces while hiding was one of the basic skills. Soon, Ulan Town became a dead town without any movements. This is Ulan Town. Within the Gold Wolf Riders, one particular male who looked about 27 or 28, with a huge beard and a towering frame, muttered as he looked coldly at Ulan Town. Another Turkic general spoke with a feverish look. General Abudadama, this is Ulan Town. Once we have crossed it, we will have reached the Ulan mountain range. As long as we can gain that facility supplies, our Gold Wolf Riders would become the strongest faction out here in the Central Plains. Abudadama was one of the strongest evolvers in the Turk Empire. He and Donger Moliai were two powerhouses under Wuer Tuachuo. He had followed Wuer Tuachuo throughout all his battles and conquests and had torn countless experts apart. For the mission to obtain the regiment's worth of equipment, Abudadama had brought along 2,000 elites of the Gold Wolf Riders. The possibilities on possessing an advanced battalion with sufficient supplies and firepower was endless. Yu Zhong had demonstrated this by making use of the Thunder Fighters he procured from Chi Mu Town. In that battle, because of the 8 Thunder Fighters, they had managed to destroy the Blood Eagle Riders and Grey Wolf Riders. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been that easy for Yu Zhong to repel those forces. Abudadama's cold voice rang out. And, this time, the Mongol Empire and Manchurian Empire had also obtained the same news. We need to be the fastest, the first ones to obtain those supplies. Convey my order. No one is to remain in Ulan Town for more than a second necessary. We have to make haste for Ulan Town. One Turk general had an expression of concern. General, isn't this too dangerous? What if there are people lying in wait for us in Ulan Town? Abudadama calmly replied, Impossible. Those mutant army ants had just gone through this town. Those fearsome creatures would have already cleaned the entire area of living things. Even if there were people here, they would be a pile of bones by now. The mutant army ant colony was one of the most feared entities out here near the Ulan mountain range. Abudadama had come across them once, and other than himself and a few other agility-based evolvers, everyone else had been consumed entirely. Remembering the terror that those creatures posed, he couldn't help but feel a chill. The Turk general immediately chose to kiss ass. General is wise. Under Abudadama's lead, the 3,000 Gold Wolf Riders immediately kicked up a cloud of dust and charged through Ulan Town, following the road towards the mountain range. When they had left, Yu Zhong emerged from a building. He had decided not to ambush them, because Abudadama would fulfill the role of being cannon fodder, testing the depths of Ulan mountain range. Yu Zhong then gave an order to Yu Wening. Convey my orders. Everyone is to begin fortification works on Ulan Town. As for food and other resources, I will arrange for supplies to be transported here. There were all sorts of mutant beasts and plants within the Ulan mountain range, and it was a good training ground. If those evolvers of above level 40 and above wanted to improve themselves, they could only head over to the mountain range to train. Upon controlling Ulan Town in the future, Yu Zhong could use it to produce level 40 evolvers. Yes, Yu Wening and the rest immediately got to work the moment Yu Zhong passed his orders and began work in Ulan Town. They had undergone basic structural works and practice under the Kingdom of God as well, and many had tools on them. Adding on to the fact that they were enhancers, their strength being higher than ordinary people by more than 3 times, the works went easy. At the same time, Yao Yao began to lead an expedition to transport resources and supplies from Chi Mu Town to Ulan Town. Bai Xiao Shang quickly brought 50 elites towards Ulan Town, and Yu Zhong handed the defense of the town to him, before he chased after the Gold Wolf Riders by himself. Yu Zhong was not confident in leaving the town to Yu Wening and the rest. Hence, he got Bai Xiao Shang and Yin Shuang to stay behind. With Yin Shuang, that fearsome girl demon staying put in Ulan Town, even if any of the soldiers from the Koji had any strange thoughts, they could only harbor it in their hearts. Bai Xiao Shang and the 50 elites were thus also part of the control Yu Zhong had designated. These 1,700 ex-Koji soldiers were all trained and changed classes to soldiers. With enough ammunition and supplies, they were fearsome soldiers. They were not some motley bunch, and although there were only 1,700 of them, with enough logistics and supplies, they could take down over 5,000 elite Japanese soldiers of the Takamajihara. Not even 10,000 ordinary soldiers were a match for them. The moment they came under him, Yu Zhong finally possessed enough manpower to go against the other factions in the Central Plains. Since he wanted to power these 1,700 soldiers and didn't want to abandon the regiment's worth of supplies in the Ulan mountain range, he could only go after Abutadama by himself. Currently, Yu Zhong had already enhanced himself to be equivalent to an elite battalion. It can be said he was a one-man army himself. He had the might to contend against small factions. He did not have any black stallions, but with his swift shadow bike, he soon managed to catch up to the forces of Abutadama. The 3,000 gold wolf riders had been diligent and rushed all the way, choosing only to rest for the night at the foot of the mountain range. Abutadama had then brought them in after they were well rested. 3,000 people proceeded slowly in the forest with all of them on high alert. They had followed the road that was already carved out, not daring to step out of line. In this apocalyptic world, the forests and jungles were dangerous places. It is equal to city areas with dense populations. In the wilderness, there were all sorts of terrifying mutant beasts. If one wasn't careful, even a peak-level evolver could possibly die at the hands of a mutant beast. The scent of these 3,000 people had obviously attracted some of the powerful hunters within the forest, and following some rustling sounds and movements, multiple pair of eyes with ferocious glints stared out at Abutadama and his men. Abutadama could sense the danger as a high-level expert, and he instantly felt a bad feeling. Not good. We have been targeted. Ah! At this time, from behind the troops, a scream resounded as a mutant wolf leapt out from the tall grass, pouncing onto one of the gold wolf riders, tearing into his throat. The scream was the last sound he made. At almost the same time, over 100 wolves that had been hiding in the grass leaped out, and they begun to attack the various warriors of the gold wolf riders, ripping their throats. Over 200 members of the gold wolf riders were taken out within that instant, and some were even injured from the swipes and slashes. Damn it! Abutadama was furious, and he shot through the mutant wolves with his speed of 26 times, waving his gold-colored curved blade as a number of sword beams slashed out at the mutant wolves. Many of them were easily slashed in two by him, their blood dyeing the ground red. Yu Zhong, who had activated his second-order stealth and was hiding in one corner watching, felt a chill in his heart. Agility-based evolver. He must be a peak level 1. Yu Zhong's own speed was 25 times that of a person, having exceeded a Type 2 lightning, and few evolvers could match up to him. The fact that Abutadama's speed could rival his and be even faster was proof that he definitely was an agility-based evolver that focused on the development of speed. Abutadama entered the fray, and together with a few other experts, they managed to quickly clear the mutant wolves' pack. However, they paid the price of over 300 people. AH! Help! Help! Save me! Save me! Suddenly, screams of help erupted from the gold wolf riders. Chapter 631. Man-Eating Mutant Flower. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Yu Zhong caught sight of countless mutant mountain leeches the size of 3 fingers, falling like rain, landing on the bodies of the gold wolf riders. They crawled all around the bodies of the gold wolf riders, who were screaming out and struggling, helpless as they were sucked dry of their body fluids before crumpling to the ground. The warriors of the gold wolf riders tried to slap the leeches away to no avail. Each time they slapped out, part of their flesh would be ripped off together with the leeches, their blood flowing profusely. It was a horrific sight. Another 100 or so of the warriors struggled frantically and were unfortunately sucked dry by these mutant leeches. Just as these mutant leeches managed to suck those gold wolf riders dry, they slithered towards the remaining gold wolf riders with insane speed, looking like little snakes. After their mutation, these mutant mountain leeches had undergone drastic changes, reaching powerful suction speed and movement. When they saw the emaciated corpses of their comrades, the gold wolf riders were terrified and began to back up as they hacked and slashed at the mutant leeches, slicing them in half. The life force of the mutant leeches were stubbornly strong. Even after being sliced in two, they still wouldn't die. Many had even managed to latch onto more gold wolf riders, their sharp teeth sinking into the bodies, and began to suck greedily. The warriors were getting frightened, and many started to fire their weapons. These mutant leeches might be small, but their numbers were vast, and the whole swarm of them moved towards the warriors, looking like a sea. Help! Ah! From time to time, screams would ring out from the group of gold wolf riders, many of them becoming dried corpses. Abudadama looked at the densely packed mutant mountain leeches and roared out, "Guxianli! Eradicate these damned worms!" Abudadama's main strength was slaughtering on the battlefield. As for the clearing of such creeps, it would be like slapping flies. One particular beautiful woman stepped out, her nose high and sharp, her skin fair. Her eyes were bewitching and her figure voluptuous. She waved her hands and a terrifying flame was conjured out of thin air, burning the entire patch of worms. Those mutant worms were the most afraid of flames, and the moment they were burned, they shriveled up and died, emitting crackling sounds as they were burnt. In the Turkic Empire, where experts were numerous, Guxianli happened to be a top expert fighting with fire. She was a spirit-based evolver, a genius amongst genius. However, her combat strength was slightly inferior to both Dong'er Molei and Abudadama. After eradicating the swarm of mutant leeches, the Gold Wolf Riders continued their advance. However, their morale was low. After all, they had not yet engaged in any true battle or fights, but they had already lost over 400 people with 50 injured. It was about 1% of their strength, and they naturally could not muster any fighting spirit. Abudadama looked at them and opened his mouth to say, "This time, everyone had worked hard. Once we complete this mission, I will ask the Emperor to open the Red Inn and let everyone enjoy themselves for 10 days. What? The Red Inn? For real? That's great. This time, I'll definitely do my best for the mission." Hearing the words of Abudadama, all the Gold Wolf Riders became excited. The Red Inn was a sort of attraction place of the Turkic Empire, where many beauties of different races and descent were placed. They were all beauties in the world before the apocalypse, and each of them had the aura of top beauties. This place was only reserved for those who had obtained huge merits for the army and could enjoy the women inside. When the Gold Wolf Riders heard that they were allowed to head to the Red Inn, everyone suddenly seemed to be excited. It was a sacred place where only generals were allowed. Now they could go and have a taste themselves. The soldiers of the Gold Wolf Riders became excited and continued through the forests, easily defeating a group of mutant monkeys before reaching their destination. Surrounded by many trees, a huge barracks the size of hundreds of hectares appeared in front of them. Abudadama's eyes narrowed and he saw 2 rows of tanks sitting neatly within the camp, and his eyes immediately lit up in joy. "Tanks! We've struck gold!" Out here in the Central Plains, a single tank possessed the strength to wipe out a faction of over 1,000 people. Abudadama could tell that there were about 8 tanks right outside, and there were definitely even more supplies within. "Charge! Everybody charge in!" Abudadama roared out as he waved his curved blade, charging into the camp. A regiment would not exceed 10,000 people. With Abudadama's current strength, even if there were 10,000 zombies inside, it wouldn't be an issue to kill them. The 2,000 over Gold Wolf Riders immediately charged into the huge barracks. The moment the forces of Abudadama charged in, they realized there were no zombies anywhere. Within the huge barracks, there were thick vines growing and large, vibrant flowers grew on them. Abudadama had sensed a strange atmosphere the moment he stepped into the barracks, and he was overwhelmed by a strong sense of danger, causing him to shout involuntarily, "Retreat! Retreat!" Under his orders, the 2,000 over Gold Wolf Riders began to retreat out. Right at this moment, a long vine covered in fresh and pretty flowers shot out, and the huge flower seemed to bloom with life opened, revealing a deep dark hole that had no end and rows of sharp teeth. This huge flower clamped down on the head of a few Gold Wolf Riders like a specter. With a powerful thug and a kacha sound, the heads of those Gold Wolf Riders were torn from their bodies, their corpses slumping to the ground. The rest of the Gold Wolf Riders began to slash the flowers with vigor, when suddenly, a few vines shot out from the ground, piercing some of the Gold Wolf Riders, absorbing their innards greedily. In an instant, over 400 Gold Wolf Riders had their heads torn off by those fearsome flowers, turning into fertilizer for the monstrous mutant plants. Fuck! Abudadama's blade slashed out in bright flashes, chopping the vines while sounds of metal hitting metal resounded. The Type 4 treasure that was his weapon had no means of cutting through those vines. Guxianli, burn these fucking plants. Abudadama tried to dodge the attacks of the vines. As he roared out, Guxianli's eyes flashed coldly as she retreated and waved her hands about, a strong flame tornado firing out towards the vines. When the burning hot flames landed on the flowers, the vines instantly burnt and sounds of crackling were heard. The vines seemed to be able to tell that Guxianli possessed the means to threaten them. Hence, all the vines near the entrance let go off everyone else and made to claw towards Guxianli. Countless vines shot towards her, intending to slap her to death. Witnessing this, Guxianli immediately felt despair. Her ability was strong, but her personal combat skills were not as strong. The vines would be able to slap her into meat paste. Guxianli! Abudadama roared out and finally revealed his trump card. His face turned pale as two sharp fangs revealed themselves in his mouth. With a flash, he disappeared from his location and surpassed the speed of the mutant vines, instantly appearing beside Guxianli and grabbed her to disappear from the location. His trump card was the second-order vampire transformation. Turning into a vampire could push his speed to an insane limit, reaching 34 times that of a normal person. His transformation gave him a speed that was even few times faster than Yuzhong. The speed of those vines weren't slow and Abudadama was forced to evade as much as he could. In the end, he was still struck heavily by two of them, causing him to soar in the air for over 20 m, spitting blood. Abudadama didn't dare to stay a second longer within the area of the vines and quickly appeared outside of the barracks in a few breaths. The remaining 1,000 over warriors of the Gold Wolf Riders also ran out pathetically. However, just as they managed to escape, countless bullets rained down upon them, ripping into their bodies. 2,000 Manchurian forces had teamed up with the Mongolians as they established some form of formation, hiding behind cover as they fired bullets wildly at the Gold Wolf Riders. Ao Do stood with the Manchurian forces and called out coldly, "Abudadama, I'm very thankful that you guys have fulfilled your roles as cannon fodder so perfectly. You've actually helped us discover the secret of this base. Now that you're useless, you may die." The Turkic Empire had always been vicious and ruthless, killing many Manchurians as well as their elites. That was why Ao Do was full of hatred for Abudadama as well. Abudadama saw the numerous Gold Wolf Riders under him in their own pools of blood and roared, "Ao Do, you fucking animal! You actually are in cahoots with the Mongols. You'll die a horrible death. Today's matter, I'll definitely not forget this. You'd all better remember this." Chapter 632. Trap. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Ao Do laughed cruelly. "Humph. This time next year will be your death anniversary. Abudadama, when you're dead, I'll help you take care of Guxianli. I will get all my subordinates to help take good care of her." Under that barrage of bullets, a large number of Gold Wolf Riders were riddled with bullets, and the remaining survivors quickly retreated back toward the barracks. A number of snake-like vines wormed their way towards the soldiers, and the mutant man-eating flowers bloomed and devoured the retreating soldiers. "No! No!" One particular vine snaked around the legs of an unfortunate soldier and dragged him towards the flower to be consumed. The Gold Wolf Rider turned to fire at them, flowers and vines, firing madly. He managed to blast the petals and mouth of the flower, when suddenly, a huge sharp tendril shot out from within, piercing his throat. After killing that Gold Wolf Rider, other tendrils shot out and pierced his body, as they started to absorb his bodily fluids. "Go to hell! Go to hell!" Another soldier that had rushed into the camp began to fire wildly at the mutant flowers, to no avail. A mutant flower suddenly dropped down from the skies, enveloping the head of one Gold Wolf Rider, and with a kacha sound, his head was instantly bitten off. As the screams rang out, many of the Gold Wolf Riders were being killed off, their bodies devoured entirely. "Die! Die!" One blade-wielding Saint Wolf Rider finally snapped, and he began to lash out, slicing out madly. Under his enraged attacks, nothing could not be destroyed. After slicing through about 10 thick vines, Over 100 vines suddenly burst forth like cannons from all directions and pierced towards him. The moment the vines attacked, they turned the Saint Wolf Rider into a sieve. Although he could easily slash through some of the vines, with an assault like this, it was impossible for him to evade. Another Saint Wolf Rider utilized his ice manipulation skills and blasted out with his fists. A strong freezing energy enveloped one of the vines. At the next instant, with a loud kacha, the ice broke apart and the mutant man-eating flower opened its huge mouth to swallow the head of the Saint Wolf Rider. The entire barracks was like a scene out of hell, with numerous man-eating flowers gobbling up gold wolf riders everywhere. And even the Saint Wolf Riders could not hold out any longer under the countless tendrils and vines. Abudadama carried Guxianli and retreated all the way into the midst of the barracks, and felt his stamina dropping like crazy. He could only roar out, "Charge out! Charge out and have it out with them! There's only hope if we do that. Saint Wolf Riders, on me!" The gold wolf riders in the barracks all had bloodshot eyes, their expressions like cornered beasts, and with a resounding, unified roar, they all charged out. They had been pushed to desperation, and remaining in the barracks would just spell death. As they charged out, bullets met them. The remaining 120 Saint Wolf Riders braved the rain of bullet, charging forth towards the Manchu and Mongol allied forces. Since they were already desperate, there was nothing to do except charge headlong. These Saint Wolf Riders were all wearing Type 2 mutant beast hide and some other armor made out of high-level mutant beast hide. They could withstand ordinary bullets. The dense barrage of bullets only managed to kill 20 of the Saint Wolf Riders, their bodies slumping to the ground. The remaining Saint Wolf Riders managed to reach the allied forces and began to unleash a massacre on them. These were all enhanced above level 20, and easily slaughtered 30 soldiers of the allied forces. "Kill!" Eodo waved his hands and ordered coldly. The White Armor Army's leader, Ming Shu Wu, who wielded a large curved blade of over 2 m, led 100 members of the White Armor Army and charged right for the Saint Wolf Riders. Ming Shu Wu was an agility-based evolver and had over 18 times speed of a normal person. Each time he slashed out at his maximum speed, his strikes would exceed the sound barrier. As he met the Saint Wolf Riders, many of them were instantly sliced in half. He was like a gust of wind, and each time he flashed past, there would be a spray of blood and a body that was split in half. It seemed that no one could withstand a single hit from him. On the Mongol side, there was also a peak-level expert by the name of Han, who led his own forces to attack the Saint Wolf Riders. The man called Han was a 2 m tall warrior who wielded a huge hammer of over 600 kilograms. In his hands it was like a needle, and he waved it about easily, smashing his enemies into pulp. Eodo and the general of the Mongol army, Zhili Mu, just eyed Abudadama coldly. As long as he moved, they would join hands to attack him. As a peak-level evolver, Abudadama was a threat and his strength was higher than most of the fighters on the field. The moment he escaped, the Manchuria and Mongol empires would have another strong enemy to deal with. Eodo and Zhili Mu would definitely not let him get away. Although they didn't yet move, their fixed gaze was like a strong pressure on Abudadama. He was extremely clear that these two were just waiting for a good opportunity to make him stay once and for all. Zhili Mu eyed Abudadama and called out, "Abudadama, I actually do admire you and your talents. If you surrender to me right now and swear loyalty to our Mongol Empire, I can let you and Guxianli off. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. You guys are still young. It would be such a waste to die here. There are countless things in this world still meant to be enjoyed." Beside Eodo, a crafty-looking man by the name of Nyo Dong laughed out lewdly. "That's right, Abudadama, even if you don't care about yourself, you should think of Guxianli in your arms, right? If you were to die here, and she lands up in our hands, all our brothers here will really take care of her, you know? I wonder how long she will be able to last." Nyo Dong was a lustful and low man, his mouth extremely sharp and poisonous. He was also utilized by Eodo to either convince enemies or to curse at them. Abudadama could not help but tremble slightly. If it was just him alone, he would definitely not think of surrendering. With his agility and power, even if he couldn't fight them, he could definitely outrun them. However, with Guxianli in his arms, it was harder. Aodo and Jilimu were both experts on par with Abudadama. Other than them, there was the White Armor Army and the Cheshwe Army to consider. If he was surrounded, it would be impossible for him to break out. Guxianli raised her head to look at Abudadama and pleaded, "Dama, I don't want to die. Let's live on together." Some people would choose to end their lives themselves at the face of death, yet more would want to live. Even if it was at the cost of their pride and dignity, they would still want to live. Guxianli's words broke Abudadama's final line of his psychological barrier. He really loved this woman, whose figure, behavior, and sultriness in bed thoroughly mesmerized him. He gritted his teeth and made the decision, "Fine, Aodo, Jilimu, I can take my men to surrender. However, you have to promise the safety of my troops and immediately cease all attacks. Stop all attacks." With a single command, the Allied forces stopped attacking the Gold Wolf Riders. The remaining 300 Gold Wolf Riders panted, looking at their fellow comrades who laid dead all around them. Many of them weren't willing to die. One Saint Wolf Rider charged at Abudadama with a savage look. "Abudadama, how could you betray us? You fucking traitor. I'll kill you. We'll kill you. Kill this traitor dog." There were many loyal Turks amongst the Gold Wolf Riders, and they were of one mind for the revival of the Turk Empire. Witnessing Abudadama's betrayal, they could not help but launch their attacks. Seeking death, Abudadama carried Guxianli and his eyes flashed coldly. In a flash, he charged into the midst of the Saint Wolf Riders, slashing at the loyal Saint Wolf Riders and killing them. After killing dozens of experts instantly, Abudadama kneeled in front of Jilimu on a single knee and proclaimed, "Abudadama is willing to serve the Mongol Empire." The enmity between the Gold Wolf Riders and Manchuria was extremely deep. Furthermore, since the largest faction was the Mongol Empire out here in the Central Plains, it was natural that Abudadama chose to serve the Mongol Empire compared to Manchuria. Good, good, good. Jilimu's face had a smile, before it suddenly twisted into a savage grin, and he activated his own killing move, Second-Order Explosive Fist. His right fist suddenly swung towards Abudadama's head with a terrifying speed, as well as raging flames. Since Abudadama was a peak evolver, the moment Jilimu moved, he had already felt a premonition, and he twisted to evade the blow. Unfortunately, Abudadama had kneeled on one knee, and although his speed was almost unparalleled, it was still slightly slow. The blow from Jilimu managed to strike his right shoulder. An explosive strength burst out, blasting the Abudadama's shoulder together with the Type 3 mutant beast hide into pieces. The flames burned his face, resulting in an ugly charred look. He could not open his eyes as well. He gritted his teeth and bore with the pain, retreating backwards like a squid. He knew it was a critical moment and he might die if he wasn't careful. Abudadama retreated with his eyes squinted, and a sharp blade whistled through the air, threatening to split him at the waist. Facing that impending blow, Abudadama was somehow still able to twist his body and dodge that powerful killing move. "You can die without regrets." Following an icy tone, Aodo immediately stabbed down with a silver-curved blade, piercing Abudadama's heart. With another bright flash, his large blade then split his body in two. "Kill them all!" After taking care of Abudadama, Aodo ordered coldly. The Allied forces then raised their guns immediately and fired wildly at the Gold Wolf Riders, who were caught off guard and died. In an instant, the powerful Xie troops and White Armor Army charged at the Gold Wolf Riders, targeting the stronger Saint Wolf Riders. Aodo's gaze was cold as he walked towards Guxianli. Guxianli kneeled on the ground, her face full of fear as she pleaded, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm willing to do anything for you. You can get me to do anything. Please, don't kill me." Odo looked at her with contempt. For such a woman, Abudadama actually died. What a fool. Jilimu laughed. He's truly stupid. With his standing, he could get any women he wanted. He actually lost his life for this bitch. What a waste. If it wasn't for his stupidity, it would have been harder to kill him. Although she's a stupid bitch, she actually did manage to help us with this, even though it was unintentional. Let's spare her. She still has some use. Eodo looked at her and said, Fine, Guxianli. We won't kill you. Get up. Guxianli stood up, twisting her snake-like waist as she smiled seductively at Eodo. Yes, Sir Eodo. She had relied on her attractive charms to thoroughly capture Abudadama's heart, keeping him deep in her pockets. The allied forces thus wiped out the rest of the Gold Wolf riders with ease, and there were corpses everywhere, with blood and organs splattered all around. A number of vines shot out from the barracks, piercing the corpses, sucking them dry. Chapter 633. Trance. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Eodo looked at the tendrils and vines stretching out all over the ground within the barracks and frowned. Those mutant plants are truly something else? Any suggestions? Zheli Mu thought deeply before replying. Bullets. Weapons are ineffective. Fire, they seem to be afraid of fire. We can get those with fire-based abilities to deal with them. Eodo countered. That may be true, but they are too numerous. Even if all the flame users were to expend all their energy, it's impossible to burn the entire thing. Zheli Mu laughed out confidently. No need to worry. I've observed for a while. They might look like countless vines. In fact, they're all from a single source. As long as we can take down the main trunk of the mutant plant, all the vines will die out. Zhimu Li didn't only possess strength, he had high intelligence and was always observing the battlefield, quickly discerning the crux of the problem. Odo spoke solemnly. To deal with those vines, ordinary soldiers aren't going to be of help. We need to form a proper task force and eliminate the vines before slowly making our way in and destroying the main trunk. Zheli Mu nodded slightly. If ordinary soldiers were to step up to fight against those vines, they would just die. Zheli Mu didn't want to squander their lives just like that. Eodo turned to glance at Guxianli coldly. Guxianli, you're coming with us? Guxianli replied warmly, Yes, soon. A force of over 200 white armor soldiers and Kasia troops were gathered, and led by Eodo and Zheli Mu, they entered the barracks. The moment this troop of over 200 elites entered the barracks, countless vines and tendrils shot towards them. This time, Eodo and the rest were prepared, as they got into a formation that supported and protected one another. With Eodo and another 3 powerful blade experts as the vanguard, they slashed through the incoming vines, constantly making their way deeper into the army camp. The vines were being chopped up by Eodo and the rest, as they forcefully carved a bloody path towards the center. Yu Zhong had activated his second order and was following behind Eodo. After cutting through countless vines, Eodo finally managed to arrive at the deep parts of the camp. The troops immediately saw a huge tree that stood tall, reaching the clouds, with a trunk so thick that not even 20 people could wrap their arms around it. Numerous vines as thick as water buckets hung from the branches, as a number of man-eating mutant flowers bloomed all over the vines. A strong flowery fragrance was in the air as well. As they arrived in front of this strange giant tree, all of the people had shock in their eyes when they saw it. Not even Yu Zhong was unaffected. On top of the tree, there was a strange woman with absolutely stunning looks that wore countless leaves woven together as a top. Her legs were uncovered, and her hair was a thick, lush green color. Her eyes were clear, and her figure was extremely sexy and attractive. She looked down at the soldiers quietly. Seeing such a beauty sitting atop the mutant plant that consumed humans, this caused everyone to feel a sense of shock and mystery. The green-haired woman continued to eye all of them, her eyes sweeping across them, before landing on Yu Zhong, who was hiding in a corner while in stealth. I was discovered. Yu Zhong saw that he was found out immediately by the bewitching beauty and felt his hairs stand. Female tree spirit, a high-intelligence biological entity among the mutant plants. Yu Zhong looked at the green-haired beauty as a notification resounded in his mind. As the beauty continued to survey the troops below, the vines on the tree did not attack them. Eodo did not really react much to the beautiful tree spirit, instead ordering loudly, Guxianli, set fire to the tree. Hurry! Yes. Guxianli gritted her teeth and activated her flame manipulation. A powerful fiery tornado conjured out of thin air and shot towards the trunk of the tree. With Aodo in the center, 7 other enhancers with flame manipulation skills began to fire at the huge tree trunk. As the flame skills blasted the huge tree, it began to catch fire and burn. The seemingly immobile vines immediately shot towards the people below. Aodo and the rest began to exhibit their skills and abilities, chopping the various tendrils and vines. The green-haired beauty had a cold look flash past her eyes, and she leaped up, emitting a sharp howl towards the skies. Immediately after that call, numerous round fruits of about 1.45 m dropped down from the tree, landing on the ground. When they landed, they split apart to reveal strange creatures within with yellow hair, ugly looks, green skin, thick and coarse legs, as well as sharp claws. Level 30 Strange Beast, low-level Treant. Extremely agile, its sharp claws can tear an armored vehicle apart. When they appeared, they immediately charged right at Aodo and the rest. A number actually routed around them and aimed for the allied forces outside. With a flash of his silver curved blade, Aodo managed to kill another 3 low-level Treants. As he shouted out, "Set fire! Set fire and burn that damn tree!" Guxianli and the rest of the enhancers quickly channeled their abilities, and sent as much as flames as they could towards the huge towering tree. Under the burning, the huge mutant tree seemed to be writhing in agony, thrashing about, as countless fruits rained down on the ground. As the fruits landed, more Treants jumped out, and immediately launched an assault on the soldiers. They were incredibly ferocious, and their combat strength high. As they surrounded the warriors, some of the evolvers began to suffer serious injuries. One particular enhancer managed to kill one of the low-level Treants, but immediately, 7 pounced on him. Beside him, there were 2 other experts. One used his blade to kill a Treant, while the other swung his hammer to send another flying. However, the rest of the 5 managed to latch onto the unfortunate warrior, and tore into his head with their sharp claws, twisting and slicing his head off. The remaining Treants then leapt to the sides, jumping onto the dead warrior's comrades, and did the same to them, sticking their claws into the necks and decapitating the warriors. These low-level Treants continued to attack Aodo and the rest. There were a few that swarmed towards Yuzhong, together with a few thick vines. Yuzhong looked at these low-level Treants and a strong killing intent burst out of him. He whisked out his level 5 black tooth blade, and sent out a few blade beams at the tree vines. With the sharpness of the black tooth blade, the vines and Treants were all chopped in 2. Yuzhong! This action immediately shocked Aodo, as he turned around to ascertain that the man wielding the black tooth blade was really the greatest enemy of their Manchuria Empire. Aodo looked at Yuzhong, a chill creeping in his heart. He had always been following behind us, and we actually did not discover anything. He's too frightening. Aodo's danger perception was extremely acute, and he actually did not discover someone following them from behind. This caused some fear to take root. Right now, the low-level Treants dropping from the huge mutant plant was growing in numbers, reaching over 1,000. At the same time, there were others converging on their location from all directions. It seemed that it was an impossible battle. Aodo was being bogged down by those Treants, and had no way of attacking Yuzhong. He immediately changed his way of thinking and his voice rang out, "Leader Yuzhong, why don't we work together to eradicate these evil things? Our enmity can be left to when we leave this place. How about that?" These low-level Treants were currently the headache for both sides. If Aodo and the rest did not take down the tree, they would all die. Upon weighing the pros and cons, he made the decision to forget about their enmity and focus their strength on taking down the huge mutant tree. Yuzhong also barely paused for a moment and came to a decision. "All right, I'll help you guys out." Yuzhong pulled out his electromagnetic gun and fired at the trunk of the huge tree. A terrifying burst of light exploded on the tree trunk, directly piercing it, forming a hole the size of an adult fist. The wound immediately began to ooze with green sap, as though it was injured heavily, just like a person. Yuzhong's eyes flashed coldly, as he waved his blade to chop the vines away, instantly killing many of the low-level Treants. His right hand continued to fire, as many burst shots from the electromagnetic gun continued to fire holes into the tree trunk. As more holes appeared in the tree trunk began to bleed more furiously, trembling uncontrollably. More tree ants continued to drop from the tree. As the beautiful female tree spirit looked on, its face flashed with anxiety, and it suddenly emitted a loud shriek towards the skies. Hong! Suddenly, from the roof of the tree, 6 huge round fruits about 8 m each dropped down. These fruits split apart, revealing 6 powerful-looking tree ants, of about 8 m and bark covering everywhere. Level 80 Strange Beast. High-level tree ant, possessing incredible defense and combat strength. The 6 tree ants immediately charged forth at Ao-Do and the rest like tanks. Although these 8 m tall tree ants were huge, their movement was incredibly agile, and they burst forth with 18 times speed of a normal person. They charged right through the troops and immediately began to massacre the soldiers. The various abilities of air, wind, ice and flames all continued to blast at these high-level tree ants, causing their bark to chip and fly away. However, a single fist of these tree ants could instantly flatten the soldiers into meat paste. Go to hell! For enhancers with large blades immediately charged forth at one of the high-level tree ants without fear, slashing at its legs. They were all strength-based enhancers, and after activating their ability, they had dozen times strength. With each slash, they could easily slash apart an armored vehicle. The 4 large blades only managed to slice into 1 centimeter of the bark of the tree ant, and could not penetrate further. The high-level tree ant coldly slapped down with its hands, and instantly pulverized the 4 enhancers into meat paste. The attacks of these enhancers had no way of breaking past the defense of the tree ants. As long as they charged forwards to attack, they would almost instantly be slapped dead. The 6 powerful tree ants managed to breach the formation of Ao-Do's troops, and many of them were forced to flee in different directions, before being surrounded and ripped apart by the low-level tree ants. The flame users were the targets of those 6 high-level tree ants, and the moment they charged through the troops, they made a beeline for the flame users. No! Despair was written all over Guxianli's face, but before she could do anything, a huge palm came down from the sky and flattened her into a meat paste. The rest of the flame users were also quickly killed by these high-level tree ants. Damn it! Damn it! Damn beasts! By now, Ao-Do's eyes were bloodshot and he had charged in front of a high-level tree ant like an enraged bull, slashing out furiously. His silver curved blade unleashed a few more blade beams onto the thick legs of the tree ant. The silver blade beam managed to leave a deep 1 m scar on the legs of the tree ant, but it didn't seem to affect the tree ant, which shot out a palm to slap towards Ao-Do. A bright shield suddenly appeared in front of Ao-Do, defending him. The huge palm slapped onto the bright shield, which trembled a little, before it crumbled and disintegrated under the absolute strength. Ao-Do then borrowed that moment of reprieve to retreat backwards rapidly. Right at this time, 10 low-level tree ants pounced towards Ao-Do. As long as he was subdued by them, the high-level tree ant could easily flatten him into meat paste. Mad Bull Charge! At this critical moment, Ao-Do roared out in rage and activated his skill, his entire person seemingly charging towards the distance in fury. 2 low-level tree ants were instantly sent flying from his charge. However, they managed to tear apart his clothes with their claws, revealing the Type 3 mutant beast hide within his clothes. Ao-Do charged out for 30 m, before he pulled out his silver curved blade and fired a few more blade beams to escape out. The high-level tree ant that had been slashed by Ao-Do quickly grew a new layer of bark over its wounds, and within 20 seconds, it had recovered fully. Chapter 634. Tree Spirit by Lu. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. The 6 tree ants all had monstrous strength, formidable defense, as well as perverse recovery. They were even more fearsome than L4S. The experts of the White Armor Army and Cassia troops could only flee and evade. Right now, the entire military base was crawling with those low-level tree ants, and the warriors of the Allied forces had to deal with the random assaults from them. Every step they took was fraught with danger. They were surrounded on all sides, and would be slapped to minced paste the moment they got caught by the high-level tree ants. Yu Zhong wielded his electromagnetic gun and continued to fire at the tree trunk without stop. Each blast caused more holes, with sap oozing out without stop. Yu Zhong's marksmanship was extremely accurate, and he continued to fire up the tree trunk in a single line, causing a huge tear in the mutant plant. If he continued this way, he would definitely be able to cause the tree to be split. Currently, he had activated shadow steps and bone-encompassing armor. The layer of bone carapace covering him would constantly sliced out with 10 sharp bone blades, twisting and slashing the vines and low-level tree ants trying to surround him. Since Yu Zhong and White Bones were linked mentally when he activated bone-encompassing armor, he could also hand the control of the armor to White Bones, allow it to battle automatically. It was truly overpowered. It was precisely due to the skill and utilization of it that allowed him to fully focus on damaging the mutant plant while under the attacks of the tree ants and vines. Outside the camp, there could be loud and rapid gunshots heard. It was obvious that the Allied forces outside were facing off against the tree ants. It seemed that there were a large number of humans being torn apart by the tree ants and vines every second, as both battlefields became even more intense. Feeling the threat of Yu Zhong, 2 of the high-level tree ants came charging towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong felt a chill in his heart when he saw them coming towards him, and he disappeared from his location. He started to weave in and out of the swarm of low-level tree ants, all the while firing at the gigantic mutant plant. He activated his shadow steps, pushing his speed to 30 times that of a normal person, and as the tree ants were only 18 times as fast as a person, while they might be terrifying to most ordinary soldiers, they could not compare with Yu Zhong. Those low-level tree ants that tried to surround him were instantly sliced apart by the bone blades emerging from him. Even if they were fortunate enough to hit Yu Zhong, they could only cause small white scars on the bone carapace. A number of blood-filled corpses were sent flying through the skies, while Yu Zhong weaved in and out of those. Strong. Eodo looked at how easily Yu Zhong was handling himself, and his face fell. Eodo was also a peak-level evolver, but against the multitude of attacks from these low-level tree ants, he had to exert all his might. Even then, he felt at a disadvantage. His body was ridden with wounds and scars, and if it weren't for the protective Type 3 mutant beast covering, he would have been split apart countless times. Kacha! The electromagnetic gun fired out over 100 beams, and finally, the extremely valuable Type 3 nuclei within it shattered after dimming, turning into dust. Yu Zhong swiftly switched out another Type 3 nuclei. Each of these were extremely precious, but under the current circumstances, he could not afford to care. He swiftly resumed his firing and soon expended the second Type 3 nuclei. By now, the huge mutant plant had lost most of its vitality. Many of the vines had crumpled to the ground, and the numerous mutant man-eating flowers had wilted and dropped to the ground. The green-haired tree spirit who was atop the tree had a huge change in expression as she caressed the tree, her eyes full of tears, as she seemed to speak to the mutant tree in some strange language. "It's time." Yu Zhong looked as the countless vines drooped, his eyes flashing, and he charged towards the trunk. A number of the low-level tree ants roared out and tried to block in front of him, but were quickly sliced apart due to his strength. It was as though the 4 high-level tree ants could detect Yu Zhong's intentions, as they quickly let go off their current targets, and made their way towards him swiftly. Yu Zhong appeared right in front of the tree trunk in the blink of an eye, the bone spike beneath his feet shooting out. It supported his climbing up the trunk, as he made for the green-haired tree spirit. He already had the young mermaid Queen Hailon, and the young zombie girl Yin Shuang. He knew that these strange biological entities of the apocalyptic world were powerful and had high intelligence. If he could control them, he could utilize them well in future battles. The green-haired tree spirit looked at Yu Zhong, a strange rune shooting out from between her brows with bright green radiance, and Yu Zhong raised his right hand to deflect it. "So you still have some moves left." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed, and he activated his gravity manipulation. A twofold gravity suddenly enveloped the tree spirit, her body trembling slightly and the green radiance dimmed. Yu Zhong then sent out a fist with a speed that broke the sound barrier, together with his dark Do Chi, and his might caused the green radiance to be shattered. He then grabbed the woman's neck, and a strange and smooth sensation traveled up his fingertips. Yu Zhong eyed the tree spirit, his voice icy cold. Do you understand my words? There was a look of fear on her face. Her lips did not move, but a mental message appeared in Yu Zhong's mind. Of course I understand. Human, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Yu Zhong looked at her, his heart full of joy, but he maintained his mask of indifference and threatened. I won't kill you, but from today onwards, you must listen to my every command. She immediately replied, All right. Yu Zhong pointed to the countless tree ants below. Can you control them? She replied, Yes, as long as they're from the mother tree, all tree ants, tree spirits are under my command. This time, I've gained a treasure. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with excitement. The number of tree ants below was staggering, reaching over thousands, and were all strange beasts of over level 30. The 6 high-level tree ants were even more terrifying, and the White Armor Army and Kaxia troops could not do anything to them. This was a mighty force, and the moment it came under Yu Zhong's control, his military might gained another boost. The green-haired tree spirit eyed Yu Zhong and asked, Do you want me to order them to stop? Yu Zhong looked at the elites of the White Armor Army and Kaxia troops struggling, and ordered coldly, There's no need. Order your subordinates to wipe them out. These White Armor and Kaxia warriors were all irritating enhancers to deal with. If he allowed them to live in the future, there will be countless warriors that might fall at their hands. Since there was a chance now, Yu Zhong would rather eradicate them. The tree spirit eyed Yu Zhong with a look of understanding, saying, Yes. Yu Zhong eyed the dying troops below, and spoke, You mentioned the mother tree. Is it this mutant plant? The tree spirit's eyes dimmed as she looked at it. Before looking at Yu Zhong, tears flowing down her cheek. Yes, it had already been killed by you. Hearing her cry, Yu Zhong felt ashamed. When he had treated it as an enemy initially, he had not held back and was focused on destroying it. If it wasn't for the fact that he had destroyed its life essence, it would not have been easy for him to capture this beautiful tree spirit in front of him. With the death of the mother tree, the vines had withered. That was how Yu Zhong could get close to the mother tree and the tree spirit. If it wasn't dead, with the protection of the countless vines, Yu Zhong would never have been able to take a step close. Yu Zhong was slightly embarrassed and asked, Can the mother tree recover? The beautiful tree spirit hesitated before replying, It can. As long as its core is undamaged, it can grow again. However, it requires a large amount of nourishment in blood to swiftly grow. It also requires flesh and blood to produce those tree ants. Yu Zhong pointed at those 6 high-level tree ants and asked, What are the conditions in producing those tree ants? The might of the 6 tree ants was terrifying, and they were like 6 humanoid tanks. If 100 of them could be produced, then against zombies, humans, or any mutant beasts, it would be an overpowered trump card. The beautiful tree spirit said, The production of those high-level tree ants is extremely difficult. The mother tree would require to swallow a large amount of blood essence as well as special materials and infected bodies. It would be even tougher to produce anything larger or more powerful. It would require at least a month's time as well as enough blood essence, special materials, and nuclei. My mother tree had never produced a tree ant general before. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't be able to defeat me. Strong. This time, I truly obtained a treasure. When Yu Zhong heard it, he looked at this beautiful tree spirit and smiled. From now on, you're my subordinate. Do you have a name? Nope. Yu Zhong chuckled. Then you're called Bai Lu from now on. Bai Lu nodded slightly. I'm called Bai Lu. Chapter 635. Heart. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Yu Zhong eyed Ao Do below and pointed at him while giving Bai Lu a command. Get 4 of the high-level tree ants to surround that one and kill him. Ao Do was truly a peak evolver, having survived countless attacks even when surrounded by those low-level tree ants. He was still slashing out at them while dodging the attacks of the single high-level tree ant. The silver curved blade in his hands slashed out with multiple blade beams, slicing up the little tree ants. It was a spectacular sight. The Allied forces had another peak-level expert outside, Zhili Mu, who had been beaten badly by the 3 large tree ants outside. He had then utilized some strange skill to disappear from his location. Bai Lu replied softly, N, before pointing at Ao Do. At that moment, 4 of the large tray ants threw aside their targets and made for Ao Do in a mad dash. Ao Do was not stupid. The moment he saw Bai Lu standing with Yu Zhong, he felt a bad premonition arise in his heart, and he shouted, Leader Yu Zhong, let us leave here alive. As long as you do, from now on, our Manchu Empire will be your great Han Alliance's friend. The corners of Yu Zhong's mouth twitched in a cold smile. This Ao Do looked like a valiant warrior, but he was in fact pretty crafty. Ao Do had lured Abutadama into surrendering, then went back on his word and executed him just because there was no certainty of his loyalty. This had already showcased his viciousness and craftiness. Yu Zhong would definitely not let this tiger back into its mountain. Yu Zhong looked at the countless warriors being torn apart and replied coldly, Ao Do, there's no need for more bullshit. Today will be the day you die. At least you won't be alone down in the Yellow Springs. Your subordinates will follow you. Ao Do continued to slash at 8 low-level tray ants and shouted back, Yu Zhong, those who aren't of our race will be treated as such. You have colluded with these strange beings. You will definitely not have a good ending. Yu Zhong laughed coldly and pulled out his electromagnetic gun and aimed. The one who will not have a good ending is you. Ao Do immediately felt a surge of danger in his heart. He had seen for himself the might of the electromagnetic gun. A single shot could cause him to explode. With his attention on Yu Zhong, he lost concentration for a moment, was slashed on the face by a low-level tray ant, a huge chunk of meat torn from his face. The 4 high-level tray ants quickly surrounded him. Damn it! Yu Zhong, I'll let you witness my true strength. As long as I escape from here, you and I will forever be enemies. Berserker transformation. With a loud roar, a powerful blood-colored Do Chi surrounded Ao Do, as his muscles became taut, and his veins threatened to pop. His eyes became bloodshot, and his entire being emitted a violent and oppressive aura. He had activated his strongest skill, second-order Berserker transformation. Ao Do was, after all, a peak expert. His natural awakened ability was the second-order Berserker transformation. Furthermore, he cultivated in the Battle Blood Do Chi ability. The moment he activated his Berserker transformation together with his Battle Blood Do Chi, his entire being would go through a scary change. Even a Type 2 mutant beast would explode from a single fist of his. However, while the might of the skill was strong, its backlash was equally terrifying. Ao Do's endurance was not strong enough to withstand the backlash from the simultaneous usage of both skills. After the skills ended, he would always suffer from the pain, and he could not recover from the injuries for at least half a year. Upon activating both the Berserker transformation and Battle Blood Do Chi, he instantly soared to possessing a 27 times speed and made his way for the exit. The silver curved blade in his arms slashed out constantly, and the low-level tray ants around him were sliced to pieces before even getting close to him. The moment he reached his peak combat ability, the low-level tray ants could not do anything to him. While the 4 high-level tray ants were terrifying, their speed could not compare to Ao Do after utilizing his skills, and could only watch helplessly as Ao Do continued to flee. Just as he was about to escape successfully, a small Odachi appeared out of nowhere, slashing down at Ao Do's body. Who? Ao Do roared out in anger, pushing the Battle Blood Do Chi to its maximum, and twisted slightly while still fleeing. The Odachi that had a strange dark light trailing behind it also gently twisted, tearing into the Type 3 mutant beast hide on Ao Do's body, and slashed out a large wound in his waist, causing him to bleed. After successfully landing this hit, Tenpyo Saka, who was the assassin in the dark, leaped gracefully, and disappeared into the darkness again. Fucking die! Ao Do's eyes were bloodshot as he bore the pain and sent out a few blade beams in her direction. Ao Do was one of the top experts of the Manchu Empire, and after he gained the Type 3 mutant beast hide, no one could hurt him. However, he actually suffered a blow from Tenpyo Saka. Even if he made it alive with his current injuries, he would not recover properly within a year. This enraged him to no end. Ao Do's slashes carried with them terrifying force, empowered by the tyrannical Battle Blood Do Chi, and they could even slash through Type 3 mutant beast hide. They were not something Tenpy Osaka could possibly withstand. He wanted to kill her instantly with this strike. Suddenly, he felt an intense sensation of danger and had to twist his body once more, as a bright light flashed and his right hand was blasted into pieces. Yu Zhong, I'll remember this. Eodo roared out in pain and didn't dare to chase after Tenpy Osaka. Instead, turning around to flee, in a few seconds he disappeared. Yu Zhong saw how Eodo flee without caring for the troop and could not help but frown at his decisiveness. This fellow is truly ruthless. He could abandon all his subordinates. Outside the army camp, there were still 1,000 soldiers of the Allied forces. Eodo could actually bear to abandon them and flee on his own. It showed his callousness. Bai Lu asked Yu Zhong, "What do we do with the people outside?" Just like Hailan and Yin Shuang, Bai Lu had no particular attachment to human lives. As long as Yu Zhong gave the order, she would not hesitate to pass the order to eradicate the Allied forces. Yu Zhong pondered for a moment, before hugging Bai Lu close to him and leaped down the tree. "Follow me." Bai Lu settled in his embrace without a look of shyness on her. She was incredibly calm. The moment Yu Zhong landed, all the low-level Trey ants parted, forming a path for him. The 6 high-level Trey ants also stood by one side obediently. Yu Zhong carried Bai Lu out the camp, only to come across the Allied forces being forced back by the low-level Trey ants. Many had been sliced apart by the Trey ants, while many others were desperately fighting back. Yu Zhong eyed the troops and ordered coldly, "I'm Yu Zhong. I'm now ordering you to throw down your weapons and surrender unconditionally. Otherwise, you will all die here today." One of the commanders, Chung Yishu, hollered, "Don't listen to his bullshit. Kill him. Everybody attack. As long as we kill him and that bitch, we can leave this godforsaken place." The remaining soldiers began to fire wildly at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong conjured up his light shield, blocking all the bullets, his face becoming dark. "Imbeciles! Don't leave a single one alive." Bai Lu nodded and pointed at the 1,000 soldiers. Immediately, the 6 large Trey ants charged out from the camp and headed for the 1,000 soldiers. "Monster! There can be such strange monsters? We're doomed." When the 1,000 Allied forces saw the powerful-looking Trey ants coming at them, their eyes flashed with despair. Chung Yishu's face was pale as he screamed out, "Attack! Shoot down those fuckers! Hit their heads! That must be where the weak points are at. Use the explosive rounds." Under his orders, bullets began to rain upon the 6 high-level Trey ants, although they only served to bounce off the bark. The explosive rounds managed to blast some of the bark away as well. The 6 high-level Trey ants were like invincible tanks that charged through and slapped everything around them, causing the soldiers to die like flies. The leader Chung Yishu was slapped by one of the Trey ants, and he died instantly without a chance to defend. The 6 high-level Trey ants soon demolished the defense line of the Allied forces, and the low-level Trey ants joined in the fray and chased after them, tearing their bodies apart. "Ah! Don't kill me! I surrender! Ah!" The soldiers quickly dispersed in all directions. It was just that their speed could not match those little Trey ants, and were quickly devoured. Yu Zhong watched the soldiers being slaughtered and could not be bothered to stay on as he told Bai Lu, "Take me to the mother tree's heart." Bai Lu immediately led Yu Zhong to the core of the tree. She came to the tree and reached out to touch it. With a bright flash of green light, the bark split open. There were numerous tendrils wrapped around a strange and beautiful jade-like object, which was radiating green light. It was truly an amazing sight. Chapter 636. Underground Lab. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Bai Lu wrapped her hands gingerly around the green heart core, and her hands emitted a light green radiance. The tendrils around the heart core began to retract, and the heart core fell into her hands. She then brought it in front of Yu Zhong with a little reluctance. "This is the heart core. By placing it in the ground, and using a huge amount of biomatter as nourishment, it will quickly grow again. Zombies, humans, and mutant beasts are all suitable nutrients." Yu Zhong had maintained his caution and did not receive it, instead, looking at it contemplatively. He then asked Bai Lu curiously, "How did you come about?" It had been slightly over a year since the change of the world, and a miraculous being like Bai Lu could only appear after the apocalypse. In such a short time, she actually possessed such a frame. It was truly unbelievable. She did not hide anything as she pointed to the large tree and replied, "I came out from here?" He continued to ask, "Do you have any partner then, or others like you?" Bai Lu was a rare intelligent biological life form, and she could control a small army of Treants. If it wasn't for her naive heart and pure mind, unlike the crafty and wily humans, it would have been hard for Yu Zhong to subdue her. Bai Lu's eyes flashed with a little hesitation. "There should be. Although I haven't seen them, I can faintly sense their presence." When Yu Zhong heard this, his heart sank. The fact that even plants could produce such life forms was not good news for humanity. The countless evolved zombies were already a huge threat to the human race. Adding to the emergence of the intelligent Sea Clan, as well as the intellectually advanced zombies, if the mutant plants were to give rise to another intelligent life forms, the Earth was definitely going to be more chaotic and treacherous. Furthermore, the system had already given the notification. The second stage would happen in 2 years' time. Although Yu Zhong did not know what it entailed, it was definitely not good news for the human race. He then continued asking, "How long can the Treants last? What do they eat?" The 1,000 low-level Treants and the 6 high-level Treants were a decent-sized force. He did not want to waste them and sought to look after them. Bai Lu pondered before replying, "The low-level Treants just need water and sunlight on normal soil. They can live for about 20 years or so. The same goes for the high-level Treants, however, they can live for up to 80 years. The tree spirits like to consume flesh and blood. That way they can continue to evolve. If the high-level Treants want to evolve into the tree generals, they would need the help of the mother tree." Yu Zhong was elated. In such a short time, he had gained an additional force of over 1,000 powerful entities. "Leader, are these strange things under your control?" Bai Xiaoshang had quickly led men to the army barracks and looked at the Treants with a look of shock and bewilderment. The same went for those soldiers who had followed Bai Xiaoshang. They could never have imagined for Yu Zhong to actually subdue so many strange and powerful-looking beings. Yu Zhong replied, "N," before ordering, "Go search the camp properly." "Yes, leader. Brothers, come with me." Bai Xiaoshang saluted Yu Zhong before leading the soldiers towards the camp. To the soldiers, military equipment was always a source of excitement. An IFV, the Type 92 version. Tanks. Oh my goodness. The 96 and 99. This is a freaking 99. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is that a Kaiak Z10? I've only ever seen one online. Awesome. Very soon, cheers could be heard from within the camp. As the army barracks were filled with various powerful equipment, to Yu Zhong's forces, it was incredibly valuable. After all, there weren't many places of cover out here in the Central Plains. 8 Thunder Fighters could easily kill off a force of 10,000 soldiers solely because they lacked anti-air defense as well as cover. If they could add in 20 tanks to the force, they could easily flatten an enemy with 3,000 riders. While possessing enough military equipment did not mean invincibility, without them, it was definitely much tougher and a higher price would have to be paid. The transportation of the military equipment out from the camp soon began, with the Treants acting as manual labor. Especially the larger Treants, it was easy for them to lift up a tank each without spending much energy. Yu Zhong watched the flow of work and felt satisfied. He had enough manpower, and this regiment's worth of equipment would definitely be put to good use. Bai Xiaoshang came up to Yu Zhong in excitement. "Leader, we discovered an entrance to an underground area." "Oh, take me there." Yu Zhong followed Bai Xiaoshang and his men as they came to an underground lab beneath a building. There was a huge electronic door with an electronic lock that required a passcode, thumbprint, and an iris scan. It was incredibly advanced and secure. Bai Xiaoshang ordered a skinny and gangly evolver. "Ah-Tu, you're up." Ah-Tu chuckled and raised his hand to press the door. As a bright light flashed, and the electronic door immediately opened up. There were many different abilities, and A2's happened to be the manipulation of electromagnetic force, allowing him to control such doors. The moment the door was opened, a huge tunnel was revealed. "Wait a moment! Split up!" Yu Zhong barked, stopping by Xiaoshang, who was about to rush in. He then threw a wooden bench in. Dang! Immediately, countless panels slide open in the tunnel, revealing automatic machine guns that began to fire wildly. A dense rain of bullets buffeted the area, leaving behind countless marks on the walls. After firing for about 10 seconds, the guns immediately retracted back into their panels, leaving behind smoke and empty bullet shells. Bai Xiaoshang looked at the wall, his back full of cold sweat. "That was close. Lucky for you, leader, otherwise I would most likely be dead. Those bastards truly set in some irritating mechanisms. If Bai Xiaoshang had just rushed in, by now, he would have been turned into a sieve. While the Type 3 mutant beast hide might be able to block the bullets, the moment his head was hit by one, he would also die. In that narrow tunnel, there was no space to hide. Even if he was fast, it would be useless." Another soldier asked, "What do we do, leader? Do we try and waste their bullets?" There was definitely a limit to the ammunition. Once they are spent, the automatic rifles would become useless. Yu Zhong ordered, "No need. White Bones, go destroy the mechanism." White Bones' eyes flashed and it charged right through the tunnel. The automatic rifles appeared once more, trained on White Bones as they began firing. White Bones continued to charge ahead, not fearing the bullets in the slightest, destroying every single gun. "Let's go!" After the gunshots came to a stop, Yu Zhong walked through the tunnel. The rest of the soldiers also followed him. Along the way, they saw the various traps and automatic rifles in various states of damage. Every single mechanism had been easily destroyed by White Bones. Although it was dark in the tunnel, it was not entirely claustrophobic. A line of lights hung overhead, lighting up the tunnel. Bai Xiaoshang and his men might be evolvers, but not all of them had the ability to see in the dark. Only Tenpyo Saka and Yu Zhong had the ability. Yu Zhong continued forwards, until he came to a huge underground city that spread out wide and far in front of him. There were bars, shops, supermarkets, and lodgings. "Halt! Who are you people?" For soldiers suddenly rushed up, their guns pointed at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong glanced at them and spoke warmly. "I'm Yu Zhong. I do not have any malicious intent. May I ask, what is this place?" The 4 soldiers were incredibly cautious and barked loudly. "Put down your weapons. Hug your heads and get down. Otherwise, we're going to fire." After all, Yu Zhong and his men all had assault rifles with the system equipment covering them. They looked incredibly valiant and powerful, and thus it was natural for the 4 men to be wary. Yu Zhong frowned, and he looked out, only to see a number of sallow and emaciated survivors looking numbly over here. Some of them even had strange glints of greed in their eyes. He then turned back to the soldiers and barked coldly, "Take them down!" For revolvers shot out from behind Yu Zhong like specters and immediately grabbed hold of them. With a twist, they were forced to kneel in front of him. One of them had a savage look as he roared, "You dare touch us? Are you sick of living? Tie them up!" Yu Zhong pointed towards the 20 survivors in tattered clothes. Chapter 637. Underground City. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. The evolvers behind Yu Zhong immediately charged forth towards the survivors. The survivors were all taken aback and quickly dispersed, intending to flee. However, these were all weak and emaciated people, and could not possibly outrun the strong and vigorous experts. They were easily captured, and were soon brought in front of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong eyed the anxious survivors and took out a piece of dried biscuit, saying, "I would like to know what this place is. Whoever can tell me, this piece of biscuit is his." Food was the strongest currency in this apocalypse, even more effective than gold from before the change. The 20 survivors looked at the dried biscuit, their eyes flashing with greed. However, they seemed to be hesitant, as though unwilling to say anything. One of the survivors finally could not take it anymore and shouted, "I'll speak! I'll speak! This is the number XXX Biological Research Lab from before the apocalypse. We specialize in researching biological weapons. After the world changed, this place has become the personal kingdom of the head researcher Zhao Kuang. The majority of the personnel here are basically researchers and government officials. These are the dogs of Zhao Kuang. Yu Zhong chuckled and threw the biscuit to the survivor. "This is yours." The survivor received it and quickly offered his thanks. "Thank you. Thank you." One of the soldiers held down by Xiao Shang suddenly screamed out, "Attack! Attack!" The soldier had the sound amplification ability, and his voice traveled throughout the city. "Count yourself lucky." Xiao Shang was furious and glanced at Yu Zhong, only to see him shake his head. He then sent a punch behind the head of the soldiers, causing them to faint. Hearing the alarms, a large number of soldiers began to hurry over, their weapons ready. Xiao Shang also quickly deployed his subordinates to get in position, taking cover as they eyed the opposite side. All of a sudden, a display lit up on one of the buildings, as an old man who was in clean, white clothes, looking about 50 and slightly less than desirable looks appeared. "How do you do? I'm the lord of this underground city, Zhao Kuang. I'm pleased to meet you. Welcome to my kingdom. I hope to speak to your leader." Yu Zhong walked out from his cover and spoke without any arrogance nor subservience. "How do you do? I'm Yu Zhong." Zhao Kuang eyed him and sighed, his face full of sincerity. "Yu Zhong, is it? You truly are a hero of your generation, to be able to lead men past the monstrosities above. Due to the presence of the man-eating things up there, our people had never been able to leave here. Since you're here today, it must mean that we have the chance to leave. This favor, we will never forget it." Zhao Kuang then invited, "I would like to invite you to my castle to have a chat. Is that all right? I will give you a proper welcome." Yu Zhong pondered, and his eyes glinted. "Sure." Zhao Kuang had an amiable smile. "Ma Jing, bring Yu Zhong and his men to my castle." A burly soldier with coarse facial hair came up to Yu Zhong and said, "Please come with me." The rest of the soldiers also lowered their weapons, not showing any aggression anymore. "Lead the way." Yu Zhong immediately followed Ma Jing without fear, walking towards a huge research center. Yu Zhong came to a stop in front of the entrance, and he gave a command to Xiao Shang, "Get some men to stand guard." They did not know what was lying in wait for them in the research center, and although Yu Zhong was strong, he was always guarded, and did not want to give Zhao Kuang an opportunity to strike at him. Xiao Shang nodded slightly and brought 30 evolvers to stand guard at the entrance. "Okay, leader, take care." Ma Jing had no expression as he looked at Xiao Shang and the rest. Instead, he continued to lead Yu Zhong into the building. The moment they entered the building, music began to play as they came to a large hall. Large chandeliers were twinkling, while 30 young men and women were dancing in a pool. On a long table, there were many desserts and drinks with food and vegetables displayed out. With resources and food becoming scarce, such a lavish display was enough to drive many survivors crazy. "How do you do, Leader Yu Zhong? I'm Lu Cheng." The moment Yu Zhong stepped in, a middle-aged man in a suit and flat top came up, greeting Yu Zhong with a smile. Lu Cheng clapped his hands twice, and 12 extremely beautiful women came up from the pool. He then revealed a strange smile. "Leader Yu Zhong, feel free to take your pick. If you like, you can even get all 12 to wait on you. They're the best amongst our beauties, and their nicknames are 12 gold hairpins." The 12 beauties looked towards Yu Zhong seductively, each revealing their attractiveness and charm. If they could gain his favor, even if it was on orders of Zhao Kuang, there would definitely be benefits. If they could not, they would definitely be forced to starve for 2 or 3 days. They didn't want that to happen. Yu Zhong swept them a look, before his gaze turned frosty. "Where's Zhao Kuang? Is this how he comes to talk to me?" The 12 beauties were just average in Yu Zhong's eyes. He had killed women even more beautiful than these in front of him, and would naturally not fall for their obvious charms and tricks. Lu Cheng smiled. "Leader Yu Zhong, our Emperor Zhao Kuang has given me the authority to talk with you beforehand. You may let me know what is on your mind. It's the same as talking with him." He then chuckled. "Our Emperor Zhao Kuang is extremely grateful to you for taking care of those mutant plants above, allowing us to leave here. We're willing to present 30 beauties to you, and hope that we can become allies, taking over the world together. Yu Zhong chuckled coldly. Rule the world together. What a tone. I have over 3,000 elite troops, with a regiment's worth of equipment. What are your qualifications to talk about an alliance with me? An alliance would only occur between two factions with similar strength. If a faction could wipe out the other, who would form an alliance? With Yu Zhong's current strength, it was natural that he would not hold these cowards in regard. Lu Cheng summoned 2 soldiers. Fine, let us show you our strength. Zhang Yun, Wang Fan, come and exhibit your strength for leader Yu Zhong to see. Kong! A numb-looking Zhang Yun came up, and with a loud roar, his leg muscles became taut, and his veins bulged out. In a while, his legs doubled in size, and his veins on his face also became prominent. His entire demeanor became incredibly savage, as there was a single horn growing out of his head. After Zhang Yun's legs became twice their size, he took a great leap, immediately jumping over 12 meters, his speed terrifying. Yu Zhong watched his speed, his eyes flashing with shock. 11 times speed. Fast. While it might not be much to Yu Zhong, it was a speed that already exceeded an S2, and most ordinary enhancers of level 30 might not even reach such a speed. The people of this underground city were obviously trapped here, and there were not much opportunities for them to enhance, and yet they had produced a number of enhancers. It was obvious there was something else at play. Kong! Wang Fan came forward, his expression wooden. His entire body became ripped, and the clothes he wore were torn apart. Soon, he became a burly and terrifying warrior covered with black fur all over. Wang Fan slammed his fists down on the ground, and a crater was formed, with cracks and debris all over. It revealed the power behind his fists. Lu Cheng smiled smugly. We have over 300 of such super soldiers. How is it? Are we qualified to form an alliance? With the abilities of Zhang Yun and Wang Fan, over 300 of them were enough to wipe out a 3,000-strong force without any firepower. It was truly a strong force. It was precisely because of this strength that Zhao Kuang was so confident that Yu Zhong would form an alliance with him. Yu Zhong's eyes brightened up. I want the research materials on how to produce such super soldiers. As long as you provide it, I will consider an alliance with you. No way! Lu Cheng's face fell, and he laughed bitterly. Leader Yu Zhong, this is highly classified information. It definitely cannot happen. When we come to rule the world, we can share some of the information with you. Yu Zhong pondered and replied, Let me consider it then. Lu Cheng laughed and said, Great, please consider it. Yu Zhong stood up quietly and turned to walk out. Just as he left the hall, he saw 2 soldiers outside chasing a young girl of about 15 or 16 with long black hair, fair skin, and bright, beautiful eyes. Save me! Save me! Save me! The girl looked to Yu Zhong and screamed out in fear. Chapter 638. Freak. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Yu Zhong glanced at the girl, and his eyes shined with a glint. Bring that woman over here! Bai Xiaoshang chuckled, and shot forwards, sending 2 fists towards the soldiers chasing behind, causing them to fly backward. The extremely pretty girl ran to Yu Zhong and hugged his legs, pleading profusely, Save me! Save me! Please! I'm willing to do anything for you. Save me! Please save me! Yu Zhong glanced at this girl, whose face was full of fear, and smiled. Interesting. I want this woman. Lu Cheng, who was still standing by the side, immediately cut in with a sullen expression. Leader Yu Zhong, this woman is a criminal of our underground city, and had committed a grave sin. She has to die. We're willing to hand you 20 beautiful virgins, so please return her to us. If you insist on having her, it'll only drive a wedge between us. The beautiful woman looked at Lu Cheng, and her face turned extremely pale, as she hurried to hug Yu Zhong's leg tighter, her body trembling. Please! Please! I don't want to die. I want this woman. Scram! Yu Zhong felt something was off, and his brows arched, while he released his powerful killing intent. Immediately, the elite soldiers beside him whisked out their weapons and aimed it at Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng's face turned ugly, as he retreated slightly while trying to coax Yu Zhong. Leader Yu Zhong, we're willing to give all the information on the production of the super soldiers to you, as long as you give us that woman. How about that? Yu Zhong was instantly rocked in his heart, as he contemplated seriously. If he could gain the information on the super soldiers, then even ordinary humans had the chance to be enhanced without vying for resources with regards to zombies or mutant beasts. He could even make use of the research to enhance himself further. Compared to the information, this one girl wasn't worth as much. The young girl immediately shrieked out in panic. Don't trust him. They're all freaks. They aren't human. They're all monsters. They are being controlled by some monster. Quick! Escape! Bring me with you. Please. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Please take me out of here. I'll be willing to do anything. Quick! Let's flee. When Yu Zhong heard those words, he felt a chill overcome his heart, as a sense of foreboding arose. After the world had changed, there were all sorts of organisms all around. If there were even the existence of freaks that could control humans, that would be even more terrifying. Yu Zhong turned to fix his gaze on Lu Cheng, his eyes suspicious. Lu Cheng's face turned worse as he chuckled bitterly. Leader Yu Zhong, don't listen to her. I'm a human. How could I be a monster? She's insane. She's definitely insane. Are you going to trust someone with an unsound mind? Yu Zhong patted the girl's head and pointed at the two soldiers that were chasing her and ordered coldly. Everyone is to prepare for battle. White Bones, go kill that person. White Bones immediately shot forwards with its bone blades slashing down, cutting the soldier in half. Instantly, his brain was split into two as white brain matter flowed out. Yu Zhong stared fixedly at the two halves of the brain, only to discover a strange worm that was about the size of a palm, with layers of white skin and tentacles. It had been sliced in half, but it was still thrashing about in the juices. It looked utterly terrifying. Yu Zhong sucked in a breath of cold air. His worst fears had come true. Such a strange worm could actually live in a person's brain. It was obvious that the person was long since under control. Bai Xiaoshang also felt a chill when he saw that worm struggling. Although they were elite soldiers that had gone through hundreds of battles, with nothing to fear even against zombies, such a scene was still mortifying to them. Yu Zhong immediately ordered while still feeling chills down his spine. Kill them all! These people who had worms in their brains were no longer human. Yu Zhong did not want to leave such existences alive. There was a flash from Bai Xiaoshang's hands, and a blade shot towards Lu Cheng like a shooting star. The ordinary-looking Lu Cheng, who seemed scholarly and weak, suddenly became enraged, with his eyes turning bloodshot, and his body expanding to twice its size. His clothes were torn, and veins bulged everywhere. His skin became a bright red, and he emitted a terrifying, violent aura. Facing that incoming blade, Lu Cheng just raised his massive right arm to block in front of him. The blade could not penetrate through the right arm. It just pierced the skin about 2 centimeters deep, and it got stuck. However, even then, there was not a drop of blood that was spilled. Bai Xiaoshang's eyes were filled with shock, and he immediately activated his ability, pushing his speed to the limit, and transformed into a specter as he slashed out at Lu Cheng. Instantly, there were 6 new wounds on Lu Cheng's body. Lu Cheng unleashed an inhuman roar towards the skies. With that loud howl, it seemed that every single male and female inside the large hall began to shine with a bright red glow, and their bodies all started to transform. Some grew feelers like cockroaches, while others had front limbs like that of a praying mantis. There were some who had powerful hind legs like kangaroos, and others had feelers like ants. They all had the same characteristics, though, which were the bright red eyes, and their bodies seemed to expand with powerful veins bulging out. They charged forwards, rushing towards Yu Zhong and his party. The girl screamed when she saw them. Careful! Don't get caught by them. Otherwise, they will implant you with a worm as well, and you'll become just like them. Yu Zhong pulled out his black tooth blade, and with a single slash, 3 of the transformed people instantly became sliced corpses. From the heads of those killed by Yu Zhong, 3 fat and strange worms appeared, which quickly slithered towards Yu Zhong. Their speed was 7 times as fast as a person, and ordinary people would definitely not be able to escape from them. Yu Zhong saw them and his blade danced again, chopping them up. One soldier slashed at one of the transformed women, who suddenly opened her mouth wide, and a fat worm flew out, landing on the face of the soldier. The fat and white worm swiftly wriggled its body and squirmed through the soldier's nose. When the soldier saw this horrifying scene, he immediately screamed out in terror, "Ah! Save me! Save me!" One other soldier heard his cry and kicked the transformed woman he was entangled with. He rushed forward anxiously and asked, "Ah Ming, what's wrong?" The soldier Ah Ming suddenly stopped thrashing. His face turned into an evil mask, and with a sudden bloating of his arm, the Tang replica sword swung towards his concerned friend. Caught unprepared and with his guard down, the anxious soldier's head was lopped off cleanly by his old comrade. After Ah Ming slaughtered his friend, his eyes also turned red, and his body started to expand with his veins bulging. With an angry roar, he suddenly burst forth with a speed that was way beyond his original 8 times agility, slashing at his other comrades. The comrade hurried to defend himself while roaring in shock, "Ah Ming, have you gone mad? Dang!" As the blades clashed with each other, the defending soldier was kicked violently by the mind-controlled Ah Ming, and he slammed into a wall. He spat out a large amount of blood, his internal organs exploding from the impact, and he died instantly. Ah Ming already possessed 15 times strength of a normal person. After the transformation, he could unleash 27 times strength. This was a level that could only be reached by a high-level strength-based evolver with powerful equipment. After being controlled, Ah Ming's entire stature became terrifying, and he became much stronger. Lei Ming had been controlled by Xiao Shang. "Go take everyone and get out of here. Take care not to let any of those freaks near you. I'll cover you guys." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly and he barked out. There were multiple transformed humans that poured out from every part of the underground city, each of them charging over with bloodshot eyes. Yu Zhong had brought along elite soldiers, and it would not be an issue to slaughter all these transformed people. However, he did not know exactly how many such freaks there were, and he was focused only on getting out, otherwise all his elite soldiers would perish. "Go!" Bai Xiao Shang did not bother with any unnecessary pleasantries, and threw Lu Cheng aside, as he led the rest of the evolvers to kill their way out. One of them had the ability to manipulate winds, and his pupils narrowed, as a terrifying hurricane appeared, blowing the transformed humans out of Bai Xiao Shang's path. Those who weren't blown away were instantly pounced upon by the rest, and they utilized all their abilities to kill those freaks instantly. Chapter 639. Terrifying Parasites. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Those normal humans who were infected by the parasites were not exceptionally strong, and could not compare to the elites under Yu Zhong. However, amongst them, Lei Ming and Lu Cheng were powerful to begin with. After the infection and mind control, they burst forth with exponential strength. Lu Cheng's eyes were red like a beast, as he charged at Yu Zhong with 17 times speed. Yu Zhong frowned and his black tooth blade slashed out at Lu Cheng like a venomous dragon, and Lu Cheng was instantly sliced into 6 or 7 parts, and his head split open as well. The moment Lu Cheng's head was split open, a white worm sprang out like lightning at Yu Zhong. "Humph! Go to hell, freak!" Yu Zhong's countenance was cold, as he dealt with the white parasite easily. 20 parasite-controlled humans then lunged for Yu Zhong. In response, Yu Zhong twirled his black tooth blade around and sliced up the 20 humans easily. However, as a result, 10 of the parasites shot out of their hosts and made for Yu Zhong. Fortunately, Yu Zhong's reaction and speed was at a high enough level to deal with them and turn them into sliced-up parts within a breath as well. Lei Ming's terrifying figure shot out from behind the group of controlled humans and sent a fist that caused a sonic boom right at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed as he activated his shadow steps and pushed his speed to a new high. He twisted and dodged that blow, while the black tooth blade slashed out at Lei Ming. Dang! Following the sounds of metal clashing, Lei Ming's body was sliced by Yu Zhong, although it was not all the way through. However, to his shock, the muscles just trembled, and the wound that was caused by Yu Zhong swiftly regenerated in front of his eyes, leaving no remnants of the previous injury. A chill flashed in Yu Zhong's eyes. What a tough body. These parasite-controlled bodies are truly able to push themselves to the limit. The stronger the body when taken over, the stronger the potential. Lei Ming had no reservations as he continued to send powerful fists after fists at Yu Zhong. A few of the other transformed humans soon came over. 6 of them with spider-like eyes opened their mouths as they fired long spider silks at Yu Zhong. 3 others who had their legs transformed into powerful kangaroo thighs arched their bodies and burst out towards Yu Zhong with a 19 times speed. 2 others sprouted tiger claws and pounced at Yu Zhong. The rest all launched their own attacks with their own innate abilities. You can all burn. Facing such a large-scale assault, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed violently, and he waved his right hand as the terrifying devil flame tornado raged and swept towards the incoming opponents. The transformed humans began to scream and wail the moment they came in contact with the devil flame, and it lasted all the way until they were burnt to ashes. Lei Ming's eyes were blood red, his body was bulging with veins, and he was covered with a layer of green aura that blocked the burning of the devil flame. However, he was still struggling in pain. Lei Ming suddenly turned to face Yu Zhong as he pleaded loudly, "Leader, it's me, Lei Ming. On account of how I've done so much for you, don't kill me, please." Yu Zhong stared fixedly at him, before speaking slowly. "You are not Lei Ming. Freak, you've killed my subordinate and now you want to make use of my subordinate to lie to me. I will kill every single one of you and leave nothing alive." Lei Ming roared out in anger. "Yu Zhong, you heartless bastard. I've done so much for you, and now you want to kill me. I will tell of your evil deeds to the others, and reveal your true nature. One fine day, you will be left all alone and die alone. Burn." Yu Zhong's eyes gleamed coldly, and he pushed his spirit, increasing the intensity of the devil flame around Lei Ming's body. The green aura collapsed, and soon, the fleshly body was burnt into cinders by the devil flame. Yu Zhong eyed the entrance of the lab once more, before turning to leave. He knew there were definitely plenty of valuable research data and equipment within. If he were to set fire and burn it all, it would be a huge loss. Right now, within this underground city, it was a scene right out of hell, with huge numbers of transformed humans pouring out. The survivors within saw this terrifying scene and began to flee. One spider-like transformed human spat out long spider webs around a few emaciated survivors and dragged them to a dark corner. Another with tiger claws immediately grabbed onto an ordinary survivor, and with all its strength, it ripped his head from his body. "Ah! Help! No!" As for the rest of the survivors, they were either killed on the spot or dragged off by the rest of the transformed humans. Over 100 transformed humans were converging on Yu Zhong's soldiers from all directions. Yu Zhong had brought elite soldiers with him, and they were currently firing at the transformed humans. With each headshot, the white worms would shoot out and be fired upon. However, while they might be strong and possess capabilities beyond normal humans, their numbers were still at a disadvantage, and they were being slowly surrounded by the transformed humans. Many of the white worms that were shot out from the heads of the transformed humans quickly fled towards the dark alleys, before burrowing into the captured survivors and launching another wave of attacks through their new hosts. There were constant streams of transformed humans from all corners. Bai Xiaoshang was like a hurricane, the dark magic blade in his hands slashing out with multiple blade beams, killing many of the transformed humans, together with the parasitic worms in them. However, since there was a constant stream of them, he could not pause to take a breath, and his stamina depleted quickly. Many of the other elite soldiers were also forced to utilize their skills constantly and were harassed by those transformed humans. Their stamina and spirit were also dwindling like crazy. If it weren't for their experience and their willpower, they would have long since been overwhelmed. "Flee!" As they were struggling, a powerful flaming tornado descended and burned the transformed humans, enveloping the whole area. With a bright flash, they all turned to ash. When the flames disappeared, the tunnel leading to the exit was clear. Bai Xiaoshang and his men quickly rushed for the exit. Yu Zhong hugged the girl close to him while waving his black tooth blade about, slashing more of the transformed humans as he followed the tunnel out, covering the back. When everyone managed to return to the surface, they gasped for breath, their faces flashing with a tinge of fear. Those fat white parasitic worms were too dangerous. Their speed of infection was too fast, and their numbers were insane. Not only were they tough to kill, if one was not careful, they would be infected as well. This time, he had paid the painful price of losing 5 of his men to this underground hell. If he had brought ordinary soldiers, at best, a 1,000 might be lost to those freaks below. He let the girl down from his embrace and asked her solemnly, "What's your name?" The pretty girl was slightly lost, as she replied, "I'm Han Sha. I'm the daughter of one of the research scientists here, Dr. Han Min Bo." His face was dark as he continued, "I want to know, what the fuck went on down there? What are those things?" Those fat white worms possessed the ability to possess a person's body, and even with his eye of perception, there was no notification about them, which caused him to feel extremely worried and a strong sense of foreboding. "All right, before the world changed, I had always come here to play. When the apocalypse happened, many of the uncles here turned to zombies. A lot were bitten to death. The soldiers up here then managed to retreat below. They brought men to eradicate the zombies, and everyone decided to stay put. In the mess, many of the officials below died, leaving behind Zhao Kuang as the highest-ranking person. He swiftly reorganized the power structure below, and at the beginning there was nothing wrong, but after half a year he began to change, becoming extremely explosive and violent. He would treat the survivors as his slaves, and many of the soldiers became wooden and numb and listened only to him. From then on, many people began to disappear from. Whenever they reappeared, they had become strange. A few of my friends and I had sneaked into the lab to take a look and discovered a huge secret. Zhao Kuang was no longer human. Instead, he became a huge worm and was injecting small white parasites into other living bodies. After discovering this secret, we all hid, however. Today, they discovered us. When Han Sha thought back to the scene of the mutated Zhao Kuang injecting parasites into live human beings, she felt nauseated and her body trembled uncontrollably. Yu Zhong asked solemnly, "How many survivors were there previously?" She thought for a while before giving her conjecture. According to the size when it was built, it could accommodate 50,000 people. Before the world changed, there were already 10,000 people living there. After that, with the deaths and the increasing casualty toll due to hunger and other murders and suicide, the total population went down. I think there should still be a 1,500 or so below. Of those, 800 of them should be parasite-controlled. Chapter 640. Raiding the Underground City. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. When Yu Zhong heard that, his heart sank. Over 800 people controlled by parasites? Every single one of those freaks possessed a dangerous strength, and it was hard to deal with them. To eradicate them entirely, it was truly going to be an uphill task. Yu Zhong continued to ask, "Where did you see Zhao Kuang?" Han Sha's eyes flashed with a dark look. "In the animal testing lab. It's rumored that there was the place where biological weapons were produced and tested. Zhao Kuang had holed himself up there since the apocalypse. We also saw him there. However, other than me, the rest of my friends had already died, or were brought to be infected. Open up. Please open up. Open up. Let us out." There were the sounds of rapid banging from the entrance of the tunnel, while the panicked sounds of the survivors traveled from behind. They were banging the door while screaming and shouting to be let out. Bai Xiaosheng looked at Yu Zhong and asked, "What do we do, leader?" Inside the tight space, if the whole crowd of them were to squeeze through, they would jam the tunnel. The moment they filled up the tunnel, those parasitic worms would definitely be able to spread through them. At close range, only Bai Xiaosheng, who was a peak-level agility-based evolver, could possibly deal with those parasites. The rest of the evolvers would likely be infected. Yu Zhong pondered a while before ordering. Other than Bai Xiaosheng, Tempio Saka, Chang Mu and Qian He, the rest are to evacuate. Zhang Xing, Niu Jin, Wang Li, Zhu He, the 4 of you will watch over this girl. If she goes through any strange changes, immediately kill her. Take note of your safety. If any of your comrades are infected, immediately kill them. The moment they are controlled, they're no longer our comrades. Han Sha could not help but squeal. Why are you guarding me? I'm not infected. I'm really sure I'm not infected. Yu Zhong stared at Han Sha and barked. Shut up. If you're okay after tests and checks, I will call it off. The main problem with these parasites is that they can live in the human brain. If I'm not wrong, they can control all thoughts and access the memories of its hosts. Whether or not you're infected remains to be seen. Han Sha's body trembled slightly when she was stared at by Yu Zhong and did not dare say anything. Yu Zhong ordered, all of you, keep guard here. Don't let anyone out. Bai Shaosheng nodded and replied, yes. Yu Zhong came to Bai Lu and said, get your low-level Trance and come with me. Bai Lu nodded and a spirit wave spread out. Soon after, many Trey ants quickly gathered. In the underground basement, the Trey ants were all squeezed inside. Yu Zhong then barked solemnly, open the door. The moment the door opened, a huge number of survivors swarmed out, intending to rush out. Save me! Let me out! Quick, scram! The survivors fought to get out, some stepping over one another, trying their best to flee. Yu Zhong watched them and ordered coldly, kill them all! Destroy their heads. Bai Lu nodded and sent out a spirit wave, and the low-level Trey ants immediately pounced on the survivors. The survivors that managed to get out were instantly decapitated by 2 low-level Trey ants, and a swipe of their sharp claws. The brain was slashed open, revealing white brain juice. The fat and white parasitic worm swimming within the brain immediately leaped for the low-level Trey ant. The Trey ant opened its mouth and shot out some tendrils. The tendrils wrapped around the fat worm and sucked it into its mouth, as it bit down and swallowed it. In a flash, more survivors were killed, and their heads were all inhabited by the fat white worms. As expected, Yu Zhong watched them die, as the worms flew out, only to be consumed by the Trey ants, his eyes flashing. When Yu Zhong and his forces had fled the underground city, the survivors had been following right behind, at a steady pace as well. This was not normal. After all, Yu Zhong and the rest were all power evolvers. Their speed far surpassed ordinary humans. The fact that these survivors had caught up so fast meant only one possibility, that they were all controlled by the parasites already. After dozens of the survivors were killed, the rest of the survivors began to transform. Their eyes turned bloodshot, their veins bulging, and they began to howl out like beasts. Soon after that, they clashed with the Trey ants. The moment those controlled humans transformed, they had the strength to contend with the Trey ants, and a few unfortunate Trey ants would be squashed by them. At the same time, some of the transformed humans were also being slashed and torn apart by the Trey ants, the parasites in their brains being consumed by the Trey ants. The two groups of monsters continued their slaughter against each other in that narrow tunnel, the corpses piling up and blocking the tunnel further. This can't go on further. Yu Zhong watched the intense clash and frowned. The Trey ants were after all also part of his military force, and he didn't want to waste them here. Yu Zhong's hand flipped, and his electromagnetic gun appeared. He aimed it at the tunnel and fired once. The single shot from the gun immediately blasted the controlled humans, jamming the tunnel into pieces. Yu Zhong swiftly fired out another 10 shots, and the terrifying bullets almost blasted all the survivors apart. The Trey ants quickly swarmed in and surrounded the injured controlled humans or transformed humans and tore their brains to pieces. The battle continued for an exhausting 3 hours, and after the intense fight, Yu Zhong led the army of Trey ants further into the underground city. At this time, in the underground city, it was a desolate scene. The streets were covered in blood, and there were no signs of any living things. Yu Zhong surveyed the surroundings and spoke in a low voice. Bai Shaosheng, take some men and guard this area. Other than us, do not let anyone out under any circumstances. The existence of those parasites was too horrifying. Yu Zhong did not know if they could survive out on their own or even replicate themselves. If they did, all it would take is for one controlled human to flee from this place, and the species could propagate above ground, enslaving other humans. The parasites were only discoverable through proper tools. Other than that, the only way was to tear apart the person's head to confirm if there were any parasites inside. If such a problematic existence was to escape into the mass of humanity, it would be truly cripple the human race. Bai Xiaosheng nodded seriously. Yes. Yu Zhong then gave an order to Bai Lu. Eradicate all other life forms other than us. Destroy their heads and make sure to kill the parasites in their brains. Bai Lu nodded and sent out a thought, enveloping the Trey ants. The Trey ants all responded by letting out a bloodthirsty call, and they scattered to the different parts of the city to search for their prey. Yu Zhong then told Bai Lu, "Stay here. Await further orders and news." Bai Lu was, after all, an organism that Yu Zhong had threatened, and that was why she submitted. Yu Zhong was likewise cautious of her, and not as trusting as Yin Shuang. Yin Shuang had treated Yu Zhong as her most precious person the moment she was born. As long as he gave an order, she would go all out to complete his wishes. Bai Lu nodded and went over to Bai Xiaosheng's side. Yu Zhong then flashed and disappeared from his position, running towards the biological research lab within the center of the city. Along the way, he saw many traces of blood, but there was not a single body or corpse to be seen. There were no signs of any humans, and it was eerily quiet and desolate all around. Initially, when he had just arrived here, he had seen some numb survivors lying on the ground. However, there was not a single one to be seen. Furthermore, the entire underground city was plunged in darkness. When compared to earlier, there was decent lighting. Without light, the entire underground city felt like a dead one. In the dark, only the Trey ants, zombies, could rely on their other senses to navigate. For humans, it was basically impossible to see beyond 3M. If it had been any other evolver, they might have been so fearful and fled already. After all, not many strong evolvers were equipped to fight in the dark. However, to Yu Zhong, the dark was his friend, and in the dark, his senses were heightened. He came to the research lab and kicked the door down violently, smashing it to many pieces. The moment the door was kicked open, 6 pairs of red eyes shone in the dark, their bodies suddenly pouncing forward for Yu Zhong. They had cockroach feelers on their heads and had smelly saliva dripping from their mouths. Yu Zhong pulled out his crocodile tooth-saw blade and slashed out towards the 6 transformed humans, tearing their bodies into pieces. The moment their brains were ripped open, the 6 worms revealed themselves and were killed instantly. Chapter 641. Research Lab. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Kuang Lang. Following the sounds of glass shattering, a number of transformed humans with red eyes appeared, howling out as they charged towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong frowned, and his black tooth blades slashed out with multiple blade beams, turning the transformed humans into minced meat. Soon, the bunch of transformed humans that had gathered at the entrance was killed easily by Yu Zhong. He ensured that their bodies were properly mashed up and the parasites that popped out were not spared. Not a single transformed human could withstand his blows. There were traces of fighting throughout the entire research lab, with different gunshots on the walls, as well as a few walls that seemed to have been blasted with explosives. Yu Zhong followed the path all the way to the center of the research lab. At the center of the lab, there were 10 rows of huge glass tubes, each row containing 20 each. There was a total of 200. Of those, 20 of them had been shattered, with glass pieces everywhere. Yu Zhong took a careful look and realized that in some of the glass tubes, there were still some traces of white nourishment or liquid nutrients, yet outside, there was not a trace to be seen. He took in the details and came to a conclusion. The things inside these tubes must have escaped. This must be where the scientists were conducting biological experiments in the past. He looked at the shattered glass, as well as all the equipment present in this lab, while thinking to himself. Yu Zhong did not have much of a reaction towards experimentation. As long as there weren't any innocent human lives affected, even the end result of biological warfare was of no concern to him. He continued walking about in the research lab when his eyes brightened up as he kneeled down on the floor, sticking out his finger to touch a patch of red liquid on the ground. He realized, this is blood, human blood. It hasn't dried yet. They must be in this direction. Yu Zhong lifted his head and followed the trail of blood towards a large door. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger arose in his heart, and he quickly activated his shadow steps and rolled to one side. A powerful mantis limb came slashing down with a speed breaking the sound barrier towards Yu Zhong's left shoulder. The blow managed to strike a corner of his shoulder, leaving a faint scar on the powerful Type 4 mutant sea snake hide that he was wearing. Yu Zhong quickly got to his feet and looked towards the direction of the attacker, only to see two huge praying mantis of about 2 m each, standing behind the large glass. If they had facial expressions, one might guess they were looking savagely at Yu Zhong. Their attacks had come at a terrifying speed, which even Yu Zhong could not fully dodge with his overpowered agility. If it had been any other person's, even if they were evolvers and had gone through multiple enhancements, they would likely have been sliced in two. At this moment, there was a bright flash of light, and Zhao Kuang's image appeared on a large screen. He looked at Yu Zhong and laughed. "What a surprise! Yu Zhong, you actually made it here. However, this is the furthest that you'll reach. My two babies will tear you apart, and you'll become a part of me." Zhao Kuang's eyes lit up. "Yu Zhong, it truly is a pity. I had truly wanted to cooperate with you. As long as you agree to be controlled by my children, and become a part of my children, I can easily make you a king of the world. You'll be standing atop the rest of the life forms. Amongst my children, only you possess that potential. After you become king, you can get anything you want. Even if you wanted 10,000 beauties to kneel and prostrate in front of you, and raise their asses at you, it wouldn't be a problem. How about it? Do you want to consider?" Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, as he retorted, "Fuck off, freak. I will tear you apart and set you ablaze." If he truly allowed Zhao Kuang to implant him with the parasites, he was sure he would be controlled entirely. Even if he became the king of the world, it would be as a puppet. After that, Yu Zhong pulled out his crocodile tooth saw blade and pounced on one of the blood-red mantis. The bloodshot eyes of the giant blood-red mantis flashed, as it slashed towards Yu Zhong with its own claws, which could even damage the Type 4 mutant sea snake hide. As long as it could slash Yu Zhong consecutively, it was likely that within 3 moves, it could pierce through entirely. Yu Zhong suddenly came to a stop and leaped back as the claws of the mantis came slashing down, before retracting quickly. Yu Zhong opened his hands and activated his devil flame, as a powerful devil flame arrow fired out from his hands, shooting towards the body of the giant blood-red mantis, resulting in a huge bleeding wound, as the mantis began to burn. The moment the blood-red mantis started to burn, its wings began to flap furiously, as it turned into a huge burning ball of flame that slammed around the lab. The other mantis charged toward Yu Zhong. Too slow. Yu Zhong looked at the blood-red mantis that charged towards him with 16 times speed, and he laughed coldly, opening his palms. A powerful devil flame arrow shot out and blasted the second mantis, causing it to also burn up. The close combat abilities of those two mantises were truly terrifying. The moment they unleashed their claws, they were lightning fast. Even Yu Zhong was hard-pressed to dodge. However, their movement speed was different and was no threat to Yu Zhong. The two mantises struggled futilely for a long while before they were burnt by the devil flame into cinders. Yu Zhong walked carefully towards the huge door. As he got closer, he could see multiple spider silk that weaved together to form a huge web. He swung his crocodile tooth saw blade at the silk, causing a loud grating sound to ring out. However, the sharpness of the crocodile tooth saw blade still managed to saw through the spider silk. When the spider web broke, it was as though Yu Zhong triggered some trap, as multiple strings of silk shot out from all directions at Yu Zhong. He frowned and pointed out, as a flaming tornado burst forth and burnt the web, turning them to ash. After he had cleared the spider web, he entered the room gingerly. 2 large spiders that seemed to be covered in steel fur were lying in wait for Yu Zhong up on the roof, each of them at least 2 m in width. The moment they saw him, they opened their jaws to fire out their silk at him. 2 flaming tornadoes appeared as Yu Zhong waved his hands, turning all the spider web into ash, and as they billowed, they consumed the 2 large spiders as well. The 2 burnt spiders dropped from the ceiling and thrashed about for a while, before finally curling up in death. Having dealt with those spiders, Yu Zhong surveyed his surroundings. He saw that the middle of the room was covered entirely in webs, and there were even 2 cocoons made out of spider silks hanging, as 2 trails of blood led to them. Yu Zhong thus conjured up another 2 fireballs and sent them towards the cocoons, causing them to burn up. After eradicating all the enemies in the room, Yu Zhong proceeded further in. He padded down a long corridor and came to a huge and vast living room. At this moment, in front of him, the entire living room was covered in a strange white secretion, with many red cocoons hanging everywhere. Zhao Kuang had turned into a strange half-man, half-worm being, his lower part being a 20 long parasite, as fat and white as a worm could possibly be. The worm part was currently submerged in some white liquid, as a number of tubes were connected from the worm part to the numerous red cocoons hanging everywhere. All around Zhao Kuang there was blood, the blood of humans, as well as the inner organs and limbs that were splattered all around. 8 parasite-controlled humans of about 2 meters each continued to mash up the bloody contents around Zhao Kuang and scooped them up on plates for Zhao Kuang to feast on. Zhao Kuang lifted his head, his face full of blood as he laughed and tried to attract Yu Zhong. "You've come! Yu Zhong! You truly are incredible. You have my admirations. Become my child. As long as you do so, I can grant you unlimited strength and allow you to become the perfect organism. You've seen for yourself those who become my children can immediately gain powers. Furthermore, I have the ability to push your evolution all the way to become the king of humans. This is my answer." Yu Zhong laughed coldly and pulled out his electromagnetic gun to fire once at Zhao Kuang. A bright burst of energy shot violently towards Zhao Kuang. Zhao Kuang's face fell as he let out a sharp scream. Immediately, the 8 parasite-controlled humans grew out body parts that merged together to become a huge turtle shell, protecting him. When the powerful electromagnetic beam slammed into the human turtle shell, it pierced through 6 of the layers, before losing its power. As Zhao Kuang screamed, a bright red thing traveled from his lower worm body into one of the blood-red cocoons. The cocoon was about 3 large and it split open, as a huge ape which had bright red eyes, and bone spikes growing out of its arms and legs, stepped out. It was about 2 tall, with claws of at least 60 centimeters. The huge ape immediately opened its eyes, as a dangerous glint flashed past. As its legs tensed, it disappeared from its spot, and immediately appeared in front of Yu Zhong, viciously clawing at his head. Fast! That monster's speed is fast. Its agility is even higher than the current lightning. Yu Zhong was shocked and raised the crocodile tooth saw blade to deflect that attack. With a loud dang, a dangerous strength traveled from the claw up through the blade, causing Yu Zhong's entire right arm to tremble and become numb. Chapter 642. Wiping out the parasites. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Zhao Kuang's mouth remained open as it screamed out continuously, while a huge amount of blood-red liquid was secreted out of its body, entering the different cocoons hanging around. They began to tremble, as though something was about to break out. This can't go on. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, as he waved his hands to conjure a devil flame tornado, sending it towards the cocoons. There were over 100 cocoons amongst the white liquid. If they were to fully emerge, they would become a terrifying parasite army. Yu Zhong's devil flame landed on those cocoons, and flames began to rage on, causing the cocoons to sizzle and crackle. As the devil flame burnt, the cocoons began to split open, revealing strange biological life forms. Some of them had humans inside but with 2 heads. There was one had a tiger head and jaguar claws, while another had a human with a huge turtle shell on his back. The life forms contained within those cocoons were truly strange. It was evident that they had been forced to mutate based on the research conducted before the apocalypse. Yu Zhong exerted all his strength to spread the devil flames throughout the entire room. The huge ape was covered in a blood-red radiance, blocking the burning of the devil flames. Even Zhao Kuang, as the queen worm, had a layer of red preventing itself from being burned. The huge ape then sent powerful fists at Yu Zhong constantly, whistling through the air. Yu Zhong had to use his crocodile tooth saw blade to parry the attacks, and with every block, his hands turned number from the impact. The blows from the huge ape forced Yu Zhong to focus hard. Thus the devil flames disappeared from the room, leaving only behind a huge number of burnt cocoons and the heavily injured Zhao Kuang. Zhao Kuang stared hatefully at Yu Zhong, its fat bottom suddenly splitting open, and a huge number of white parasites crawled out, pouncing towards Yu Zhong. At the same time, one of the cocoons suddenly broke open, as a large claw covered in green scales tore through, as though a terrifying monster was about to be born. I must end the battle soon. Yu Zhong felt the change in the surroundings, and his eyes turned resolute, activating his gravity manipulation. A powerful gravitational force enveloped the huge ape, causing its body to sink. However, to the large ape, the 2 times gravitational force couldn't affect it much. It roared out savagely and sent another fist towards Yu Zhong. This time, the fist managed to connect with Yu Zhong's head, and in the next instant, Yu Zhong crumbled apart, turning into many pieces. Break! Yu Zhong's real body appeared beside the ape, slashing down with the huge blade made out of the claws of the Type 4 flaming bird, accompanied with his dark Do Chi that was enhanced twice, cutting the waist of the huge ape. The sharp blade slashed into the right waist of the huge ape as easily as slicing into tofu, cutting it in two, as a huge amount of blood splattered on the ground. Yu Zhong waved his hands, sending devil flame towards the cocoon that was about to break open. The claw that had reached out started to struggle before the entity inside screamed out, and the entire thing was burnt to cinders. The mass of white parasites was quickly burnt up as their corpses shriveled before splitting violently. Yu Zhong then pulled out his electromagnetic gun and fired again at Zhao Kuang. A huge flash of light blasted towards the body of Zhao Kuang, piercing 2 of the parasite-controlled humans who had turned into meat shields. The shot exploded violently on Zhao Kuang, resulting in a large hole. Zhao Kuang's face contorted as he spat out with a large amount of saliva. Ah! Yu Zhong! You dare to hurt me! I want you to die an ugly death. I want you to be ripped apart. I will control you and kill all those you love. You are all going to die here. What the fuck are you making so much noise for? Yu Zhong laughed coldly, before firing multiple times. The shots landed on Zhao Kuang's body, resulting in more blood and white matter to splatter everywhere, as more parasites crawled out from within. One final shot hit Zhao Kuang squarely on his head, blasting it apart. The headless corpse of Zhao Kuang twitched a little, before crumpling to the ground. Yu Zhong saw the vanquished foe in front of him and finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally eradicated this strange monster. If it had escaped to the surface, it would be a nightmare for the human race. There would be fear and uncertainty whenever anyone came across others, afraid of the possibility of the other party being a parasite. The moment it reached that point, distrust would cause the entire human race to crumble, as everyone would be paranoid, and no one would want to work or live with anyone. Having killed Zhao Kuang, Yu Zhong turned his gaze to the huge ape. He sent the long, sharp blade slashing down at the ape's neck, decapitating it. Right at the moment the ape's head was chopped off, a bright red parasite that had evolved from the fat, white state into something that resembled a scorpion, flapped its wings and flew towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong waved his blade and slashed the red, fat parasite into 2, as the parts dropped to the ground. He then stomped down with his foot, smashing the worm into meat paste. Right at this time, there was the sound of rustling from outside the room. Yu Zhong turned around, as he caught sight of 8 low-level tray ants climbing in. The moment the tray ants saw the white liquid and red cocoons, they became excited and charged forth, swallowing the liquid. One of them pounced towards one cocoon and began to take huge bites out of it. Yu Zhong was silently stirred, as he watched their strange actions quietly. He had initially intended to burn the whole place down, but upon seeing their actions, he felt that the things inside the room might have some value. The low-level tray ant that consumed the strange things inside the cocoons began to undergo strange changes. The moment it finished eating, its body began to tremble. Soon after, it elongated, reaching 1.8 m, its legs becoming thick. At the same time, a new layer of bark grew over the current layer, its claws becoming sharp. Its eyes were still lifeless, as it stood there quietly. After 10 minutes, the low-level tray ant regained its spirit, and it shook its body powerfully, as sharp tendrils shot out from it. Level 60 Strange Beast. Type 2 Tray Ant. possesses powerful combat ability. Although it does not possess any innate ability, their strength is terrifying, on par with some weaker Type 3 mutant beasts. Yu Zhong used his eye of perception to look at the Treant and immediately got its new information. Those red cocoons should be beneficial to the evolution of mutant biological life forms. Yu Zhong watched the low-level Treant finish its evolution and thought silently. The other low-level Treants also quickly pounced on the other red cocoons and began to consume them. The Type 2 Treant stepped aside and swallowed a huge amount of white slime, before grabbing a few cocoons and gobbled them up. The Type 2 Treant repeated its actions a few times, as the layers of bark continued to shed, as the layers that grew over became even more vibrant and slowly covered its whole body. Level 65 Strange Beast. Type 3 Treant. When the Treant had its entire body covered by the new vibrant layer of bark, Yu Zhong watched as the Type 2 Treant evolved into a Type 3 one in front of his eyes. He felt the power and quickly pulled out his walkie-talkie to order, "Bai Lu, summon all the Treants back to you." If he allowed the Treants to continue evolving, the moment they evolved to their Type 4 stage, it would be troublesome. Yu Zhong did not know if Bai Lu could control that tier of strength. Most of the Treants had already evolved, every one of them reaching their Type 2, and they had powerful combat strength. Right as they wanted to quickly continue swallowing the rest of the cocoons, their bodies shuddered slightly as they begun to make their way back. The Type 3 Treant seemed to struggle a little as it eyed the blood-red cocoons and white slime, before turning around and retreating as well. Yu Zhong watched them go and heaved a sigh of relief. Truly as expected, the higher the type, the harder to control. If they continued to evolve, it would be a problem. Yu Zhong looked at some of the cocoons and the strange white slime, before walking up to one of them and split it open. He then sliced the head of the mutated life form within in two, before moving on to the next one and doing the same. Chapter 643. Killer Lai Ming Yi. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Yu Zhong then kept 2 huge tanks of the white slime, as well as the 30 cocoons into his spatial ring, before slicing open the corpse of the queen worm Zhao Kuang. The bodies of high-level mutant beasts usually had some treasures, and Yu Zhong wanted to see if this mutated life form of Zhao Kuang was similar. All around his body, there were still many parasites squirming about in the disgusting red discharge. Yu Zhong did not mind the dirt or smell, as he continued to dig about until he discovered a red pearl near Zhao Kuang's heart. He placed the pearl into his ring, before thoroughly slicing up Zhao Kuang's corpse to confirm that there were no more treasures. He then searched the entire room, making sure that there were no more residual cocoons, before heading out to get his men to clean up. Inside this underground city, there were no more living people anymore. Other than those that had been sent out earlier as cannon fodder that was already controlled, the rest had been turned into food for that mutated Zhao Kuang. However, Yu Zhong still managed to find 10,000 tons of rations, as well as a large amount of research equipment and data. There were also 300 rifles, 25 grenade launchers, and a 100-ton of fuel. The haul from this underground city was fruitful, but because Zhao Kuang had become that strange progenitor of parasites, he had been unwilling to strengthen the humans that were meant to be his food. Thus, he did not allocate many resources out, barely touching the reserves of the city. Other than resources, the majority of the research equipment were all fine without any damage. As long as they were maintained and those that had been damaged, looked at, they could all be put to use. This research lab had been the forefront of biological research before the apocalypse in China and possessed the top-of-the-range equipment. With such a lab, its resources and equipment, as long as Yu Zhong assigned some capable scientists to it, he could quickly initiate development in that area. Yu Zhong also allocated 29 of the cocoons to some of the Treants under Bai Lu to eat, instantly resulting in 29 more Type 3 Treants. The combat ability of these Type 3 treats could not compare to a Type 3 lightning, but 10 of them could easily force lightning to a corner. At the very least, they could tear lightning apart if they worked together. With such a huge haul, Yu Zhong and his troops made back for Chimu County. When he reached Chimu Town, Yu Zhong did not engage in any major activities, instead, focusing on training the victorious troops. At the same time, he put the troops he won over from the Kingdom of God to training. At the same time, The regiment's worth of equipment inside the Ulan Mountain Range Army barracks had all been brought out and allocated to his troops, pushing their combat strength to the next tier. In the vast central plains, there were many small factions, and the Mongolian ones had all thrown their weight in with the Mongol king Huer Ran. Zhang Xiao, one skinny Chinese girl of about 15 or 16, was wearing simple clothes as she minded her sheep in a small Mongolian faction. At this time, most of the plains were still covered in snow, but a few patches had already started to sprout with grass, and the shepherds were able to allow their herd to graze again. After the apocalypse, many animals had already mutated into mutant beasts. However, there were some that did not change, instead living on obstinately. As long as they were not caught by zombies, they would not become zombified beasts as well. Huer Ran was also considered a capable warlord with charisma, nor was he lacking in intelligence. He knew that just relying on the legacies and resources left behind by the world before the apocalypse would be a bad choice, as it would run out one day. After proclaiming himself as king, he had deployed men to search for unmutated beasts to bring back to be looked after by his people. Huer Ran's actions were all for unifying a large number of Mongol shepherds. Many thus viewed him as the world's savior. At the same time, since the royal blood ran in his veins, many others sought to protect him with their lives. Zhang Zhao's eyes were green, while her hands were full of whip bruises. Not only did she have to mind the sheep in the day, she would have to deal with the lust of 3 men at night. She had thought of running and tried once before. The result was that she was forced to starve for 3 days, and had been whipped till she almost died. She had since lost faith and became numb. At this time, a few Mongol riders came rushing up, one of them eyeing Zhang Xiao, as a cruel look appeared on his face. He sent a vicious whip towards her and said, "Bitch, Master Hag wants to fuck you. Take off your clothes and raise your ass. Let Master Hag enjoy himself." When the whip landed on her body, it immediately split apart her clothes and left a deep, bloody gash on her frail body. Zhang Xiao immediately fell to the ground and curled up in pain, her tears and mucus flowing freely. She struggled for a while, before tearing off her clothes and got on the ground to raise her butt. One of the Mongol riders roared with laughter as he pointed, "Bitch! Look at that! That's a Han slut. They're the most shameless. Like dogs, having no shame at all." Another got down from his horse and strode towards her. "Come, everybody at the same time." The rest of them also came towards Zhang Xiao gleefully. "This bitch still dares to run. Truly seeking death. Skin her, and use her to fertilize the grass. How about that? Not bad. That idea's decent." As they approached her, they began to discuss amidst laughter on how to torture and toy with Zhang Xiao. When she heard their words, her body trembled violently in fear, as 2 streams of tears fell from her eyes. She was the princess of her household before the apocalypse, yet after that, she had become a slave to the Mongolians and everything had changed. She had experienced for herself the cruelty of humankind, where dignity was non-existent. The Mongolians did not let her off and were even discussing ways to torture her, and it caused her to be filled with dread. One of them laughed savagely and pulled out his curved blade. "I've decided. Let's chop off her feet. See how she runs." Another frowned and said, "Wu Tan, don't. If there's blood everywhere, it isn't going to be fun. After we're done, you can go all out." Another came up to Zhang Xiao and dropped his pants, grabbing her head and shoving it towards his crotch. "Me first, slut. Suck it for daddy." Right as Zhang Zhao's head was forced to his crotch, a powerful arrow pierced through the Mongolian's head, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere. The warrior died with a look of shock and disbelief in his eyes. The other 3 Mongolian riders immediately turned towards the direction of the arrow, as a few more arrows shot out, piercing them in the chest, nailing them to the ground. 200 soldiers appeared over the horizon, riding on the back of black-scaled stallions. One of the soldiers looked at his leader, Lai Ming-yi, and asked, "Boss, there's a girl there. What do we do? Kill her?" Lai Ming-yi assessed her before saying, "She must be a Han slave. Leave her alive." Lai Ming-yi then pulled out 2 bottles of mineral water and 5 biscuits, throwing it to her and said coldly, "Little rascal, I'm Lai Ming-yi, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Brigade under the mighty Yu Zhong. If you want to live on, make your way towards Chimu Town. Only by reaching there will there be a chance of survival." Zhang Xiao immediately got on her knees and cried profusely, "Take me away! I'm willing to do anything for you. Please take me away." "Sorry, little rascal. There are no saviors in this world. I still have a mission to accomplish and I can't help you. Only you can help yourself. Chimu Town is your only hope. If you want to live on with dignity at that, head over there." Lai Ming-yi eyed her and shook his head before passing the order, "Kill all the sheep." The 200 soldiers immediately charged through and slaughtered every single sheep. After they were done, they began to slice up the meat and burnt the corpses. "Charge! Kill those Mongolian bastards!" Lai Ming-yi roared out and led 200 soldiers towards the inner parts of the faction. The Mongolian faction saw the entire herd of sheep being burnt and hurried sent out warriors, who charged at Lai Ming-yi and his men. In this apocalypse, the three main factions were always warring, and thus even the shepherds and farmers were called to arms. They were forced by the circumstances, otherwise they would become slaves to each faction. "Go die!" Lai Ming-yi looked at the dozens of warriors running towards him and chuckled grimly, as he pointed with his right hand and a number of sharp blades made of air sliced towards them. The warriors were instantly sliced at their waists by the unseen air blades. The rest of the 200 soldiers led by Lai Ming-yi charged in and begun to slaughter the other warriors. With his killing intent billowing, Lai Ming-yi roared out, "Convey my orders. Other than all Han slaves, everyone else has to die." "Yes." The 200 soldiers behind Lai Ming-yi hollered out with their own roars and charged through. Soon after, smoke began to rise from different places, as the troops under Lai Ming-yi killed the enemies and led the slaves out of the area. Lai Ming-yi did not leave any troops to escort those slaves back to Chimu Town. Instead, he charged right for the next one. Zhang Xiao watched as the small town went up in smokes, her eyes flashing with deep hatred. She gripped the biscuits and water in her hands tightly and turned to make her way to Chimu Town. Chapter 644. Mongol-Manchu Alliance. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Out here in the vast central plains, beside a lush lake, there was a grand and awe-inspiring golden tent. Within the tent, there were a dozen men in traditional Mongolian attire standing respectfully in 2 rows. On the central seat of the emperor, a young man of about 27 or 28 sat there. His stature was commanding, with an eagle-like gaze and a hook nose. He had handsome looks, and he was the publicly recognized Mongolian king Huer Ran. Boer-Zi was currently venting his grievances with bloodshot eyes. "My king! Our gray wolf riders were wiped out by those crazy Han dogs. Our flocks have also been burnt. Over 1,800 of our fellow Mongolians have died at the hands of those sick bastards. We seek your help in eradicating those damnable Han dogs." Lai Ming-yi had seemingly transformed into a bloodthirsty demon, going on a massacre everywhere he went. For each faction he struck, he would release the Han slaves and slaughter all the Mongolians, Turks, and Manchurians. The 200 soldiers that Lai Ming-yi led were all evolvers, and many of them wanted vengeance against either the Mongol Empire, the Turkic Empire, or Manchurian Empire. They were all similar in their viciousness, and never left anyone alive. It was as though a disaster had struck the Central Plains, and the various subordinates of the 3 factions bore the brunt of their fury. Lai Ming-yi's forces had truly attracted the irk of all 3 factions. Huer Ran glared at Boer-Zi sternly. The Mongolian Empire had been a work of his nationalistic propaganda. When he wanted to expand it further, he realized that it was hard to change this way thinking. He had realized that integration was vital in conquering the whole China. Otherwise, when their forces try to win over other factions, they would definitely face opposition. However, in the course of the development, the Mongolian Empire was already something beyond the control of Huer Ran. Every single Mongolian member had a number of slaves from the other races. Even his own subordinates had over hundreds and thousands of Han slaves. If he were to command them to release their slaves, his position as the Mongol king would definitely topple. Using a nationalistic and racist approach, It was easy to gather people of like minds. However, changing it would truly be tough. This was because most of the passionate ones were crazy people. The moment their leader had no way of meeting their needs, they would do all they can to change the leader. When Huer Ran heard about the deeds of Lai Ming-yi, he was filled with rage as well as fear. This was the revenge and backlash that he knew would happen. It was the same method that his forces had been using on the ordinary people of the Central Plains, but he had known that the Hans would not resort to such methods. It was obvious that the leader Yu Zhong and the previous Han leaders he had met were vastly different. He was a vicious and powerful wolf, just like them, and his tyrannical actions were no different from past dictators. In fact, he was even more terrifying. Amu Shidai's eyes flashed with a savage glint. "King, the Blood Eagle Riders are willing to be the vanguard. This time, we can definitely eradicate Yu Zhong's forces." Amu Shidai's son had been at one of the factions playing with women when the place was struck by Lai Mingyi's forces, and he had been decapitated. This caused Amu Shidai to be filled with hatred towards Yu Zhong. Huer Ran spoke solemnly. "Then have any of you discovered a way to deal with those 8 assault helicopters in Yu Zhong's hands?" Hearing those words, all the generals immediately shut up. Yu Zhong had 8 Thunder Fighters, and those were rare resources that were not readily available in this apocalyptic world. It was practically impossible for anyone to withstand those mighty weapons. It was because of those Thunder Fighters and other advanced weaponry that the Kingdom of God could expand so fast in this world. Each time, they just had to deploy 12 Thunder Fighters together with 200 elite soldiers and could easily demolish a 10,000-strong faction. Even if there was a 20,000-strong troop, without any aerial defense, the forces of Central Plains were defenseless against those Thunder Fighters. In modern warfare, powerful equipment did not mean invincibility. However, without them, it was definitely a huge disadvantage. Saddam's million-strong army being defeated by the American forces was proof of that. Yu Zhong's 8 Thunder Fighters were like huge rocks pressurizing the 3 large factions, making it hard for them to breathe. Although Huer Ran and the rest had opened up numerous army barracks, there weren't much aerial defenses to be found. Many of them were just 14.5 mm high-caliber bullets. They also possessed about 20 surface-to-air missiles. However, Huer Ran did not have even one personnel who knew how to operate them. After all, in the battles out here in the Central Plains, almost no faction used any aerial forces. This wasn't a huge problem in the past, but now, they truly felt their helplessness. Before coming across Yu Zhong, as long as the Mongolian troops appeared with their tanks and cannons, any resistance from the smaller factions would quickly crumble. There was no use for those anti-air defenses. Even if they came across a rare evolver that could soar in the skies, the powerful guns of the Mongolian troops could fire at them until they were full of holes. They had no knowledge on dealing with aerial forces at the moment. The leader of the Demon Wolf Riders, Tuo Shu, piped, "Night battle! We can launch a night raid on them. In the dark, there's a limit to how much the Thunder Fighters can be utilized." That's right. Their combat strength would definitely be impaired in the night. Truly Tuo Shu. The sound of cheers and excitement resounded from the huge tent. In the night, many advanced equipment would lose their advantage as the users weren't well equipped to fight in the night. Night raids were also usually a tactic weaker forces employed against stronger ones. However, most of them still didn't possess much confidence in obtaining victory against Yu Zhong. This was because they had received news on Yu Zhong obtaining the regiment's worth of equipment in Ulan Mountain Range. Out of the 40,000 warriors of Huer Ran, only 20,000 were equipped with firearms. The rest mostly wielded melee weapons. Even then, the firearms consisted mostly of old weapons, handguns, as well as some other antiques. While it was easy for them to deal with most of the factions, it was a different story for Yu Zhong. One soldier came reporting in, "My king, the envoy from the Manchurian Empire, has come to seek an audience." Huer Ran's eyes brightened up. "Let him in." A young man strode in, wearing a suit, and looked smart, as he kneeled on one knee, bowing deeply. "Fan Tianming from the Manchurian Empire greets the king. I pray for you to live long. Long live, long live." Huer Ran eyed the young man and spoke mildly. "You may rise." Fan Tianming stood up and looked at Huer Ran. Thank you, King. This time, the great Emperor Shenzhen had sent me here in hopes to ally with you and eradicate Yu Zhong together. His voice continued to ring out. Yu Zhong is oppressive, violent, and cruel. The moment he appeared, many of our people suffered under him. Many innocents have died at his hands. Together with Lai Ming-yi, that butcher, their actions have been unbridled and cruel. If he's allowed to continue on his killing spree, the entire Central Plains will surely fall. Our great Emperor Shenzhen does not want this to happen, and hopes our forces can work together, forget our past enmity, and eradicate that demon. Most people would only see the bad side of others, yet ignore their own flaws. The Mongol Empire and Manchurian Empire had previously gone on similar violent sprees all around the Central Plains, bolstering their own forces and enslaving the Hans. They had not felt any remorse for their actions. After all, it was what their ancestors did. The law of the jungle was that the strong preyed on the weak. Yet now, when Yu Zhong did the same to them, they felt that he was evil and cruel. Hu'er Ran's face was expressionless, not allowing anyone to see through his thoughts. Yu Zhong has 8 powerful assault helicopters in his hands. If they're not destroyed, it's hard for us to deal with them. Fan Tianming laughed out confidently. Great King, let us deal with his 8 helicopters. Please believe in our strength, we are definitely able to deal with them. The aerial side will be handled by us, while we'll leave the ground forces to you. It's only possible for the invincible warriors of the Mongolian Empire to possibly wipe out Yu Zhong, that beast. Hu'er Ran replied dryly, Oh, I want to know how you will deal with those helicopters. Without certainty of victory, I will not send my troops out. Fan Tianming seemed to hesitate for a while, before gritting his teeth and pulling out a tablet and opening it up. Great King, this is what we will use to defeat Yu Zhong's helicopters. Everybody's gaze fell onto the tablet inside the tent, only to discover 12 Thunder Fighters sitting quietly on a large field. Behind the 12 Thunder Fighters, there were 12 other Eurocopters. A number of Manchurian troops were currently busying themselves together with some Europeans beside the powerful mechanical beasts. Chapter 645. Pressure of the Army. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. 24 assault helicopters. Seeing the video, all the Mongolian generals sucked in a breath of cold air. A single assault helicopter was a powerful killing machine already. If a single faction could control just one, it could easily dominate its peers. Few factions could actually withstand the assault from a single assault helicopter. The Manchurian Empire had a few as well, but they treated them as treasures, and would definitely not possess 24 of them. After all, before the apocalypse, Mongolia was a country as well, and based on their public records, they did not have more than 100 of them. In the apocalyptic world where resources were scarce, it was shocking to see the Manchurian Empire in possession of 24 of them. Hu'er Ran turned to fix his glare on Fan Tianming, with a changed expression and unconcealed shock. How did you get these? Fan Tianming laughed lightly in response. Great King, this is a national secret. It's not convenient to say. However, you can be rest assured that after we have jointly eradicated Yu Zhong, my country is willing to give you 4 of them. Hu'er Ran ignored his standing and immediately walked down, pointing to one of the Thunder Fighters. All right, however, I want 4 of those. He had understood the might and threat of the Thunder Fighters from the mouths of Amu Shidai and Boer Zi, and hoped to possess such an advanced equipment as well. Fan Tianming took a look and immediately had an apologetic expression. Great King, I'm sorry. If it's that, we can only give you 1. The Thunder Fighters were made possible after the apocalypse, and had 3 times the might of ordinary assault helicopters. Under the same circumstances, a single Thunder Fighter could even take out 3 Eurocopters. Of course, 4 Eurocopters were enough to destroy a single Thunder Fighter. Hu'er Ran had a resolute gaze. As his tone became solemn, 2. After eradicating Yu Zhong, I want 2 of those. This time, I will even head out myself, and gather all of my forces to wipe Yu Zhong out. A look of delight flashed in Fan Tianming's eyes. Great, that settles it then. After the Manchurian Empire had been defeated a few times, their elites had been reduced by a lot. Although they had decided to join the kingdom of God, the forces that were deployed to the Central Plains weren't many, and could only provide the aerial support. The only faction that had the largest land troops would be Hua Ran. As long as he was willing to provide elite soldiers, then the alliance between the both of them could well be enough to steamroll over every other faction. Hua Ran's eyes flashed with a cruel look. Good, but before then we must first wipe out the Turks. Otherwise, if we were to allow someone else to be the fisherman, it would be a joke. Fan Tianming nodded in agreement. That's true. Then let us both first join hands to take out the Turks. Thus, the Mongolian Empire and Manchurian Empire ceased all fighting and joined hands to form a huge force. As the two armies began to move out, they made their way towards the grounds of the Turk Empire. One servant rushed into the golden tent of the Turk Empire, his face pale. My liege! My liege! It's bad. The Mongols and Manchurians have come attacking. Wu Tuochuo was currently naked, pressing himself against two beauties, furiously having pounding them. 20 other women of different body shapes and sizes with stunning looks were all naked as well, touching themselves and moaning enticingly. The entire tent was filled with an atmosphere of lust and sex. After the Gold Wolf Riders had been defeated numerous times, their strength had been reduced by 60%, and even Wu Tuochuo's most loyal aide Abudadama had died pitifully in the Ulan mountain range. It had a devastating effect on Wu Tuochuo, and since then he hadn't been himself. Every day, he had just indulged in his carnal desires in his tent, and led a life of wine and pleasure. You fool! You dare to disrupt my pleasure. Go to hell! It was right when Wu Tuochuo was feeling at a climax, and he was interrupted by such news. With a wave of his hands, a sharp disc soared out and sliced through the head of the servant. The servant slumped to the ground, dead, with a look of shock and unwillingness in his eyes. After killing that servant, he pulled out a small medicinal pill from a bottle and swallowed it, before shooting some agent into himself, as a look of ecstasy overcame him. He became even more drunk in his pleasure and bit down violent on a beauty's shoulders, tearing a huge chunk of meat from her. As she bled, the girl gritted her teeth through the pain, while tears flowed down her cheeks, but she didn't dare to scream out. My liege! The other pillar of the Turk Empire, Dong'er Moliai, came striding in, and saw Wu Tuochuo surrounded by those women, as well as the soldier who had lost his life, and shouted out, My liege! The Mongolians and the Manchurians are attacking us right now, and the Empire needs you. How could you be playing with women now? They can be put aside for later, as long as you lead us in defeating the Mongols and Manchurians. Their women are there for you to play as well. My liege, it's a critical situation for us. Please get it together. Wu Tuochuo continued to jack himself with drugs, immersing in a high. In his pleasure and muddled state, he roared out, Scram! This senior have not gotten a kick yet. Dong'er Moliai. You damn bear! Get lost! Dong'er Moliai kneeled down, aggrieved, and begun to cry out, My liege! Please get it together. Please! It is the moment of life and death for our empire. Please come to your senses. My liege! Dong'er Moliai was of one mind to build a strong and independent Turk empire. He knew that he was only capable of killing and nothing else. The rise of the Turk Empire would require Wu Tuochuo. In truth, the whole empire had been built by Wu Tuochuo himself. Dong'er Moliai had only been concerned with killing his enemies, and did not know anything else. Get lost! Scram! Scram! Wu Tuochuo was currently going insane and sent out numerous discs flying towards Dong'er Moliai. Dong'er Moliai had been kneeling on the ground and hadn't been on guard against the person he respected the most. The discs shot past his neck, and his head flew through the air, rolling to one side in a shower of blood. Just like this, the strongest evolver that had crossed swords with Yu Zhong died at the hands of his own leader. With his death, the rest of the Turks felt their world crumble, as the generals all rose up and led their own forces away in different directions. The Mongolians and Manchurians were long since prepared, and took the opportunity to chase down all of the forces of the Turk Empire, wiping them out. At the same time, they gobbled up the resources and people, expanding their forces. The Turk king Wur Tuatua was also killed with a single hit by Ao Do, and the Turk Empire was wiped off the face of the earth, just like that. The allied forces of Manchuria and Mongolia were extremely relaxed. It was as though it was just an expedition for them, with lack of resistance from the enemy. It was easy for them because Wur Tuatua had already fallen. He had lost his will, lost his fighting spirit, and the entire Turk Empire that he painstakingly raised up was shattered. After the powerful allied forces wiped out the Turk Empire, they rested for 2 days before turning around and made their way towards Chi Mu Town. Cloud Town was a small town near Chi Mu Town, and it was an important location for Chi Mu Town. As long as it was defended well, it could repel many enemies from the front of Chi Mu Town. As the first line of defense for Chi Mu Town, Yu Zhong had thus deployed an entire battalion to this town. At the same time, 2,000 survivors were working on the fortifications of the structures as well as traps, to prepare for the impending attack. Suddenly, there was a cloud of dust in the distance, and the sentry that had been keeping guard up in a tree had a huge change in expression. He shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Without the help of satellites, Yu Zhong could only employ the traditional way of leaving talented sentries in different areas. After obtaining that intel, the entire Cloud Town hurried in their actions, as soldiers got into position and readied their weapons, keeping the gazes on the horizon. Li Guang stood on a high vantage point and saw the allied forces in the distance. He muttered out with a billowing killing intent, "So you're finally here, allied forces? This time, I'll let you taste the might of the victorious troops." The soldiers stationed at Cloud Town were all soldiers of the victorious troops and had undergone tough military training. Every single one of them was filled with battle intent, and the assault of the allied forces happened to be according to his wishes. The Manchurian and Mongolian empires were afraid that Yu Zhong would set his sights far ahead. And since Yu Zhong wanted to eradicate them himself, but couldn't afford to dispatch people to find their central bases, he couldn't ask for more. It might be pressurizing to deal with their forces, but likewise it was an opportunity to deal with them once and for all. Chapter 646. The Slave Army Attacks. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. Outside Cloud Town, many ditches had been dug and killing traps prepared and planted. There were high vantage points on either side of the town, which could be used to launch assaults from. Hua Ran eyed the battlefield from afar and gave a solemn order. "Send the slaves to go fill up the ditches." The Mongolian General Agudo in charge of the slaves looked at the 3,000 of them, noting their deadpan expressions, and hollered, "You bunch of pigs, listen up! Go fill up the ditches. As long as you do so, your families will receive benefits. Ordinary slaves will become high-class slaves, while high-class slaves will be upgraded to ordinary citizens. This is the only chance for your families and yourselves to gain freedom and dignity. Charge for this senior." Under his roar, a glint of hope flashed in the eyes of the slaves, as they hoisted bags of sand and rushed towards the ditches. Although Hua Ran was extremely cruel to them, it could be said that his words were worth their weight in gold. With Agudo's promise, they were filled with hope for the first time. "Don't kill me. I'm Han. Don't shoot. I'm Han. Please don't shoot. I'm Korean Chinese. Don't shoot. I'm a Miao. Don't kill me. We are all fellow comrades." Under the watchful gaze of 200 soldiers, the 3,000 slaves charged forth with desperation, crying as they made their way towards Cloud Town. Making use of the commoners to attack cities, this was a vicious tactic used in the past. If the enemy went soft and allowed the commoners to fill up the holes, then the Mongolian troops could charge forth. If the enemy hardened their hearts to kill the commoners, they would expend their bullets and lower their own morale. It was truly a cold-hearted strategy. "Scram! Get out of here! Leave now! Don't come over! There are traps here! Don't come any closer!" Seeing the 3,000 slaves approaching, the soldiers in Cloud Town began to shout frantically. They would rather engage in an all-out slaughter with the Mongolians than fire at their own people. Hong! Following a loud explosion, a number of the slaves had stepped and triggered a landmine, which blasted them apart. Another triggered a mechanism which sent arrows shooting towards them. The dense rain of arrows fell upon dozens of slaves, causing them to fall and cry in agony. All around Cloud Town, Yu Zhong's forces had planted landmines and traps. These were in fact meant for the Mongolian troops, but unfortunately the slave army had triggered them. "Ah! I don't want to die!" Seeing their fellow comrades falling to the explosions and traps, one of them wailed out while retreating. Under his lead, a few others began to back up as well. "Defectors will be put to death." Behind, the Mongolian forces stepped forth to cut down any slave that retreated. After the Mongolian forces killed over 30 slaves, the situation stabilized somewhat. Li Guang ordered coldly, "Snipers! Kill their enforcement soldiers!" Pong! Pong! Following the sounds of gunshots, a number of the Mongolian soldiers fell down dead, with bullet holes in their heads. Those enforcement soldiers were slowly picked off one by the elite snipers hiding in Cloud Town. Under the threat of death, the soldiers that were initially maintaining their watch over the slaves began to fall apart, leaving behind the 30 corpses of their own comrades while fleeing. The moment they were free of the threat of the enforcement troops, the 3,000 slaves began to retreat wildly. Hua Ran watched the scene unfold with cold eyes and ordered, "They dare to retreat without orders. Kill them all." Thus, bullets rained down from the Allied forces, killing and injuring many slaves. Agudo carried an assault rifle himself, firing wildly into the 3,000 slaves as he hollered, "You better fucking scram back. Go throw the sandbags into the trenches. Otherwise, we'll execute you. Your families will also be termed as dogs and will be punished accordingly." As the 3,000 survivors were fired at by the Allied forces, many of them were already in pools of their own blood. The rest had no choice but to turn back towards the road to hell and charge. Hua Ran did not care about the lives of the slaves, his eyes flashing coldly. "So they're going to employ their snipers so early on, eh? Convey my orders. Snipers, attack." With his command, the elite snipers of the White Armor Army and Sheshui troops began to inch forward carefully and started to engage in a sniper crossfire with Yu Zhong's troops. Pong! Pong! The clear gunshots rang out loudly, although they weren't concentrated. But with each gunshot, there would be 1 or 2 snipers shot dead. Could be from Yu Zhong's troops as well as the Allied forces. The intense crossfire continued for a long while, before the Allied forces realized their losses were piling up faster. Over 20 of their snipers had been taken out by the snipers from the victorious troops, whereas they had only killed 10 of the enemy. The XKOG forces that Yu Zhong had successfully subjugated were mostly judges, and had undergone the job change. Amongst the 1,700 of them, over 1,000 were snipers. They had all trained in sniping, and in the victorious troops the total number of snipers were over 200. The Allied forces might have many snipers as well, but it was too little compared to Yu Zhong's troops. Furthermore, the snipers of the Allied forces could not compare to those from the victorious troops. They were outclassed and outnumbered, and thus they suffered greatly in the exchange. As both sides were still firing intensely at one another, the remaining 800 slaves carried their sandbags and got closer to those dangerous trenches. Li Guang watched the approaching slaves, and his expression turned ugly. "Open fire! Hurry, escape! Don't get too close! Quickly! Run! We're going to fire!" The soldiers of the victorious troops inside Cloud Town began to shout helplessly as they opened fire, and their shots caused the slaves to stumble and fall. The forces inside Cloud Town could not compare to the size of the Allied forces. Thus, they could only rely on the fortifications, cover, and traps. If Li Guang's heart turned soft and allowed the slaves to use their own lives to disable the traps and fill up the trenches, then the Allied forces would have an easier time. The death toll of the victorious troops would then mount, and to them it was a loss they could not afford. One by one, the slaves fell in their blood, but there are few who managed to dump their sandbags into the trenches. One of the slaves was smart. He saw that it was death on either side, so he darted to a corner and hid himself. When the rest of the slaves saw that, they also begun to seek cover. They weren't willing to give their lives for the Allied forces, but for the sake of living on, they could only become cannon fodder, filling up the trenches and disabling the traps. "Let the snipers come down." Hua Ran's face turned solemn as he spoke. The moment those slaves gave up, the snipers would lose their meaning. Furthermore, they were being suppressed heavily by the enemy, leaving casualties, which caused Hou'er Ran and Xian Zhan to feel the pinch. Without the support of a novice village, every single sniper had to be cultivated and groomed with painstaking efforts. Furthermore, they were useful against powerful experts. As long as a top sniper could hide at a distance, he could easily distract a powerful evolver, keeping him on guard. The power evolver would only be able to exhibit 80% of their power then. Those high-level evolvers might even be easily taken out by a sniper with a good hiding space. Zhali Mu! I want those hills conquered. Hou'er Ran eyed the 2 vantage points on either side of Cloud Town and gave an order to Zhali Mu. Hou'er Ran was extremely clear that it would be a huge bloodbath before they can take down Cloud Town. He wanted to find a way to crush Yu Zhong's forces and firepower quickly and swiftly. Yes, my liege. Zhali Mu bowed and rushed out. Hou'er Ran looked at Xian Zhan beside him and said, Emperor Xian Zhan, I'll leave the other hill to you. This time, in order to take down Yu Zhong, Hou'er Ran and Xian Zhan had bet all their forces. They were clear that with every passing day, Yu Zhong was growing stronger. If they were to lose today's battle, both Mongolia and Manchuria would become the losers, and many would become Yu Zhong's slaves. Xian Zhan swept a gaze towards Ao Do. Ao Do, go bring some men and take down that hill. Your servant obeys. Ao Do kneeled on one knee before leaving. Zhali Mu and Ao Do left, and the allied forces began to launch heavy artillery fire on the 2 hills. Hong! Hong! Following loud explosions, a number of heavy artillery landed on the 2 hills, blasting the entire area. Chapter 647. Fight on the Hill. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. The Mongolian Empire and Manchu Empire amassed an astounding amount of weaponry before the apocalypse. Armed with heavy artillery, they began to lay heavy fire on the 2 hills. The battlegrounds were filled with earth-shattering explosions amidst flying debris. After 2 rounds of bombardment, the Allied forces deployed 2 companies of their respective soldiers and charged towards the hills. Under the constant heavy artillery fire, the hills were almost completely obliterated. They naturally assumed that the enemies would not be able to hold their defense position any longer. Charge! Just when the 2 companies were approaching the hills, soldiers from the victorious troops emerged from the tunnels, armed with rifles, and started firing downwards at them with mad abandon. With this sudden assault, many soldiers of the Alliance were caught unawares and killed. Get down! Get down! The Mongol general that led the troops in shouted. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out, and the general fell down dead with a bullet in his head. Snipers started wriggling out from the tunnels and began searching for strategic targets and aimed for headshots. The 4 companies of the Alliance took cover and dispersed while the ever-victorious troops continued with their relentless firing. News of the failed attack soon reached Hou'er Ran. Tunnels. Tunnels indeed. Yu Zhong is a terrifying character, he said, as his expression darkened. Tunnels had proven to be highly effective against cannons. During the Korean War, the Volunteer Army of North Korea made use of tunnels to defend themselves against the United States Army's ferocious bombings. Hou'er Ran knew deep down in his heart that this would be his toughest battle since he started his military career, after hearing that both the hilltops were covered with tunnels. General, the firepower of the enemy is too strong. Our squads cannot hold on for long. Please send for reinforcements. General, the enemy is too fierce. 2 of my squads have already been wiped out. Please send help. The Allied forces had not attacked the 2 hills for long before they began to request for help. The soldiers defending the hilltops were the elite judges that Yu Zhong had absorbed from the Kingdom of God. They had all undergone job change to be soldiers above level 20. Not only was their personal combat strength higher than ordinary humans, every one of them were strong with weapons. If any of them were placed in a special force before the apocalypse, they would be definitely the best of the best. While the Allied forces also consist of powerful elites, against the stronger elites of Yu Zhong, they were suppressed until they could not even stick their heads out. Zhali Mu looked at the hilltop coldly and ordered, Retreat! The two companies quickly retreated from the hilltop like floodwater. Yu Wening looked at the Allied forces withdrawing and his eyes flashed brightly, ordering, "Retreat to the tunnels!" The soldiers then scurried back into the tunnels. Hong! 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 Just after they entered the tunnels, the powerful artillery fire bombarded the hill again, intent on obliterating everything. Under that powerful fire, a few tunnels collapsed, killing 3 of the elite soldiers. After a volley of heavy fire, Zhili Mu then deployed another 2 battalions of infantry soldiers towards the hills for a second wave of attack. He knew that the soldiers situated on the hilltop weren't many. Hence, he made the vicious decision to send 2 battalions to flush out the entire place. The 2 battalions numbered almost 800. Once they stormed in, the entire hill seemed to be crawling with ants. Seeking artillery fire. Seeking artillery fire. Coordinates XX. Yu Wening laid prone at the entrance of a tunnel and observed the Mongolian troops, barking into a walkie-talkie. Hong! Hong! From afar, the artillery forces of the victorious troops began launching their heavy fire, as round after round bombarded the area and blasted everything on the surface. The terrifying artillery fire caused many of the Mongolian soldiers to be blasted apart. There was even a single 155mm round that landed, causing half a platoon of soldiers to be obliterated. Under that relentless assault, the 2 battalions of soldiers suffered greatly, many dead and many more injured. Their morale plunged as they quickly sought to retreat from the hill. Damn beasts! Having sent 2 battalions of over 800 Mongolian soldiers, but losing over half of them to the artillery, with barely 300 of them making it back, Zhili Mu was beyond infuriated. These Mongol soldiers were the elite of the elites and possessed strong fighting wills among the Mongolian forces. Each battle they emerged victorious from added to their achievements, and they were treasured greatly. Losing 500 of them at one go was a huge blow to the Mongol Empire. It wasn't easy training up a new batch of soldiers, then forging them through battles to reach the same level as these veterans. Helpless, Zhili Mu had to hesitate and rethink his strategy. In the end, he sent out 2 platoons to launch a careful attack on the hilltop. After the apocalypse, many factories were abandoned, and the amount of ammunition from each faction was limited. Each round was precious. Zhili Mu was helpless, and could only make use of as little soldiers as he could to attack the hill. He was betting that the victorious troops would not spam their artillery rounds so haphazardly. It was as Zhili Mu expected. The 2 companies did not meet any artillery. However, the moment they charged up the hill, they were faced with the judge led by Yu Wening as both sides engaged in a merciless gunfight. One by one, the Mongolian squads would try to storm up the hill, but they were quickly forced to retreat. Most of them were the elites of the Mongolian Empire, but compared to Yu Wening and the XKOG forces, they were still far off. Furthermore, Yu Wening and his troops possessed the advantage of high ground. Thus, it was practically suicide for the Mongolian troops. Hua Ran's face was extremely dark as he stood in the camp. The assault had been going on for the entire morning, without any progress, and the death toll of the Allied forces had already reached 1,000 people. It was enough to turn his expression ugly. This Yu Zhong actually managed to make use of these 2 hills to give us so much trouble. He truly is a terrifying person. We can't let him expand his power any longer, otherwise we'll all die. His line of thinking was correct. After all, Yu Zhong had gained the evolving temple and was constantly churning out elite soldiers. As long as he had enough time, he could even make use of the forces from Guangxi and Hunan to come to the central plains in the Sky Fortress. It was precisely due to this that Yu Zhong was quietly training his troops and only sent Lai Mingyi out on his rampage, destroying the minor camps of the Mongolian and Manchurian Empire. He needed time to expand. However, Hua Ran and Shen Zhen were not just simple warlords, and were even willing to let go of their past enmity to join hands and deal with Yu Zhong. Hua Ran looked at the 2 hills and shouted viciously, "Convey my orders! I want Zhili Mu to take down that hill by today. He has over 10,000 of my brave warriors, and he can't even take down a simple hill? What the fuck is this? If he doesn't accomplish this, he can scram out of my sight." When Zhili Mu heard it, his eyes turned bloodshot and quickly summoned over 100 enhancers of the Jie Shui troops. as well as other enhancers of over level 20. Our Mongolian Empire is the strongest country in the world. For the sake of our country, charge. Take down this location. Everyone will be promoted by 3 ranks, with 10 beauties as gifts and 100 sheep and cows. Kill! 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 The Mongolians began to roar out in excitement. Zhili Mu roared out and brought the 300 of them as they charged up the hill. Yuaning was hiding in one tunnel and saw the Mongolian forces rushing towards them. They began to fire wildly again. Air barriers, stone shields, bone spears, these were all abilities of the high-level enhancers. There were even some high-level evolvers among them that could employ strange abilities to charge through the bullets without being injured. Their tactic was to have 5 of them take on one of Yu Zhong's forces. Yuaning and his troops realized their bullets were being defended against. It was hard to kill them off when their reaction was fast. An enhancer troop? Call for an artillery strike. Calling for artillery. Coordinates XX, XXX. Yuaning watched as the Mongolian forces employed their abilities and roared into his walkie-talkie. Hong! 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 The dense artillery fire rained down on the hilltop again. The barriers made up of air were shattered, and 5 Qieshue soldiers taking cover beneath it were instantly blasted apart. Another round landed on a stone shield, disintegrating with a loud blast, taking out the soldier under it as well. There were multiple holes on the hill that were half the size of a football field. One round also landed on the bone users, causing the strength evolver to be swallowed in the blast radius. In the face of the heavy artillery fire, the Qieshue soldiers could not even defend themselves. As long as they were struck, they would be blasted to pieces. Charge! Only by charging up, we will survive. Amidst the artillery fire, Zhili Mu roared out as he swung his silver cleaver madly, making his way up the hill. Chapter 648. Night Raid on the Manchu Camp. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. The surviving members of the Qieshue army and Mongol army were led by Zhili Mu towards the peak of the hill amidst the artillery fire. It was the safest there, since the victorious troops would not rain artillery on their own people. As a peak evolver, Zhili Mu's speed was terrifying when he went all out. He was like a gust of wind that evaded the countless bullets as he reached one of the tunnels at the top of the hill. With a flash of his cleaver, 2 elite soldiers were slaughtered. Having killed those 2 elites, Zhili Mu leaped into the tunnel and began to hunt down the other elite soldiers inside. He was like a fierce killing god, slaughtering any soldier he came across. No one was a match for him. Zhili Mu had been renowned as a fierce general within the Mongolian troops. Many camps and factions that he laid siege on could not withstand his might, and he had even personally taken out multiple evolvers in those factions. As the Mongolian Empire grew and expanded, he had rarely stepped out to engage in slaughter at the front lines. However, with Hua Rant's orders, he had no choice but to charge, in order to take down the hill in front of them. Yuaning heard the screams and wails of the soldiers, his own eyes also flashing with bloodlust as he pressed a detonator in his hands. Damn bastard! Go to hell! Hong! Hong! Following a loud explosion that seemed to shake the earth, the tunnel that Zhili Mu charged into began to blow up. In an instant, he was blasted to pieces and buried within the tunnel. Yu Zhong knew the problems of dealing with those peak-level evolvers. One such expert could easily kill 2 elite soldiers. Only by using a large amount of explosives would a peak evolver be killed. Hence, on the front lines, there had been many explosives prepared beforehand to deal with those evolvers specifically. General Zhili Mu is dead. How did it become like this? Zhili Mu is dead. The elites of the Qieshue troops as well as the Mongolian troops had reached near the top of the hill, and when they saw the explosion consuming Zhili Mu, their faces turned ashen. The fighting spirit crumbled instantly as they retreated quickly. As they fled, from time to time, some of their numbers would be picked off by the snipers hidden on top of the hill, causing them to flee faster. Yuaning watched them retreat and heaved a sigh of relief. The elites of the Allied forces were truly not easy to deal with. Without the support of the heavy artillery, their hill might have been taken by the enemy. However, because of the timely artillery strike, they had miraculously retained control over the hill. It was at a price of 21 of their brothers. When Hua Ran heard news of Zhili Mu's death, his face fell as he questioned, "What? Zhili Mu is dead? Are you certain?" One soldier who had a bandage over one of his eyes, having been blinded in the battle earlier, kneeled on the ground as he teared up. "Great King, I saw it personally. Great King, you must seek vengeance for General Zhili Mu." Hua Ran's face was pale, as he waved his hands to dismiss the soldiers. "You may go." Zhili Mu was one of the 4 generals under Hua Ran that had followed him on all his conquests from the beginning, and he actually died at this place, giving him a bad feeling. He roared out loud, "Yu Zhong, I'll definitely not let you off. I will wipe you off the face of earth and use your head as offering to Zhili Mu's soul." The battle continued fervently. As the Allied forces continued to send elites up, the sides fought their hearts out for the location point. The hills became a cruel meat grinder, claiming the lives of the Allied forces. At the same time, many of the elites of the victorious troops were buried in the tunnels forever. The intense battle continued for an entire day, with over 1,000 more deaths from the Allied forces. As for the victorious troops, they lost about 60 men, with 40 heavily injured. The battle lasted till evening, before the Allied forces finally retreated to their camps. Inside the camp, Hua Ran frowned and asked anxiously, "Does anyone have any suggestions?" The 2 hills had already cost them 1,000 soldiers, and Hua Ran was starting to become more wary of Yu Zhong. He had led over 60,000 soldiers together with 10,000 of the Manchurian troops, a total of 70,000 people. He had thought that he could crush Yu Zhong's power as easily as taking a sweet from a baby. However, they were already impeded at Cloud Town, and he couldn't help but feel a rising sense of trepidation. 70,000 soldiers required a large amount of food. The Allied forces had already deployed a large number of slaves and citizens to transport food to the battlefield. However, they definitely could not drag this on for too long, otherwise their rations would deplete quickly. Ao Do spoke up, "The enemy is able to maintain their position because of the artillery support from behind. I feel we should scatter our forces and attack them from 3 different angles so that their artillery support cannot focus fire. This is the only way to obtain victory." Mu Shidai replied solemnly, "That's right. I agree with Ao Do. Today we have been too focused on getting the hills, and had not managed to send any men up on the hills. That is why we can't win them." Although they had 70,000 soldiers, there was only a limited number they could place up on the hill. If they sent too many, then the artillery from the victorious troops would go trigger-happy and blast the soldiers on top to death. It was because of this that Yu Wening and the rest were confident in defending their positions. Otherwise, if all 3,000 were to flush out the entire hill, their numbers were definitely enough to tear the forces of Yu Wening into pieces. Boer Z replied, "I feel that we should employ the advantage of numbers and attack multiple positions at once. That way, tomorrow, we're sure to obtain Cloud Town." The rest of the generals also gave their own suggestions. They all tried to bank on the fact of them having superior numbers. Furthermore, with the 24 assault helicopters waiting behind, they were naturally filled with confidence in dealing with Yu Zhong. As the meeting went on for a while, by the time it ended, the generals all retreated back to their own quarters to rest for the night, in preparation for the battle the next day. In the dark of the night, a 1,000-strong army of riders appeared in the distance. Yu Zhong eyed the huge campsite containing the Allied forces, his eyes flashing with a strange glint. 70,000 strong. You guys sure gave me face. You actually deployed so many to attack me. That's fine by me, at least now I can deal with the whole lot of you. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome to go search for you all." Yu Zhong then pointed to the campsite coldly. "Bai Lu, eradicate them all. Wipe out anything that resists and anything that moves." "Yes, Master," Bai Lu replied warmly, waving her hands, and a powerful spirit wave enveloped all the Trey ants nearby. There were 1,000 Trey ants, 10 Type 3 Trey ants, 6 high-level Trey ants, and they began to charge towards the campsite. Borrowing the cover of the night, the army of Trey ants got close to the campsite. The 10 Type 3 Trey ants took the vanguard position, with a speed that reached the sound barrier, tearing apart all the defenses, steel barbed wires, obstructions, and charged right into the camp. What's that? One soldier found his vision turning blur up on the watchtower, when suddenly, the Type 3 Trey ant appeared right in front of him, and with a flash, his brain was torn apart by the claws of the Trey ant. A Type 3 mutant beast was a terrifying existence, and while the combat ability of the three Type 3 Trey ants could not compare to lightning, and had no innate abilities, their combat strength was something else. The moment they charged through the group of people, they easily ripped the heads of the soldiers apart. The moment the 10 Type 3 Trey ants charged into the campsite, they began to slaughter the soldiers. The moment any soldier revealed their face, they were instantly decapitated. The 6 high-level Trey ants were like tanks that steamrolled through the camp, their hands smashing through the defenses easily, and every fist of theirs could pummel any resistance into a pulp. A large number of the low-level Trey ants charged through the holes in the camp made by the high-level Trey ants, and poured into the camp like a flood. Kill! Yu Zhong rode on one black scaled stallion, hugging Yin Shuang close to him, leading 1,000 elites right into the camp. Faced with the sudden night raid, the entire camp was plunged into chaos, and the soldiers could not locate their commanders, nor the other way round, and whenever a soldier popped out from a tent, they would have their neck twisted. There were over 10,000 soldiers in the Manchukuo map, but the true elites only numbered about 3,000. The rest were just reinforcements. Most of these fresh soldiers had never been forged through the flames of battle, and their equipment was lacking. Many of them even used melee weapons. When faced with such a sudden attack, they were plunged into chaos, and they began to scream around like headless chickens, before being torn apart by the Trey ants or slaughtered by the soldiers under Yu Zhong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649. Defeating the Manchu Troops. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. The entire Manchu camp was thrown into chaos. At this time, Ao Do leaped up, destroying the tent he was sleeping in as he appeared on the roof. With a resounding roar, he howled, "I'm Ao Do! Everyone stop panicking. Gather on me." Ao Do was like godlike existence in Manchuria, and his position was only slightly behind the beloved Emperor Aizen Joro Shenjin. Hearing his call, all the soldiers regained their composure and quickly made their way towards him. No good. Like this, it will get more troublesome. Yu Zhong looked at Ao Do and furrowed his brows. He pointed to him and told Yin Shuang, "Yin Shuang, help me kill that person." In this night raid, Yu Zhong had invested plenty, and he wanted to at least cause the breakdown of the Manchu troops. If he could not, then with the combined might of the allied forces would cause him problems in the battle tomorrow. "Got it, father. I'll go kill that baddie. You must reward me later." Yin Shuang smiled sweetly at Yu Zhong, and with a gust of wind, she disappeared from his embrace, charging for Ao Do. Yin Shuang charged at Ao Do, her looks exquisite. However, every soldier of Yu Zhong knew of this terrifying lowly. One by one, many of the Manchurian soldiers had their brains exploding. They were all killed by Yin Shuang, revealing her terrifying physical power. If it was a comparison in close combat, Yu Zhong knew he wasn't her match. This lowly that came out of that mutant-infected womb was truly overpowered, and no one under Yu Zhong could even hope to stand against her. Right on time, Ao Do roared in rage, activating his battle blood Do Chi. As a blood chi covered his body, raising his constitution, he could now catch Yin Shuang's movements, albeit forcefully, and sent a terrifying fist that whistled through the air at Yin Shuang. Yin Shuang had no expression on her face, as she sent a fist to meet his. Both fists clashed, as a powerful shockwave blasted outwards. Ao Do's entire right arm was shattered by Yin Shuang's strength, exploding in a cloud of blood and meat. Although he had channeled his blood Do Chi and enhanced his constitution, he could not withstand Yin Shuang's might. He had already channeled his blood Do Chi together with his second-order berserker strength, and yet, he still could not take on Yin Shuang's fist. After destroying Ao Do's fist, Yin Shuang's left fist followed up with a whistling sound, landing on Ao Do's head like a shooting star. With a loud blast, Aodo's was blasted by that blow. In the dark of the night, Yin Shuang's silver hair, as well as her expressionless face, gave off a feeling of an underaged goddess. Sir Aodo is dead. Fucking beast. Everybody, charge. Kill her to avenge Sir Aodo. The 100 personal guards of Aodo gathered closer, each of them his loyal subordinates. The moment they saw him killed by Yin Shuang, their expressions turned to one of anguish and grief as they charged at her mindlessly. However, it was in vain. All of Father's enemies must die. Yin Shuang eyed those incoming guards, and her face flashed with a bright smile before she rushed at them and unleashed a massacre. Before they could react in time, their heads were blasted apart one by the specter like Yin Shuang. The rest of the soldiers began to shout, "Aodo is dead! Everyone, flee! Sir Aodo is dead! Aodo is dead! No!" The news of Aodo's death quickly spread like wildfire amongst his troops, and the moment they heard it, they lost all their fighting spirit and quickly fled. Damn bastards! They actually killed Aodo! Xian Jun was hidden in a corner. When he saw Aodo killed, he was full of rage and fear. Right now, it was an atmosphere of heightened fear. If Xian Jun came forth and called for the troops to gather on him, they might still have a fighting chance. However, he was extremely clear. If he stood forth now, Yu Zhong would gather all his elites to turn him into minced paste. Xian Jun had only about 30 Qieshui troops as his guards right now, and although they were all elite evolvers, he didn't have much confidence they could stand up to Yu Zhong's troops. One of them turned to ask Xian Jun, "My liege, what do we do now?" Xian Jun gritted his teeth and responded sullenly, "Retreat! Towards Huaran, we might stand a chance to rise again." After making up his mind, he led the personal guards of his, as well as the hundreds of scattered soldiers towards the Mongolian campsite. Yu Zhong led his troops all around the campsite, executing any Manchurian soldier they saw. They suddenly saw about 40 Westerners heading towards a corner. His eyes flashed coldly as they chased after them. Ah, those are Thunder Fighters. They actually obtained such treasures. Yu Zhong quickly caught up to them and saw the 12 Thunder Fighters and 12 Eurocopters sitting quietly on a field, as well as the Western elite soldiers rushing for those 24 metal behemoths. Great! Great! These are all mine. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with excitement, and he quickly leaped down from his black-scaled stallion and activated his shadow steps, turning into a shadow that flitted towards the 24 assault helicopters. While rushing there, he fired his .05 submachine gun at the Western soldiers, and they fell one by one. However, 8 of them managed to get into 4 Thunder Fighters, and they swiftly started up the Thunder Fighters. As long as they got it up into sky, they could shake Yu Zhong off. With a flash of his body, Yu Zhong appeared beside the 4 Thunder Fighters and activated his Art of Fear. As a powerful spirit attack enveloped the Thunder Fighters, sending the Western soldiers into nightmares. Under the terrifying hallucinations, they all suffered heart attacks from the terror of their own nightmares and slumped dead on the controls. After wiping out the team of 40 Western soldiers, he quickly gave an order to his subordinates. "Men, quickly move these 24 helicopters away." A number of his subordinates arrived and transported the 24 assault helicopters away, together with large amount of ammunition. Having struck at the heart of the Manchu campsite, Yu Zhong quickly led the troops to survey the Mongolian campsite. By now, the Mongolian campsite was already on full alert, and many of the soldiers had returned to their sentry points, eyeing Yu Zhong's troops hungrily. Yu Zhong eyed them for a moment, before giving the order, "Retreat!" By now, the Mongolian campsite had already made their preparations. If Yu Zhong insisted on charging at them, there was only the option of storming the front. Even if Yu Zhong possessed the advantage of the night to take down a 60,000-strong army, his forces would have to pay a hefty price. Yu Zhong did not want his subordinates to die for nothing. Under Yu Zhong's order, the Traiant army as well as the elite soldiers began to retreat, leaving behind a huge patch of flames in place of the Manchu camp. Xian Jun came up to Huaran and pleaded, "Great Khan, please help me with my revenge." Huaran watched the burning Manchu camp, his face turning ugly. He had never expected Yu Zhong to preemptively launch a night raid, crushing the Manchu forces. They were a force of over 10,000, with Aodo as their general, and yet they had been defeated at Yu Zhong's hands. He was now full of caution against Yu Zhong. Hooer Rant's face suddenly fell as he thought of something. What about the helicopters in your camp? Xianjun's face turned ugly as well. Not too sure. I think they must have landed in Yu Zhong's hands. Hooer Rant's face fell as he cursed. Fucking idiot! You actually allowed them to get those precious helicopters. Do you have a pig brain? Yu Zhong already had possession of 8 Thunder Fighters, and he was terrifying enough. Now that he got his hands on another 12, in addition another 12 Eurocopters, Hooer Rant did not dare think how any faction could stand up to Yu Zhong. When Xianjun heard Hooer Rant's curse, his face turned ugly, but he could not refute, and he did not dare anger Hooer Rant any further. If he decided to call off the cooperation and kill Xianjun, there was nothing he could do. Mu Shidai came in front of Hooer Rant and asked seriously, Great Khan, what do we do now? All the Mongolian generals turned to look at Hooer Rant. They were all clear that it was a dire situation now. With 32 assault helicopters, Yu Zhong had become an existence they could not deal with. Even if they charged forth with all their strength, at most they could bring down a few, but the rest would destroy their tanks, artillery as well as devastate their infantry. Hooer Rant eyed Cloud Town in the distance, as well as Chimu Town behind it. Although he still had his 60,000 strong force, he knew that it was an impossible task to defeat Yu Zhong now. Being a warlord, since he was clear on the impossibility, he decided to call off the attack resolutely. Retreat! All forces are to retreat immediately. Duochi Muge, take 3,000 riders to cover us. Make sure to cover our retreat. Chapter 650. The Mongolian Army Retreats. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. With the cover of the night, the 60,000-strong army of the Mongolian Empire began to retreat. Hooer Rant was extremely certain that when dawn comes, Yu Zhong would lead his troops together with the 36 assault helicopters to attack his forces. At that time, his main force would definitely be defeated, and there would not be a single faction that could stand up to Yu Zhong's expansion then. They actually retreated. Seems like this Mongolian king isn't stupid. In the night, Yu Zhong rode on a black-scaled stallion, while looking coldly at the retreating Mongolian army and thought quietly. With the help of the darkness, the Allied forces' combat abilities were largely limited. Yu Zhong's troops were also not spared from it, and the only people not affected by the dark was Yu Zhong, Yin Shuang, Tenpi Osaka, and Bai Lu, as well as a few other revolvers and the Traiants. Attack! Kill them all! Yu Zhong then gave the cold order, before rushing towards the 3,000 forces of Duochi Muge. Yes! Bai Lu waved her hands as her thoughts spread out, enveloping the Traiants, and their eyes flashed and became bloodshot, before charging towards the 3,000 riders of Duochi Muge. Yu Zhong himself carried Yin Shuang with him as he rode towards the 3,000 soldiers. He had the combat strength to wipe out an entire battalion by himself. Duochi Muge noticed the army of Traiants and bellowed in rage while pointing at them, shouting orders to the 3,000 riders behind him. For the Mongolian Empire, for the Heavenly Khagan, for our brothers and sisters, everybody, charge! The Traiants weren't very large, and many were knocked in the air by the stampede of horses, before being pulverized into meat paste by the riders behind. The 3,000 riders charged on with an acceptance of their death and managed to slice through a large number of Traiants, killing them. At this time, the 6 monstrous Traiants of about 8 m stood forwards and blocked the path of the riders. The riders slammed into the bodies of the high-level Traiants and many died on impact. The Traiants slapped out with their huge hands, flattening dozens of riders into meat paste. The riders in front who had no time to stop smashed into the Traiants, as though committing suicide by slamming into large boulders. The 10 Type 3 Traiants were also ferocious beyond comparison, striking out at the galloping horses, blasting apart the black stallions, before grabbing the riders and tearing their hearts out to gobble. Their charge was forcefully stopped by the high-level Traiants, and the 3,000 riders were immediately immersed in a slaughter by the Traiants. In the dark night, their vision was limited, and their reactions were greatly inhibited. The Traiants were not only unaffected, some of them were even level 30 existences, and were all extremely agile. They were like monkeys that weaved in and out, tearing out the hearts of the riders while cutting off their heads. It was truly a bloody scene. Go to hell! Freaks! Go and die! Dwechi Muge was a fierce evolver in his own right, and he waved his huge blade that slashed out with multiple blade beams. His agility was 15 times that of a normal person, and when he slashed out with his maximum strength, the speed of the blade beams exceeded the sound barrier. Under those tyrannical strikes, many Traiants were ripped to shreds. Just as he was slaughtering the Traiants wildly, he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger, and just when he felt it, an Odachi appeared in the dark, slicing his neck. His head rolled from his neck to the ground, with his eyes still wide open in disbelief. He did not expect that he would die like that at the hands of an assassin. The moment Dwechi Muge died, the remaining 2,000 riders began to disperse in fear, having lost their will to fight. They abandoned their weapons and horses and tried to flee in different directions. Leave 300 Traiants behind to finish up here. The rest? Follow me. Yu Zhong saw that things were almost done here, and quickly gave an order to Bai Lu. She nodded and waved, sending out her brainwaves, and 500 low-level Traiants continued to chase after the scattered Mongolian riders, while the rest joined the 6 tank-like high-level Traiants as they followed Yu Zhong towards Hua Ran's main force. The melee weapon-wielding Mongolian troops were at a disadvantage in modern warfare. Most of them were just local muscles that knew shepherding prior to the apocalypse. With a little training, they could become decent riders, but if they died, Hua Ran didn't feel particularly bad. Yu Zhong wanted to destroy Hua Ran's weapons and rations. The remaining 57,000 troops were retreating, but due to the darkness of the night, their speed was impeded. This was because they had plenty of rations, artillery ammunition, weapons, and other resources. Other than that, there were about 30,000 slaves other than the army, and they were utilized to move the resources as well as other tools and equipment for maintenance and menial tasks. If needed, they could also be deployed as cannon fodder, using their lives to set up traps and trenches. The 80,000 over people formed a long line of a few miles as they traveled. 8,000 strong troops were supervising the traveling. Hua Ran had specially deployed them to prevent Yu Zhong from launching any sneak attacks. Kill! Yu Zhong led the Traiant army and quickly caught up with Hua Ran's troops. He observed the long procession carefully and immediately called for an attack on the tail end. The end portion of the procession was made up of mostly slaves, with only a few hundred Mongolian soldiers were supervising them cruelly. The moment those slaves made any strange moves, the Mongolian soldiers would execute them without a second word. The Type 3 Traiants were the fastest as they quickly charged through the end part of the procession, grabbing the heads of the Mongolian soldiers and ripping them off. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Soon, panic screams and shouts erupted. Seeing the soldiers being killed, the slaves of other races took the opportunity to explode out, either charging and killing the distracted Mongolian soldiers, or making use of the night to flee. The Mongolians were rough with the slaves, and no one was willing to be their slaves. Although it was dangerous out in the plains, at least there was a chance of freedom. Yu Zhong watched as the end portion of the procession descended into chaos, and got the Traiants to withdraw. Only a small Odachi could be seen flashing out from time to time, killing the Mongolian soldiers instantly. When those soldiers died, the weapons in their hands were immediately grabbed by the slaves, and they would use these weapons to wreak havoc and rain vengeance upon the other soldiers in their fury and madness. The Mongolian soldiers were being slaughtered with every passing second, and there were more slaves joining in on the massacre. It was like a chain reaction, causing more of the procession to become chaotic. 4 of the supervising troops that were escorting on the sides quickly charged backward like the wind. Wipe them out! Yu Zhong pointed to one of the 1,000-strong army, as he rode his black-scaled stallion right at them. All the Traiants followed suit and charged for the escort riders. Yin Shuang was still the fastest. The moment she leaped from Yu Zhong's arms, she turned into a gust of wind that blew right into the midst of the riders. She swung out with her pale fists, and numerous riders had their heads exploded from the impact. Following up was the 10 Type 3 Traiants that could tear apart the black-scaled stallions with a single claw strike, and they dug out the hearts from the riders in cruel fashion. The 6 high-level Traiants also charged through like tanks, every swipe of their hands flattening dozens of riders into meat paste. In a single second, the leader of the 1,000 riders had his heart ripped out by one Type 3 Traiant after it blasted the black-scaled stallion he was riding on. After losing their leader, the rest of the riders soon fell into confusion and panic amidst the attacks from the Type 3 Traiants and 6 high-level Traiants. Yu Zhong's forces had decimated this escort unit when 3 entire units of riders charged right for Yu Zhong from different directions. They were bravely launching an attack at Yu Zhong's units. The 3 other units of riders charged through the group of Traiants, making use of their momentum to kill a number of them. However, faced with the aggressive assault of the 6 high-level Traiants as well as the 10 Type 3 Traiants, their core members were quickly mutilated and torn apart, and the rest were scattered. The 6 high-level Traiants were basically invincible in close combat, and the bravest of warriors could charge all they wanted, but it was committing suicide. Only cannons and heavy artillery could possibly deal damage to them. Other methods might include incendiary bombs, anti-tank missiles, tank cannons, and other guided missiles. Other than those heavy weapons, normal weapons could not even hurt them the slightest bit. They were a terrifying force in Yu Zhong's hands, and for the sake of crushing the Mongolian forces, Yu Zhong had deployed almost all of them. The moment they appeared on the battlefield, their might was apparent for all to see. Having defeated the 4,000 riders, Yu Zhong led the Traiants on a massacre against the remaining fleeing members, not allowing them to regroup or reorganize. One general rushed hastily beside Hua Ran and kneeled down, his voice urgent, "Great Khan! Great Khan! Yu Zhong that mad dog has chased up, and he's commanding a troop of terrifying monsters as they slaughter our back end. The slaves behind have also revolted. How should I proceed? Please advise, Great Khan."